Upon awakening from a deep slumber, I found myself transformed into the fabled wicked mother-in-law. What should I do? Revenge was on my mind. However, I soon discovered that my eldest son had raised a daughter in place of his first love, a false heiress who had usurped her place, leading to the demise of our entire family. My second son fell in love with a maid, pursuing her relentlessly until he became a domineering CO, burdened with the weight of half the penal code, ultimately imprisoned. My third son found himself enamored with a vengeful woman reborn, pouring his heart out only to be ensnared in her schemes. The fourth daughter, entirely like Su Qin, insisted on falling for a certain male lead, showering him with gifts and wealth, ultimately meeting her demise while protecting him, thereby achieving the status of his nth wife. The fifth son was merely a foolish lad, wrapping his elder sister and family assets in a package, serving as a subordinate to another. As for me, cast as the wicked mother-in-law in the original narrative, I played various roles in a melodrama, ultimately facing a glorious death, embodying the notion of you have me, I have you, and we all have each other, leading to a harmonious family conclusion. Yet, when the family could finally hear my innermost thoughts. Chapter 001. The Prophetic Dream Mother. How could you expel Xiao Xiao? Though she may not be my biological child, I have raised her for so many years, she is no different from my own. A thunderous shout resonated, causing Ruan Yao Yao's head to throb. As she gazed, she beheld her eldest daughter-in-law, Yu Xiao, once the epitome of elegance, now resembling a mad woman as she yelled at her. In Yu Xiao's embrace was a girl, resembling a white lotus, weeping pitifully and pleading with her mother not to blame her grandmother, insisting it was her fault for not belonging in this family after all. She was not blood-related and ought to leave. No, Xiao, you cannot leave. No one has the right to cast you out. I do not care whether you are my biological child. All I know is that you are my daughter. The two wept as they gazed into each other's eyes, a scene reminiscent of a heart-wrenching romance drama. Yet here I was, the malevolent mother-in-law, tormenting my daughter-in-law, unable to bear the sight of the daughter she had nurtured for years, insisting she must depart. A suffocating weight lodged in Ruan Yao's chest as she felt a profound sense of frustration. Xiao. All you think of is Xiao. What about Ling Xian? Ling Xian is your biological daughter, lying in hospital, suffering because of what has transpired. Don't you care? At that moment, my eldest son, Su Yonghan, burst forth, questioning whether the distinction of blood relations truly mattered. Was he not also not her biological child, yet had called her mother and shown her filial piety throughout his life? Even if Xiao is not the biological child of me and Xiao, she has been part of our family since birth, raised by us, and is no different from our own. And she has called you grandmother for so many years. Do you not feel any heartache? We do not deny Ling Xian. We acknowledge her. Our family is well off. What harm is there in raising one more daughter? A daughter is a comfort to her parents. Isn't it better to have another? As if struck at a tender spot, Ruan Yao erupted in anger. What nonsense! The fact that she was not biological meant she was not her own. Indeed, they were not united in heart. While neglecting her own flesh and blood, they doted on an interloper. They must have lost their minds. And so, Ruan Yao was roused by her anger. How utterly stifling, how irritable. Who would have thought that even years after her husband's death, she would be awakened by such a dream? In a sour mood, she suddenly heard the commotion of servants bustling about outside, and in her irritation, flung open the door to inquire what they were doing at such an early hour, disturbing her rest. Old Madam the servant, startled, quickly replied, "It is as follows. The madam has gone into premature labor, Mr. Su has instructed us to gather things and rush to the hospital." Gather what? Were preparations not made? Wait a moment. Had her eldest daughter-in-law not already given birth? Why was this happening again? Ruan Yao felt disoriented, finally realizing she had confused dream with reality. Last night, she had dreamt that her beloved granddaughter had been swapped for over a decade, only for the truth to emerge just as she was about to engage in a marriage proposal. The scandal of false heiresses making headlines. Yet her eldest son and daughter-in-law had opposed her, causing a ruckus. Her eldest son was not her biological child, and she had never favored him. Now he had grown wings and defied her. What could she do? When they raised a fuss, she relented. Now, both the true and false heiresses resided under one roof, and it was not long before trouble ensued. The true heiress, cautious and reserved, bore no resemblance to a Su family member, like a child awkwardly wearing adult clothing, timid and at odds with the false heiress. Meanwhile, the false heiress, indulged and pampered, had been raised in opulence, consistently outshining the true heiress, who received no time to adjust, merely picking up the pieces that the true heiress lingered with her. She grew increasingly despondent. Thus, the conflict erupted. The true heiress stole the false heiress's clothing and jade ornaments, attempted to claim the false heiress's fiancé, drugged her, and even pushed her down the stairs. All the blame was laid upon the true heiress, while the false heiress feigned purity, becoming a paragon of virtue. In the end, the Su family's true heiress was treated like a pariah, while the false heiress remained proudly atop her pedestal, basking in glory. Ruan Yaoyao could not comprehend how her own granddaughter had devolved into such a state, all due to that wretched false heiress. Why was no one blaming the false heiress, instead accusing the true heiress of not resembling a Su by blood, as if it were a genetic anomaly? Could one not see why Ruan Yaoyao was incensed? She despised the identity of her eldest son as an illegitimate child, yet that was merely the sin of her late husband, who had concealed the truth about his illegitimate offspring, and deceived her into marriage. For so many years, she had not mistreated her eldest son, she had lived peacefully with him. Yet, when it came to marriage and children, how had such a grave error occurred? Ruan Yaoyao, filled with frustration, sought various means to rectify the situation. Ultimately, what transpired in the end? The dream seemed to blur, and her recollection faded. Yet she, bearing the reputation of the wicked mother-in-law, did not meet a favorable conclusion. Ruan Yaoyao wished to simply disengage, letting them be. Whether they lived or died, it was their own folly. Yet, she could not disregard that innocent little girl. The thought of her family's transgressions weighed heavily on her heart. Very well, she could ignore her eldest son's family, but she could not abandon her pitiful granddaughter. She must devise a plan to prevent the exchange of children from occurring, ensuring her precious granddaughter does not suffer. Where is Su Lianghan? Tell him to wait for me. I shall go with him. Mr. Su has already left with the madam in the car, leaving us behind to tidy up. Ruan Yaoyao cursed under her breath. After so many births, did they not know to prepare in advance? They were all utterly foolish. No wonder a false heiress had led to their downfall. They deserved it. Cursing aside, she hurriedly changed into suitable clothing, grabbed her bag, and instructed the driver to take her to Zus Rehabilitation Medical Center. Yes, that's correct. The Su family was affluent and powerful, unwilling to trust outsiders with their medical care, thus establishing a modern, high-tech comprehensive hospital encompassing pediatrics, obstetrics, geriatrics. The institution garnered considerable acclaim. Its origins were as a private hospital of the Su family, which gradually transformed into a publicly operating hospital as more patients emerged, now ranking among the best in the nation. Therefore, she wished to inquire, with such a vast hospital under their ownership, how could her daughter-in-law give birth there and still allow someone to switch the child? This was not her first visit. Upon arriving at the reception, a nurse recognized her immediately and promptly led her to the delivery room door. At this moment, the eldest daughter-in-law had already gone in to give birth, leaving only the eldest son, Su Lianghan, outside, fidgeting and pacing restlessly. Ruan Yaoyao glanced over and noticed that her son's head was adorned with a shimmering golden inscription that boldly proclaimed him to be the most notorious deadbeat dad in history. Thinking she must have misread, she hastily rubbed her eyes with her unburdened hand and looked again. The most notorious deadbeat dad in history remained vividly illuminated, strikingly apparent, akin to dazzling effects on a smartphone screen. Upon observing the others, she noted similar inscriptions above their heads, albeit dull and gray, typically labeled as passerby B, and so forth, fading out of view if one stepped back a few meters. Ruan Yaoyao mused that once she secured her granddaughter's safety, she would promptly seek treatment for her eyes, as they seemed to be failing her. Chapter 002, Awakening the Golden Finger. What the hell, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Su Lianghan was caught off guard, stopping in his tracks as he turned to look at Ruan Yaoyao. Mom, what brings you here? If I don't come, how will you ensure my granddaughter isn't lost? Ruan Yaoyao held no patience for her son, who had nearly driven her to her grave with worry in the past. Su Lianghan sighed in exasperation. Mom, Chow Chow is inside, giving birth. I'm not in the mood for your antics. Am I the one causing a fuss? It's you who's making a scene. Your wife is in labor, and I can't come to see my soon-to granddaughter? What's wrong with that? If it weren't for you, a grown man, being out here, I wouldn't have felt the need to come at all. Doesn't it seem like I have nothing better to do? Su Lianghan stared at Ruan Yaoyao, bewildered, unsure if he had misheard or if she was talking to herself. Mom, what did you just say? How could I possibly lose my daughter? How would I know? Just because I dreamed it doesn't it count? Am I not justified in coming over, just in case? What if Su Yonghan found the situation absurd? Was his mother really here to supervise him because of a dream? He had thought that after all these years, she still held resentment towards him for being a love child. To his surprise, she seemed genuinely concerned, coming over simply because of a dream. For reasons unknown, warmth spread through his heart. The inscription above Su Yonghan's head was glaringly apparent. Despite her attempts to control her gaze, Ruan Yaoyao found herself unable to tear her eyes away, internally exclaiming, "This is simply astonishing." Whose eyes are malfunctioning, perceiving not other things but the nicknames above others' heads. A line of golden letters floating above one's head. How could I possibly ignore it? It feels reminiscent of the online games I play, rather intriguing. Ruan Yaoyao pondered whether her advancing age and excessive gaming might have caused her eyes to develop such peculiarities. But considering the things Su Yonghan has done, he truly deserves such a title regarding my precious granddaughter. Su Yonghan, what is this nonsense my mother is rambling about? He turned to Ruan Yaoyao, only to find her lost in thought, her lips not moving. This raised a question. Why were sounds still reaching his ears if her mouth wasn't moving? Just then, the delivery room door swung open, and a nurse emerged, cradling a newborn, announcing that both mother and child were safe, congratulating Mr. Su on his wish being fulfilled with a precious daughter. Really? A daughter? Su Yonghan exclaimed in delight, rushing forward to embrace the child. The newborn was red and wrinkled, and truthfully, not particularly attractive. Ruan Yaoyao quickly spotted the glowing inscription above the infant's head, "The most unfortunate true daughter," and felt a pang of sympathy. Is it truly so? The most unfortunate true daughter. My dear granddaughter, rest assured, Grandma will always keep a watchful eye on you, ensuring no one can take you away. Here it comes again. Su Yonghan sighed in resignation, stealing another glance at Ruan Yaoyao. At that moment, he was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He merely thought perhaps he was hallucinating. However, his attention remained focused on the newborn and his wife within the delivery room. Su Yonghan hoped to ease the mother-son dynamic, holding his daughter for a while before handing her to Ruan Yaoyao. "Say, Mom, you seem to like her. Why not hold her as well? Have you even seen what your daughter looks like?" Ruan Yaoyao retorted, pointing at the baby in Su Yonghan's arms. "Look, she's just born, hasn't grown any eyebrows yet. Though her eyes are still closed, you can tell she'll have big eyes, likely resembling your wife. Her nose is quite prominent, just like yours. Her lips are similar to your wife's, and her ears." Ruan Yaoyao enumerated the baby's features, prompting Su Yonghan to memorize them. Su Yonghan, seriously, Mom, why does it sound like you think I wouldn't recognize my own daughter? Ruan Yaoyao paid no heed to Su Yonghan's thoughts, pulling back the thin blanket, swaddling the infant to reveal her chest and neck, pointing to a spot on her left shoulder. "See this? Your daughter has a mole here. Her hands are chubby, and her fingernails are a bit wide, clearly inherited from your father. As she grows, she might not look so appealing." Then she added, "But she's a girl if she's not pretty. So be it. Don't be like those stories in the news, taking her for manicures at such a young age just for looks. That's pure suffering. In ancient times, there was a punishment called finger pinching. What's the difference between that and getting a manicure? The distinction lies in pinching the fingers versus the fingernails." Ruan Yaoyao rambled on, making it seem as though Su Yonghan would mistreat his daughter, leaving him utterly speechless. Seeing that Ruan Yaoyao didn't intend to hold the baby, Su Yonghan prepared to return the child to the nurse, planning to wait for his wife to come out. Without a word, she snatched the granddaughter from Su Yonghan's arms. "If her father isn't attentive, they'll take care of my granddaughter myself. Wherever she's going for a checkup, they'll carry her." Ruan Yaoyao was resolute until she confirmed her granddaughter's safety. No one was to take her out of sight for even a second. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Su Yonghan, suggesting he check whether his white moonlight was also at their hospital, perhaps having given birth to a daughter as well, or if there were any relatives working there. In a city with so many hospitals, why would she choose to give birth at the same time as my granddaughter? I find that hard to believe. At her own hospital, and still able to swap their child? Truly impressive. Su Yonghan stood frozen, hearing Ruan Yaoyao's inner thoughts echo in the distance, feeling utterly disheveled. How did his former white moonlight surface in this conversation? In a swap? It was getting more ludicrous by the moment. He wiped his face, realizing he had awakened too early. It couldn't be that his mother's eyes were failing, rather, it had to be his ears deceiving him. How could he hear such nonsensical things? The voice was unmistakably his mother's. There was no way he could have misheard. It was indeed his mother who spoke, but how did her words float into his ears? It couldn't possibly be due to the hospital's overwhelming energy. Su Yanghan shivered in response. Pa pa pa. This is the obstetrics department. His wife is still inside. Su Yanghan couldn't help but feel a tinge of doubt. After all, it was merely a phone call, one that could easily be made. He dialed the director's number. Chow Manhui? No, there is no such person in the hospital. Su Yanghan sighed in relief. It seemed that he had indeed overthought the situation. Today's events were so surreal that he, too, had lost his clarity of mind. Chapter 003. The absence of that woman. Is there truly no one named Chow Manhui? She felt a flicker of doubt. Did Su Yanghan genuinely investigate? Could it be that he is merely attempting to deceive me? I made a phone call to inquire. Mother, what are you thinking? This is the modern age, not a film set. How could you suspect someone of abducting our daughter? She is married to Cheng Jia, and his family is no more connected to us than anyone else. Familiarity does not equate to understanding. How can you ascertain what is in another's heart? Furthermore, did you not fall out with Cheng Jia because of Chow Manhui? After your marriage, your relationship with Cheng Xiangrong has grown distant. Do you know what the Cheng family has become after all these years? Ruan Yaoyao remained unconvinced and insisted that Su Yanghan call the hospital in her presence. She was certain that in her dream, her precious granddaughter was swapped for Chow Manhui's daughter. If Chow Manhui is not around, how could such a swap occur? Surely, it is not the case that someone altruistically stole Chow Manhui's daughter to exchange for my granddaughter? If that were true, why not give my granddaughter to Chow Manhui instead of abandoning her in an orphanage? This does not make sense. Su Yanghan, with an expression of silent struggle, redialed the hospital director's number, placing it on speakerphone and asking in Ruan Yaoyao's presence. Is there none? Ruan Yaoyao sensed something amiss. What about the Cheng family? Is there no Cheng Xiangrong? Are there any others named Cheng or Chow? Unwilling to relent, Ruan Yaoyao continued her inquiries. The person on the other end sighed in exasperation. Had it not been for the fact that this was their own boss, they would have lost their temper. Which hospital would casually divulge a patient's private information? They were already overstepping by assisting in the search. There are individuals with the surname Chow and Cheng. Then read the names to me. I wish to see who they are. Gao Zhu Si. Wait, which name did you just mention? Gao Zhu Si. See, I found a lead. Ruan Yaoyao turned to Su Yanghan and said, if I remember correctly, this white moonlight of yours has a sister, whose name seems to contain the word sure. Is that the name? Yes, she indeed has a sister named Chow Yusher. She is quite kind-hearted, having helped another mother by covering her hospital fees. So much so that the entire nursing staff knew of her generosity. That mother expressed immense gratitude, stating that without Chow Yusher, her family could not afford to enter such a reputable hospital. They were not old acquaintances, having only met during prenatal checkups. Upon seeing her hardship, Chow Yusher took her along for the examinations. They shared a hospital room, giving birth in close succession. Oh, and by the way, Chow Yusher even picked up a newborn girl, intending to raise her alongside her own child as twins. The information from the morning phone call arrived at Su Yanghan's hands by noon. During Chow Yusher's hospitalization, she was accompanied by a large group of people. Her sister also visited, a young woman who appeared slightly pale, yet strikingly beautiful. Had they not been informed, they would not have recognized her as the sister. They would have assumed she was the younger sibling. Ruan Yaoyao looked at Su Yanghan and remarked, is Chow Manhui's sister really so benevolent? Aren't they quite impoverished? I recall when you pursued Chow Manhui, you praised her for her resolute character amidst poverty, viewing wealth with disdain, like a white lotus emerging from the muddy waters. So, after all these years, has her family prospered, and her sister squandered her newfound wealth? Is that not evident? This situation is suspicious. Should Su Yanghan continue to disbelieve me, I would feel compelled to crack open his skull to see what resides within. Then, glancing at the sleeping granddaughter in the nearby crib, Ruan Yaoyao reassured herself. Do not be angry. Such a little rascal will eventually self-destruct. Why should I allow myself to be vexed? I am determined to see this through to the end, observing how they meet their demise. My only concern is for my granddaughter. I shall secure her future while the rest can perish. Su Yanghan twitched at the corners of his mouth, wishing to remind Ruan Yaoyao, Mother, our family includes you as well. Moreover, she must first be my daughter to be your granddaughter. Yet, having helmed the Su group for so many years, he was no fool. With so many uncertainties laid before him, failing to investigate thoroughly would be foolish indeed. Otherwise, the Su group would have long since collapsed. Furthermore, despite his strained relationship with Ruan Yaoyao, she had never harmed him. He did not perceive her as merely stirring trouble without cause. Perhaps it was related to his newfound ability to hear her innermost thoughts. Indeed, Su Yonghan had come to realize that what he heard were indeed the sentiments of his mother, Ruan Yaoyao. For reasons he dared not disclose, he chose to withhold this knowledge from her. He believed this to be a divine sign, a golden opportunity bestowed upon him to mend the mother-son bond. Mother, I understand. Rest assured, I will investigate. Should there be any truth to this, I will never allow anyone to substitute my daughter. She is my flesh and blood. I am not foolish. Ruan Yaoyao regarded Su Yonghan intently, as if in disbelief, before finally stating, "It is best that way. If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, do not blame me for taking your daughter." Su Yonghan smiled. "How could it be seizing my daughter? If you desire, I shall entrust Lingxian to you. I would have no objections." He eagerly anticipated Ruan Yaoyao assisting with childcare, allowing him and his wife to enjoy some private space. After all the effort he had expended to send his 3 sons away to play with his younger sister Su Nannan, how else could he find this rare tranquility? Upon hearing Su Yonghan refer to his granddaughter as Lingxian, Ruan Yaoyao felt elated, knowing he had accepted the name. What cherished gem of the Su family could be so unfortunate? The thought of that name bringing her granddaughter so much misfortune made her wish to erase it entirely from existence. Lingxian is far more auspicious. May it protect my granddaughter throughout her life, ensuring her peace and happiness. Lingxian, Lingxian, my little treasure, did you hear that? From now on, your name shall be Su Lingxian, which sounds far more melodious than the dreadful name your father chose. No, we shall not have Su Jinju. Pearls may appear precious, but are merely playthings, bringing no fortune. Let us instead be like the resilient and spirited Xian grass, a plant of vitality and strength. In her joy, Ruan Yaoyao quickly took out her phone, captured a lively image, and sent it to the family group chat. "Look here how adorable your niece is, resembling a little angel." Gazing at the empty family chat, contemplating her complicated relationships with them, Ruan Yaoyao gently sighed. "Alas, it is no wonder I dreamt of being alone. The signs were evident, yet I was merely oblivious." Chapter 004. Investigation results. The results of the investigation completely astonished Su Yonghan. His mother's suspicions were indeed warranted. Chao Manhui was no longer the naive girl of yesteryear. The passage of time had transformed her into a shrewd individual, her essence altered. When he set a trap and caught the individual seeking to swap children, she revealed everything in tears, claiming it was not her desire to exchange his child, but rather her sister's. Pleading for mercy, she implored, "Please, for my sister's sake, spare me. I did not intend for this. I, too, have a child to raise. It was my sister who provided the funds, urging me to do this." She expressed her desire for revenge against Shang Xiangrong, claiming that he was utterly despicable for getting drunk and striking her. Ruan Yaoyao remarked, "Ah, this is the legendary minor character, a veritable cannon fodder." Su Yonghan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wondering what kind of novel his mother had been reading that even cannon fodder made an appearance. At that moment, Chao Manhui arrived, adorned in a flamboyant manner, kneeling before Su Yonghan, weeping elegantly. "I'm so sorry. I just wanted to make amends." Ruan Yaoyao exclaimed, "I am watching. I am indeed watching." Realizing that after all these years, her son had still harbored feelings for her. She mused that it was no wonder he had taken care of someone else's daughter after learning the truth in the previous life. It became clear that he had not been raising a daughter, but rather the daughter of his cherished memories. Consequently, it was no surprise that Su Yonghan had secured the title of the most notorious father in history, and for a fleeting moment, she felt sympathy for her precious granddaughter. Su Lianghang Su De Li Fao Gao Manhui Una David. Although he once had feelings for her, that was many years ago, there was no way he would become a negligent father now. Oblivious to the turmoil unfolding, Chao Manhui continued to cry, "I know you have always thought of me, but out of consideration for the family's influence and Cheng Xiangrong, you never dared to voice it. So I thought if I offer my daughter in exchange for yours, you would see me every day through her." Su Yonghan was taken aback by her audacity. How could she believe he still thought of her? He had been married for many years and fathered multiple children. How could he still harbor feelings for her? If he did, why marry and have children? Ruan Yaoyao glanced at Su Yonghan's astonished expression and looked skyward, contemplating the reality of their marriage being a business arrangement one born out of necessity. Su Yanghan could no longer tolerate this absurdity and rebuked Chao Manhui. Are you insane? That is my daughter, my own flesh and blood. What will happen to her if you take her away? Chao Manhui sobbed. I never intended harm. I simply thought of an exchange. She is your blood, and I will certainly treat her well. Ruan Yaoyao interjected. Indeed, what a lovely arrangement. Sending her off to an orphanage. Wouldn't that be splendid? She lamented that Su Yanghan's foolish daughter would suffer in the orphanage, while Chao Manhui's daughter would live luxuriously in the Su household, receiving private tutoring and enjoying vacations abroad. Meanwhile, her own granddaughter lacked even a warm coat. Forced to work and earn her tuition at such a tender age. You have truly been kind to her, allowing her to endure the harsh realities of life and become self-reliant. It seems your consideration is quite thorough, she quipped. Su Yanghan felt compelled to thank her entire family. Why not swap her son too? Ruan Yaoyao mused to herself. Oh, but age prevents such a trade. Initially, Su Yanghan contemplated showing mercy, thinking their families were of similar standing, and perhaps with Cheng Xiangrong's affection for Chao Manhui, his daughter would not suffer. However, Ruan Yaoyao's thoughts shook him from his wavering resolve. Anger, rage, Chao Manhui, you truly are beyond redemption. Su Yanghan gritted his teeth, recalling how he once liked her. But that was a lifetime ago. Their respective marriages had concluded that chapter. I cherish my daughter deeply. I do not require your assistance in caring for her. This matter cannot be overlooked. I must report it. If I do not, I will be failing my daughter, who nearly was exchanged, and my wife who is in the delivery room. Chao Manhui, upon hearing this, panicked and clung to Su Lianghan's leg, pleading, please, Lianghan, do not. I never meant any harm. I just miss you so much and want to mend our relationship. Ruan Yaoyao interjected. What relationship can be mended between a married man and a married woman? An affair, perhaps? Su Yanghan shuddered and quickly shook Chao Manhui off, calling for security to remove her. He was married now, belonging to his wife. No other woman should lay a hand on him. His wife would surely be furious if she found out. Reporting the incident was inevitable. Even if Su Yanghan hesitated, Ruan Yaoyao's scrutiny compelled him to act. Otherwise, her thoughts would be a heavy burden on him. At that moment, Cheng Xiangrong finally appeared. Ruan Yaoyao remarked, Here he comes, the legendary domineering CEO. I am curious to see how he differs from my son. Upon closer inspection, she indeed found a distinction, as the title domineering CEO was quite fitting. Turning her gaze back to Su Yanghan, crowned as the most notorious father, she felt a sense of resignation. Su Yanghan protested, We are both CEOs, both young talents. Why is Cheng Xiangrong labeled a domineering CEO, while I am merely the most notorious father? Am I just a victim of a daughter exchange? This thought left him feeling quite unsettled. Therefore, when Cheng Xiangrong approached, hoping to rekindle old connections with Su Yanghan, the latter was disinterested and only felt a growing frustration. Wishing to confront Cheng, he did not strike women, but surely it was acceptable to confront men. Unexpectedly, Cheng Xiangrong's approach revealed a stark difference. While he resorted to violence against women, Su Yanghan refrained from such actions. With a swift slap, Cheng Xiangrong struck Chao Manhui, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? You have a daughter of your own. Why exchange someone else's? He then turned to Su Yanghan, expressing concern that perhaps Chao Manhui's mental state had deteriorated due to her many children. I did not keep a close watch on her, and now this has happened. I apologize, my brother. Let me make amends. I will treat you to a meal today. Order whatever you desire. Meanwhile, the stricken Chao Manhui sat on the floor, covering her face and weeping silently. Su Yanghan felt a pang of discomfort. After all, she was once his cherished memory. He remembered competing with Cheng Xiangrong over her affections. Moreover, the revelation that Cheng Xiangrong truly struck women shocked him. He had thought Chao Manhui's claim about Cheng was an exaggeration. Su Yanghan gazed at Cheng Xiangrong astonished, as if witnessing an unfathomable event. His upbringing had instilled in him the belief that a man should never strike a woman. In this moment, Cheng Xiangrong misinterpreted Su Yanghan's concern as lingering feelings for Chao Manhui. With a sigh, Cheng expressed his helplessness, stating, Chao Manhui's mental health is severely compromised. I did not wish to send her to a psychiatric hospital, but who could have anticipated this outcome? If this incident had not occurred, perhaps it would have been better. Otherwise, I would have to send her away, and the stigma would fall upon her children. How pitiful that would be. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ruan Yaoyao understood that Su Yanghan could not withstand this any longer. Indeed, the next moment, Su Lianghan withdrew his complaint. I knew it. Su Lianghan's heart sank. I almost forgot about my mother. She's still here. He perked up his ears to listen intently. Ruan Yaoyao watched in bewilderment as Cheng Xiangrong led Chao Manhui away, making no attempt to intervene. She understood that, given the current evidence chain, even if they managed to prosecute Chao Manhui, it would ultimately be futile. A mere label of mental illness could secure her release for continued treatment. Who would have thought that this mental illness would become a life-saving ace? The Chao mother and daughter truly excelled in this game. In a previous life, they had turned my granddaughter into a mental patient and sent her to an asylum. In this life, they relied on the term mental illness to evade the law's punishment, which was truly infuriating. Su Lianghan exclaimed, "How could you not have told me sooner, Mom? If I had known earlier, he would have, well, if I had known, it would have been clear that with the label of mental illness in hand, he had no substantial evidence and could not act against her. It seems I must arrange for someone to keep an eye on Cheng Xiangrong and Chao Manhui to prevent them from committing any further heinous acts." At that moment, Su Lianghan was unaware that he would soon discover that his wife Yu Xiangqiao's premature delivery was orchestrated by Chao Manhui, who had bribed a maid in their household. To avoid a significant gap between the births of the two, Chao Manhui had Yu Xiangqiao give birth early. Su Lianghan thought, how blind was I to have ever been attracted to such a woman? After finishing the fruit, Ruan Yaoyao prepared to leave. Where are you going, Mom? Of course, I'm going to see my precious granddaughter. Having finished the fruit, why linger here? I will accompany you. Ruan Yaoyao expressed her distaste, urging Su Lianghan to keep his distance. Ever since she could hear Ruan Yaoyao's thoughts, Su Lianghan believed she had a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Rather than keeping away, he intentionally drew closer. In doing so, he inadvertently brushed against Ruan Yaoyao. Get away! Ruan Yaoyao, irritated, shoved him aside, causing him to stumble. Did I just imagine that? Ruan Yaoyao was astonished and pretended to be concerned for Su Lianghan, offering her assistance. Are you all right? In truth, she took the opportunity to grasp his arm, scrutinizing the information above his head. Su Lianghan, hailing from the family's beloved, the false daughter's global sensation, is the irresponsible father who neglects his biological daughter while excessively indulging the false daughter who has usurped her place. He firmly believed that since the false daughter Su Xiaoxiao was raised in the Su family and was the daughter of his former beloved, she deserved to be cherished and pampered. What was wrong with him treating her with kindness? What he failed to see was that his 3 sons had all turned their attention to this daughter. Since they could not be siblings, why not become husband and wife? Like a thunderclap, this revelation left Ruan Yaoyao in utter disarray. My goodness, my 3 grandsons have fallen for that false daughter. Is this the truth behind their disregard for Ling Xian, humiliating her multiple times for Su Xiaolan's sake? Are they even human? Just because of one woman, they would forsake their own sister? The more she read, the angrier Ruan Yaoyao became, wishing she could tear apart these 4 irresponsible fathers and brothers. Su Xiaoxiao had taken the lead role, while belittling Su Lingxian for being a wild child, born of a mother who had abandoned her. Su Xiaoxiao prepared a gown for Su Lingxian, only to tear it and falsely accuse Su Lingxian of disliking her and complaining to their parents. Su Lingxian had been drugged, but it was actually Su Xiaoxiao who had orchestrated everything, leading to the slandering of Su Lingxian. As Su Lianghan listened intently, Ruan Yaoyao slapped his arm and shouted, Su Lianghan, are you out of your mind? That is your biological daughter. How would you treat her this way? You trust an outsider more than your own flesh and blood. I have misjudged you. I could just kill you. She raised her arm to strike Su Lianghan. Su Lianghan was left bewildered, unsure whether to evade or not. He thought, Mom, perhaps you should have your eyesight checked. I consider myself quite a decent person, virtuous and devoted to my family, incapable of such despicable acts. Clearly, you must have misjudged the situation. However, seeing Ruan Yaoyao in such a state, he feared that if he truly avoided her, she might become so enraged that it would affect her health, given her age. Thus, he hesitated to dodge too much, enduring the slaps that came his way, though they were not overly severe. After all, Ruan Yaoyao, though she struck hard, was merely a pampered matron at home, lacking the physical strength of her tall, young son. Su Lianghan was not particularly harmed, while she was soon panting from exertion. Still, she looked at Su Lianghan with narrowed eyes, pointing her finger at him and scolding. The bodyguards assigned for security developed a sense of sympathy for Su Lianghan. Thinking that being an illegitimate child was not easy, look at how the old matron would fly into a rage at the slightest provocation and even strike. How miserable! Yet Su Lianghan could not retort or retaliate. For an illegitimate child to endure such treatment was truly remarkable. Some discreetly recorded videos and photos to send to their respective superiors. Upon receiving the content, the second son, Su Qingyan, scoffed and said, after so many years of acting, the truth is finally revealed. Huh? Only my foolish older brother would stand there and take the beating. If it were me, I would have struck her dead. Achio! Ruan Yao Yao sneezed. Su Yanghan, concerned, inquired if she had caught a chill and if she needed to summon the family doctor. Ruan Yao Yao shot him a glare. What nonsense! You wish I would die sooner, don't you? No, Mom, you just sneezed. You mentioned wanting to see a doctor, didn't you? It's the perfect opportunity. Ruan Yao Yao, suspicious. When did I say I wanted to see a doctor? What nonsense! Has it been exposed? Su Lianghan instantly responded. You said so at the hospital. Have you forgotten? You see, your memory seems to be failing you. Mom, you should really consult a doctor, whether you are ill or not. It would bring you peace of mind. It was Ruan Yao Yao who had mentioned it, yet she did not remember, attributing it to her age. In reality, she was only in her 40s, well-maintained, and appeared much younger, perhaps in her 30s. Ruan Yao Yao touched her face, contemplating not whether to see a doctor for her mind, but rather if she should consult her beauty advisor for a little touch-up. With such a beautiful face, she did not want to age prematurely. Of course, she was not keen on undergoing any medical procedures. She preferred to age gracefully rather than look artificial. Choosing to age naturally did not mean neglecting oneself to the point of allowing time to take its toll, but rather to take care of oneself when possible, allowing aging to occur gradually and gracefully. Upon returning to the hospital, Ruan Yao's first action was to check if her darling grandson in the crib was still indeed her grandson and not swapped out. Being able to see the nickname above the baby's head alleviated some of her worries, yet she feared Su Lianghan, with his poor eyesight, might not recognize him. Thus, she had to act as though she were concerned, pulling out her phone to compare photos repeatedly and checking for moles on the baby's shoulder, all while pretending to be suspicious. Is this truly my biological grandson? No, I must verify. Yet, she could say nothing and had to continue playing along. Mom, I have arranged several trustworthy individuals to keep watch, and there are surveillance cameras here. Who would dare to have ill intentions toward your granddaughter? If you're truly uneasy, we can conduct a test at any time. Whoever knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Ruan Yao Yao turned her head with utmost seriousness, saying, All right then. You should create one. Su Lianghan responded, Mom, didn't you realize I was merely jesting? Besides, can't you see the nickname atop your granddaughter's head? It is indeed your granddaughter. In Chapter 006, he brought a woman home. Due to the incident where Su Lingxian almost got swapped, Su Lianghan became more cautious. He did not deceive Ruan Yao Yao. Everything he said was the truth, as he had made thorough arrangements. Previously, Chao Manhui was able to successfully swap Su Lingji because he thought the family hospital was extremely safe and did not give it much thought. Now, with that experience serving as a warning, he dared not be careless. He had ensured that every aspect was covered, with monitoring in place around the clock. If, under such circumstances, anyone could still abduct his daughter, he would have to admire them. Would you actually wish for someone to steal your daughter? Ruan Yao Yao shan glare. Su Lianghan quickly replied, Mom, I was just hypothesizing. Do you understand? How could I possibly wish for someone to steal my daughter? Am I that kind of person? Who knows what a scoundrel like you might do? Su Lianghan retorted, Can't this label be removed? Naturally, he did not dare to unleash his frustration on Ruan Yao Yao and could only confide in his wife, Yu Xiangxiao, expressing his confusion over his mother's recent discontent with him. Lying in bed and enjoying her postpartum meal, Yu Xiangxiao did not even spare him a glance, stating, When has your mother ever looked at you favorably? After all these years since I married into your family, your mother has never given me a pleasant expression. Had it not been for my infatuation with your looks, I would have reconsidered marrying you just based on her demeanor. So, during the time she was giving birth, what transpired between her mother-in-law and her husband that turned him into Su Sansui, who now has learned to complain? Su Lianghan did not divulge the incident regarding the near abduction of their daughter to Yu Xiangxiao, only mentioning that there had been an increase in human traffickers recently, thus enhancing the security measures for their precious daughter. It seems that Ruan Yao Yao also quite adores this granddaughter, having even given her the name Su Lingxian, and frequently visits the hospital to accompany her. Is your mother perhaps biased towards granddaughters? No wonder I bore twins, and she never treated me kindly. Could it be because I have yet to give her a granddaughter? Yu Xiangqiao remarked sarcastically. I know what your mother is like. You needn't defend her. No, I assure you, Mom truly cares for Lingxian. Just look, she even named her. When have the previous ones received such attention? Upon exiting the hospital, Yu Xiangqiao proceeded to the postpartum care center. Not only did the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law fail to meet, but Yu Xiangqiao stayed there for 2 months. When Ruan Yaoyao missed her granddaughter, she also went there to visit. The two harbored mutual disdain, having no affection for one another. And whenever the Yu family visited Yu Xiangqiao, Ruan Yaoyao would avoid them, preferring to see only her granddaughter. Such an unusual mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship allowed Ruan Yaoyao to hear Su Lianghan's thoughts, and for a moment he felt helpless. His wife behaved this way to protect him, leaving him at a loss for words. On the other hand, Ruan Yaoyao displayed no warmth towards anyone, indifferent to how her daughter-in-law's family treated her. Su Lianghan found himself unable to do anything but take it one step at a time. Ruan Yaoyao paused for a moment. Seeing her expression, Su Lianghan assumed she had misunderstood, clarifying that this was his wife's close friend who had come to retrieve something she had left behind. On the surface, Ruan Yaoyao responded with an "oh." However, in reality, her tone was peculiar. "Oh, no wonder a close friend. No wonder she has the nickname dedicated to undermining her best friend's relationship. Truly fitting." Su Lianghan thought to himself, turning to look at Bing Qingxue, finding it difficult to meet her gaze. Is this really the best friend my wife speaks of? You are actually Lianghan's mother. Goodness, you look so youthful. If we were to walk down the street together, I would surely mistake you for a young lady. Bing Qingxue covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, Xiangqiao is so fortunate to have such a young mother-in-law. If we were to walk hand in hand, we would appear as sisters. Madam, what are your secrets to such remarkable upkeep? Despite knowing the other's identity, Ruan Yaoyao felt pleased by the compliments, responding with a smile. Oh, there's no secret to my maintenance. It's simply natural. Your words are so sweet. Do flatter me more. Bing Qingxue did not miss the opportunity and showered her with compliments as if they were free. As they chatted, Bing Qingxue took the initiative to sit beside Ruan Yaoyao, linking arms with her in a display of sisterly affection. Ruan Yaoyao waved Su Lianghan off, allowing him to attend to his own matters while relishing the company of someone engaging. Su Lianghan, however, was reluctant to leave, fully aware of his mother's character. A normally aloof person, she suddenly became overly warm towards a mistress, raising his suspicions. Sure enough, the next moment, he overheard his mother's thoughts. Oh, how intriguing. Isn't it true? My daughter-in-law is so naive that she couldn't see through this? Su Lianghan felt utterly dismayed. Is this what my wife's notion of a righteous heroine amounts to? Goodness, my wife has been so grievously deceived. Bing Qingxue had crafted a facade of being indifferent to wealth and a champion of justice. Yet it was all a ruse. Wait, if you believe my wife spends money like water, why did you accept the gift she offered? You've taken the food and clothing, favoring the expensive items. Yet you didn't refuse them? TSK, TSK, TSK. You claim you don't want them, yet your body is quite honest. Accepting them one after another while pretending to be reluctant, as if it were for the sake of friendship. My goodness, I'm almost forgetting how to write the word friendship. If friendship entails gifts of clothing, handbags, and pearls, I would gladly accept such friendship. In fact, I have a set of jewelry worth over 10 million that I am keen to acquire. Su Lianghan queried, what does my mother wish to buy? What jewelry? Regrettably, Ruan Yaoyao glossed over the mention of the jewelry's name, leaving Su Lianghan feeling a sense of loss, believing he could have pleased his mother. Alas, Ruan Yaoyao, having seen through Bing Qingxue's fade, felt it had lost its allure and decided to withdraw, stating she was tired and wished to take a nap. Returning the guest to Su Lianghan for him to entertain. Su Lianghan inquired, Mom, since when did you develop a habit of napping? Ruan Yaoyao paid no mind, swaying her way upstairs. Knowing Bing Qingxue's true nature, Su Lianghan had no desire to entertain her and wished to expose her true colors immediately. However, considering his wife remained oblivious, Su Lianghan resolved to sacrifice himself, leading Bing Qingxue to the nearby tea room while dialing his wife Yu Xiangqiao's number and turning the volume down to the lowest setting, silent. Darling, I have made a great sacrifice for you. Once you emerge from postpartum confinement, you must reward me handsomely. In Chapter 007, Stealing from a Relationship, Su Lianghan inquired, "You just mentioned that you left something behind at my wife's place? A bracelet, one that my grandmother bequeathed to me. While it may not be expensive, it holds profound significance and is of utmost importance to me." Just as Yu Shangxiao responded, ready to ask Su Lianghan about the surprise he had for her, she heard a familiar voice on the other end. She let out a gasp. How could Qing Su be with her husband? Were they planning to surprise her together? Then, she heard Exley Nghen say, "Really? You lost something so important and it ended up in my wife's bag? What a coincidence. Did you come looking for it while she is in confinement? Are you searching for the bracelet or for me?" Why Xiankio thought, is her husband overly self-absorbed? How could Qing Su possibly like him? If she did, she wouldn't constantly speak ill of Exley Nghen in front of me, advising me on how to prevent him from straying and breaking my heart. Qing Su was taken aback. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, disguising her most beautiful face as she turned to him and said, "Why would you think that? I truly came to look for the bracelet. I only remembered it just now, and I just happened to want to see you too. Such an important bracelet, and you forgot about it? It seems it wasn't that significant after all. Since it ended up in my wife's bag, why not just ask her directly instead of coming to me? What do you expect from a man like me? How could I possibly keep track of how many bracelets my wife owns?" Why Xiankio replied, "Exactly. You lost something, so just ask me directly. Why involve my husband?" At that moment, Wai Xiankio grew suspicious, sensing something amiss. Could it be that Qing Su was trying to test her husband, deliberately choosing this time during her confinement to probe him? Xiankio is in confinement, so there's no need for her to worry about such trivial matters. I know how to care for my wife, yet you seem oblivious. Loosening his tie and lazily leaning against the chair behind his desk, he said, "Then I truly must thank you. My wife endured so much during her pregnancy, and you still have the time to look out for me. Good morning, good night, and with the changing weather, you even remind me to dress appropriately. I thought you had ulterior motives. It seems I misunderstood." His playful smile turned casual. "In that case, you should leave. I wouldn't want my wife to discover you here alone with me and create unnecessary misunderstandings." A mature man possesses an undeniable charm, especially one as affluent and handsome as Exley Nghen. With striking features resembling his mother, it was no wonder that she had caught X's father's attention, eventually giving birth to him. Unfortunately, beauty can be fleeting. After discovering she had been deceived by X's father, she fell into deep depression and passed away. With his neatly cropped hair and sharp brows, when he smiled, the corners of his eyes lifted, exuding a captivating allure. His deliberately teasing gaze could genuinely stir one's heart. Qing Su, already feeling guilty, trembled at the sight of him, her cheeks warming. Even her voice took on a softer tone as she said, "Did I not mention that Xiankio is in confinement? Why trouble her with this? You can accompany me to her room to look for it. If you truly find it, I will be sure to thank you properly. You can ask me how you'd like to be thanked." Here, Qing Su hesitated, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. Regardless, Xiankio and I are the best of friends, and I do not wish for her to be hurt. So even though I know I have feelings for you, I dare not express them. I have been speaking ill of you in front of her, fearing that she might discover my true feelings. Why Xiankio was taken aback. What did this mean? Qing Su spoke ill of her husband because she had feelings for him? Why Xiankio felt utterly distraught. "You are quite cunning." Exley Nghen chuckled, believing his wife had already overheard everything. He pondered how she would react to it. "I always wondered why my wife felt our relationship was strained, always praising you before me, saying how kind, gentle, and virtuous you are, her best friend in the world. It turns out the best friend is the one coveting another's husband?" Qing Su's eyes instantly glistened with tears. "How can you say that? When have I ever coveted another's husband? I simply felt a flutter of emotions. It isn't something I can control. I have kept my distance from you. Well, have I ever flirted with you behind her back? I have never done so. I just like you. It does not mean I am inherently shameless. I have tried so hard to control myself, yet you say such hurtful things." Tears streaming down her face, Qing Su appeared even more alluring. She had practiced her expressions, knowing the best angles and how to cry most beautifully, evoking sympathy. Thus, when she faced Exley Nghen, she angled her face to showcase her vulnerability. She presented her weakness and struggle, but most importantly, the guilt and betrayal pierced her heart, causing her sleepless nights, yearning for what she could not attain. She lamented that if only she had met him sooner, she would have competed fairly with Wai Xiankio. Regrettably, She had encountered him too late. It was her fault for developing such feelings. Rest assured, I will not let her know. Knowing you love her, I will also care for her, making her happy. I seek nothing more than for you to occasionally glance in my direction, acknowledging my feelings, allowing me to silently watch over you and accompany you. That is enough. Her infatuation was evident, inciting why she Enkyo's fury on the other end of the phone. She shouted, "Qing Su, you shameless woman. You dare to steal my husband? After all the kindness I have shown you, how can you do this to me?" And before she could contain herself, she fainted. Brilliant. Truly captivating. But what if my wife hears what you just said? Qing Su froze, not comprehending his implication. Exley NGH grinned wickedly, picking up the phone on the desk. I must apologize. I just called my wife to ask if she found your belonging. But it seems she has overheard the entire conversation. What should we do now? Qing Su's eyes widened in horror, her complexion draining. How could you do this? Then, in a panic, she pleaded into the phone. Enkyo, please don't misunderstand. I have developed feelings for your husband, but nothing has happened between us. We are innocent. Really, Enkyo, please respond. You believe me, don't you? We have known each other for so many years. When have I ever deceived you? Enkyo, please say something. Chapter 008. Feigning would Exley NGH and grant Qing Su the opportunity to explain? He simply hung up the phone. The incoming call was ignored as he instructed the butler to escort her out. Ridiculous. Why would he allow this woman to explain herself to his wife? Once she left, he would take the call with a good mood, pondering how to soothe his poor wife, who must have been furious. Who could have anticipated that his typically astute wife would be misled? Dear wife, did you see? The mistress must still look to me. If it weren't for me. Before he could finish, a panicked voice came from the other end. Mr. X, it's bad. Your wife has fainted. What? Exley NGH and was startled. Is it truly the case that the matter concerning being Kyungiksu holds such significance? Is it not a tad excessive for his wife to react in this manner? He hastily inquired if Enkyo was all right and summoned the butler to arrange for transportation. Just as the butler escorted being Kyungiksu outside, he promptly arranged a vehicle. Hearing the commotion, Ru-Ny-Oi-O peeked in, only to witness her stepson Exley NGH and hastily making his way outside. What could have transpired? Why Enkyo has finally fainted during her confinement. I shall accompany you. Ekis Lienajak Inna. Assuming her concern was for why Enkyo expressed his gratitude. I'm going to see my granddaughter. Your wife has fainted, and undoubtedly you will be preoccupied with her, neglecting my granddaughter. Thus, I must keep an eye on her. What if you were to lose my granddaughter? With one COM new, who can say there won't be another? She was not genuinely concerned for that woman. Humph. Ru-Ny-Oi-O disdainfully turned her head away, adamantly refusing to acknowledge it. Exley NGH found her behavior somewhat amusing, yet was too anxious about why Enkyo's situation to argue with her. So he took her along to the confinement center. Upon arriving at the center, Ru-Ny-Oi-O, eager to dissociate herself, did not even inquire about why Enkyo, heading straight for her granddaughter, Exley NGHN, feeling helpless, had no choice but to enter Enkyo's room alone. Meanwhile, Ru-Ny-Oi-O, realizing she could not find Exley NGHN, called for someone to inquire about Enkyo's condition. Upon learning that Enkyo was fine and had already regained consciousness, she sighed in relief, adding in a tone that seemed to disguise her concern, I am not worried about her. I was merely idle and asked out of curiosity. Yeon-Seng-Yo, clad in confinement attire, sat on the bed with her legs curled up, her eyes a shade of red. Upon seeing Exley NGHN, tears welled up in her eyes, and she instinctively attempted to retreat. Exley NGHN approached and embraced her, softly reassuring her, I am so sorry. It is my fault. I forgot you were still in confinement. I should have prioritized you. Dealing with your friend's issue can wait. Do not be afraid, I am here. Aside from you, I will not allow anyone else to sway me. Whether it was the tenderness in his voice or some other reason. Enkyo began to sob at his arms. Exley NGH continued to console her, cried out, it will make us feel better. However, you must promise me that for the sake of this scoundrel, we will only cry once, all right? Next time, let us be more discerning and find a true friend. One who will cherish you and not covet your husband. It's all right. There is nothing to be ashamed of. I am your husband. Even if you misjudge someone, I will not allow you to be bullied. But what if the one bullying me is you? Why Shienkio's voice was soft and plaintive. Ikis liinajiak ina. Rarely hearing her so vulnerable, felt a surge of masculine pride and responded with even greater gentleness. How could that be? I am your husband, your protector. I would never harm you. Even if the entire world were to turn against you, I would stand by your side. You lie. You bullied me before. And you were fierce with me. When did I ever raise my voice at you? Was it over the phone? If I were to be fierce, it would be with being kyunksu. Why would I direct my ire at you? Did my tone frighten you? If so, I apologize. Please do not be sad. Then let us make a pact. You shall never be fierce with me again. Why Shienkio lifted her tearful eyes, extending her pinky finger towards him. Exley NGHN found something peculiar about this and teased. When did you become so childish? Regardless, he extended his finger and made a pinky promise with her. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he spoke, the person in his arms felt a flicker of guilt. Meanwhile, Runy Oyo had located her precious granddaughter, Elnxin. In just a month, Elnxin appeared to have transformed significantly. She had become fair and plump, her face round and her limbs chubby, utterly adorable. Runy Oyo, upon seeing her, retrieved her phone, turned off the flash, and snapped several beautiful photos of her granddaughter. As she continued to take pictures, Runy Oyo noticed that the words above her granddaughter's head flickered and changed to the supporting character in the group of favorites. Shocked, she exclaimed, "No. Is my granddaughter truly so unfortunate? Even if she has not been swapped, she is still merely a supporting character. What wrong has she done? Is it such bad luck to be born into this family?" She promptly squeezed her granddaughter's small hand to ascertain what was amiss. Upon doing so, Runy Oyo felt a wave of dread. Was this world truly fantastical, or was she seeing things? Otherwise, how could she have seen the words soul snatching? Her daughter-in-law, Wai Shienkio, who had just given birth to Elnxin, was being possessed by someone else? Because of this possession, she had no affection for her biological daughter, Elnxin, but instead favored her adopted daughter, Changxiaxio, who was her soul's offspring. Under her influence, Runy Oyo's 3 grandsons formed a remarkably close bond with Changxiaxio, nearly to the point of fulfilling any request she had. As for Exley, he was perplexed by the issues arising within the company, overwhelmed with work and completely oblivious to the changes at home. By the time he noticed, the children had already grown. He attempted to separate his 3 sons from Changxiaxio, but they considered him an adversary. Recognizing her as their true parent, and they banded together with Changxiaxio to bring down the X family business. Exley met with a tragic accident and died despite rescue efforts. Wai Shienkio remarried Changxiaxio. In a bid for revenge for her father, Elnxin was brutally assaulted by her 3 brothers, resulting in her legs being broken and her being sold to Myanmar, where her organs were harvested. Of course, the 3 grandsons, who had promised fair competition, ultimately could not compare to another emerging man, watching helplessly as Changxiaxio married, left alone for life. How could it be that Exley had disturbed Changxiaxio's ancestral grave? What kind of situation is this? Changxiaxio and Com Nu have clearly set themselves against them. Haven't they? First, there was the failed swap, and now this. Runy Oyo felt that these supernatural events were rather troublesome. Having lived as a high society lady for half her life, she had never been superstitious. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself confronted with such matters. How should she deal with this soul snatching? Should she seek a monk or a Taoist priest? Panic welled within Runy Oyo, and she considered fleeing abroad with her granddaughter, letting them wreak havoc at home. As long as it did not affect her granddaughter, she couldn't care less. If they wished to perish, it would be of their own making. Chapter 009. Soul snatching. Wai Shienkio's sobs gradually diminished as she wiped her tears and asked Exley if she had become ugly. Naturally, Exley showered her with compliments to cheer her up. For reasons unknown, Wai Shienkio expressed her reluctance to nurse the baby, fearing that it would lead to sagging. Given the advanced technology available and the fact that the X family owned a milk powder industry, she suggested it would be better for Elnxin to consume formula, thereby endorsing their own product. Exley paused for a moment. But you previously mentioned that breastfeeding is better for the child? You nursed the first 3. We have professional nutritionists who will tailor a diet based on your needs and assist in your recovery. If you exercise properly, You should be able to return to your previous self. Even if there is no restoration, it matters not. In my eyes, it is a testament to your valor in nurturing 4 children. Far from feeling shame, I am instead moved each time I behold it. I understand that all you have done is for me and for our children. You speak so eloquently now, but what if that changes? It is a part of me, not you. This is not clothing that can simply be discarded if it appears unseemly. If it were truly to come to that, how would I face the world in the future? As she spoke, Yu Xiangxiao was once again reduced to tears, sobbing softly. That peculiar feeling arose anew. Su Yonghan felt a surge of concern, suspecting that his wife might be suffering from depression. Otherwise, how could she utter such strange words? From his understanding of Yu Xiangxiao, although she valued her appearance, she held her children in equally high regard and would never sacrifice their well-being over such matters. It was merely a matter of sagging breasts, which could easily be rectified through nutrition, exercise, and even external methods to appear more normal. She was confident and had never shed tears over superficial issues. Su Lianghang, with gentle words, attempted to console her, but he soon realized that his efforts were in vain. Yu Xiangxiao seemed determined, fixated on weaning Su Lingxian and unwilling to continue nursing her. With no other recourse, Su Yonghan prioritized his wife's mental health and chose to compromise. Very well, if you do not wish to nurse, then do not. Your well-being is of utmost importance. Without you, there would be no children. In my eyes, you will always hold the highest place. He cupped her face and kissed her forehead, soothingly declaring, "My love, I cherish you." Yu Xiangxiao wept once more. Really? Do you truly love me? Do you love the old me or the current me? This isn't a test, is it? Su Yonghan, sensing a shift, replied with unwavering certainty, regardless of whether it is the past you or the present you. My love remains steadfast. I know that as time passes, my affection for you will only deepen, unwavering until death. I do not believe you. You are deceiving me. You said the same before. Have you forgotten your past affections for Chao Manhui? At that time, you loved her dearly, willing to do anything for her. But what now? How do you treat her? She merely wished to bring her child close to you for companionship, yet you wish to see her imprisoned. The eerie sensation manifested itself. Su Yonghan stared at the familiar face before him, feeling a sense of disbelief. His wife was accusing him of being unfaithful, and the basis for this accusation was his past affection for another woman. She was his wife, yet she desired him to be fond of someone else? Surely, this could not be the result of depression. Wait, how could his wife be aware of the switch? He was certain that since the birth and her confinement, he had never mentioned it. How could she know? It cannot be that someone informed her, could it? Even if someone did, her reaction was not what he expected. Given her temperament, she would typically confront him directly, causing an uproar and demanding an explanation. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Su Yonghan's back as he contemplated the most improbable possibility, though loath to entertain such thoughts. The notion that one day he might hear the innermost thoughts of his mother, Wan Yao Yao, made him feel as though nothing strange could occur in this world. After all, he was undoubtedly the male protagonist of a modern fantasy narrative, capable of hearing others' thoughts, a clear indication of divine favor. In the days that followed, he indulged in numerous male-oriented novels to bolster his imagination, though it was possible that he was merely convincing himself. Wife, I was wrong. To test Yu Xiangxiao, Su Yonghan knelt down and softly confessed, I apologize, may I? We had previously agreed that as long as I knelt, regardless of my faults, you would forgive me. Have you forgiven me now? Indeed, the woman standing before him was momentarily stunned, first displaying disbelief, then red-eyed and feeling wronged. She said, I forgive you, now rise. She was astonished. What had given that woman the audacity to reduce Su Yonghan to such a state? Had he not once loved her? She had merely tested him slightly, yet he seemed to have forgotten her entirely. Chao Manhui felt a pang of heartache. How blind she had been to have chosen a man who would kneel for his wife, Su Yonghan, yet settled for Cheng Xiangrong, who would not even apologize, only uttering soft words to placate her. Ironically, Cheng Xiangrong was said to be a domineering CEO, but the Cheng group he managed was merely a facade. Internally, it was crumbling. Otherwise, how could he have tacitly allowed her to drug Su Yonghan's wife, facilitating the switch? With her abilities, how could she have succeeded? It was Cheng Xiangrong pulling the strings behind the scenes. Unfortunately, she could not expose his true nature. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly make her life unbearable. He was ruthless and would stop at nothing, Yet he had disguised himself so well that had she not experienced it firsthand, she would not have believed him capable of such actions. Years ago, she had fallen into his trap. Tears brimmed in Chao Manhue's eyes as she addressed Su Lianghan. I forgive you. I have never held resentment toward you. I've only felt sadness and heartache. You were once so capable of loving someone, yet your heart has changed. Now, loving another. Now that I have become less beautiful, how can I not fear that you will love someone else? Lianghan, I am afraid, you know? I'm truly afraid. I only wish for you to promise me. Swear that you truly love me and that you will never love another in this lifetime. Or may the heavens strike me down or be struck by a vehicle. Chapter 10, The Test. Damn, this woman is ruthless. At that moment, Su Lianghan was more convinced than ever that the woman before him could not be his wife. His wife loved him so dearly that she would never wish to invoke such a dire oath. It was too ominous. What if? Even if Yu Xiangxiao were furious, she would never jest with his life. This was the starkest difference between this woman and his wife. Wife, are you certain you truly wish for me to make such a dreadful oath? Su Lianghan's expression turned pained as he stood, cupping her face, seemingly tender, yet scrutinizing her features for signs of cosmetic alteration. There were no traces at all. Either the work was exceptionally well done, or it was indeed unaltered. And this visage was truly that of his wife. His hands glided to her neck, appearing to caress, yet discreetly lifting her collar to check if the small mole-sized growth on her neck remained. His wife had once told him this growth is so unsightly. You see, I didn't have this before. It appeared after a childhood trip to the farm when a tick bit me. At the time, I was ignorant and simply pulled it out. Luckily, I was fortunate, as it didn't cause swelling or inflammation. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. I heard that this can be quite severe. If not handled properly, it could lead to unbearable itching or worse, a high fever and unconsciousness, potentially causing forced encephalitis. If that happened, I would never have met you. Su Lianghan was also grateful that she was a fortunate one, having removed it without any adverse effects. He had even cautioned her not to be so careless in the future. Now, upon encountering the same growth on her neck, Su Lianghan was certain that this body might indeed belong to his wife. It is to say that his wife may indeed have been possessed by another. This notion feels somewhat extravagant, and after several days of being influenced by urban fantasy novels, Su Lianghan experienced a sense of unreality. However, after posing several probing questions, she continued to provide incorrect answers, which tugged at his heartstrings. With no alternative, Su Lianghan resorted to a trump card. He coaxed the woman before him into a state of calm and then excused himself under the pretext of needing to use the restroom, heading straight to find his mother. Ruan Yaoyao. His mother possessed the ability to see the characters hovering above people's heads, which meant she would undoubtedly know if the entity inhabiting his wife's body was truly her. As he stepped out, he fortuitously encountered Ruan Yaoyao, who was acting furtively, preparing to abscond with her granddaughter. Mom, what are you doing? Ruan Yaoyao, clutching the infant, jumped in surprise. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be tending to your wife? I did tend to her, which is precisely why I came to find you. Su Lianghan initially thought that Ruan Yaoyao had brought Su Lingxian out for a stroll and said, perfect timing. My wife has been yearning for the child. Please take her over for a moment. Ruan Yaoyao had no desire to comply and quickly shook her head in refusal. No. My relationship with your wife is strained. I would rather not go. You should take care of her yourself. What she truly meant was, damn it, your wife has been possessed, and why would I risk my neck by going over? Do you want her to harm me too? You little rascal. If you want to die, do it alone. Why drag me and your daughter into this? I won't go. I absolutely refuse to go. I still need to escape with your daughter. I must flee the country. Su Lianghan was taken aback. His mother's extraordinary abilities were more potent than he had imagined, as she could ascertain his wife's predicament without even glancing at her. Thus, her visit to the confinement center was, in fact, to facilitate an escape with his daughter. The more he pondered, the more determined he became not to let Ruan Yaoyao slip away. She was the sole person capable of revealing the truth, and if she fled, he would be left in the dark. With a mix of pulling and dragging, they attracted the attention of the confinement center staff, forcibly bringing Ruan Yaoyao into Yu Xiangxiao's room. Ruan Yaoyao was infuriated, cursing inwardly. Ah, Su Lianghan, you insufferable fool. Why must you involve me? This is driving me insane. How do I make you understand? Your wife has been possessed. There are powerful forces behind this. Why would I go over there? Am I supposed to deliver food to them? Please, just spare me and your daughter. I wish to live peacefully with her until the conclusion of this saga. You have already disturbed Cheng Xiangrong's ancestral grave. You and your wife can accompany her in death, but please do not drag us into this. How did this turn into a matter of accompanying the dead? Su Yanghan was alarmed. He was still young, with a family and wealth. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely end. Moreover, how did this situation relate to Cheng Xiangrong? Wait a moment. Did his mother imply that the woman inside his wife's body was Chao Manhui? Damn it. Cheng Xiangrong, how dare you? In my previous life, I disturbed your family's grave, and you still have not let this go? You are fixated on my family, aren't you? Had I known, I should have imprisoned your wife back then, even if she had a psychiatric diagnosis. I would have found a way to keep her occupied to prevent you from watching me. At this moment, Su Yanghan was filled with regret. He should not have considered it a nuisance back then. He thought that since he was already involved, he might as well let bygones be bygones, partly due to past camaraderie and partly because he could not simply extinguish his opponent. He had let the matter slide. How long had it been? Just a month. And his wife had not even finished her confinement before this calamity arose. This time, if he caught them, he would undoubtedly not let them slip away. Ruan Yaoyao was pulled into the room and immediately struck by the golden light hovering above Su Xiangxiao's head, marked with a sign of possession. She closed her eyes, tears welling up. Oh no, it truly is possession. It's over. With supernatural events emerging, will I even survive until the end? Mom, quickly touch her hand to ascertain the details. With the details, we will know how to proceed. Unfortunately, Ruan Yaoyao wanted nothing to do with Su Xiangxiao and kept her distance, clutching her granddaughter as if she were a disease. Conversely, Su Xiangxiao greeted Ruan Yaoyao with a smile, exuding an air of pleasantry. Mom, you have come as well. Liang Han did not even inform me. I could have prepared better to host you. Please have a seat. She hurriedly pulled up a chair for Ruan Yaoyao. Ruan Yaoyao dared not refuse, fearing that any slight misstep might provoke the other, resulting in her being the next target of possession. She was but an ordinary citizen. How could she contend with such bizarre forces? In the room, the four individuals, apart from the nursing infant, were all harboring ulterior motives. Yet they managed to converse in harmony, creating an oddly cheerful atmosphere, which was indeed peculiar. Each was attempting to placate the others to navigate the current situation. During this process, Ruan Yaoyao ultimately fulfilled Su Lianghan's hopes by making contact with Su Xiangxiao, glimpsing the true details hovering above her head. The real Su Xiangxiao was cornered, helplessly witnessing her beloved husband fall for another woman. She cried out in madness, "Husband, she is not me. She is not me." She was in profound agony. The daughter she bore after 10 months of pregnancy was harmed by her own son. Her husband had been transformed into another's, only to meet a tragic end. Her 3 foolish sons had been brainwashed, turned into tools for another's murder. The adversary even used her body to marry her nemesis, enjoying a family reunion. Any person would go mad under such circumstances, let alone the real Su Xiangxiao, who was forced into a corner and immobilized. She could only find respite when the entity utilizing her body aged and perished. As these revelations unfolded, Ruan Yaoyao finally grasped the critical truth. Possession comes at a cost. The price for Chao Manhui was that she could only remain within Su Xiangxiao's body for a lifetime. If Su Xiangxiao managed to displace her, Chao Manhui would be left with no choice but to dissipate into the ether. But how could they expel Chao Manhui? Ruan Yaoyao searched tirelessly for clues. Meanwhile, Su Lianghan, listening intently to her thoughts, grew anxious. Mom, keep searching. Perhaps there is a solution yet to be uncovered. This is your daughter-in-law, your granddaughter's mother. You must save her. Huh? Ruan Yaoyao hesitated as she seemed to catch a glimpse of her daughter-in-law's spirit, tiny, emitting a white glow, semi-transparent, resembling Thumbelina, trapped in a place akin to the Mud Palace. Su Xiangxiao was bound by black threads, rendering her immobile. Would unraveling those black threads set her free? Just as Ruan Yaoyao pondered this, her intent flickered, and the black threads binding Su Xiangxiao seemed to respond, as if touched. Ruan Yaoyao was astonished. Can I really touch it? Mom, what can you touch? Hurry and tell me. Don't only share half the story. I'm almost at my wit's end. Ruan Yaoyao, somewhat incredulous, sought to find that feeling again, although controlling her intent proved challenging. Moreover, for the inexperienced Ruan Yaoyao, it took several attempts before she gradually grasped certain methods. She fixated intently on the black thread, mentally repeating, "Unravel, Unravel. Unravel. Her thoughts seemed to sprout tendrils, akin to loosening shoelaces. With a tug on the end of the thread, the binding black line entwined around Yu Xiangqiao's soul loosened. Sensing the disturbance, Yu Xiangqiao immediately began to struggle. Thus, the two women, one intent on unbinding and the other on breaking free, soon managed to release the black thread. Once completely untethered, the black thread became light as a feather, drifting toward Ruan Yaoyao like a wisp of wind. Startled, Ruan Yaoyao could only watch helplessly as it approached and entered her body. What seemed to unfold slowly occurred in the blink of an eye. Ruan Yaoyao was left stunned. At that moment, a change also occurred in Yu Xiangqiao, who let out a scream and clutched her head. Help! Su Yanghan, save me! Save me! Ruan Yaoyao clearly saw two souls within that body struggling against one another. Yu Xiangqiao, having been filled with pent-up rage, struck fiercely, pulling hair, choking, and digging at eyes with relentless aggression. Chao Manhui, caught off guard, was seized squarely, and since this was Yu Xiangqiao's domain, it wasn't long before she screamed and was expelled from the body. Freed from corporeal constraints, her soul shattered into particles of light, vanishing into the air. What the heck? Is my soul truly scattered? Su Yanghan exclaimed. Whose soul has scattered? He quickly caught hold of the situation, anxiously glancing at Ruan Yaoyao, eager to discern who remained behind, hoping it was indeed his wife. Mom, is Xiangqiao all right? Ruan Yaoyao retorted. How should I know? I'm not a doctor. The commotion also awakened her beloved granddaughter, who began to wail. Ruan Yaoyao, preoccupied with her grandchild, hurried out of the room, softly comforting her. Oh, don't cry. Mommy is fine. Mommy is fine. Don't cry, little Lingxian. Don't cry. Naturally, her granddaughter was the apple of her eye. As she soothed Su Lingxian while departing, Su Yanghan, cradling his wife, finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as it was his wife, everything was all right. He had almost lost her. Hours later, when Yu Xiangqiao awoke, the first sight she beheld was Su Lianghan by her bedside, and she burst into tears, wrapping her arms around his waist. Lianghan, I thought I would never see you again. You have no idea what a terrifying ordeal I endured. Su Lianghan gently caressed her head, saying, I know. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not recognizing you sooner. Yu Xiangqiao paused, her tear-filled gaze lifting to meet his. How did you know? It dawned on her why her husband suddenly knelt and uttered those strange words. Could it be that he truly sensed her presence at that moment? Her pupils widened, and she clutched him more tightly, astonished at his perceptiveness. Lianghan, how did you know? Yu Xiangqiao asked, her excitement bubbling over as she struggled to find words to express her elation. You recognized that it wasn't me? Su Lianghan felt a twinge of guilt, but considering she had already been in confinement for a month, he figured it was time to offer her some reassurance after the surreal experience they had just shared. Hence, he decided to share a little insight. It seemed he had become akin to a protagonist from a male-centric fantasy novel, endowed with the ability to hear his mother's innermost thoughts. Based on this, he had managed to save his daughter from being swapped and rescued his wife from possession. Yu Xiangqiao stared at him, dumbfounded. Have you considered that perhaps the one with the golden finger is not you, but rather Mom? What? Is my mother that remarkable, capable of saving the entire family? In that instant, she felt a strong urge to rush to Ruan Yaoyao and offer her gratitude. She no longer cared about her mother-in-law's aloofness. She just wanted to honor her, lighting incense daily, hoping she would protect their family. Chapter 12. Whose golden finger? No way. I can hear my mother's thoughts. Yet it was Mom who saved me. You recognized me, but you were unable to act until she appeared, and then I was immediately rescued. The couple exchanged glances, realizing this posed a significant question. So, whose golden finger was it? But how could they probe this mystery? Ruan Yaoyao remarked, You two are rather terrifying. I need to keep my distance. She wore a face of disdain, yet Yu Xiangqiao was unafraid. Knowing her mother-in-law adored her daughter, she boldly squeezed into the back seat beside her. Su Lianghan, on the other hand, took the wheel. While the luggage was placed in another vehicle with two drivers for company, the two would travel together. Ruan Yaoyao, despite her reservations, could not truly drive them away and could only sulkily cradle her granddaughter, inwardly grumbling, these two must have taken crazy pills. Don't they remember what just happened? No matter how secure a hospital may be, it could never rival the safety of being beside loved ones. Once home, they all gathered under one roof, sharing the same breath of air. Only then did the couple feel a measure of security, sighing in relief. Su Lingxian, still an infant, needed to be close to her mother, Yu Xiangxiao, even with a nanny present. Thus, despite Ruan Yaoyao's reluctance, she could only watch as her daughter-in-law carried away her precious granddaughter. "Ah, my darling granddaughter," she exclaimed. "Aren't you fond of your adopted daughter? Why are you stealing my granddaughter?" Yu Xiangxiao countered, "What adopted daughter?" After returning home, Yu Xiangxiao inquired about the situation from Su Lianghan. He sheepishly rubbed his nose, reluctantly explaining the circumstances involving Cheng Xiangrong and Chao Manwei. It was then that Yu Xiangxiao realized that not only had someone attempted to seize her body, but they had also replaced her daughter. No wonder her mother-in-law was so unwelcoming toward them. If she possessed such capabilities, she too would feel displeased in the face of such events. What about the incident regarding Qingxue? Yu Xiangxiao was puzzled. Given the series of bizarre occurrences that day, it was clear that the phone call held significance. Su Lianghan replied, about that. Yu Xiangxiao pondered, so she is like the foolish, deceived cannon fodder character in novels? Is it true that my mother-in-law claims she is merely a supporting role, lacking even the right to her own name, thus relegated to an unimportant character? It seems the true protagonists are her husband and daughter, leaving her as a mere pawn to bolster their narrative. Su Lianghan looked at her with a lamenting expression. Do you truly wish to be the main character? He sought to remind her that the privileges of being a protagonist were far from glorious. Not only had he been deceived regarding his wife, but he also lost his daughter, ultimately leading to the family's ruin. Yu Xiangxiao felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she too had been a victim in this ordeal. Who would want their innermost thoughts to be overheard? It was indeed a source of embarrassment. She wondered if it was only the two of them who could hear it, or if others could as well. Fine. With that woman around, this will never truly feel like home. Su Lianghan felt a throbbing headache. The atmosphere between him and Ruan Yaoyao was quite awkward, particularly concerning the matter involving his second brother. Su Qingyin, bewildered, wondered if something had occurred at home. Although he had little fondness for Ruan Yaoyao, he maintained a decent relationship with Su Lianghan. Thus his demeanor towards him remained cordial. Having promised Su Lianghan, he naturally intended to uphold his word. If misfortune befell that woman, he feared he might burst into laughter on the spot. Meanwhile, Ruan Yaoyao was basking in the sunlight at home. Suddenly, her gaze inadvertently flickered over the head of a maid, and she paused in astonishment. What? The female lead from Ba, Zone, Jiao, Qi Dai, Xiu Pao. I taught a 365 Tian. Ruan Yaoyao was taken aback. Did their household harbor such hidden talents, even possessing a female lead? It dawned on her that the world she inhabited was not merely confined to a single narrative. As she scrutinized the maid further, the maid displayed a puzzled expression. Old madam? Oh, it's nothing. I just momentarily lost my focus. Ruan Yaoyao chuckled awkwardly. Your name is Li Tingting, right? The maid's eyes instantly brightened. With so many servants in the Su household, she had assumed the old madam would not remember everyone. To her surprise, having only been there a few days, she had already made an impression. Hee, does this mean a pay raise is in store? Of course I remember. How could I forget? You just joined our family recently, right? How are you finding it here? I am indeed accustomed to it. The wages of the Su household are so generous. I have taken on numerous part-time jobs, but none pay as well as this one. As Ruan Yaoyao conversed with Li Tingting, Su Lianghan received a call from Su Qingyin, who informed him he had arrived at the doorstep and inquired about the location of the woman he wished to avoid. Shall I take a look for you? Sure. Su Lianghan descended the stairs with the phone in hand and encountered Yu Xiangxiao in the living room. His second brother called, asking where their mother was. It seems she has gone out. Yu Xiangxiao indicated a direction that led to the front door. Would they run into her immediately upon entering? The couple exchanged glances, swiftly embracing their daughter as they headed outside. Upon exiting, they stumbled upon Ruan Yaoyao engaged in conversation with a maid. Although it seemed innocuous, Ruan Yaoyao's internal excitement was palpable as she repeatedly thought, the female lead. This is the female lead. The female lead. The couple shifted their gaze towards the maid standing before Ruan Yaoyao. They saw nothing particularly extraordinary about her. Her appearance was decent. Yet anyone employed as a maid in the Su household would not be unattractive. It wasn't that they were superficial, seeking only beauty. Rather, a maid represented a facet of the household's image. While they did not demand extraordinary beauty, it was essential that she not be unpresentable. Li Tingting could only be described as having a delicate countenance, possessing an average beauty. In such a scenario, how could someone with such looks possibly be the female lead? Su Lianghan questioned his own taste. wondering why he would choose to overlook his beautiful wife Yu Xiangxiao in favor of a maid of mediocre appearance. Indeed, he had always believed himself to be the protagonist. Just then, Su Qingyin's car pulled into the driveway, and he immediately spotted several figures in the garden. Upon seeing Ruan Yaoyao, his expression instantly turned cold. "Stop the car." He instructed the driver to halt and exited the vehicle. Ruan Yaoyao, alerted by the commotion, lifted her head. "Oh no." The male lead from Ba, Zone, Jiao, Qi Dai, Qiu Pao, AI, Tada, 365 Tian, Su Lianghan, Yu Xiangxiao. Who? Su Qingyin responded, "What nonsense is this?" Ruan Yaoyao, astonished, glanced between Su Qingyin and the maid before finally comprehending the situation. "So, our family has produced two domineering CEOs? The eldest is one, and the second is another. However, the second is luckier, being the male lead, while the eldest is unfortunate, merely a side character." Su Qingyin instantly misinterpreted her words, assuming she was suggesting he might usurp his brother Su Lianghan's company. His face flushed with indignation. "You wicked woman. Do you truly wish to witness conflict between me and my brother?" Ruan Yaoyao retorted, "Are you speaking to me?" Her expression was somewhat perplexed. Su Lianghan quickly stepped in to cover Su Qingyin's mouth. "Have you forgotten your promise to me?" Su Qingyin struggled, wanting to say, "She is sowing discord between us, and I cannot voice my concerns." Indeed, upon seeing the precious granddaughter in Yu Xiangxiao's arms, Ruan Yaoyao's face brightened. "Oh, our Ling Xian has awakened? Come here. Grandma will hold you. Let us bask in the sun." She effortlessly snatched the precious granddaughter from Yu Xiangxiao's arms. Yu Xiangxiao reassured herself, unbothered, for she had Su Lingxian, who could act as a powerful ally. Su Lianghan pulled Su Qingyin aside and whispered, "Did you just hear that? The so-called domineering CEO, the male lead, right?" "Yes, I heard it. Did you not?" Su Tiandian Ziplit, Fu Stet. "But did you see Mom open her mouth?" "I did not see her open it, but I certainly heard her." The issue lay in the fact that while he had not witnessed her speaking, he had heard her nonetheless. "But that maid, did she hear it?" Su Lianghan gestured for Su Qingyin to observe the maid. Li Tingting, clearly oblivious to the unfolding drama, was taken aback by Su Qingyin's strikingly handsome and polite demeanor. "Wow, is this the standard for men in the Su family?" She marveled. Yet, she noted his somewhat foul temper, sensing a disconnect with the old madam. Being new, Li Tingting was unaware of the family's intricate dynamics, but thought to herself, "It seems even affluent families can harbor discord." So, Su Qingyin was perplexed. "Have you noticed? Among the four of us present, only you, I, and your sister-in-law heard it. Outsiders could not." This revelation eased Su Lianghan's concerns, as he did not wish for their family matters to be public knowledge. He explained to Su Qingyin that they had not heard Ruan Yaoyao's spoken words, but rather her innermost thoughts. It appeared their mother had acquired some extraordinary ability, enabling her to perceive the labels and details hovering above others' heads, while those connected to her could not see but could hear her mental musings. The specifics remained under investigation. Moreover, this peculiar gift had prevented the tragic incident of their newborn daughter being swapped. By the way, he was the male lead in Quan Jia Tuan Chao, Jiaqin Jin Hongdong Quan Xiu, while Su Qingyin starred in Ba, Zong Jiao Qidai Qiu Pao, AI Tada 365 Tian. The distinction lay in the fact that Su Lianghan's daughter had been replaced, while Su Qingyin was on the verge of acquiring a wife who would run away while pregnant. Su Qingyin gazed at Li Tingting, unable to discern what made this maid so captivating. "Do not inquire. I too am baffled. Nonetheless, I have experienced it firsthand, as has your sister-in-law. Our personal encounters are particularly surreal, and I will elaborate later. Had it not been for that prophetic dream, Ruan Yaoyao would have sought to meddle with Su Qingyin, but recalling the effort she had expended in her past life to no avail, she resolved to refrain this time. If he did not wish to see her, she, too, had no desire to see him. Ruan Yaoyao continued to internally berate herself, as if I have committed some heinous act. What have I done? The true villain is that scoundrel Su Xiaoxiao. Ugh, deceived into marriage, she thought she had found a golden bachelor. However, upon entering, she found herself playing the role of a stepmother, and to her dismay, there was an illegitimate child prominently present. It was infuriating. Had it not been for her youth and inability to contend against them, she would have left the Su family long ago instead of enduring this humiliation. The memories of her marriage to Su Xiaoxiao were filled with bitterness. A once prominent young lady, she found herself wed to a fraud, while her parents insisted she remain married. Upon her arrival, she was confronted with Su Liang-han, a substantial illegitimate son, and the knowledge that her husband had other women on the side. The kind-hearted, youthful Ruan Yaoyao was tightly bound by her family, not only agreeing to raise Su Liang-han, but also taking in Su Qingyin, who was motherless. Ruan Yaoyao was straightforward. She directed her wrath towards those deserving of it and would never involve innocent women. Thus, she merely expressed her frustration towards those women for being foolish and succumbing to Su Xiaoxiao's monetary allure, uttering some harsh words but never intending harm. However, Su Qingyin, having been misled by some insidious words, believed he was abandoned by his mother and harbored resentment towards Ruan Yaoyao. Her kind intentions were met with betrayal, leaving her feeling utterly despondent. These thoughts were too distressing for Ruan Yaoyao to bear, igniting her anger. After listening to Su Liang-han and Yu Xiangxiao for quite some time, they instinctively turned their gazes towards Su Qingyin, questioning if the discord with his mother stemmed from this issue. Su Qingyin, feeling both embarrassed and furious, retorted that he had no idea whether her claims were true, suspecting she might be deceiving him. The truth he had believed for over 20 years was shattered, the effect akin to a cataclysmic upheaval, terrifying in its implications. His expression shifted dramatically, displaying a spectrum of emotions. Su Liang-han and Yu Xiangxiao dared not provoke him further, remaining silent. In Chapter 14, which describes the domineering CEO trope, Su Qingyin was in a foul mood, feeling as explosive as a bomb. Unbeknownst to Li Tingting, she later inquired discreetly and discovered that the second young master of the Su family was still unmarried, having ventured out to establish his own career, showcasing remarkable talent. This extraordinary man, surprisingly, had no girlfriend. The following day, while Su Qingyin was exercising early in the morning, he noticed a maid lingering nearby, covertly observing him. After a few glances, she misinterpreted his attention and approached him with a bottle of water. "Young master, you've been running for a while. You must be thirsty. Would you like some water?" Su Qingyin glanced at the label, which resembled a certain brand but was not. "No, thank you. I'm not thirsty. After such a long run, how could he not be thirsty? Just take a sip. I assure you, this water is clean. I haven't opened it. And this towel is also fresh." The towel, indeed clean, bore the pattern of a teddy bear, undoubtedly belonging to someone else. Being a person with a cleanliness obsession, Su Qingyin would never use something that had been previously used. Just as he was about to decline, a familiar voice interrupted. "Here comes the classic idol drama scene. I arrived just in time to witness this." Su Qingyin's lips twitched as he noticed a woman attempting to hide behind a blooming rose bush, mistakenly believing she was well concealed, while her skirt was clearly visible. "Young master, please don't hesitate. Take it. You can return it to me after using it." Yes, just like that. Use it and then return it to her, sharing a towel." As Li Tingting inched closer to hand the towel to Su Qingyin, he recoiled as though shocked. "Keep your distance, young master." Li Tingting looked up, astonished, seemingly unable to comprehend why her good intentions were met with rejection, her expression turning sorrowful. Su Qingyin, not inherently unkind, but simply reacting to Ruan Yaoyao, realized his response had hurt her feelings and awkwardly explained his aversion to using others' belongings. Li Tingting tightened her grip on the towel. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know." Her eyes began to glisten, on the verge of tears. "Why are you crying?" Su Qingyin was perplexed. He had clarified his cleanliness issues, yet she seemed distressed, feeling flustered, especially with an onlooker present. He did not want to embarrass himself further by making the young girl cry. "Please don't cry. I just feel upset." As he contemplated approaching her to comfort her, Ruan Yaoyao's voice echoed again. Yes, just go comfort her. If you do, she'll be won over. If she feels moved, won't you both become a couple? Oh dear, the development is rapid. I wonder when he'll be tripped up and end up kissing her." Su Qingyin froze. To make matters worse, Li Tingting stepped back, accidentally tripping over a stone and falling. Instinctively, he would have reached out to catch her. Yet, recalling Ruan Yaoyao's thoughts, he restrained himself. Consequently, Li Tingting fell to the ground, landing awkwardly. Humiliated before his crush, Li Tingting could no longer bear it. Ignoring her discomfort, she scrambled to her feet and ran away, covering her face. Wait, why did she run away? This plot twist is unexpected. Whereas the heroic rescue. Su Qingyan exclaimed, "What rescue?" I made it clear that I could never be interested in such an ordinary woman. Moreover, she was reportedly caring for a gravely ill mother, juggling multiple jobs, and had not even graduated from college. It wasn't a matter of looking down on those with lesser education. Rather, Su Qingyan was proud, having graduated from a prestigious institution, and he intended to find a partner of similar stature. What enraged him further was spotting his older brother and sister-in-law nearby, which meant that not only had that woman witnessed the scene, but his brother and sister-in-law had also observed the entire exchange through her perspective. Experiencing such humiliation before Ruan Yaoyao was bad enough, but now his older brother and sister-in-law had seen it as well. Su Qingyan could no longer stay. He fled the scene. To prevent becoming the domineering CEO in Ruan Yaoyao's mind, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and sent a text to his brother and sister-in-law, then hurriedly left. Thus, when Ruan Yaoyao sat down for breakfast, she noticed the absence of one individual. Where's the second one? Yu Xiangxiao, feeling guilty, dared not meet her gaze. Could she confess that they had activated the home surveillance to catch a glimpse of the mother-in-law interacting with the second brother? Su Yonghan maintained his composure, stating, he mentioned he had matters to attend to at the company and left early. Ruan Yaoyao expressed disappointment. He left so soon? I thought I'd get to witness a live rendition of a youthful idol drama. Now I'll miss it. I wonder when I'll get my chance to appear. Will I play the wicked mother-in-law or the cruel mother-in-law? Harbored a keen interest in the identity of her formidable mother-in-law. To enrich her understanding, she diligently perused numerous romance novels featuring domineering CEOs, thus becoming quite adept in the nuances of such relationships. Meanwhile, the relationship between Su Yonghan and Yu Xiangxiao appeared to have reached a comfortable routine of marital bliss, which she found rather mundane. For any excitement, she believed she must turn her attention to the second son. Therefore, began to contemplate whether she should frequent the second son's company more often, whether for leisure or work. Uncertain of Li Tingting's whereabouts within the second son's domain, she reasoned that by exploring various avenues, she might eventually uncover her location. As Su Yonghan was enjoying his meal, a glance exchanged with Yu Xiangxiao indicated the presence of another intrigue. Is there more to uncover? She inquired. Boss, once we finish our meal, please send me the addresses of the second son's company and his residences. Sure, but you'd better wish for the best, he replied, amused by their misfortune rather than his own. Yu Xiangxiao shot him a disapproving look, reminding him of his own pressing matters. Indeed, he still had to deal with the Cheng Xiangrong family, whose affairs remained unresolved. It was not that Su Yonghan was unwilling to settle matters. Rather, Cheng Xiangrong was no pushover. The company was merely facing operational challenges, not on the brink of collapse. He pondered what information the private investigator he had hired might have unearthed, hoping for a favorable outcome. At that moment, Su Qingyan sneezed and suddenly craved coffee, instructing his secretary to fetch some. When his secretary arrived at the pantry, she discovered a lack of water and contemplated sending someone upstairs to procure a cup for Su Qingyan. This task somehow landed in the hands of the new employee, Li Tingting. Me? She pointed at herself, bewildered. As a cleaning staff member, was she also expected to buy coffee? The fashionable woman beside her cast a disdainful glance and remarked, Is there anyone else here besides you? This isn't part of my duties. Believe it or not, I can report you, Li Tingting retorted, but her resolve weakened under the scrutiny. After beginning her employment at the Su household, she had resigned from her previous part-time jobs, only stepping in to cover for Aunt Shun, who had helped her family during her mother's hospitalization. If she were to jeopardize Aunt Shun's position, the latter would surely be furious. Resigned, Li Tingting quietly descended to purchase the coffee. Upon reaching the ground floor, she realized she had forgotten to inquire about the preferred flavor. The coffee shop's prices were steep, with even the simplest options costing between 20 to 30 yuan, while higher-end selections could exceed 50. These expenses would consume her daily budget. Reluctantly, she opted for the establishment's signature cheese latte. To her surprise, the usually empty elevator was crowded, and in her haste to board, she noticed an unoccupied lift nearby and dashed inside. Once inside, she froze. Old madam? Exclaimed. What a coincidence. She had merely intended to scout the area today, but unexpectedly encountered Li Tingting. Recognizing her, knew she had struck gold. A sly smile crept on her face as she remarked, Oh, it's you. Are you working part-time here? Li Tingting isa zux flusha. The Su family enforced strict rules against household staff taking outside jobs, as they expected their employees to devote their full attention to their duties, given the generous salaries. No, I'm just covering for someone for a few days, she quickly clarified, explaining her connection to Aunt Shun and her temporary replacement. She assured that her villa duties would not be neglected. Oh, so you're covering for someone? How serendipitous that you ended up at the second son's company. Mused, her gaze drifting to the coffee in Li Tingting's hand. Did the second son request this? I thought he preferred coconut lattes. Has he switched flavors? Perhaps when it comes to matters of the heart, tastes do change. Li Tingting felt awkward, unsure how to respond. The elevator soon reached their destination and urged her to personally deliver the coffee to Su Qingyan. Li Tingting protested, no, this isn't for him. It's for someone else. Yet, faced with enthusiasm, she found it difficult to refuse, reasoning that she could simply buy another cup later. Although the coffee was somewhat pricey, she could afford it, especially since Su Qingyan was her idol. Anticipating the moment she would see him, Li Tingting felt a flutter of sweetness in her heart. The secretary, recognizing, initially hesitated upon seeing a cleaning staff member accompany her, but upon realizing Li Tingting was following, she greeted them and allowed them entry. As they entered, Su Qingyan stiffened, his gaze snapping to the familiar figure. What brings you here? Although had previously voiced her grievances, it did not absolve him of his prejudices against her. He had merely hired a private investigator to gather evidence that she had not lied. Am I not allowed to come? Are you afraid I might discover some little vixen hiding here? Su Qingyan did not comprehend her implication, but upon spotting Li Tingting behind, he swiftly understood. So, this was the reason for her visit. The fleeting goodwill he had harbored towards evaporated, and his expression turned icy. What is the meaning of this? Sending a cleaning staff member to me? Do you think so little of me? Replied, well, I ran in her on my way. Since you seem to favor her, why not bring her closer? It's rather audacious of you to have her working as a cleaner. Are you worried she might gossip about your little secrets? Who favors her? Su Qian zito, visibility. Li Tingting stood in shock. He likes me? Could it be that Aunt Shun's absence was his doing? Her face flushed. If he truly liked her, why not simply say so instead of beating around the bush? She couldn't help but steal glances at him, feeling a surge of joy. Interjected, if you don't like her, why allow her into your company? She's covering for someone. And you do realize there are rules against household staff taking outside jobs? If the housekeeper finds out, she'll be dismissed. Isn't she the one you sent here? Su Qingyan accused, deflecting responsibility. Are you so afraid of me finding out? Chuckled, sensing the undercurrents of guilt, realizing the situation was amiss. Su Qingyan turned his scrutinizing gaze towards Li Tingting, now wary. This woman seemed to have ulterior motives, likely hoping to cultivate feelings with him after failing in her previous attempts with his family. Growing increasingly annoyed, Su Qingyan barked, get out. However, was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Su Qingyan's irritation only deepened as he wondered how Li Tingting had deduced his feelings for her. Ah well, it was merely a matter of time. His brother's confirmation of her intention sufficed. Why, then, did he have to be dragged into this? The more he observed Li Tingting, the less he liked her. Having come merely to observe, subtly encouraged them with a few remarks before graciously retreating from the office, allowing the young couple their space. As she stepped outside, she ensured to close the office door behind her, preventing any disturbances. Of course, she had not truly departed. Rather, she was merely indulging in the gossip outside. It was evident that Su Qingyan could continuously hear Ruan Yaoyao's voice even while within the confines of the office. The situation was quite amusing. She mused about whether they had shared a kiss in the newfound privacy. It was a pity, though, that someone was being obstinate and wouldn't let her observe. The live romantic drama was completely out of her reach. However, the unfolding narrative inside the room was entirely contrary to Ruan Yaoyao's assumptions. Su Qingyan wore a stern expression, interrogating Li Tingting about how she had managed to enter his company. Regardless of her intentions, he was resolute in ensuring her failure. Within moments, Li Tingting found herself in tears, exclaiming, Su Qingyan, you scoundrel! She hurled the coffee she held at him before fleeing, sobbing. The coffee was still quite hot, and although she had walked a fair distance, it had not cooled much. The scalding liquid splashed onto Su Qingyan, turning his face a shade of green. Fortunately, it had only hid his clothing. Had it been his face, the consequences would have been dire. He hurriedly stripped off his shirt and rushed to the inner room to rinse himself with cool water. As a startup, Su Qingyan often resided at the office, and he had even prepared a resting space complete with a bed and bathroom. Outside, Ruan Yaoyao was left bewildered as she witnessed Li Tingting emerge so quickly. Speculating on what had transpired. Could it be that they had quarreled? It made sense, considering Su Qingyin's proud demeanor. Despite her attempts to reveal their relationship, he stubbornly refused to acknowledge it, leaving Li Tingting understandably upset. If she were in Li Tingting's position, she would be equally infuriated. In Chapter 16, the intrigue surrounding Su Qingyin and his relationship deepened. What girl wouldn't feel disheartened if her boyfriend refused to acknowledge her? Ruan Yaoyao decided she needed to have a serious conversation with Su Qingyin. How had she raised him? Was this truly how one conducts a romantic relationship? However, upon entering the office, she found it devoid of Su Qingyin. Where could he be? It was only when the secretary informed her of an adjoining room that Ruan Yaoyao discovered the hidden door. As she stepped inside, the sound of running water reached her ears, causing her to feel a tad awkward. Although Su Qingyin had grown up under her watchful eye, he was now in his 20s. There was a certain decorum to maintain, especially since she was not his biological mother. Just then, Su Qingyin emerged from the bathroom, looking damp and preparing to call the secretary for some burn ointment. What happened to you? You weren't attempting to force someone, only to be rejected, were you? Ruan Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief, recognizing the audacity of the tyrannical CEO who had memorized half of the criminal law. Su Qingyan, VCVEDita, Zito. What nonsense are you imagining? I merely exposed her ulterior motives, which infuriated her, leading her to hurl the coffee she had just purchased at me. Look at the burn on my chest. Seeing the severity of the situation, Ruan Yaoyao quickly summoned Su Qingyin's secretary. Should we call the family doctor? No need for that. It's just a minor burn, and I wouldn't want to trouble anyone for such a trivial matter. Su Qingyin, however, was not as concerned. Ruan Yaoyao remained uneasy, asserting that such burns could be deceptive, appearing minor while potentially being severe beneath the surface. She insisted he continue rinsing the area with cool water and insisted on having the family doctor come to assess the situation. After all, her family operated a hospital. It would be unwise to skimp on medical care. Based on her experience, the ointment needed to be applied thickly to prevent it from drying out. So, as the wound dried, she reapplied the medication, waiting for the family doctor to arrive. Once the doctor had assessed the injury and prescribed some medication, Ruan Yaoyao felt some relief. Despite the burn not appearing serious, caution was warranted, especially with many family members to care for him. With a hint of regret, Ruan Yaoyao conceded, "All right, do as you wish." She had shown her concern, but if Su Qingyin chose to ignore it, there was little she could do. Upon arriving home, she found Yu Xiangxiao seated in the living room, accompanied by her parents. Although Ruan Yaoyao wasn't carrying anything, one need not have items in hand to signify a shopping trip. Perhaps they had simply been delivered to her home. The moment Yu Xiangxiao's parents spotted Ruan Yaoyao, their smiles faded. They were undoubtedly aware of the strained relationship between Ruan Yaoyao and Yu Xiangxiao, who would appreciate a mother-in-law who treated their daughter poorly. Ruan Yaoyao greeted them somewhat indifferently, mentioning her visit to Su Qingyin and excusing herself to the upstairs to watch television. Given the tension, she felt uncomfortable lingering with them. As her gaze slid over Yu Xiangxiao's parents, Ruan Yaoyao suddenly lost her desire to leave. What? A man who wears a green hat? Her eyes fixated on Yu Xiangxiao's father, Yu Xing, and she was taken aback. She never anticipated her future mother-in-law's father would harbor such a penchant. Oh dear, she thought. This revelation is rather significant. I wish to stay and see more. Her gaze then shifted to Yu Xiangxiao's mother, Zhong Wenmei. An anonymous mistress? How unfortunate. At least I had a name in the major works. Even the most dreadful mother-in-law has a name and a reputation. Ruan Yaoyao found herself reluctant to depart. And Yu Xiangxiao, equally startled, did not wish for her to leave. With her parents so harmonious, it seemed implausible that her father would stray. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding regarding her mother-in-law. This was becoming quite overwhelming for her. The living room also had a television. She could simply watch there. She was primarily curious about which enchantress had ensnared her father, and she would not rest until she uncovered the truth. Ruan Yaoyao feigned reluctance. Isn't this inappropriate? Wouldn't this affect you all? How could it affect us? We would love for Mom to sit with us for a chat, Yu Xiangxiao encouraged. Utterly oblivious to the fact that her parents were frozen in shock, unable to move. Yu Xing turned to Zhong Wenmei. Did I miss here? How could the in-laws' conversation be so peculiar? After Ruan Yaoyao sat down, she sought to fill the silence by recounting Su Qingyin's injury to Yu Xiangxiao. explaining that she had sent for the family doctor, who fortunately determined it was not serious. At this age, he should know better. He can't even take care of himself. Of course, she refrained from mentioning Li Tingting in front of her in-laws, wishing to preserve some semblance of dignity for Su Qingyan. Although she kept her lips sealed, her thoughts were far from kind. Indeed, how careless. He allowed his future wife to burn him. Thank goodness it was his chest and not elsewhere. Had he been injured there, how could he ever make his wife happy? As she continued to critique him internally, her gaze drifted toward Yu Xiangqiao's parents. Eagerly anticipating the moment she could uncover the truth behind the scandal. Ah, the man who wears the green hat. This father-in-law's taste is truly unique. I wonder if this was orchestrated by the mother-in-law, or if he has a mistress. If it was the mistress who put it on him, that would be intriguing. Zhong Wenmei instinctively glanced at Yu Xing, but Yu Xing showed no signs of guilt, believing Ruan Yaoyao must be delusional. Otherwise, how could she utter such absurdities? He was about to speak when Yu Xiangxiao interrupted him. Yu Xiangxiao had been paying close attention and quickly grabbed an apple, inserting it into her father's mouth. Dad, have an apple. You've talked so much just now that your mouth must be dry. It's better to say a few less words and eat more. Yu Xing was perplexed. What had he said? Hadn't it been the two of them, mother and daughter, who were conversing all along? However, noticing the persistent glances from Yu Xiangxiao and recalling her earlier instructions, Yu Xing complied and ceased his speech, biting into his apple. Zhong Wenmei also recalled her daughter's prior warning, which seemed to clarify why, upon their arrival, she had insisted that they must not reveal anything regardless of what they saw or heard. Thus, was the mother-in-law afflicted with some peculiar ailment? Zhong Wenmei thought little of it, merely assuming that Ruan Yaoyao was suffering from some strange malady of duality. Mom, you should eat too. Say a few less words. Yu Xiangqiao handed Zhong Wenmei another apple. Zhong Wenmei understood, realizing her daughter wished for them both to remain silent. In Chapter 17, Feigning a Stomachache, Ruan Yaoyao devised a tactic, gently touching Zhong Wenmei's hand. Mother-in-law, your ring is quite beautiful. Engrossed in her own thoughts, she suddenly stumbled upon a book titled The Fake Heiress Pet Plan. Regrettably, she did not catch a glimpse of her husband Yu Xing's predicament, but rather that of her eldest son Yu Yan. Is her eldest a scoundrel as well? Oh dear, yet another case of a fake heiress. Are such tales truly so popular these days? Is it that easy for the offspring of wealthy families to be swapped? Upon closer inspection, it turned out not to be a swap, but rather that Yu Yan had adopted the daughter of his first love. Oh, so she's a foster daughter. Yet this foster daughter is a master at fishing, leading Yu Yan's biological son to become a mere sycophant, ultimately resulting in a tragic demise caused by the foster daughter and another. This revelation was rather shocking, even leading to loss of life. Even more alarming was that Ruan Yaoyao encountered a familiar term, possession. Instinctively, she turned to Yu Xiangqiao. Another instance of possession? Goodness, Xiangqiao was nearly possessed, and this daughter-in-law was directly taken over. No wonder she dotes on the foster daughter over her own son. It turns out it was the first love's possession. Ruan Yaoyao was so taken aback that she momentarily forgot to speak, but the significance of possession weighed heavily on her mind. Yu Xiangqiao, trembling with fear, hastily redirected the conversation, claiming the ring was a gift from her father to her mother, something they had cherished for years. Everyone was preoccupied, failing to notice the awkwardness with which Yu Xiangqiao spoke as she gestured to her parents to remain silent. Yu Xing inquired, "What on earth?" Zhong Wenmei remarked, "Is the mother-in-law's illness rather severe? What does this all mean?" Just then, Su Yanghan entered, catching the mention of possession and misunderstanding, fearing that Yu Xiangqiao was about to be possessed again, nearly causing him to panic. "Xiangqiao, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" Ruan Yaoyao's focus shifted. "What's the matter, Xiangqiao? You aren't feeling unwell after giving birth, are you?" Yu Xiangqiao, with a pale face, gently shook her head. "Mom, I'm fine. It's just that my stomach hurts a bit." "Mom, why is Xiangqiao's stomach hurting? Is she all right?" Su Yanghan asked Ruan Yaoyao. "No, she hasn't mentioned any health issues. What is wrong with her? Was it not possession?" Su Yanghan pondered. "Is she experiencing stomach pains too?" Ruan Yaoyao expressed her confusion, greatly astonished. Yu Xiangqiao boldly instructed herself to pour a glass of water while seizing the moment to whisper into Su Yanghan's ear, "It's not me. It's my sister-in-law who has been possessed." Su Yanghan's pupils contracted as he recalled the affection shown to the adopted daughter by his brother-in-law's family. Was his world still normal? How had another case emerged? Recently, he had indulged in numerous fantasy and urban supernatural novels, and now it seemed his reality was perilously unsafe. Was it possible to report this to the authorities? Yet he feared that such matters would not fall under their jurisdiction. But if not theirs, then whose? Was there truly a supernatural division for such occurrences? The troubling fact was that despite his inquiries, he had not gleaned any insights. If he were merely an ordinary citizen, it would be one thing, but as the president of Sue Corporation, if he couldn't uncover the truth, that posed a significant issue. Was it genuinely non-existent? Or was his status insufficient? The water was soon poured, and Ruan Yaoyao handed it to Yu Xiangxiao, who apologized, her complexion waning as she requested Su Lianghan to entertain her parents, confessing that she lacked the energy to host them that day. Mom, you stay with me a while longer. Let Dad and Mom go. You need not worry. Ruan Yaoyao, not thinking much of it, obediently sat by Yu Xiangxiao's bedside, saying, Do you really not need to see a doctor? You shouldn't mimic your second sibling. Your family runs a hospital. It's no trouble at all. Mom, I understand. I know my body well enough. It's merely a cramp, and resting will suffice. Shall I help you massage it? The mother-in-law duo found a rare moment of harmony. Yu Xiangxiao realized that her mother-in-law was quite agreeable. As long as one had a bit of audacity and spoke a few kind words, the mother-in-law would relent. Meanwhile, Su Lianghan had descended to the lower floor. Yu Xing and Zhong Wenmei were perplexed, wondering why they were not permitted to go upstairs when their daughter was in such a state. Had it not been for the fact that it was their daughter speaking, they might have suspected that the in-laws had mistreated her. How is Xiangxiao? Is she all right? As soon as Su Lianghan appeared, Zhong Wenmei inquired. She is fine. She merely pretended to have a stomachache to divert your attention away from revealing anything. Why would she do that? What does it mean? Su Lianghan asked. Didn't you both hear what my mother said earlier? Yu Xing and Zhong Wenmei nodded. But wasn't it their mother who was ill? Su Lianghan clarified, No. My mother isn't ill. She possesses a peculiar ability akin to those found in novels, allowing her to foresee other situations. You must have noticed how she seemed to be acting out two personas, conversing with you while internally critiquing. They nodded once more. Zhong Wenmei queried, What kind of ailment is this? So strange. It's not an ailment. It's a gift. She critiques internally, but you didn't see my mother speak, did you? Su Lianghan explained, Xiangxiao and I have conducted small experiments. Currently, only the two of us, my second brother, and you can hear her. The other household members cannot. They are completely oblivious. After considerable explanation, Yu Xing and Zhong Wenmei finally grasped the situation. While they understood, fully comprehending it posed a challenge. Unable to comprehend, they resolved to remember it for future reference, prioritizing cooperation with their daughter and son-in-law to avoid any slip-ups that might reveal the truth to the mother-in-law. So, why can't the mother-in-law know? After Su Lianghan departed, Zhong Wenmei inquired of Yu Xing, who replied, If you ask me, who should I ask? Well, they had both forgotten to pose that question moments ago. Chapter 018. Dispersing the mother-in-law. Wait a moment. If Ruan Yaoyao's condition is not an illness, but rather a form of premonition, then what she just articulated about Zhong Wenmei's pupils widening as she gazed intently at her partner is quite alarming. You see, I have not been with Chun. I truly haven't touched him. Are you concealing someone from me? How could that be possible? Yu Xing was taken aback. Our relationship is so strong. Do you not know who I am? How could I engage in such actions? Then why would your mother-in-law say such a thing? What did she say? She claimed you were being cuckolded. Zhong Wenmei replied. Since this green hat is not from me, it must be from someone else. Who else could it be but a little vixen? You'd best come clean. I am wronged. Moreover, how do you know she wasn't referring to you? Before we were together, did you not have some kind of infatuation? Yu Xing, what do you mean by that? How dare you suspect me? Zhong Wenmei was furious. After marrying Yu Xing for so many years and managing the household diligently, was this truly how he viewed her? Her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Yu Xing quickly realized he had misspoken and hurriedly apologized, but unfortunately, Zhong Wenmei was too angry to listen. When Yu Xiangxiao received her elder brother's call, she was somewhat displeased. What could it be about? Is it not because of you and sister-in-law? What is wrong with my sister-in-law? Yu Xing retorted. We're doing just fine. Can you still claim that? After all these years, sister-in-law seems like a different person, and you say she is fine? Furthermore, you neglect your own biological son in favor of a stranger. Is that still acceptable? I think there might be something wrong with your head. Yu Yan, who was being scolded, was also displeased, feeling that Yu Xiangxiao had become irritable after having a child. She wants to have a daughter herself. But if he and his wife cannot have one, Can she not dote on a daughter? He hung up the phone with a decisive slap. After several attempts to get a response, Yu Yan's wife, Gong Minhui, observed his expression of confusion and inquired, "What is the matter? What has Xiang Xiao done to upset you?" Gong Minhui began to worry. Could it be that Xiang Xiao encountered some trouble and is feeling down? Even if she is upset, she should not behave like this. She reminded him that Xiang Xiao had just given birth and required the care and affection of family members. If things went awry, she might even experience postpartum depression. His demeanor would only exacerbate the situation. Are you suggesting that Xiang Xiao is suffering from postpartum depression? Shall we visit her tomorrow? I will accompany you. Meanwhile, Yu Xiang Xiao and Su Lianghan were contemplating how to invite them over. They dared not approach the Yu household, fearing that if there were any skilled practitioners present, they would be unwittingly delivering themselves into danger. It was far safer to invite the others to their territory. How about I say you are ill? Su Lianghan suggested. If I were ill, it would only be my parents coming to see me. Yu Xiangxiao disagreed. If I were sick, my sister-in-law might come, but my elder brother might not. Besides, they need to coordinate the timing to ensure that Ruan Yao Yao is present when they arrive. Mom, you haven't been going out lately, have you? Early in the morning, Ruan Yao Yao heard Yu Xiangxiao ask her this question. What is it? Well, Mother, I'm not feeling well. And if you're not going out much lately, I would like you to help take care of Ling Xian, if that is all right with you. In truth, she wished to keep Ruan Yao Yao occupied, preventing her from going out. Upon hearing that her daughter wanted her to take care of her precious granddaughter, Ruan Yao Yao was naturally delighted and readily agreed. Rest assured, aside from the time for nursing, I will take good care of little Ling Xian. You need not worry. Thank you so much, Mom. Yu Xiangxiao made a gesture of assurance to Su Lianghan. Just as they were preparing to call Yu Yin and his wife, they received a call from them, indicating that they wished to visit Yu Xiangxiao and their niece and had just arrived at the door. Yu Xiangxiao and Su Lianghan exchanged glances. It seemed fortune had smiled upon them. You greet them downstairs while I go upstairs to have Mom bring the baby down. They will surely meet. Su Lianghan nodded. Yes, I will find an opportunity to ensure that your sister-in-law and my mother meet. Why is that? Do you forget? When you were taken over, it was Mom who saved you. Perhaps she can also aid your sister-in-law. As for the other party not being able to hear Ruan Yao Yao's inner thoughts, Su Lianghan was not overly concerned. After all, when his wife had been taken over, the assailants had not heard anything either. Although he did not understand how the distinction between what could be heard and what could not was made, it appeared that those close to him were generally safe from such eavesdropping. Upon learning that Yu Xiangxiao's elder brother and sister-in-law were coming to visit her and her granddaughter, Ruan Yao Yao felt somewhat displeased, recalling the events of the previous day. Let them come to see you, but why must Ling Xian be brought down? Perhaps it is best not to take her? What if that malicious individual is present? If her granddaughter were to be taken down there, who knows what harm could befall her? The crux of the matter was whether they truly wished to see her daughter. The real issue was her desire for her mother-in-law to meet her elder brother and sister-in-law. Thus, Yu Xiangxiao could not possibly refuse, stating, My elder brother and sister-in-law have made a special trip. Their intentions are sincere, and how can I disregard that? My daughter must be brought down. Ruan Yao Yao became displeased, completely unwilling to part with her precious granddaughter, feeling that this couple might be a harbinger of misfortune, continually hindering her granddaughter's well-being. Were they intent on bringing her granddaughter to ruin? Yu Xiangxiao felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing her mother-in-law's internal complaints. She had no choice. She had always been close to her elder brother and could not ignore the danger they faced or the opportunity to assist one another. Mom, I beg you. I have never asked you for anything before, but I implore you this time. As for her parents, she could plead with them another time. Seeing her daughter-in-law so humble was a rare sight, causing Ruan Yao Yao to feel somewhat guilty. After all, it was merely a matter of letting them hold the baby for a moment, and since they were on their territory, she could keep a watchful eye. At worst, she would hold her granddaughter tightly, ensuring that no one could take her away. This is a one-time exception. It will not happen again, Ruan Yao Yao said sternly. Yes, Mom, you're truly wonderful. Yu Xiangxiao's face immediately lit up with joy, akin to a blooming flower. Chapter 019. If not for his provocation downstairs. Su Lianghan wore a polite smile as he engaged in pleasantries with Yu Yin and his wife in the living room. Upon seeing Ruan Yao Yao and his wife descend with the child, he felt a profound sense of relief and promptly stood to greet them. Yu Xiangxiao quickened her pace slightly, approaching her elder brother and sister-in-law with a smile. Yu Yin and his wife also greeted them, particularly Ruan Yao Yao, who was holding the baby. As the elder, she stood up to offer her respects. "Please take a seat." Ruan Yao Yao's expression bore little warmth, her demeanor cool, as if she were not entirely welcoming their presence. She sat at a distance from them, cradling her granddaughter, with no intention of bringing the child closer for them to see. She immediately discerned the essence of Ji Ing M Nu's being, which resembled a delicate white flower, yet bore no resemblance to Ji Ing M Nu herself, appearing rather unappealing. It was a pity for Ji Ing M Nu's true spirit, which, akin to her daughter-in-law's initial predicament, had shrunk to the size of a thumbelina, confined within the DWNG Ing, ensnared by a multitude of dark threads. In comparison to her daughter-in-law, who was merely bound at the limbs, Ji Ing M Nu's condition was far more dire, almost entirely cocooned, with only her head visible. Her eyes were tightly shut, her expression numb, seemingly resigned to her fate. Awaiting death. How pitiable. Turning her gaze to YYN, her disdain intensified. Had he not provoked the situation, Ji Ing M Nu would not be suffering thus. "I wonder if I could do anything?" Wai Xiankio's eyes suddenly brightened, promptly assuring herself, "Mother, you must have a way. Do your best." Exley Nghn noticed Wai Xiankio's agitation and swiftly grasped her hand, casting her a calming glance. "What? Old Madam X is ill? How come I have not heard?" ZHWNM, I glared at him. "Whether you have heard or not is irrelevant. Did you even listen to what I said?" He had indeed heard, feeling rather helpless. He had gone to visit his ailing sister, yet learned first of his mother-in-law's illness. Fearing his wife remained unaware, he had elaborated to Ji Ing M Nu. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Ing M Nu sat beside him, oblivious to the conversation, smiling and chatting amiably with Wai Xiankio, embodying the role of a good sister-in-law. Wai Xiankio, however, was somewhat dismissive, preoccupied with the pressing question of whether her mother-in-law could save her sister-in-law, for if not, trouble would certainly ensue. Among the 4 adults and 1 child, none focused on the discussion at hand. After observing the dark threads that had infiltrated her being for several days, she discerned nothing amiss. Hence, were those dark threads harmless? Ruin Y Oi O fixed her gaze upon the dark threads, mentally intoning, "Unravel, unravel." That sensation returned, her intent seemingly sprouting tendrils that gently brushed against the strands, causing them to stir slightly. Unlike her previous experience, she did not immediately locate the end. It resembled a tangled ball of yarn, requiring patience to untangle. Ruin Y Oi O lamented her lack of patience. Had she possessed it, she would have long achieved great success, rather than residing as a wealthy matron. Yet, this was a matter of life, distinct from other concerns. With empathy, Ruin Y Oi O glanced once more at Ji Ing M Nu's still spirit, quietly reminding herself to take her time, not to rush, as she would eventually unravel the tangle. Pulling at this and that, she only succeeded in tightening the knots. After considerable effort, she finally began to discern a pattern. Ruin Y Oi O exhaled in relief. At last, she found her way. With each tug, the dark threads binding Ji Ing M Nu began to loosen, and Ruin Y Oi O felt exhilarated, her energy surging as she continued to unravel. It was a delightful experience. As the strands loosened further, Ji Ing M Nu's spirit sensed it, instinctively struggling as her eyes fluttered open in confusion. Thus, one was tasked with unraveling while the other fought against her bonds, and soon the dark threads fell away from her essence, drifting gently toward Ruin Y Oi O. Having learned from her prior encounter, Ruin Y Oi O remained composed, watching as the threads entered her body. Simultaneously, Ji Ing M Nu seemed to regain awareness, lunging fiercely at the entity that had occupied her being, driven by years of torment, akin to a furious mother tiger. Unprepared, she was caught off guard by the true Ji Ing M Nu, letting out a pained cry. Her anguished expression startled YYN, who exclaimed, "My love, what has happened?" Before he could approach Ji Ing M Nu, Wai Xiankio seized him, while Exley NGH and moved to assist, pulling YYN back. "Do not go near. What are you doing? She is my wife." Wai Xiankio, enraged, retorted, "Nonsense." Your wife was on the brink of shouting that very phrase. The one to sever her ties was none other than Ji Ing M Nu, who collapsed to the ground. In her ears, Ruin Y Oi O's voice resonated. "Oh no, is she losing her spirit again? Evil begets evil. She asked for this. Why she Enki-O ceased to restrain her brother, instead assisting in making a call to swiftly transport her true sister-in-law to the hospital. This time, Ruin Y-O did not accompany them. Having saved the individual, she needed to tend to her precious granddaughter, and with no excitement to behold, she opted out. Why she Enki-O calculated the time for her daughter's feeding, taking Exli-NGHN to escort her brother and sister-in-law. While also relaying the truth, they had come to know. YYN appeared incredulous. How can this be possible? Are you both unwell? No, this matter is genuine. Both parents are aware. Otherwise, how could they have instructed you in that manner, urging you and your sister-in-law to make the trip? Did you truly think it was merely to check on me? Why she Enki-O, frustrated, insisted. They are counting on my mother-in-law to save you. If you doubt me, call our parents. Chapter 20. Who is that little lover? Coincidentally, YX, Ing, and ZH, Inc. WNM, I were also concerned about their son and daughter-in-law, calling to inquire. Upon answering, why she Enki-O informed them of her sister-in-law's rescue, urging them to confirm with her brother, who remained skeptical. YX, Ing, and ZH, WNM, initially dubious, found their disbelief untenable after this. Laughing, they remarked, Dad, Mom, have you also delved into web literature? Are you perplexed? Ha ha, this is all the realm of young girls. YX, Ing, and ZH, Ing, WNM, Therefore, this is all knowledge pertinent to the younger generation? What is web literature? It is simply online novels, akin to the books you used to read, now published online. This trend is quite popular. If a novel lacks some kind of golden finger, it hardly dares to show its face. After a lengthy explanation, YX, Ing, and ZH, Ing, WNM, harbored doubts, pondering whether some golden finger truly existed in this world. Perhaps concealed by Guji's father to prevent chaos. Reflecting on Ruin Y-O's abilities and the sentiments she had previously expressed, ZH, Ing, WNM, grew displeased, coldly interrogating YX, Ing as to the identity of his little lover. YX, Ing appeared helpless. How is she? Is your sister-in-law feeling better? After all, having saved her, Ruin Y-O inquired. She wished to know if why she Enki-O's brother felt no inkling regarding the replacement of his wife. The individual had regained consciousness but appeared somewhat disoriented. Is that so? Did the doctor mention any issues? Can such matters be scientifically explained? Why she Enki-O reported that the doctor could not provide clarity, suggesting it might be a sudden event requiring hospitalization for observation. You should go, especially since such events have transpired in your maternal family. None can predict their current circumstances lest they fall into harm's way. Although Ruan Yao Yao was uncertain of her own abilities, she could still perceive the labels hovering above others. In case of an unfavorable situation, she could always flee with her granddaughter, could she not? Upon hearing Ruan Yao Yao's agreement, Yu Xiangqiao let out a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the resolution of the elder sister-in-law's matter, she would not have dared to bring her mother-in-law back to her family home. Most importantly, who could fathom the current state of her family? Without allowing her mother-in-law a glimpse, her parents would remain uneasy, fearing the presence of unsavory characters. Su Lianhan also harbored concerns and accompanied them. Having given prior notice, apart from the eldest son and his wife at the hospital, Zhong Wenmei had informed several others, ensuring they would be home at the appointed time. Yet, despite countless reminders, the youngest daughter, Yu Tingrong, received a call just minutes before their arrival and made herself scarce. Upon discovering this, Zhong Wenmei was incensed and called her daughter. You have matters to attend to, but what could possibly be more important than your sister? Unfortunately, before Zhong Wenmei could finish, her daughter hung up, leaving her fuming. Yu Xingxing observed, I told you not to indulge her so much, but you didn't listen. Look at the result. She no longer heeds your words. Zhong Wenmei, already irate, became even more so. Am I the one who spoiled her? What about you? Her own father? Yu Xingxing retorted, fine, I will disable her card. Is that all you can do? If you spend a bit more time at home, will we be dealing with this situation? Yu Xingxing fell silent. Until the matter was clarified, everything he did would be deemed wrong. Despite their discord, Zhong Wenmei maintained a polite smile towards Yu Xingxing, though the warmth was absent. Upon entering, she noticed the absence of the eldest grandchild. Although she had instructed everyone to be present, she refrained from calling him out, fearing it might frighten her precious grandson. Not only did he not appear, but the troublemaker her son had adopted also remained hidden. Alas, her beloved grandson had been brainwashed and was particularly fond of that troublemaker. to keep her grandson close. She had to include the troublemaker as well. Where's the third one? Hurry and call him down. His sister and brother-in-law have arrived. In the blink of an eye, the third child, Yu Hong, also vanished. Zhong Wenmei grew anxious, wondering if he had fled like her youngest daughter. These troublesome children, always around when there was nothing happening, yet vanished when matters arose. Just as she voiced her thoughts, she heard Yu Heng's voice, "Mom, quick, look who has come." Then she saw Yu Hong leading someone inside. "Oh, is that not my goddaughter Fang Qixio?" The moment Zhong Wenmei laid eyes on her, a smile illuminated her face. "Xinran, you are here. Why did you bring anything? You could have come empty-handed. You truly lack understanding." Fang Xinran, naturally, noticed the guests at the Yu household. Her gaze briefly flickered over Yu Xiangxiao, a tinge of resentment stirring within her heart, though it did not manifest on her face. Instead, she greeted Zhong Wenmei with a radiant smile. "How could I come empty-handed? I'm not alone. I must bring something. A small token of appreciation, especially when visiting my godfather and godmother." "You are not alone? Your parents are here as well?" "Yes, they're just behind." Their affectionate demeanor suggested a bond akin to that of biological family. Ruan Yaoyao thought she had seen this girl before, but never had she perceived her as clearly as now. For above her head, it was boldly inscribed that she fancied herself a rival in love. Could it be that she is akin to the one who covets another's nest? Ruan Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this revelation is rather substantial. She had only known of the Ruan family's secrets, but had not anticipated them to be so intriguing. Glancing at Fang Xinran, then at Yu Xingxing, and finally at Zhong Wenmei, she internally criticized, "What on earth is this unparalleled folly? The illegitimate daughter of my husband is actually calling me godmother and being treated like a biological daughter?" Zhong Wenmei's movements froze. Who is my husband's illegitimate daughter? Fang Xinran. Yu Xingxing's pupils widened in shock. That was an accident, merely a coincidence. Most importantly, I feel immense guilt for secretly compensating her, for raising her children, and for supporting an entire family. This is truly complicated. Ruan Yaoyao found herself at a loss, unsure whether to sympathize with Zhong Wenmei or with Yu Xingxing. "What? She's not my flesh and blood." Yu Xingxing bit his tongue. How could this be? He had undergone a paternity test. The third child, Yu Hong, stood in bewilderment, but before he could utter a word, his sister, Yu Xiangxiao, called him over, stating that her husband needed him. "Can't this wait a moment? If I tell you to go, then go. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Yu Xiangxiao, filled with trepidation, dared not let her loud brother linger, fearing he might frighten their mother-in-law. Fortunately, Yu Hong was oblivious. Otherwise, he would surely question his sister. Who is scaring whom? Casting a reluctant glance at Fang Qixio, Yu Hong obediently followed his brother-in-law. He had no choice. His parents favored their daughter more, and he feared his sister would report him, resulting in a loss of his allowance. Just as Yu Hong was led away by Yu Xiangxiao, Fang Xinran's parents entered. Her mother, Gec, donned a gracefully tailored qipao, complemented by a white knitted cardigan, exuding both elegance and beauty, making it difficult to believe she was nearing 50. Upon spotting Zhong Wenmei, she sighed with mock lament. "Xinran, why did you rush off so quickly? Who is truly your mother, compared to your godmother? I seem to pale in comparison. It appears I've raised a daughter for naught." "Mom," Fang Xinran pouted, reaching for Zhong Wenmei's arm. What was wrong with being close to her godmother? Her godmother treated her well. Why should she not be affectionate with her? The last time she asked for a beautiful new dress, her mother refused to buy it. Under normal circumstances, Zhong Wenmei would have felt guilty for encroaching upon another's daughter, promptly responding, "Oh dear, how could you speak to your mother that way? Your mother loves you dearly. What dress? How can you say such things about your mother?" Then she would wave her hand, insisting on purchasing it for her goddaughter to prevent her from being upset with her biological mother. However, this time, her body stiffened, and she could not respond, merely wishing to withdraw her arm. Oh my heavens! How many years have they deceived the in-laws, deceiving the man into believing she bore his child, while convincing the woman she was her close friend, ensnaring both into a web of lies. It is no wonder she could have him support her husband and raise her children. Ruan Yaoyao's gaze fell upon Gec, continuing her internal monologue. So she intended to seduce Yu Xingxing, but when that failed, she staged a drunken act, leading him to believe he had acted indiscreetly and attributing the child to him. Initially thinking she could elevate her status as a mother, she was disappointed upon giving birth to a daughter. Upon realizing Yu Xingxing's reluctance to take responsibility, She settled for the role of mistress, willing to bear Yu Xingxing's child and marry another. A false marriage. Zhong Wenmei's arm remained unyielding, her gaze fixed on GEC, her expression one of disbelief. She had genuinely considered GEC her close friend, fully aware that the latter's husband had once been her own husband's subordinate, working in security. She had even feared for GEC's business and encouraged her husband to extend more support, frequently inviting her daughter to visit. To her astonishment, it turned out that the individual was not interested in her at all, but rather in her husband. Oh, she had forgotten that she had initially met JYS through her husband. WNMI? What S wrong? Do I look that surprised? GYS, bewildered by the unfolding drama, touched her face, fearing her makeup had smudged. You dare ask me what S wrong? You shameless woman. In a fit of rage, ZHing I slapped JYS across the face. After spending hundreds of thousands on her skincare, JYS nearly lost her mind, shrieking as she recoiled, hastily checking her face to ensure it remained unmarred. ZHWNMI, are you out of your mind? Am I out of my mind? If I were, would I consider a person like you a close friend? You want to steal my husband, don't you? ZHWNM, I was itching to pounce on her rival. They had known each other for over 20 years, and she had always regarded JYS as her dearest friend. Was this how she treated her? YX was taken aback and swiftly intervened. WNMI. Calm down. Calm down. How can I calm down when I want to kill you? The moment she saw YX blocking her, WNMI's anger surged, and she swung her arm towards him, striking him several times on the back. JYS, ever perceptive, recognized the situation and would not remain a passive observer. Although she was unclear about how ZHWNM I had discovered her connection with YX, she had waited for this moment for years. Thus, a look of concern and guilt washed over her face. WNMI, what are you doing? Calm down. Why take it out on YX? Yes, I know my relationship with him is a betrayal to you, but I swear I never intended to usurp your place. I merely entertained inappropriate feelings. We have coexisted peacefully for so many years, and the children have grown so much. Why stir up trouble now? YX, exasperated, snapped at JYS. Don't complicate matters. I have nothing to do with you. FXNRN, unwilling to be silent, retorted. What do you mean you have nothing to do with her? She is my mother, and I am your daughter. How can you turn your back on us? If your godmother is unaware, that's one thing, but since she knows now, we must clarify this matter. We will address it as it should be. Are they really fighting? When did the mother-in-law find out? No wonder there have been conflicts lately. It turns out the mother-in-law was informed. Ruin was surprised to witness the scene unfold, quickly stepping back with her granddaughter to avoid collateral damage. Nothing beats a live version of the drama. This is far more entertaining. Standing nearby, Shi Enkyo, who was trying to mediate with YH, exclaimed, "What on earth has caused this fight?" Exley NGH glanced at her and replied, "I'll handle this according to our plan." Yonsen Oagadev, caught off guard and bound by bodyguards. YH raised his hand in a plea. "Wait, brother-in-law, save me. I believe. Chapter 022. The live drama, however. It was unfortunate that neither Exley NGHN nor even his own sister, Yshiankyo, believed him. Poor YH was left behind. Upon reaching the living room and confirming that Ru-In Y-Oi-O was safely holding the child at a distance, Exley NGH breathed a sigh of relief. Although he intended to manage the affairs of the Yu family, he hoped to shield his mother from any harm. "Mom, please take Elm Xuen aside to rest. Don't get involved in this." Ru-In Y-Oi-O was engrossed in the unfolding drama and was reluctant to move, saying, "It's fine. I'll just stand back a bit. Your mother discovered that your father was having an affair with her best friend, and the child is already grown. Be cautious." To ensure Exley NGH grasped the gravity of the situation, she quickly summarized. "But Mom, that child isn't my father's. Why didn't you mention that?" Fortunately, the bodyguards swiftly separated the two feuding women. YX stood between them, directly receiving several scratches from Zich and WNMI, while JYS claimed she was rescuing him, but in reality, she was using him as a shield while she stoked the flames. X and Zayu, also taking sides, angrily questioned YX why he hadn't cleared his name. She too was his daughter. Why should she be treated as an illegitimate child and forced to call someone else dad? Ru-In Y-Oi-O interjected, "You were never his biological child. What is the issue with calling your real father dad?" Precisely. Yxing retorted, that is your biological father. Do you wish to deny me? I have a paternity test to prove it. However, effing X and R in misunderstood and immediately pulled out her phone, showing the long-saved paternity test photo to Yxing, demanding that he see for himself. It clearly stated their biological relationship. ZHWNM, I also leaned in for a glance. Of course, your mother used your biological father's blood for the test. It must be accurate. Your biological father is aware of this matter. It was he who initiated the test. It's a pity Ying has been raising someone else's child all this time without any knowledge, completely in the dark. This is false. That is a paternity test between you and your biological father, not mine. Ying angrily pointed at Ru, demanding he stand up as a man and confirm whether he had indeed arranged for the paternity test, whether he had switched the blood for it. Oh, so you knew all along. Then why have you been deceived for so many years? Could it be that it was just recently discovered? Ruin Oi felt no sympathy, questioning how it was possible that after all these years, his wife could uncover the truth so easily. Had it not been for WNM discovering the serious implications, this matter might have remained unresolved. Indeed, if he had kept everything concealed, would we be facing such a mess now? Ying, looking wronged, thought he had merely heard someone's innermost thoughts. How could he have known that Fqru, such an honest man, would deceive him? Stammered for a while without delivering a coherent sentence. His demeanor was infuriating to Ying, who felt an overwhelming urge to skin him alive. After all he had done for him, including opening a company, this was how he repaid him? Xnr chimed in. He is your subordinate, of course. He will heed your commands. Not entirely. Your father isn't that honest. For example, besides you, he has another son in middle school and a daughter in elementary school. In other words, your father has a secret family, and you and your mother were simply unaware. This must be the consequence of a love triangle. Karma. Ying quickly retorted, do you think your biological father is a good man? He has been seeing someone else for years. His son is already in middle school, and his daughter is younger than you, still in elementary school. You knew this. What has he been doing all these years? Erewene Yoyo questioned, though she did not dwell on it, quietly enjoying the unfolding drama. Impossible. Xnr vehemently denied it, insisting that sh was too honest a man to partake in such actions. If it were possible, I would gladly claim to be his daughter. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saddled with a scoundrel like you who refuses to acknowledge his own flesh and blood. Ruin Oyo inhaled deeply. That was quite harsh. Referring to him as a scoundrel? Yet, your biological father is indeed undeserving. He is truly a despicable individual. He is fully aware that your mother deceived you, Xing. Yet he collaborates in the deceit while simultaneously harboring disdain for your mother, suspecting that she might have been intimate with you, Xing, long before, deeming her unworthy, while he himself seeks solace in the arms of another. Were it not for your mother's capabilities in procuring wealth from you, Xing, he would have cast her aside long ago to be with his true love. Indeed, it is true. The woman outside bore him a son. Thus she is the one he truly cherishes. Yu Xing, noticing that Ruan Yao did not express any doubt, boldly conveyed her innermost thoughts. What do you think? If your biological father were an honest man, could I have been deceived by him and your mother? He knows full well you are his flesh and blood. Yet he plays along with your mother in misleading you into believing you are my child, fostering distance between you two. Do you think he's a good person? I have hired a private investigator, and it is clear that the woman outside is his true affection. She is merely waiting for you to cause a ruckus at our home, so he can usher her in to claim his fortune. What he desires is a son. Not you. You have always been the sacrificial pawn. Did you not notice? You have been making quite a commotion here, yet your biological parents have remained utterly indifferent. If they truly cared for you, why would they allow you to be at the forefront? What was even more unexpected was that Yu Xiangxiao emerged from nowhere, coldly tossing a report onto the table, suggesting that a paternity test would clarify the truth. Apologies, but she and her father had already sensed something amiss and had conducted another paternity test. Fang Xinran gazed at the report in disbelief. Impossible. This must be a forgery. You are deceiving me. Is it truly a forgery? Upon hearing this voice, Yu Xiangxiao's heart sank, fearing that Ruan Yao had seen through her. Just then, Ruan Yao remarked, "Oh, so it was Xiangxiao who had someone forge it. Quite swift, I must say. It was done in just a few hours. Impressive. Your mind works quickly. Yet how could you have been so obtuse regarding the granddaughter affair? Conflicted and displeased. She felt it was inexcusable that you, Xiangxiao, showed such concern for her maternal family while neglecting her own biological daughter. Yu Xiangxiao's mouth twitched, on the verge of tears. No, Mom, I genuinely did not know. I merely heard your thoughts and added my own little performance. Su Lianghan approached her, grasping her hand and offering a reassuring glance. Do not fear. I am here. The matter concerning their daughter was not solely her burden. He shared that responsibility. Fang Xinran could no longer deny it. With Yu Xing and Yu Xiangxiao embroiled in private investigations and paternity tests, it became increasingly difficult for her to maintain her stance. The beliefs she had held for over 20 years were crumbling. Dad, Mom, you have deceived me. In Chapter 023, the authenticity of the paternity test remained in question. Fang Chirue maintained his usual demeanor, stuttering and unable to articulate his thoughts, but GEC was entirely different. She stubbornly refused to acknowledge the truth. Wasn't this your intention all along? Disdainful of Fang Chirue's modest security firm, thinking that if Yu Xing granted your daughter a modest share, both you and your daughter will be set for life. In an instant, Yu Xiangxiao regained her confidence, coldly retorting, Is this not exactly your plan? Even if my father favors sons over daughters, he would still ensure that both I and the younger siblings receive a share. That meager share would suffice for you and Fang Xinxiu to live comfortably for the rest of your lives. You are not a fool. Fortunately, she bore a daughter. Had she given birth to a son, would she not have sought to have her compete with my brother for a position in the family business? That was merely your father's excessive caution. GEC couldn't gain any advantage. Had she succeeded, you might have found yourself with several additional siblings. GEC is indeed ruthless. Having terminated several pregnancies while pretending to be deeply devoted to your father, claiming he is her only man. Fortunately, your father learned from his previous mistakes. Not only her, but he is wary of all other women, ensuring that none can gain his favor. Upon hearing this, Yu Xing straightened his back considerably. From now on, he would remain vigilant, allowing no woman other than his wife and children to approach him. He turned to Zhong Wenmei, seeking her approval. Her anger stemmed not from this, but from the fact that Yu Xing had concealed the truth from her. Zhong Wenmei glared at Yu Xing. You better be honest with me. Yu Xing's previously straightened back sagged once more. Alas, his wife's anger had yet to dissipate, and he found it quite challenging. Ruan Yaoyao could no longer glean any insights from the unfolding drama. The family of three departed, leaving her feeling like an outsider. Although she was curious to witness the spectacle, they were relatives, and she felt it prudent to maintain her distance. Ruan Yaoyao reminded Yu Xiangxiao not to miss her granddaughter's feeding time. Otherwise, she would have to resort to formula. Indeed, a daughter is the Achilles heel of a mother-in-law. If she does not secure this vulnerability, how will she ever cling to her mother-in-law's affections? Once formula is introduced, does her importance as a mother not diminish? Thus, she must persist in breastfeeding, nurturing her intimate bond with her daughter. There were still unresolved issues, such as the matter of the bound and silenced younger uncle, and how they could address Fang Xinran, who remained innocent in this affair. She had thought her brother had absorbed enough information to understand something. Yet all he seemed to grasp was this. Did he not realize that their father and mother had been manipulated? As a child, how could she be to blame? Furthermore, had not Uncle Fang and Aunt Fang continuously misled her into believing she was her father's biological child? Yu Hong felt a sense of relief that he was not actually blood-related. Had he been, it would have complicated matters further. He wished to dash out and tell Fang Xinxiu, do not fear. Even if you cannot be your father's biological daughter, you can still be his daughter-in-law. After all, she could still call him dad. Thankfully, Ruan Yaoyao was not present. Otherwise, hearing her thoughts would surely infuriate everyone. At this moment, Yu Xiangxiao was livid. She realized that no matter how she explained the situation to Yu Hong, it would never be understood. There was no choice but to set this matter aside. They had been schemed against by Fang Xinxiu's family for so many years, and it could not simply be overlooked. Although the paternity test she presented was a forgery, a legitimate one must still be procured, regardless of its legal standing. It would at least demonstrate that Fang Xinxiu had no connection to their family. In the meantime, Yu Hong had not spoken much before Yu Xiangxiao silenced him again. She simply could not bear to hear his nonsensical ramblings. After all, the family business was now under the management of the eldest brother. Additionally, younger sister Yu Tingrong was not at home and remained unaware. She needed to be informed. What? The paternity test was a forgery? When Fang Xinxiu learned this from Yu Hong, she was utterly astounded. Your sister is too much. How could she do such a thing? Is she truly so afraid of me entering the Yu family to seize her possessions? No, you misunderstand. Yu Hong quickly clarified. The paternity test is indeed false, but your relationship with your father is genuine. I am not deceiving you. My sister's intention is to find a real test to replace the fake one. Before Yu Hong could finish, Fang Xinxiu was already disinterested. She only understood that the paternity test Yu Xiangxiao presented was a forgery, which meant that she and Yu Xing were indeed father and daughter. She had been deceived by Yu Xiangxiao. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Casting aside those words, she departed with her bag in hand. Yu Hong, feeling anxious, exclaimed, Hey, you've just arrived, and you haven't even sipped your coffee yet. With a sense of disappointment, Yu Hong extracted a red rose from beneath his coat on the sofa, having intended to confess his feelings to her today. Meanwhile, the Yu Corporation issued an announcement on their official WeChat account, declaring the termination of all collaborations with the Fang Security Company. The employees of Fang Security Company were taken aback by the news, as a significant portion of their revenue relied on the Yu Corporation. The cessation of this partnership would deal a severe blow to their company. The secretary hurriedly contacted Fang Chirue, urging him to devise a solution. Upon hanging up the phone, Fang Chirue found his mood extremely dismal. Although he had anticipated that the Yu family would sever their financial ties upon learning the truth, he was unprepared for Yu Xing's ruthless and swift action. Despite Fang Xinxiu not being Yu Xing's biological daughter, he and GEC had been loyal to Yu Xing for many years, even sending their daughter to please them. They deserved at least some recognition for their efforts. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Noticing Fang Chue's troubled demeanor, his mistress refrained from disturbing him and went to answer the door. To her astonishment, she found herself face to face with her sister. Sister? GEC's expression turned icy upon seeing Fang Chirue in the living room, and she swiftly delivered a slap. The young woman, holding her cheek, teared up. Sister, why did you hit me? You seduced my husband. How can I not retaliate? But weren't you in a fake marriage? Fang Chirue had informed me that you were merely his boss's mistress, and since his wife was inconveniently situated, he entered into a sham marriage with you. At this point, Fang Chirue noticed the commotion and, displeased, inquired, What are you doing here? What am I doing? I'm here to catch you in the act. GEC sneered, pushing the woman aside and leisurely strolling into the house, observing her surroundings. Had I not come, how would I have known that your nest was decorated so warmly? Oh look, there's even a wedding photo. Indeed, hanging on the wall behind the sofa was a large wedding portrait of a couple radiating happiness, making it easy for outsiders to presume they were husband and wife. GEC confronted Fang Chirue, questioning his audacity, as if he had forgotten who he was. Without her support, would he have achieved his current status? He had the audacity to keep a mistress. What was most infuriating was that Yu Xing's claims were indeed true. Not only was he keeping a mistress, but he also had a son and a daughter with her, creating the illusion of a genuine family of four. What was she to him? She had been married to Fang Chirue for many years, bore him a daughter, and stood by him through thick and thin. How did he regard her? The typically compliant Fang Chirue could no longer endure and retorted, What do you think of me? What do you consider me? You approached me initially to get close to Yu Xing, to climb in his bed, didn't you? You even borrowed my jeans. Allowing our daughter to acknowledge a thief as her father, while I languished in the role of a cuckold. GEC, incensed, responded, If you had the capability, would I have needed our daughter to recognize someone else as her father? It's merely that you lack such ability. Furthermore, did you not agree to this plan back then? If it weren't for this scheme, would Yu Xing have opened a company for you, granting you such benefits? Thus, I collected evidence and provided it to GEC. Yu Xiangxiao, while shelling sunflower seeds, remarked to Ruan Yaoyao, Let us see how she remains smug. Isn't she always plotting against my parents, hoping to become a wealthy lady? I'll show her that after all her scheming, she has ultimately ended up with nothing. No matter how well she plots, it will still fall into someone else's hands. Ruan Yaoyao shared her curiosity, lamenting that she wasn't present at the scene. Otherwise, they would have relished the unfolding drama. They both regarded the situation with disdain, believing that such women who covet others' husbands deserved each other. Ruan Yaoyao reflected on her past misfortunes with Su Xiaoxiao, a scoundrel, but acknowledged that some women willingly presented themselves, and thus they deserved their fates. However, her mother-in-law was different. She had married for true love. If that woman succeeded in her schemes, regardless of intention, it would be quite distasteful. Has your father not yet appeased your mother? Yu Xiangxiao shook her head, stating, it's not so easy to placate her. My father simply doesn't understand why my mother is upset. Her mother's ire did not stem from her father being deceived. After all, everyone makes mistakes in life. Rather, her mother was furious that such a significant event transpired, and her father had concealed it from her for so many years. Had it not been for her mother's discovery, her father might have continued to hide the truth for a lifetime. Ruan Yao Yao, with a look of disbelief, remarked, if it were up to me, your father deserves it. You should have considered that if your mother hadn't uncovered this and insisted on investigating thoroughly, your father, with his disposition, would likely end up supporting someone else's children for life. Yu Xiangxiao agreed wholeheartedly. Had they not been able to hear their mother-in-law's innermost thoughts, this matter would have remained unresolved. After shelling most of the sunflower seeds, Yu Xiangxiao pushed the remnants toward Ruan Yao Yao. Ruan Yao Yao accepted the gesture, nudging an empty dish toward Yu Xiangxiao for her to continue while she indulged in the freshly filled bowl. Although unclear as to why her daughter-in-law was suddenly trying to please her, Ruan Yao Yao decided to relish the moment, thinking that if one day she changed her mind, the opportunity might be lost. As the two engaged in light conversation, Ruan Yao Yao received a text message and glanced down. It was a notification regarding a payment for an item she had ordered online. After a brief look, she dismissed it, only for a news headline to catch her attention. Xiangxiao, come see this. Yu Xiangxiao leaned in. Shocking. Yu family's daughter exposes her father for abandoning his biological daughter. Yu Corporation's CEO neglects his own daughter, revealing a preference for sons over daughters. Unbelievable that the CEO of Yu Corporation is such a person. Scanning through the sensational titles, Ruan Yao Yao noted their clickbait nature, finding them quite captivating. However, she was puzzled as to why such news about the Yu family suddenly surfaced, especially since Yu Xiangxiao seemed to have a good relationship with her parents, and her sister Yu Tingrong did not appear to be in the same predicament. They both simultaneously thought of one person and clicked to investigate further. Indeed, the Yu family's daughter in question was none other than Fang Xinxiu. With an audacity that bewildered them, she had participated in a live stream with a popular influencer, tearfully revealing that she was Yu Xing's biological daughter, claiming to possess a paternity test as proof, yet Yu Xing refused to acknowledge her. She demanded to know why, as Yu Xing's biological daughter, he would not recognize her. How dare she? Yu Xiangxiao exclaimed in anger, ready to unleash her fury. Fang Xinxiu has latched onto our family, claiming she is not even my father's flesh and blood. That paternity test is false. Yu Yin, feeling overwhelmed, expressed that he had just seen the news and was currently in a meeting to address the situation. Relieved to hear her brother was handling it, Yu Xiangxiao still chided him, pointing out that such a significant oversight, even if clarified later, would undoubtedly impact the company's stock. As Yu Xiangxiao had anticipated, on the day the story trended, Yu Corporation's stock plummeted by 10%, alarming the shareholders. Fortunately, they managed to procure a paternity test proving that Fang Xinxiu was not Yu Xing's daughter, but rather Fang Churei's biological child. Yu Xing's wife also came forward to testify, claiming that she had been misguided, mistaking a wolf for a close friend, and even acknowledged her friend's daughter as her goddaughter, inadvertently fostering the latter's ambition. Subsequently, they presented evidence that Fang Xinxiu had been fraudulently parading as a scion of the Yu family, deceiving individuals out of 50 million in investments. They have already reached out to the affected parties to clarify the situation and have filed a report with the relevant authorities. The Yu Group has also publicized this series of actions on their official account, accompanied by a lawyer's letter, indicating their serious stance on the matter. Chapter 25. Abandonment Trends on Social Media. A crowd of uninformed bystanders stood in astonishment. Is this true? Why are there two versions of the paternity test? Which one is authentic? A netizen commented below. Isn't this obvious? The tricks of the wealthy. Who doesn't know? Wait, isn't someone married? Is this infidelity? Isn't it unusual? Wasn't it said that wealthy men turn wicked? Have you forgotten the ex-family next door? Old ex-S scandals were all over the headlines back then. Wasn't this individual considered a breath of fresh air with a good relationship with his wife? Just a performance. Others went to ask Ruan Yao Yao whether it was true, questioning if all men in their circle were not good people, that the world is full of black crows. Ruan Yaoyao replied, "She is merely a bystander. Why is anyone asking her? From your words, it seems something is amiss. If someone is truly so virtuous, how can an abandoned daughter suddenly appear? Have you seen the trending topic? That person is standing there. Surely they cannot be a fabrication? Why are there so many paternity tests? Which one is legitimate? Let the dust settle before making any comments on this matter." While Ruan Yaoyao was preoccupied with the drama surrounding the Yu family, she did not forget to pay a timely visit to the second son, XCH Ingyen. The story of XCH Ingyen and LTNGT Ing was even more intriguing, as it seemed he encountered her no matter what he did. "Why did you bring him here?" When Ruan Yaoyao spotted Yu family's third son, Yu Hing, at home, she cast a bewildered glance at Yu Xiangxiao. "This guy is no good. The proverbial backup. This is something I'd only read about in novels. I never imagined I would witness it in real life. What being a backup? I am quite content to be a backup." Yu Hing huffed. "Do you think I want to be here?" Yu Xiangxiao forced a smile. Glaring at Yu Hing in frustration, "Mother, you are unaware of his misdeeds. How could you tell Fang Xinxiu that the paternity test I presented is false? Had I not wished to see what he was up to behind my back, I wouldn't have dared to take that risk and bring him before Mother." "Wait, backup? What backup? My brother is someone else's backup." Yu Xiangxiao turned to Yu Hing, unable to fathom how this reckless second-generation heir could possess the potential to be a backup. Yu Hing muttered, "I did not say anything wrong. The paternity test you provided is indeed false. It was merely a misunderstanding on Xinxiu's part. She thought I was saying that the paternity test you presented was false, and she left without listening to my explanation. She only wished to hear what she wanted, didn't she?" Ruan Yaoyao expressed sympathy for Yu Hing. She wants to seize his father's wealth, while he turns a blind eye, hoping to remain as a fish in her pond. In the end, he is left with nothing. How tragic. Wait a moment. Who wants to seize his father's wealth? Mother could not possibly mean Yu Xiangxiao. Yu Xiangxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You cannot be implying that you are fond of that wretched Fang Xinxiu." "Sister, how can you speak so harshly?" Yu Hing exclaimed. "What he said was incorrect. Fang Xinxiu misunderstood. How can you curse him?" "I curse. I am furious. I, Yu Xiangxiao, not only want to curse, but also to strike." She lunged forward, seizing Yu Hing's shirt and swinging at his head. "You foolish thing. You dare to have feelings for Fang Xinxiu? I will beat you to death, you brainless fool." "Sister, what are you doing?" "I'll help. Brother-in-law, come quickly. My sister wants to kill me." "Brother-in-law, you promised to protect me. You wouldn't let her harm me." Exley Ngh was taken aback, but felt that if Yu Hing truly had such feelings, he deserved a beating. Why choose that woman? Is he not a sound mind? No one present felt any sympathy for him. Ruan Yaoyao found the situation amusing. Such foolishness deserved punishment. Why not admire a good person? Instead of falling for a wretched individual, this fish is quite loyal. I wonder how he would react if he knew that besides him, several of his close friends have also been involved with Fang Xinxiu, some even having been intimate with her. Yu Hing glared at Ruan Yaoyao, clutching his head. "If you're going to fabricate stories, at least make them believable. How could someone as virtuous as Fang Xinxiu sleep around?" "Oh, is that so?" Ruan Yaoyao flipped through her thoughts, suddenly enlightened. "I knew it. Who could see through Fang Xinxiu's true nature and not allow her to exploit them? It turns out to be Lux Ngyen. But of course, Lux Ngyen is known to be a playboy. The women he has been with could fill a street. How could he not see Fang Xinxiu's true nature? Only Yu Hing, this foolish boy, is oblivious. He believes Lux Ngyen harbors feelings for Fang Xinzen, but was rebuffed, causing a rift between them. He doesn't consider Lux Ngyen's character. Does he seem like the type to engage in such actions? He is hardly in need of women, or he wouldn't carry the title of playboy. Lux Ngyen? Yu Hing was momentarily stunned. How long had it been since he had heard that name? Once, he and Lux Ngyen were the best of friends, inseparable from kindergarten through university. However, one day, Fang Xinxiu was in tears, and when he asked her what was wrong, she hesitated before mentioning Lux Ngyen. What about Lux Ngyen? He had not even finished speaking when Fang Xinxiu began to cry again. "What happened? Please do not cry. Why are you asking me what happened? He is your good friend. How should I respond? With his reputation, what good could he possibly do? Do you know how significant this is for a girl? Did he bully you?" Yu Hing expressed disbelief. As if struck by his words, Fang Xinxiu's crying intensified. Yu Ching, in a fit of anger, confronted Lux Engdian, demanding to know how he could treat Fang Xinxiu that way, and threw a punch at him. The two engaged in a fight. Lux Engdian questioned whether it was worth it for a woman. Yu Ching replied, "It is worth it. Do you know the true nature of that woman?" Lux Engdian retorted, "I do know, but no matter who she is in my heart, she remains the best woman in the world." Thus, they parted ways and never met again. Even his family was aware of their falling out, but remained ignorant of the reasons. His sister married into the Yu family. So how could Ruan Yaoyao know about this person? Chapter 26. How could I have such a foolish brother? How do you know about him? Who told you? Yu Heng cast a doubtful glance towards Yu Xiangxiao. Yu Xiangxiao, startled, quickly reacted and exclaimed in a desperate attempt to remedy the situation. How could I possibly know? It's common knowledge that you had a falling out with Fang Xinxiu and Lu Xingtian. How could I not be aware of that? I simply cannot fathom why. Despite the obvious signs that Fang Xinxiu is not a virtuous woman, you remain oblivious. Why choose to be enamored with such a woman when there are countless others in the world? Your sister is right. There are so many women. Why must you fixate on someone like Fang Xinxiu? Ruan Yaoyao also found it perplexing, wishing she could knock some sense into Yu Heng's head. Yu Xiangxiao sighed in relief and continued, "What merits does Fang Xinxiu possess? Even I cannot defend her. Has she cast a spell on you? Perhaps it is the power of the plot." Yu Xiangxiao retorted, "If that were the case, it would be better if she had indeed cast a spell. At least one could argue that you were ill, but what can explain this so-called power of the plot?" Unconsciously, Yu Xiangxiao began to place her hopes on her mother-in-law. Ruan Yaoyao, if she could resolve the possession of others, surely she could contend with the power of the plot, right? After all, she had saved both herself and Liang Han. Moreover, what about his close friends? If Fang Xinxiu were truly innocent, it couldn't be that all his good friends were entangled with her. She is not a celestial being to charm everyone. Call Lu Xingtian, Ruan Yaoyao eagerly urged, intrigued to see whom Yu Heng would believe upon hearing Lu Xingtian's words. Fang Xinxiu was clever. She had planted seeds of doubt long ago, fearing Lu Xingtian would expose her true nature. Unfortunately, Yu Heng, in his naivety, had not sought confirmation from Lu Xingtian. This was something even Fang Xinxiu might not have anticipated. She would likely laugh in her dreams at encountering such a fool. When Ruan Yaoyao flipped to that moment, she was taken aback, realizing just how infatuated Yu Heng was, exhibiting such double standards. Ah, he was indeed a master of self-delusion. Listening to Ruan Yaoyao's mutterings, Yu Heng felt a weight on his heart. He wanted to respond, but after all these years, Lu Xingtian had changed his phone number. "You haven't even tried calling? How would you know?" Ruan Yaoyao chimed in playfully. "Oh dear, sorry, but Lu Xingtian hasn't changed his number all these years. Such brotherly bonds," she mused, having recently indulged in a few romance dramas, causing her to chuckle. With a knowing glint in her eyes, Ruan Yaoyao made Yu Heng uneasy, sensing something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint it. Yu Xiangxiao was adamant. "Call." The phone number, which had not crossed his mind for years, suddenly resurfaced. Astonishingly, Yu Heng found himself remembering it vividly after all this time. The call connected. "Who is this?" Upon hearing the familiar voice on the other end, Yu Heng opened his mouth but could not utter a sound. "Hello, can you hear me?" Ruan Yaoyao interjected, noting that the voice was quite pleasant and to her taste. She glanced at Yu Heng, pondering whether she should respond on his behalf, when Yu Xiangxiao playfully slapped him on the back, urging, "You've dialed the number. Speak up. If you don't, I will." Yu Heng felt a surge of panic. However, that single utterance caught Lu Xingtian's attention, and a hesitant voice came through. "Yu Heng?" "Yes, it's him." The call had been established, but Yu Heng felt too bashful to speak. Yu Xiangxiao, realizing the moment, quickly interjected, explaining that Yu Heng had misunderstood the situation regarding Fang Xinxiu and Lu Xingtian, claiming Fang Xinxiu was inherently deceitful. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yu Heng protested. "Nonsense? The facts are quite clear. What is there to dispute? It could be a misunderstanding. Would I make a mistake? Fang Xinxiu is indeed deceitful. She deliberately misled you because you are easily swayed and lack discernment." Without wasting time, Ruan Yaoyao succinctly relayed the events to Lu Xingtian, sincerely inquiring whether he had indeed forced Fang Xinxiu or if she had willingly engaged with him. The directness of the question embarrassed Yu Heng, flushing as if he were the one at fault. Lu Xingtian chuckled softly, his deep voice suggesting he was quite the handsome fellow. "Back in the day, I couldn't stand seeing a foolish lad being manipulated. I intended to test that woman to see if she was worth your attention. The outcome was rather disappointing. His tone was filled with nostalgia as he inquired whether Yu Hong had ever entered his space since then. If he had, he would have discovered the numerous photos he had painstakingly collected. Had Yu Hong seen them, he would not have posed such a question. You'll find out when you see them, Lu Xingtian concluded before hanging up. Ruan Yaoyao's inquisitive gaze shifted to Su Lianghan, urging him to fetch a computer for Yu Hong to see the historic moment. At that juncture, Yu Hong was reluctant to open it. He sensed that the truth might be more terrifying than he anticipated. Open it, Yu Xiangxiao urged. There was no escaping this. Yuing opened the computer, using the secret code known only to him and Lu Xingtian, accessing Lu Xingtian's space and locating the photos from that time. While not entirely unbearable, the images predominantly featured Fang Xinxiu with various men at cafes, tea houses, bookstores, and libraries, each snapshot capturing her receiving gifts and smiling shyly. While the pictures might seem innocuous, the actions of holding hands and kissing were sufficient to illustrate that her relationships with these men were far from platonic. Yu Hong fell silent, his hand trembling over the mouse, betraying his inner turmoil. I need some time alone. After that day, Yu Hong sank into despair. Ruan Yaoyao mentioned that Lu Xingtian had sought him out afterward, and they had gone out together. The specifics were unclear, but since that day, Yu Hong had ceased to dwell on Fang Xinxiu, as if a veil had lifted from his mind, no longer defending her. Isn't that good? Yes, but I'm a bit concerned he might take it too hard. If he does, Lu Xingtian should reach out to him more. I believe Lu Xingtian's influence on him is substantial. After all these years, he still remembers Lu Xingtian's phone number and the password to his space, Ruan Yaoyao remarked, clearly. Lu Xingtian values him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept his space intact for so long and retained the same phone number. Oh, by the way, my brother's adopted daughter has been sent away. In my opinion, it was long overdue. There was no other choice. After all these years, with so many eyes watching, my brother feared gossip. Plus, his son, Rufa, is nearly becoming a lackey for others, so he had to consider Rufa's capacity for acceptance. Chapter 027. This fate is better left behind. After that woman seized Yu Xiangqiao's sister-in-law's body, she had certainly brainwashed her son, ensuring he treated his biological daughter well. Although she is merely 8 years old, she behaves like a devoted canine companion, obediently responding to calls. One might mistakenly assume that her brother is the one being fostered. The two children grew up side by side, and the sudden prospect of sending one away necessitates careful consideration of the other's emotional resilience. Despite any resentment harbored by her elder brother and sister-in-law, they can only grit their teeth and endure. They took some time to lay the groundwork, discreetly informing their son that his sister's biological father had arrived, intending to surprise her. Who knows, perhaps in 10 or 8 years, their son will have grown and forgotten all about this sister. Even if he hasn't forgotten, such a lengthy passage of time would surely dilute the memory, allowing for a rational discussion that would resolve the matter. The concern lies in him being like my third brother, excessively infatuated with love, where the distance would not deter fate from reconnecting them. Upon mentioning this fate, Yu Xiangxiao felt a twinge of apprehension as thoughts of Su Qingyan and Li Tingting crossed her mind. How should one describe it? Previously, when her mother-in-law remarked that her husband's second brother Su Qingyan was akin to a domineering CEO burdened with half a criminal code, she found it amusing. However, upon hearing Su Qingyan lament over the phone, claiming that even when he strayed off course, he would encounter Li Tingting, nearly driving him mad, she was struck with a sense of horror. Imagine this scenario. You merely intend to attend a meeting, yet the seasoned driver makes a sudden turn, nearly colliding with an unexpectedly appearing heroine. You feel parched and decide to step out to purchase a bottle of water, only to find the heroine at the roadside vending machine. You enter the elevator, and just as you do, the heroine rushes in. If these instances do not count as perilous, consider the times when you were nearly struck by a flower pot, only to be saved by the heroine, or when a rabid dog nearly bit you, again saved by her, or when you faced a horde of frenzied cats, with her coming to your rescue. Trust me, after encountering such emergencies a few times, you would wish to keep your distance from the heroine, for you would realize that every time you face adversity, she invariably appears, seemingly to save you. Could it be that she is, in fact, a harbinger of misfortune, coming to await your gratitude? Su Qingyan, indeed, he is on the brink of madness. Is she not a ghost? As long as she remains still, all is well, but as soon as she rushes over. Su Qingyan reacts as if he has seen a specter, hastily reversing his vehicle in an attempt to flee. However, in his agitation, the car stalls. After several attempts, he angrily discovers that the vehicle is inoperable. At that moment, Li Tingting knocks on the window, gently inquiring, Su Qingyan, did you not say you never wanted to see me again? Why do you come here? Are you following me? Otherwise, how would you know I live here? I do not know. Su Qingyan gritted his teeth. He had just glanced at the address, realizing that this location was entirely distinct from his own. Even with heavy traffic and rerouting, it would be implausible for him to end up here, right? Deny it all you want. You are right here, she chided playfully, her tone laced with a hint of teasing, as if she were indulging a capricious boyfriend. Su Qingyan felt a surge of frustration. Did he wish to park here? It was his car that had broken down, rendering him immobile. With no other choice, Su Qingyan exited the vehicle, disregarding Li Tingting's cheerful demeanor, and called a towing company to retrieve his car. Meanwhile, he summoned a taxi. Why several, you ask? Because once this service is utilized, the next request often finds no available cars. Only during the initial use can one successfully hail a ride. Su Qingyan, is this not a ghostly encounter? Strangely enough, those around him who called for rides later managed to secure one, even receiving cancellations from drivers who declared they could not navigate through the traffic. In disbelief, he offered extra money to those nearby to relinquish their rides, allowing him to summon another vehicle. The driver lamented, had I known it would clear up so quickly, I would not have canceled. Su Qingyan remained silent. Could it be that his call for a car caused perpetual traffic? Eventually, when the tow truck driver arrived and inspected Su Qingyan's vehicle, he discovered there was absolutely nothing wrong. It was in perfect working condition. He turned to Su Qingyan, asking, should I still tow it? Wait, let me try it out, Su Qingyan insisted. To his surprise, the car started. He waved the tow truck driver off, who departed swiftly, having earned money without needing to work. Su Qingyan understood. If he did not remain here today, fate would not allow him to leave. Meanwhile, Li Tingting was nearly in fits of laughter, convinced that Su Qingyan was utterly foolish. She had offered him a way out, yet he was intent on creating a scene. What was his purpose? After paying 2 towing fees, she had discerned his feelings. If he liked her, why not simply admit it? Enough with the car troubles. I believe it is genuinely broken now, so let's go to my home for a visit. My room may be small, but rest assured, it is tidy. Li Tingting's room was indeed quite small, merely a single room without a bathroom, furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a small sofa, leaving little space to spare. Standing at the doorway, Su Qingyan pondered, if I do not enter, will fate allow me to leave? Is it only upon stepping inside that I am permitted to depart? Come in. Why are you just standing there? Li Tingting turned, her radiant face beaming with joy, appearing exceptionally lovely beneath the dim light. Yet, amidst the shadowy corridor and the ominous howl of the wind outside, Su Qingyan felt the scene was more suited for a horror film, as though he were trapped in a ghostly wall. Chapter 028, Forced to Stay Overnight. To enter or not to enter. He stepped inside. The hallway lights flickered suddenly, startling him into reflexively entering the room. He feared that if he delayed any longer, the lights might explode or fall upon him. Just like the last time, when he refused the water Li Tingting offered, and the vending machine seemed to explode in protest. His mother always insisted he was a domineering so burdened with half a criminal code, a supposed case of forced love. Now he wished to ask, who is truly forcing whom? Would you prefer coffee or tea? No, thank you. I will just stand for a moment and then leave. Su Qingyan silently counted the seconds in his mind, estimating how long constituted solitary time together, hoping the heavens would grant him clemency. The wind is quite strong. It looks like it might rain. Why not stay a bit longer until the rain subsides? A hint of crimson graced Li Tingting's cheeks, revealing her shyness. I checked the weather forecast this morning, Su Qingyan retorted. Hurry, be quiet. Is your mouth more accurate than the forecast? Last time you said it would rain soon, and lo and behold, it started pouring. Just then, a rumble of thunder echoed ominously. His situation worsened. With the car towed away, no taxis available, and dark clouds looming. It seemed the universe intended to keep him there. Was it their plan to have him spend the night with this so-called heroine, turning raw rice into cooked? Su Qingyan grew increasingly restless as Li Tingting busied herself making hot water and preparing coffee. Given her circumstances, it was evident that she could hardly produce anything of quality. The coffee, as Su Qingyan instantly recognized, was a mere off-brand, perhaps even a discounted item from the supermarket. In a desperate plea for his own well-being, he intercepted her as she was about to discard the coffee and its packaging. "No, I can manage this myself. There's no trash bin here. It needs to go in the bag," he asserted. Li Tingting, blushing, mistakenly thought he was offering assistance and pointed to a disposable plastic bag hanging by the table. "Why is the expiration date on this coffee from last year?" he inquired, noticing the unfamiliar brand that had long since surpassed its shelf life. The very thought of such a double oversight sent chills down his spine, particularly as he heard Li Tingting, still blushing, say, "We don't have any extra cups at home. This cup is mine, but don't worry, I've cleaned it thoroughly." "No, I absolutely do not wish to consume your saliva." Su Qingyan fixated on the cup shaped like a small rabbit. Despite its adorable appearance, it sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, thunder rumbled as torrential rain poured down. Su Qingyan found himself positioned at the table, with the cup of coffee, which she had prepared, being gently pushed towards him. She urged him to sample its flavor, remarking that someone of his stature, a big boss, likely had never indulged in such off-brand products. But fret not, just because it's an unknown brand doesn't mean it's inferior. It merely lacks recognition. I've tasted this coffee, and it's truly delightful. Yet, the prospect of a clearly watered-down, expired coffee left Su Qingyan struggling to fathom how it could possibly taste good. He simply stared at it, wishing it would drift further away from him. Even in his current plight, he did not believe he had sunk to such depths. Someone please come quickly. Save me. Save me." Whether it was fate or a miracle, his phone rang at that moment. Upon answering, he was startled to see the battery was nearly depleted, despite being fully charged when he left work. Could someone siphon off his battery power? Seeing the name Ruan Yao Yao, he quickly answered, "Mom, please come save me." Before he could finish, the phone died. Ruan Yao Yao was taken aback. She had simply thought of Su Qingyan upon noticing the rain and decided to call him, only to find him throwing her such an explosive surprise. Liang Han, come quickly. Something has happened to your second brother." "What happened, Mom?" "I don't know. I just called your second brother, and before I could say anything, I heard him asking me to save him, and then the call dropped." Ruan Yao Yao felt a wave of panic. Could he have been kidnapped? Their family had considerable wealth, making such a scenario plausible. Liang Han quickly summoned the housekeeper to track Su Qingyan's location and even reported it to the police. Ultimately, the police found Su Qingyan at Li Tingting's residence. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. He had hoped for someone to rescue him, but certainly not the police. Although it was a misunderstanding, formalities still had to be observed. Ruan Yao Yao, begrudgingly braving the downpour, internally lamented, "You can date whoever you wish, but why must you drag me into such misunderstandings?" The phone was unreachable. "Did you intend to drive me mad?" She glared at Su Qingyan, thinking, "This boy is indeed a bane to my existence." I painstakingly raised a son, only to have him swapped out by that scoundrel's mistress, who I treated as my own for all these years. Why must I neglect my own child to dote on someone else's? Am I out of my mind? Su Qingyan dared not utter a word. Did she truly believe he had misconstrued her as the cause of his mother's demise? Moreover, this entire situation was beyond his intention. She had called the police. Not he. As Ruan Yao Yao emerged, her demeanor had turned icy. She glared at Su Qingyan and said, "If you wish to date someone, go ahead. I want to interfere, but you need to retaliate against me by filing a false police report. What were you thinking? Aren't you old enough to know better? Is this a matter for jest?" Su Qingyan opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Ruan Yao Yao turned away and entered her car. Liang Han sighed and approached Su Qingyan, patting his shoulder. "Don't take it to heart. Mom is merely upset. She genuinely worries for you. When your call disconnected, her face turned pale, fearing something had happened to you. The first thing she did was call me to track your location and report it to the authorities." "I understand. I'm not angry with Mom. It's just that today's events are difficult to explain to her. Let us ride together. Mom probably doesn't want to see me right now." "All right." As Liang Han had pointed out, despite her anger, Ruan Yao Yao was genuinely concerned for Su Qingyan. At that moment, she was indeed frightened, fearing she had inadvertently caused harm to him. After all, having acquired a golden opportunity, one must also bear the consequences. What the ultimate outcome would be, and who would bear the brunt of it, remained uncertain. Chapter 29. Reporting a false alarm, Ruan Yao Yao felt a twinge of fear. Though she professed indifference, she found it hard to truly disregard their well-being. If anything were to happen to the children because of her, she would forever regret it. Her feelings for Su Qingyan were complicated. After raising him for so many years, discovering he was an illegitimate child was a bitter pill to swallow. To say she no longer wanted him would be untrue, for she had invested so much time and emotion into him, and those feelings were not easily severed. Had he not quarreled with her, she might have already set aside her bias against his status and treated him as her own son. As for her biological son, it was Ruanji. That family treated Ruanji exceptionally well, raising him to be upright and courageous. He was now in the special forces. Ruan Yaoyao wasn't privy to the specifics of his work, only knowing it was classified. He was indeed remarkable, but it was a pity he wasn't close to her. In the car behind them, a panel rose, granting the two brothers a private space. Once they confirmed the driver could not overhear, Su Qingyan recounted the day's surreal events to his elder brother, Liang Han. Such a fantastical tale. Indeed, had I not experienced it myself, I would scarcely believe it. Su Qingyan's expression was one of bewilderment. He was uncertain whether he should heed destiny's call and be with that woman or continue his resistance. Do you think Mom can resolve this? How could she? A flicker of hope ignited in Su Qingyan's heart. Is Mom in any danger? Liang Han shook his head. I cannot say. She hasn't mentioned anything. Your sister-in-law and I have been observing, and thus far, we've noticed nothing amiss. I did hear Mom mumble that after the strange black thread entered her body, she felt as though her health had improved. What, then, is that peculiar black thread? Liang Han's expression turned serious. Your sister-in-law and I have read numerous supernatural novels. Based on our deductions, it must be something sinister like dark energy or malevolent spirits. In any case, it's all negative energy that may have transformed into nourishment for Mom. It is akin to the principle that a negative multiplied by a negative yields a positive. And every action must have a corresponding reaction. However, my situation appears to deviate from this norm. What if my mother intervenes and something goes awry? It seems unlikely, does it not? Su Yanghan's tone was laced with uncertainty. Consider the matters involving me, your sister-in-law, and her family. Has not Mother already meddled in those affairs? If we were truly under the influence of narrative forces, we would have evaded our original fates by now, and everything appears to be proceeding without issue. Shall I give a try? The two brothers conferred on how best to proceed without alarming Ruan Yaoyao while resolving the matter at hand. Their conclusion was to opt for selective transparency. Two vehicles entered the underground garage of a Yu family in succession. Upon disembarking, Ruan Yaoyao spotted the Su brothers approaching her. Mother, my younger brother wishes to speak with you, Su Yanghan announced. You both converse. I shall wait upstairs. Ruan Yaoyao crossed her arms defiantly, feigning a stern demeanor. Speak. What is it you wish to convey? Mother, I apologize. I have been willfully stubborn in the past, often provoking you deliberately. Eldest brother is correct. I have taken advantage of your affection, feeling entitled. Were I another, I would not dare to treat you thus. Ruan Yaoyao gazed at Su Qingyan in astonishment, questioning whether he had caught a chill or was feverish. Otherwise, how could she have heard her son apologize to her? Mother, my previous behavior stemmed from my ignorance. I mistakenly believed you were responsible for the demise of the woman who bore me, and I acted out of spite. I was also angry with myself. I was raised by you. Why then do I feel I am not your biological child? It is quite embarrassing, as if I have stolen someone else's life, like a thief. He struggled to articulate his complex emotions, a blend of love and resentment interspersed with jealousy and dissatisfaction. It seemed that as long as he could attribute blame to her, he could validate his integrity and no longer remain the shameful, illegitimate child. Ruan Yaoyao's eyes inexplicably moistened. How could she not understand a child she had nurtured? Su Qingyan was ashamed of his status as an illegitimate child and sought to absolve himself of stigma by belittling her, proving that he was not entirely unworthy of love. At that moment, he was merely a teenager, grappling with the tumult of adolescence. You have held a grudge against me for so many years, refusing to acknowledge me as your mother and speaking ill of me everywhere. My goodwill has been squandered. Do you know how heartbroken I am? Ruan Yaoyao lamented. I have always regarded you as my own flesh and blood, lavishing you with all my love. Yet this is how you repay me. Mother. Su Qingyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am sorry. It is all my fault. I was immature. If you wish to scold me, do so. If you wish to strike me, strike me. I will never provoke you again. Regardless of whether you acknowledge me as your son in the future, you are still my mother. You are my only mother. Even if that woman were alive, I would never acknowledge her. Your temperament is truly perplexing. Loving the living, yet resenting the dead. How did I end up with such a troublesome child? You are still my son, raised by me. You have simply strayed from your roots, making it easy for you to go astray. If I do not keep a watchful eye on you, who knows what mischief you might engage in, perhaps even committing crimes. Do you dare? If you ever engage in unlawful activities, I shall personally deliver you to the authorities and provide you with prison meals daily. Ruan Yao Yao exclaimed in exasperation, shaking her delicate fist at him, as if this would adequately vent her frustrations. Su Chengyin offered no resistance, obediently enduring her reprimands. After a considerable time had passed, once Ruan Yao Yao's emotions had stabilized, Su Chengyin finally took the opportunity to explain the day's events. He had refrained from providing her with all the details earlier, fearing it would cause her distress. Although she had reported a false alarm, it had indeed saved him. He had not been on a date with Li Tingting. Rather, he had been coerced into that situation and forced to remain there. Had he not been fortunate, he might have found himself in an irreversible predicament with that enigmatic woman by the following morning. Mother, you cannot fathom how terrifying that was. Su Qingyin's expression, still haunted by the memory, left Ruan Yao momentarily speechless. Wait a moment. Did he not profess his affection for that woman? Is it his mother he is compelled to love? This narrative does not align, she mused. Chapter 30, Confession and Horror the last time I saw you both. Did everything not seem perfectly fine? Did you not have feelings for her? Mother, how could you possibly deduce that I liked her? Su Qingyin felt profoundly wronged. Yet, this is what I gleaned from your detailed account. Is it conceivable that the content could be erroneous? Ruan Yao Yao pondered in confusion. Su Qingyin feigned ignorance and continued. Mother, perhaps during your visit to my company, you misconstrued her presence? Is it not possible that fate orchestrated various encounters to position her in my path, and I was meant to fall for her? Yet, for reasons unknown, something went awry within me. I did not experience that instant connection, nor did I feel an irresistible attraction, thus leading to the peculiar series of events that transpired. It is akin to a scripted narrative that I failed to follow, resulting in this bizarre outcome. Is it truly so? Ruan Yao Yao was uncertain. Could it happen that the protagonist deviates from script? Suddenly, a light seemed to dawn upon Ruan Yao Yao. She began to grasp why certain storylines diverged from the details she had previously encountered. So, narratives can be altered. It is no wonder that when I intervened to prevent my beloved granddaughter Ling Xian from being swapped, the storyline shifted. This is indeed the butterfly effect. If that is the case, Ruan Yao Yao's eyes sparkled with newfound determination as she turned her gaze to Su Qingyin. If that is the case, if the second son wishes to escape the burdensome role of the domineering male protagonist entangled in half the criminal code, might I not also devise a means to liberate him from the constraints of narrative forces? The reason the eldest and eldest daughter-in-law were able to break free from narrative constraints was due to two actions I undertook. The first was preventing my granddaughter from being taken away. The second was ensuring that my eldest daughter-in-law was not usurped. Thus, concerning the second son, should I wish to intervene, Ruan Yao Yao immediately began sifting through Su Qingyin's detailed account for clues. If I wish to avoid the role of the wicked mother-in-law, I must embrace all my daughters-in-law, fostering harmonious relationships and demonstrating my affection for them. Her gaze fell upon a name, Yun Jingxian, a malicious rival who harbored secret affections for her second son. Yun Jingxian? Upon hearing this name, Su Qingyin instantly recalled her identity, the eldest daughter of the Yun family. They had previously encountered one another in a professional context. She was exceptionally competent and strikingly beautiful, albeit somewhat overly flamboyant for his taste. While he could appreciate Yun Jinxian's allure, he had no desire to pursue a future partner with such a dominant disposition. His ideal companion would possess the gentle grace and understanding akin to his mother. Indeed, while his mother may be likened to a beautiful vase, he hoped for a more profound connection in his future relationships. Lacking a formidable ambition and possessing no remarkable professional capabilities, she nonetheless excels in self-acceptance. Regardless of the circumstances that unfold, she ultimately finds reconciliation within herself. Ruan Yao Yao sincerely suggested, even if it is a matter of narrative force, one cannot compel another to become a mistress, can they? Why not seek a girlfriend for yourself? Perhaps you might discover a suitable woman nearby. Whether as a faux partner or through a marriage of convenience, it is worth considering. If you genuinely develop feelings, that would be splendid. If not, It is perfectly acceptable to clarify your sentiments and provide compensation thereafter. I believe not all women are entangled in romantic fantasies. For instance, I am not. Had I been, the torment from my deceased husband would have driven me to madness long ago. The absence of divorce stemmed partly from the financial security he provided, which I had become accustomed to spending lavishly, leaving him would likely not yield a better situation. Additionally, he was considerably older, destined to pass before me. Indeed, he departed prematurely. His death rendered everything in the household mine, transforming me into a carefree, wealthy woman. Although it was late at night, Su Yanghan remained concerned about the outcome of the mother-son discussion. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes. Did you not already surmise that? How is this a bad idea? I simply played the victim to elicit sympathy from our mother. Su Qingyan had a clear understanding of her elder brother's nature, dismissively stating, if you feel envious, why not present your own sob story to mother? Can she truly ignore you? Su Yanghan retorted, as a father of several children, I lack the audacity for such theatrics. What can mother resolve? Has she proposed a solution? Mother suggested a poor idea, finding a girlfriend. Even if it holds some merit, it cannot possibly compel the heroine to blatantly assume the role of the mistress. Can it? Though uncertain if this strategy would entirely deter Li Tingting, it remains a potential approach worth testing. Su Qingyan refrained from mentioning the name Ruan Yaoyao had repeatedly uttered in her mind. Yun Jingxian possessed skills but was overly aggressive, which made him somewhat hesitant. Otherwise, could he consider someone else? Yet his mother fixated on that singular name. If only she had contemplated multiple names, he could select one more to his liking. Achio, Yun Jingxian sneezed, suspecting someone was speaking ill of her from behind. Now that she occupied this position, the company was hers to command. The following day, upon arriving at the office, Yun Jingxian's secretary entered carrying a large bouquet of lilies. Another tedious admirer. Yun Jingxian rolled her eyes, wishing to have the secretary discard them, but then she heard a familiar name. Wait. She hurried over, extracting a business card from the bouquet. The weather is splendid today. How about we take a walk and have a meal together? Signed, Su Chengyan. It truly was him? A subtle joy blossomed within Yun Jingxian. She had previously interacted with him during company negotiations. Young and accomplished, handsome and charming, though he bore a hint of arrogance. It was warranted given his advantages. Yun Jingxian held a notably positive impression of him. Afterward, she had made inquiries and learned that Su Chengyan, despite being an illegitimate child of the Su family, was raised as a legitimate son, a testament to the family's considerable efforts and resources. Thus, upon seeing him, Yun Jingxian was struck by his noble demeanor and commanding presence. Chapter 031. The desire to bind the supporting character. The label of illegitimate child gave Yun Jingxian pause. While she did not subscribe to genetic determinism, the fact that he bore such a title suggested issues with both of his parents' characters. Who could ascertain which traits he had inherited? What if he possessed his father's infidelity? What if he shared his mother's maliciousness? Marriage is a lifelong commitment, and Yun Jingxian did not believe she could afford to gamble on such uncertainties. Although her heart fluttered, she hesitated. Yun Jingxian was exceedingly rational. Liking someone was one matter. Deciding to be together was another. Recognizing the mismatch, even if her heart was stirred, she suppressed her feelings, refusing to let them run amok. Should she go or not? Why not go? Upon receiving the message, Su Qingyan quickly sent her the meeting time and location, adding a note of concern, urging her to wait for him regardless of what transpired. Yun Jingxian chuckled, surprised by his earnestness. Was he afraid she might flee? Would she attend punctually or deliberately arrive late? At that moment, Yun Jingxian was unaware that she need not feign tardiness. Fate would ensure her delay. Despite leaving early, she encountered the worst traffic jam in history, rendering her unable to arrive on time. With no other option, she attempted to call Su Qingyan to inform him of her potential delay. Strangely, the phone, usually reliable, was inexplicably engaged. Just as she pondered this, a sudden jolt sent her crashing forward. The driver had slammed on the brakes, nearly throwing Su Qingyan from his seat. The driver hurriedly explained that an accident had occurred ahead. Su Qingyan felt a surge of alarm. Could it be that today, of all days, as he intended to invite Yun Jingxian out, a car accident would transpire? If this rendezvous failed, a cold sweat broke out on his back, regretting his impulsive decision. He had only wished to avoid his mother's scrutiny while acting behind her back, forgetting the influence of Li Tingting. If such calamity had befallen Yun Jingxian before they even met, what would happen if they actually went through with it? In that moment, Su Qingyan was uncertain whether to proceed with the meeting. Just then, he received a call from Yun Jingxian's secretary, informing him that Yun Jingxian had been in an accident and might be unable to attend. What? An accident? Su Qingyan's gaze shifted to the nearby crash site. Indeed, the sheer horror sent chills down his spine. He no longer hesitated and promptly rushed her to the hospital. He was unsure if this was merely coincidence or a consequence of Li Tingting's influence. But if this incident had nearly cost Yun Jingxian her life, he felt a pang of guilt. Initially, he intended to use her as a shield against Li Tingting, but he never anticipated that even the person his mother had personally chosen could not be safeguarded. That was truly terrifying. Su Qingyan took a deep breath and instructed Yun Jingxian's secretary to assure her that she could rest in the hospital without concern, as he would cover all medical expenses. As for whether he should visit her, Su Qingyan hesitated but ultimately refrained. Given the circumstances en route to the date, would it not be worse if he went? The driver, perplexed, asked, "Aren't you going to see Miss Yin?" Su Qingyan settled into the seat beside her, recounting the day's events. What? Yun Jingxian was in an accident. Ruan Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you just say you invited Miss Yin out? And she had an accident on the way? Yes. I was right beside her and didn't dare get out of the car. I feared that if I did, her condition might worsen. Su Qingyan said urgently. Mother, can you be sure I can use someone as a shield? I find this matter somewhat dubious. Nothing has happened yet, but if something were to occur, could it lead to a loss of life? Ruan Yaoyao felt a twinge of apprehension. How would I know? I have never encountered such a situation. Why were the boss and his wife unscathed at that time? Could it be that their genuine relationship diluted the narrative's potency? What about Yun Jingxian and the second male lead? But that doesn't seem right. After all, Yun Jingxian was originally the first female cannon fodder for the second male lead. Even if he doesn't invite her this time, they are bound to meet again in the future, and there was no mention of a car accident. Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? Ruan Yaoyao cast a scrutinizing gaze at Su Qingyan, feeling a sense of intrigue regarding the situation. Su Qingyan's lips twitched slightly. The reason he chose this woman was merely because his mother had incessantly mentioned her name. If there had been more options, he would not have selected her so readily. If the first female cannon fodder proves ineffective, then what about the rest? Mother, should you visit the hospital? I hope she isn't been harmed because of me. Fine, given your current circumstances, perhaps it's best not to go. If her accident is indeed related to you, making another trip could lead to unforeseen medical mishaps. Ruan Yaoyao inquired about Yun Jingxian's address from Su Qingyan and promptly gathered a multitude of items to head to the hospital. Yu Xiangxiao felt a flicker of desire. Mother, should I accompany you? What do you do there? Aren't you supposed to be at home taking care of Lingxian? Ruan Yaoyao reconsidered. Yu Xiangxiao had just given birth and should not be confined indoors. Occasionally, taking her out for fresh air would elevate her spirits, ensuring her precious granddaughter receives superior nourishment. All right then, Mother. Chapter 32. The female cannon fodder in a car accident. Yun Jingxian's injuries were not severe. She had merely sustained a bump on her head and a fractured left arm, which was immediately cast on the same day. When Ruan Yaoyao and Yu Xiangxiao arrived, her secretary was negotiating her discharge with the hospital. Yun Jingxian swore she had never anticipated that her nascent relationship with Su Qingyan might develop. Yet here she was, facing an accident, and her future mother-in-law and sister-in-law had already arrived. Shouldn't Su Qingyan himself have come? Was he playing it? When Ruan Yaoyao and Yu Xiangxiao entered with their belongings and introduced themselves, Yun Jingxian was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, her emotional intelligence kicked in, and she quickly engaged in small talk with them, preventing the situation from becoming awkward. However, when she heard that peculiar voice, she froze for a moment. How beautiful! No wonder she could become the first female cannon fodder and the boss's wife runs away with a baby, loving her for 365 days. How fortunate the second male lead is to have such a stunning beauty as his cannon fodder. It must be the power of the narrative, otherwise. Perhaps the second male lead would have preferred her. Otherwise, why would he choose her when I suggested he find a fake girlfriend? Alas, she had not even been seen before the accident occurred, and now the second male lead dared not meet her. If he were to truly lose her, he would have no time to grieve. That voice, why does it sound so familiar? Yun Jingxian glanced at Ruan Yaoyao, unsure if she was merely imagining things or if Su Qingyan's mother was indeed peculiar. Yu Xiangxiao, familiar with the signs, quickly took some fruit and asked Ruan Yaoyao to wash it, discreetly ushering her away. Then, she leaned closer to Yun Jingxian and whispered, Did you hear that too? Yun Jingxian wore a puzzled expression. The power of the narrative, cannon fodder. Yun Jingxian's pupils widened. Sure. Yu Xiangxiao placed her finger on her lips, signaling her to remain silent, and turned to ensure Ruan Yaoyao was still washing the fruit. She continued in hushed tones, "This is our little secret. No need to inform my mother. If she finds out, we won't be able to hear anything anymore. Understand?" Yun Jingxian felt as though she had stumbled into something monumental. Yun Jingxian grasped the implications. It was inappropriate to discuss this in front of the parties involved. Ruan Yaoyao was also conflicted. She had immediately taken a liking to Yun Jingxian, believing her to be a beautiful and capable woman who should be their family's daughter-in-law. However, considering Li Tingting's enigmatic nature, she feared that involving Yun Jingxian could endanger her life, leading her to hesitate on whether to let her remain entangled in this affair. What if we simply formalized her relationship with the second male lead? Perhaps the reason the eldest daughter-in-law managed to survive was due to her established relationship with the eldest. Even heaven would not allow someone to brazenly act as a mistress, thus protecting her, and consequently safeguarding the eldest. Similarly, if this girl were to confirm her relationship with the second male lead, then as long as I protect her, would I not also secure the second male lead, allowing both to escape the grip of the narrative? After a while, Ruan Yaoyao and Yu Xiangxiao finally departed. Yun Jingxian assumed Yu Xiangxiao's call would come later, but was surprised to receive a message shortly after, recommending several romantic novels for her to peruse as a foundation. What does this mean? The boss. Your wife has run away with a baby. I became the female cannon fodder in the boss's story. The female cannon fodder awakens in the boss's tale. Every title echoed the themes of the boss and cannon fodder, seemingly hinting at something. Recalling the previous content she had heard, Yun Jingxian sensed impending trouble. Upon finishing the novels, her unease deepened. So, this woman, presumably her future mother-in-law, had read too many novels and developed a delusion. But if it were a delusion, why had she not spoken? Where did that voice originate? Moreover, what was Su Qingyan's sister-in-law implying? Ignoring the late hour, she messaged Yu Xiangxiao. Yu Xiangxiao added her to a group and promptly stated, "Ask the second male lead. I'm tired and heading to sleep." Soon, Yun Jingxian received a flurry of messages from Su Qingyan, one explaining what a golden finger was, suggesting that his mother might possess one. Confirmed to have escaped the narrative-esque clutches were his elder brother, sister-in-law, and sister-in-law's family. His elder brother, sister-in-law, and her family had liberated themselves, while he remained ensnared. He was the so-called domineering CEO, awakened yet still trapped within the narrative-esque confines. Upon encountering that woman, he was compelled to play along, or face dire consequences. For instance, he had intended to invite her out for a meal to discuss their pretense as a couple. But midway, she had met with an accident. "Yun Jingxian, are you joking?" "Su Qingyan, you were in the hospital. Do you think I would jest about something like this?" "Yun Jingxian, I don't believe it." "Su Qingyan, whether you believe me or not, I cannot change that. You are able to hear my mother's thoughts, if it weren't for your ability. My sister-in-law Wu Ti have brought you in to confide in me." Su Lianghan, who had been eavesdropping, turned to his wife, who looked as though she had fallen into a rice bin, and asked, "Are you sure this one tea caused any issues?" Yu Xiangxiao smiled and replied, "What issues could arise? If she can hear Mother's thoughts, it proves she is one of us. Even if we don't bring her into the group now, she will eventually learn through other means, right? If that happens, wouldn't you worry that Mother might also hear the news?" Su Lianghan fell silent, genuinely concerned. One issue remained unresolved within their family, and there was a possibility that their mother might intervene. Another worry was that if news of their mother's situation leaked, they might be viewed as experimental subjects. Despite the Su family's vast resources, they would still be stretched thin with vigilance, and unforeseen troubles could arise. It was better to keep things discreet and thrive quietly. Do you not think they're a perfect match? Su Lianghan was at a loss for words. From where do you perceive their compatibility? The second one simply does not favor strong women. I understand, but matters of fate are often inscrutable, are they not? Let us not forget that our mother has only mentioned her as a mere pawn, and she holds a fondness for her. Furthermore, the second one merely dislikes strong women, which does not imply he harbors no affection for Yun Jingxian. If he truly felt nothing at all, even with our mother having only introduced Yun Jingxian, he would have no choice but to choose her. I refuse to believe that, given his various qualities, he has no other admirers. Such statements can only deceive those naive girls. Yu Xiao would not be so easily misled. After all, her husband has been married to her for many years, with several children, yet there are still those who covet him. The thought of that woman spending years befriending her husband just to get close to him made Yu Xiao seethe with anger. She directly twisted Su Lianghan's waist. Su Lianghan winced in pain. Why have I provoked you again? You have indeed provoked me. Were it not for your handsome face, would Bing Qingxue have sought me out? Su Lianghan was momentarily speechless. So, the matter with Bing Qingxue is unresolved, is it? Did he not actively help her clear the minefield? Chapter 33. Testing the waters. Yun Jingxian, skeptical, declared her intent to test the waters herself. Su Qingyan, fearing for her safety, implored her, stating that the previous accident was already severe, and if it escalated, it could indeed be life-threatening. Yun Jingxian retorted, did her mother not say that once they established their relationship, she would be considered one of their own, and even if something were to happen, her life would not be at risk. Therefore, they should first affirm their relationship before proceeding. Su Qingyan, did her mother truly say that? Do not deceive him. His sister-in-law was present at the time. Regardless of how they negotiated, it eventually reached Ruan Yao, who was taken aback when they suddenly announced they were together. What is this? When did this happen? Why was there no sign whatsoever? Are you two for real? Could it be that the second one deceived her? Does she truly understand the second one's situation? Or is it that she genuinely loves him, willing to sacrifice herself despite the known dangers? Ruan Yao looked at Yun Jingxian, somewhat incredulous. If that were the case, the second one would be terribly unfair to her. But what if something happens? Su Qingyan signaled for Yun Jingxian to speak for herself. Yun Jingxian replied, if something were to happen, then we would simply spend more time together to see how things unfold. Are you aware that this situation is very dangerous? Yun Jingxian nodded. I understand. But I'm also quite curious about this matter. It seems too surreal, like a plot from a novel. Novels are fictional, while reality is distinct. How could they possibly intertwine? What if it were true? The last time was merely an accident. This time, the risks could be far greater. Ruan Yao, serious in demeanor, questioned whether Su Qingyan had clearly communicated the situation to her, fearing he might have taken advantage of her affections. If that is the case, it would be utterly reprehensible. Knowing someone has feelings for you and still behaving in such a manner is more despicable than his unscrupulous father. Is this what a person should do? Yun Jingxian felt somewhat embarrassed. When she discussed matters with Su Qingyan, she had not disclosed her feelings for him. Su Qingyan remarked, even if you do not say it, I am aware. Nothing escapes my mother's keen perception. Ruan Yao urged, you must think this through. Yun Jingxian affirmed, I have considered it thoroughly. Should anything occur, it is my own life at stake, with no relation to others. Since she has chosen to embrace this risk, she must also bear its consequences. This, Yun Jingxian understood clearly. She has always been a rational person, especially concerning Su Qingyan. Her feelings for him are genuine. Her skepticism regarding his words is equally sincere, as she seeks to ascertain the truth. If it is false, then there is nothing more to discuss. She would have seen through him completely, and her heart would be extinguished. But if it is true, Ruan Yao remained somewhat uneasy. After confirming, she inquired how many knew their relationship was fabricated. Ideally, the fewer, the better. Since Yun Jingxian wished to test the authenticity of the plot, having more people aware would not benefit her. After all, in the original storyline, Yun Jingxian, as a mere pawn, managed to survive for so long precisely because of her genuine feelings for Su Qingyan. Once it was established that only 5 individuals, including herself, were aware, Ruan Yao insisted they both move to the old residence, assuring Yun Jingxian that she would prepare a guest room and later ensure Su Qingyan compensated her. Yun Jingxian smiled, saying, Aunt, you need not go to such lengths. Being able to date someone as capable and handsome as Su Qingyan, even if word spreads. Others would merely commend my discerning taste. Whether they commend your taste or speculate on your romantic history is uncertain. Those old wives and grannies, I know them well. They're all quite gossipy. Ruan Yao thought to herself, but refrained from voicing it. Yun Jingxian remarked, sometimes, being able to hear others' innermost thoughts is not necessarily a blessing. Although their relationship is fictitious, preparations must be made to announce it to the world, such as sending flowers to each other as workplaces and posting on social media. The effects were immediate. Someone confronted Su Qingyan at the office, demanded to know how he could treat Li Tingting so poorly. Li Tingting loved him dearly, Yet he treated her so callously. It was utterly despicable. Su Qiandiang, I misjudged you. Su Qingyan stood bewildered, for the one questioning him was none other than his close friend and business partner, Wei Kaiho. To what extent was their friendship? It was such that when Su Qingyan ran away from home to start his own venture, with others doubting him, Wei Kaiho emptied his pockets to lend him money, claiming it was to support his brother. Even if it ended in failure, it would be fine. They could start anew. He had even prepared himself for the possibility of Su Qingyan's entrepreneurial failure and the inability to repay debts. Yet, such a good brother suddenly confronted him for abandoning a woman. Su Qingyan was taken aback. How do you know Li Tingting? When have I ever juggled multiple relationships? What do you mean, you haven tea? Wei Kaiho directly pulled up Su Qingyan's recent social media post, presenting it before him. This is an official announcement. She is my girlfriend. How can you still claim otherwise? And what of Tingting? What does she have to do with this? I have no connection with her. Ah, you refuse to admit it, do you? Wei Kaiho rolled up his sleeves in anger. Su Qingyan, what did you say back then? You vowed you would never be like your father, that if you behaved like him, I would have the right to beat you to death. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist landed squarely on Su Qingyan's face. Su Qingyan was caught completely off guard and received a solid blow. Wei Kaiho, have you lost your mind? Are you out of your wits? I told you, I have no relationship with Li Tingting. Can you not comprehend human speech? Su Qingyan, furious, thought that had Wei Kaiho not been his good friend, he would have retaliated. You still refuse to admit it? You're a scoundrel who forsook his commitments. Wei Kaiho's attacks grew fiercer. Left with no choice, Su Qingyan had to fight back. Soon, the commotion within the office attracted attention from outside, startling everyone. This is not good. President Su and General Wei are fighting. Someone call for help. Mr. Su and Mr. Wei, let us speak amicably and refrain from resorting to violence. In Chapter 034, it appears that Mr. Su has seemingly abandoned a relationship, while Mr. Wei stands up for love. A group of individuals intervened to separate the two, all while indulging in the unfolding drama. Is it truly the case? Indeed, many witnesses upstairs have confirmed the incident, and the rumors have spread like wildfire. Is it not true that Mr. Su recently announced his new girlfriend, only for an ex-girlfriend to resurface? The details remain unclear. Did everyone forget about Li Tingting? She is the peculiar female protagonist who, after injuring Mr. Su, seems to manifest wherever he goes to create an awkward situation. One odd female lead, one might ponder. Is it not bewildering? The drivers fear her presence, worried that she might suddenly appear and cause an accident. One should inquire about the psychological impact on the drivers. It seems that Mr. Su, who typically travels with a chauffeur, finds himself in a dilemma. Even without one, he still encounters her. Could this be the reason behind his unexpected announcement of a girlfriend? A thought that sends chills down one's spine? Yuan Yaoyao expresses her own sense of dread. While perusing the details of her acquaintance, she noticed that his good friend Wei Kaiho was not mentioned. How could it be that so little time has passed, and yet his friend has seemingly moved on? If he does not trust his brother, when has he ever seen them together? Wei Kaiho possesses evidence, be it photographs taken covertly by Li Tingting of Su Qingyan or the seemingly blissful images she posts, heart-shaped lunchboxes, slippers, and cups, all suggesting that she and Su Qingyan share an intimate bond, filled with sweet moments. Having visited her residence, sipped from her cup, and sat on her sofa, what more could be said? Wei Kaiho, nursing his panda eyes, grits his teeth in frustration. Opposite him, Su Qingyan, equally afflicted, exclaims in protest, "Nonsense. I have never touched her cup. I'm a neat freak. Are you unaware? Just wait. I shall procure witnesses, but regardless of what you hear, you must keep silent. Otherwise, I shall sever our ties." Sever ties? You think I'm afraid? You are no longer the Su Qingyan I once knew. The two, resembling quarrelsome toddlers, nearly resort to blows once more. Wei Kaiho, what brings you here? Upon entering, she is met with red-rimmed eyes and indignation as she questions him. She has clearly stated that this matter pertains solely to her and Su Qingyan, and it is of no concern to him. Wei Kaiho feels a mix of anger and sympathy. How can it not concern me? Your affairs are my affairs. You know I cannot ignore you. Moreover, is Su Qingyan my closest friend, who has acted so mistakenly? I believed he would bring you happiness, which is why I stepped back to allow your relationship to flourish. Turning to Su Qingyan, he declares, Su Qingyan, do you hear me? I have feelings for Li Tingting. I did not wish to reveal this, as I sought to protect our brotherly bond, But now I see you do not appreciate such a wonderful woman. You cannot provide her the happiness she deserves. I cannot allow you to have her. Thus, I hereby declare my intention to pursue her openly. Yun Jingxian. Upon receiving a call from Su Qingyan, rushes over and hears Wei Kaiho's proclamation, casting a puzzled glance at Su Qingyan. No, Wei Kaiho, you cannot do this. Li Tingting's tears spring forth. You are Su Qingyan's best friend. Such words will only cause him pain. Do not say such things. I admit I have feelings for you, but they are limited to friendship. You are my dearest friend, the best friend in the world. Outside the office, a group of onlookers witnesses the spectacle. The current girlfriend and the suspected ex, alongside the ex's friend and Su Qingyan's confidant, a veritable battleground of emotions. They are eager to discern how Yun Jingxian will react upon discovering her newly acquired boyfriend entangled with another woman. Yun Jingxian reveals her bewilderment, as she intended to confront infidelity, but instead finds herself engulfed in dramatic revelations. She inquires with her eyes, "Is it her?" Su Qingyan, in anguish, affirms, "Yes, it is she." While the mystical aura surrounding the situation eludes comprehension, it becomes apparent that Su Qingyan, in his befuddlement, has found himself aligned with this troublesome individual. Had she not been aware of certain details beforehand, their expressions would have rendered Su Qingyan's innocence quite implausible. Yun Jingxian inquires, "Have you informed your mother?" Su Tiandian Zetpeng, absoluting. His best friend appears to be ensnared in a complex situation. Failing to call his mother to intervene could spell disaster for his friend. To this point, Su Qingyan remains perplexed regarding the circumstances that have brought them together. What a chaotic affair. At that moment, both he and his mother, Yuan Yaoyao, share an unspoken understanding. She has arrived? Yun Jingxian and Su Qingyan exclaim, quickly turning to the entrance, where they behold Yuan Yaoyao entering, accompanied by the unabashed Yu Xiangxiao. Upon entering, Yu Xiangxiao exchanges glances with them, a look of sympathy on her face. Yuan Yaoyao's gaze lands on Wei Kaiho, her astonishment growing, a master of time management. She has just encountered the second, suffered a setback, and now finds herself in the company of Wei Kaiho, who has his own misfortunes. After all, she had cried after injuring the second, leading Wei Kaiho to believe she had been wronged. So he took her to an amusement park. When she attempted to buy water for the second, he dismissed her coldly, prompting her to encounter Wei Kaiho, who took her to his private cinema. She claimed to be preparing a heartfelt breakfast for the second, but upon leaving, she ran into Wei Kaiho and ended up sharing the meal with him, resulting in an unfortunate bout of indigestion. This situation is indeed perplexing. Despite Wei Kaiho's fondness for Li Tingting's cooking, his own digestive system has betrayed him, leaving him enamored with her culinary skills. In Chapter 035, one might ponder, what a magnificent misunderstanding. The events between Wei Kaiho and Li Tingting are but a fraction of what she has done for Su Qingyan. While Su Qingyan remains oblivious to the true nature of the occurrences, Yuan Yaoyao exclaims, "What a grand misfortune!" Wei Kaiho is taken aback. What does Aunt mean? How can she fabricate such tales about him and Li Tingting? She's not at all like that. Yet before he can voice his protest, Su Qingyan silences him, forbidding any rash words. "Do you not recall the promise you made to me? I shall provide evidence. However, regardless of what you hear, you must remain silent, or else I shall cut ties with you." Su Qingyan grinds his teeth in frustration. Wei Kaiho stands stunned. Beside them, Li Tingting, in a state of misunderstanding, hurriedly stepped forward to implore Su Qingyan to cease his actions and refrain from striking Wei Kaiho. Although Wei Kaiho had misconstrued their relationship, his honest nature and kindness compelled him to concern himself with their affairs. She acknowledged that Wei Kaiho harbored feelings for her. Yet who could blame her for being so pure and lovable? It was simply unavoidable. However, she swore that her relationship with Wei Kaiho was purely platonic, and she gazed at Su Qingyan with a lingering, sorrowful expression, claiming that had it not been for his fickle affections, Wei Kaiho would not have felt compelled to defend her honor. Wei Kaiho regarded Su Qingyan as a true brother, which is why he endeavored to support them both. Yuan Yaoyao stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wait, I previously misinterpreted your connection with my second brother. My intentions may have been misguided, but the fact remains that you two have not truly dated, have you? Based on my encounters, one time you stumbled into my second brother, and on another occasion, you scalded him with hot coffee, resulting in an injury that I had to take him to the doctor for. And let's not even mention the incidents where my second brother has faced mishaps around you. whether it be nearly getting hit by a flower pot or nearly meeting with an accident. It seems as though my second brother is not encountering the charming wives found in domineering CEO novels, but rather the misfortune of a character from a horror film. Each meeting with you brings nothing but calamity. It's a wonder he could ever develop feelings for you. Yuan Xiangxiao and Yun Jingxian gasped in shock. Goodness, how terrifying. Thankfully, you're the female lead, not the male lead. Such a female lead is too daunting for an ordinary person to endure. Turning to Su Qingyan, their eyes betrayed a hint of sympathy. Brother, you have truly suffered. Su Qingyan bore an unbearable weight, feeling as if his eyes were on the verge of reddening. Do you all truly comprehend? A woman as fearsome as this. How could I possibly harbor feelings for her? I am no fool. Wei Kaiho, indignant at the group bullying Li Tingting, exclaimed, You are all being excessively cruel. Rather than recognizing the gravity of the situation, he felt more sympathy for Li Tingting. He tightened his grip on Su Qingyan, causing the latter to cry out in pain. Are you a dog? Release me at once. If I let go, then I am indeed a dog. Wei Kaiho mumbled, stubbornly refusing to relent. Observing this, Li Tingting, who had urged Su Qingyan not to bully Wei Kaiho, quickly turned to Wei Kaiho with tear-filled eyes, pleading for him to cease, insisting it was not worth it for her sake. Oh, if Li Tingting had remained silent, Wei Kaiho would have been more inclined to let go. Su Qingyan pushed at Wei Kaiho's forehead a few times, just as chaos threatened to erupt once more. Yun Jingxian swiftly seized Li Tingting's wrist, adopting an authoritative stance akin to commanding a monarch, and declared to Wei Kaiho, Release him immediately, or I shall strike her. Li Tingting, taken aback, retorted, How can you be so vicious? It was Wei Kaiho who struck Su Qingyan, not I. If your man strikes my man, whom should I strike if not you? Wei Kaiho felt a surge of delight, only to hear Li Tingting immediately distance herself from their connection. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no ties to Wei Kaiho. If there is no connection, then why did he bite my boyfriend? He was merely anxious. Had it not been for Qingyan restraining him, he would not have bitten him. Is it not true that he bit my boyfriend because of you? Yun Jingxian emphasized the words my boyfriend, continuing, You are infatuated with my boyfriend, entangling him to the point where he believes you and my boyfriend are involved. Otherwise, why would he seek trouble with him? I did not. Li Tingting's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I encountered Qingyan first. He is the one I love, and we were together first. Had it not been for your seduction, how could he have become someone else's boyfriend? Are you implying that I am the mistress? Very well. Let Qingyan speak and reveal who the true mistress is. Yun Jingxian forcefully shook off Li Tingting's hand and turned to Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan, you tell us. Who is the mistress? At some point, Wei Kaiho had released his grip, and Su Qingyan swiftly pulled away. The bite marks were distinctly visible, bloodied and raw. Yet, at that moment, Su Qingyan could not concern himself with the pain. He was eager to clarify his relationship with Li Tingting, asserting, Is there even a need to question this? I have never liked her, nor have I ever been with her. We share no connection whatsoever. So how could I have a mistress? My affections have always been directed towards you, Yun Jingxian. The moment I pursued you, I made our relationship public. If we must speak of mistresses, then it is she. Yun Jingxian tilted her chin towards Li Tingting. Did you hear that? He stated he has no ties to you. If we're to discuss mistresses, then it is indeed you. Li Tingting's expression morphed into one of disbelief, akin to the earth shattering around her. She confronted Su Qingyan. You dare accuse me of being a mistress? Su Qingyan, how could you say such a thing? What of all our shared memories? What of them? They signify his misfortune. Su Qingyan interjected. They signify my misfortune. Your misfortune? Huh. Shouldn't it be me who has suffered misfortune? Li Tingting's eyes brimmed with tears. I have done so much for you. When you were thirsty, I brought you water. When you neglected to eat, I prepared you heartfelt meals. You came to my place. And I even selected bear slippers for you. You claim to be a germaphobe, so I kindly offered you my water cup and bought a new blanket for the sofa. When your driver was unreliable and often lost, I guided you. I even saved you from a potential car accident, and when you nearly got struck by a flower pot, it was I who called out to you, just in time. Tears cascaded down Li Tingting's cheeks like pearls. I have saved you countless times and given so much. Is this how you repay me? Su Qingyan, do you possess no conscience? Su Qingyan recalled his mother's earlier remarks and retorted, Have you ever considered that I have used my driver for years without incident? Yet every time I am near you, calamities ensue? Are you certain you are saving me and not bringing misfortune upon me? Is it that the female lead's intelligence is so low? Li Tingting's tear-streaked eyes widened in disbelief. I am harming you? I have saved you countless times, and you dare think I am harming you? If I truly wish to harm you, I would not save you at all. If I wanted to harm you, why would I go to such lengths to rescue you? Perhaps the heavens have not permitted you to realize that they are aiding you. They wish to show you how a damsel rescues a hero. What fate remains for your tale? However, Yuan Yaoyao interjected with a hint of confusion. Has Li Tingting never questioned why such occurrences happen so frequently to one individual? Is the intelligence of the female lead truly this low? Su Qingyin thought, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. If his mother perceives Li Tingting's intelligence as low, then it is indeed frightening. What chaos would ensue if she were more astute? Su Qingyin hastily remarked, it could be that if I do not encounter misfortune, how would you fulfill the role of the damsel rescuing the hero? It is best you maintain your distance. When you are far from me, I face no troubles. Yet the moment you draw near, calamity strikes. If ever you fail to save me in time, I would surely meet my end. Fearing Li Tingting would not believe him, he urged her to inquire of Wei Kaiho. They have known each other for years. When has he ever faced such misfortune? Li Tingting turned to Wei Kaiho for support. Do you see? He bullies me like this. You must help me. Ask Wei Kaiho. He is currently captivated by Li Tingting. Do you think he would speak the truth? Please tell me my second brother, 1T ruined this. Was perplexed. What does it mean that he was enchanted by Li Tingting, thus unable to speak the truth? He merely found it unacceptable that Su Qingyin had abandoned her, deeming him too disloyal, and felt compelled to stand up for Li Tingting. However, if what they said were true, did he truly encounter such misfortune after meeting her? Otherwise, what could he possibly think? It was as if death itself had arrived. Whenever she appeared, he had to prepare for escape. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly like her or be interested in her? He was not foolish. As for the gifts she prepared for him, what had he received? Not even a cup of coffee, and he had to see a doctor. What did he expect to receive? He wished to distance himself from her. What risk could he take? Did he not fear for his life? Is that really true? Why has he received so many gifts without any issues? Looking at the expression on Wei Xiaozai's face, one could tell he was surely bewildered. He had received so many gifts from Li Tingting, yet nothing had happened to him. Why was the second male lead so unfortunate? It seemed he was deceived, laughingly. It is simple. He completed the second male lead's tasks exceptionally well, and thus fate spared him, allowing him to enjoy all the benefits. But the second male lead did not comply, consistently deviating from the script, inciting the wrath of fate, which then resorted to a harsh education, bringing misfortune upon him. Su Qingyin was speechless. Did his mother really think that fate treated them like dogs? And he was the disobedient one among them. Su Qingyin turned away Kaiho, concerned he might slip up, and quickly said, I know you don't believe me, so why not ask her yourself what she gave me? I will confront her. He then turned directly toward Li Tingting, insisting, you tell me, what did you give me? That love cup. Before she could finish, Su Qingyin interjected, no, I never received it. Impossible. I clearly prepared it, even drawing a heart on it and inscribing our initials. At this moment, Wei Kaiho weakly chimed in. That cup is with me. Li Tingting was astonished. How could it be with you? Have you forgotten? That day it rained, and I accidentally dirtied your clothes while driving. So you came to my house, and I provided you with a clean outfit. Later, that cup was given to you as a token of gratitude. Li Tingting felt somewhat confused. She distinctly remembered giving it to Su Qingyin. Yet, she was not anxious. She had prepared many other things. I made you heart-shaped breakfasts every day. Su Qingyin, I have not received a single one. Impossible. I made one today. It was a heart-shaped egg, and yesterday, heart-shaped ham. The day before, Li Tingting enthusiastically recounted how she prepared breakfast daily and even took photos. Wei Kaiho, I am not sure about the earlier ones, but I have eaten all of them this past week. I gave you a cup featuring a cactus. Su Qingyin, I did not receive it. Wei Kaiho, it is with me. I also prepared a cactus pillow. Su Qingyin, I did not receive that either. Wei Kaiho, it is with me. I also prepared. Su Qingyin, I did not receive it. Wei Kaiho, it is with me. How coincidental. All the items Li Tingting prepared ended up in Wei Xiaozai's possession, while my second male lead received nothing. Ha ha ha, what a pitiful male lead. All his privileges transferred to the second male lead. I now wish to ask fate when it plans to elevate the second male lead to prominence. Otherwise, let it be. They seem well together, so do not drag my second male lead into this. Wei Kaiho appeared bewildered, while Li Tingting was equally puzzled, unable to comprehend how all the gifts she prepared for Su Qingyan had ended up with Wei Kaiho. Clearly, they were her heartfelt gestures towards Su Qingyan. Could it be that this was the reason for his change of heart? Su Qingyan looked at Wei Kaiho, wanting to inquire. Do you see? This is the treatment I receive as a male lead. How could I possibly develop feelings for her under these circumstances? They claim she likes me, yet all her tokens of affection went to you. You still think that is merely the tip of the iceberg of her feelings for me, constantly envious of me. Am I not the most wronged one here? Do you wish to know the misfortunes I encounter each time I meet her? Wei Kaiho, still somewhat unconvinced, urged. Speak. The first time I encountered her, I was jogging, and she held a bottle of water, intending to poison me. Li Tingting immediately exclaimed, No, that water was clean. I bought outside. I do not know. Regardless, I did not drink it. I simply wanted to keep my distance, yet you pretended to trip and frame me. I did not. I genuinely fell. The second time, you splashed me with scalding coffee. You were the one who provoked me first. Li Tingting protested, feeling wronged. She was pushed to her limit before retaliating. She usually acted like a timid little rabbit, easily bullied by anyone. You were not even an employee of my company. Yet you appeared in cleaning attire in my office, acting suspiciously. Can I not question you? I can encounter you on my way to a meeting, whether you were lost or in an accident. How could you not mention that? You were the one who got lost. How is that my concern? Am I expected to control your sense of direction? As for that accident, could I control that? If I had that ability, I would not be standing here. Chapter 037. Delusions are a sickness that must be treated. At first, they spoke amicably, but as the conversation progressed, the two began to argue in front of everyone. Even if Wei Kaiho was reluctant to accept it, he had to concede. Perhaps Su Qingyan's inquiries were too absurd, but Li Tingting did not deny the events transpiring, merely arguing that they were unrelated to her. She was just an ordinary person, unable to manipulate those occurrences. Indeed, she was merely an ordinary individual, incapable of controlling such matters. So why had it come to this? The reality was that all the benefits accrued to him, while only misfortune befell Su Qingyan. After enduring so many incidents, how could he not become superstitious? How could he still entertain the idea of a relationship with Li Tingting? In this confrontation, Li Tingting was at a clear disadvantage. So, you, and here not in a romantic relationship? Wei Kaiho gazed at Li Tingting, appearing heartbroken and disheartened. Li Tingting opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. She and Su Qingyan had not yet defined their relationship, yet they had already grown so close. What difference was there from being true lovers? Had it not been for that wretched woman, Yin Jingxian, intervening, she and Su Qingyan would have been together long ago. You merely assumed you had something with Su Qingyan. He never acknowledged it from the start. The one he has always liked is Yin Jingxian, and he even introduced her to his family, officially confirming their relationship. Wei Kaiho, in pain, said, Do you understand? This is what a true romantic relationship entails. When one loves another, they announce it to the world, declaring their union. What you have is merely unrequited love. Unrequited love. Is this not delusion? I recall, delusions are a sickness that must be treated. Wei Kaiho could not help but cast a glare at Ruan Yaoyao, feeling that Su Qingyan was truly unbearable. It seemed she was everywhere. Ruan Yaoyao, with an innocent expression, replied, Why are you glaring at me? I am merely a bystander. Wei Kaiho restrained himself. He was younger and chose not to argue with his elders. Let's go. He urged Li Tingting to follow him. If she truly suffered from delusions, he would take her to see a doctor. Otherwise, this situation could easily cause distress to others. Observing Su Qingyan's demeanor, it is evident that he regards Li Tingting as a formidable beast, yearning to maintain a considerable distance from her. Apart from himself, he is unlikely to concern himself with her well-being. Where to? He inquired. Did you not come to assist me in locating Su Qingyan? The matter remains unresolved. He has yet to part ways with that woman. How can we leave? From afar, Li Tingting's voice, filled with resentment, could still be heard. What a pity. We can no longer hear her. Ruan Yaoyao expressed her regret, admitting that Li Tingting's drama was rather intriguing, even more so than her son Su Qingyan's. Su Qingyan, clearly the victim in this scenario, was unlike Li Tingting, who seemed to attract drama wherever she went. Su Qingyan's lips quivered momentarily. Does my mother wish for Li Tingting to linger and cause him further trouble? Look, encountering her today has led to yet another mishap. My hand was bitten, and it was none other than my good friend Wei Kaiho who did it. How does one even assess this situation? Su Qingyin inhaled sharply and remarked, "Is it not time for you to take me to the doctor?" "Yes, indeed. I shall take you to the doctor," Ruan Yaoyao replied earnestly. "I have heard that those bitten must receive rabies vaccinations. We shall inquire with the doctor." "Those bitten must receive rabies vaccinations?" Yu Xiangxiao expressed her astonishment. "What about Gong and the others? They often engaged in roughhousing at school and have been bitten before. Should I arrange for them to have a shot as well?" Yun Jingxian, feeling embarrassed, interjected, "Is that truly necessary? If memory serves, rabies vaccinations are typically administered only if the other party is suspected to be infected. Children fighting is quite unlikely to warrant such a precaution, right? As for Wei Kaiho, being of mature age, one could only wonder whether he had ever been bitten by a dog in his past." Su Qingyan recalled, "If I'm not mistaken, Wei Kaiho was quite mischievous during his school days and seems to have been bitten by a dog. Consequently, after Su Qingyan was escorted to the hospital, not only were his wounds treated, but he also fortuitously received a rabies vaccination. He documented the experience and sent it to Wei Kaiho, stating, 'See, this is your doing.'" Wei Kaiho responded with confusion, "What do you mean? Are you calling me a dog?" Su Qingyan clarified, "You were bitten by a dog, have you forgotten? Since you have bitten me, it constitutes a potential risk. Even if you do not exhibit symptoms, you might still be a carrier, hence I must receive the injection." Su Qingyan continued, "You are acting rather irrationally today. You hardly seem like yourself. You tell me, do I not encounter misfortune whenever she appears? Not only did I have to treat my wounds, but I also had to receive a rabies vaccination. What could Wei Kaiho possibly say to that? Could he assert that he had never been bitten by a dog? He had previously shown Su Qingyan the scar on his backside. Reflecting on the day's events and glancing at Li Tingting, whom he had coaxed into seeing the doctor, a chill crept down his spine. Su Lianghan shuddered and remarked, "How on earth did Wei Kaiho become entangled with Li Tingting? I have never heard the second brother mention this before. What could he possibly say?" The second brother was entirely in the dark. Had it not been for today's incident, he would have remained oblivious. Did you not grasp the situation? The second brother has shouldered a significant burden. Li Tingting approached Wei Kaiho under the guise of the second brother, with all the misfortunes falling squarely on the second brother, while Wei Kaiho reaped the benefits. Su Lianghan inhaled sharply, finding the revelation quite alarming. Yu Xiangxiao chimed in, "You ought to be cautious, as should I. Aside from your beloved by Yue Guang, Chao Man Hui, there is also a Ming Qing Xue in my circle. Who knows if there are others lurking in the shadows?" She was but a pawn, her husband the protagonist. According to the narrative, the male lead is perpetually surrounded by various female supporting characters. This was merely the second instance. One could only speculate about the others yet to be discovered. Su Lianghan pondered, "Should I also keep an eye on your male best friend?" According to the narrative, individuals like you are susceptible to the sudden reappearance of long-lost white moonlight male counterparts seeking retribution after your demise. Yu Xiangxiao initially intended to refute the notion of having a male best friend, but she suddenly recalled that prior to their arranged marriage, she indeed had several close male friends, including a childhood companion. Surely not, but I am still alive and well. There should be no one emerging to seek vengeance against me, right? Is it possible that someone might appear to vie for my affections? Yu Xiangxiao and Su Lianghan spent the night revisiting old grievances. The following morning, they both awoke with dark circles under their eyes. Ruan Yaoyao, upon lifting her head, was startled. "Did you two go out to steal cows last night?" Su Lianghan feigned nonchalance. "No. We were simply startled by the second brother situation and took the time to reevaluate our interpersonal relationships, ensuring we do not inadvertently unearth any chaotic connections." Indeed, Yu Xiangxiao nodded in agreement. Ruan Yaoyao, now uncertain, contemplated aloud, "Did I perhaps overlook something earlier? Should I take another look?" Su Lianghan and Yu Xiangxiao, filled with anticipation, urged, "Quickly check. For our safety, we rely entirely on you, mother." Ruan Yaoyao scoured through the details, but found nothing of concern. Just as Su Lianghan and Yu Xiangxiao exhaled in relief, they were startled by Ruan Yaoyao's exclamation of shock. "Wait, the plot has changed. No, I had already altered Xiao Lingxuan's fate. How is it that she still met her demise? And several years earlier at that." Chapter 038. The granddaughter who died prematurely after the plot alteration. Ruan Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the precious granddaughter being cradled by the nanny not far away, her voice trembling in astonishment. Su Lianghan and Yu Xiangxiao followed her gaze, equally astonished. Is it possible that Xiao Lingshuan's fate was indeed altered? Ruan Yaoyao wondered. Could it be that my modifications resulted in a backlash, rendering her fate even more tragic? Anxiety swelled within her, and just as she pondered her next steps, Su Yanghan's phone rang. Irritated, Su Yanghan thought, who was calling at such an inopportune time? Upon checking, he discovered it was none other than the third brother, Ru Anji, the biological son of Ruan Yaoyao, who had been exchanged with the second brother, Su Qingyin, and subsequently abandoned. Fortunately, he had found himself in the care of a military wife after being discarded and had grown into a soldier engaged in confidential work. The specifics were unclear, but it was known that he was quite busy, often with only a few days off each year. This arrangement left limited opportunities for them to meet, often just a fleeting meal together. Under such circumstances, forging a close bond was nearly impossible. Third brother, have you taken leave? Yes, I have 3 days off. When will you come over? Your sister-in-law has given birth to an adorable niece. Mother dotes on her and carries her around daily. Even I have to compete with mother for a moment of her time. In the afternoon. Very well. I shall leave work early this afternoon. Ruanji, not one for many words, quickly ended the call. Su Yanghan noted Ruan Yaoyao's silence. Ultimately, her quietness manifested as a soft sigh. Su Yanghan and Yu Xiao, witnessing her demeanor, decided to temporarily set aside the matter of Xiao Lingxian and discuss it later. Su Qingyin bore no ill will toward Ruanji upon hearing the news. His sole response was, "Did you inform him about mother's situation?" "Ah, I forgot. How could you overlook something so significant? What if Ruanji is unaware and inadvertently reveals something? His discretion is greater than yours. That may depend on the situation, does it not? This matter is not merely about discretion. I see you're simply envious of Ruanji. Why am I feeling jealous? I am indeed envious of him. After all these years of calling her mom, why should I step aside just because he has arrived?" Su Qingyin huffed in frustration. Su Yanghan, feeling a headache coming on, retorted, "Are you 3 years old? Fighting over mom? If you have the ability, then don't compete with me." Su Yanghan added, "I have no ability. Why should he step aside? He has called her mom for just as long." Su Qingyin rolled his eyes and sarcastically remarked, "How ambitious. Don't be so indignant. I am far more filial than you. I never intentionally upset mom, nor do I abandon her. I have always been honest and dutiful in taking care of her at home. True, you would never purposely upset mom, but you nearly lost Xiao Lingxian and almost harmed your own wife. How was that being dutiful? You have your eyes on the family's fortune. Su Qingyin, don't overstep." Who is overstepping? Even separated by a phone call, the two brothers could still argue, leaving Yun Jingxian exasperated. Wasn't Su Chengyin claiming that his relationship with his elder brother was quite good? Su Qingyin asserted, no matter how good the relationship, it doesn't prevent us from competing for affection and squabbling. Does mom know? Su Qingyin remained silent. She knows. But she is unaware of the reason for our quarrels. She merely thinks our brotherly relationship is poor. It's normal to argue when not born of the same mother. What about your relationship with Ruanji? Yun Jingxian had lost hope. If he could argue with the composed elder brother Su Yanghan, the brother whose identity he had usurped would surely have a worse relationship. They hardly exchanged a few words. How could that not indicate a poor relationship? You aren't deceiving yourself, are you? To put it plainly, it was the other party's military identity that made him envious. He believed that, given his mother's nature, she would undoubtedly prefer a son engaged in a prestigious profession that could bring honor to the family. Yun Jingxian remarked, "I sense a hint of jealousy in your words." "I am indeed jealous," Su Qingyin confessed. "I thought you wouldn't admit it." Su Qingyin rolled his eyes. What is there not to admit? He is naturally superior to me. He inherited our mother's genes, while I am stuck with the genes of a scoundrel. Of course, he only spoke this to Yun Jingxian. If they were outside, he would never admit it. He mentioned Ru Anji's situation to Yun Jingxian, fearing that she might be startled when she arrived at home. Even if they were pretending to be a couple, he would still take on the responsibilities that needed to be shouldered. He was not like his father, a scoundrel. Yun Jingxian chuckled softly, finding Su Qingyin more intriguing than she had initially thought. Previously, having only interacted with him in a professional capacity, she believed he was exceptionally talented and capable, with hardly any flaws aside from being a child born out of wedlock. Now, having interacted more, she realized he had many facets. In front of friends and family, he was as innocent as a child, while in front of her, a collaborative partner, he maintained his convictions in an indescribable manner. This new side of him made him come alive, more vivid and three-dimensional. Didn't you say your relationship with him, isn't too good? What are you planning to do? Surely, you're not thinking of ambushing him? Su Qingyan was speechless. He is a soldier. Do you think I can take him on? You overestimate me. Then what are you? Su Qingyan noticed a taxi pulling up to the curb, and a figure stepped out. He immediately drove over. Indeed, the only person who could be in this area was Ru Anji. He could think of no one else. He saw Ru Anji dressed in understated black attire, his neatly cropped hair topped with a low-brimmed cap, his tall frame of nearly 6 feet 3 inches exuding a military demeanor with every step he took. Ru Anji. It was only when Su Qingyan parked beside him and leaned out to confirm the visitor's identity that he fully relaxed. Su Qingyan, it's me. Get in the car. I need to speak with you. Chapter 039. The female protagonist goes berserk after rebirth. After Ru Anji entered the car, Su Qingyan introduced him to Yun Jingxian. Initially, Ru Anji thought Su Qingyan had called him over to introduce his sister-in-law, but the next moment, he was met with an utterly absurd revelation. His first reaction was to think Su Qingyan had lost his mind. But upon seeing Su Qingyan beckoning Yun Jingxian as a witness and urging him to call their elder brother, Su Lianghan, for confirmation, Ru Anji felt a stir of emotions. He fixed his gaze on Su Qingyan and, after a long pause, called Su Lianghan. Su Qingyan rolled his eyes, knowing that this kid only trusted his elder brother and would never believe him. Coincidentally, Su Lianghan had the same intention as Su Qingyan and was on his way to intercept someone. But he arrived a bit late and found that Su Qingyan had already stopped Ru Anji. Therefore, when Ru Anji called, he mentioned he was already at the door and asked him to wait for him. Shortly after, Su Lianghan got into Su Qingyan's car, greeted his sister-in-law Yun Jingxian, and confirmed with Ru Anji. Ru Anji's pupils widened. Elder brother, don't you think this is a bit outrageous? Su Lianghan sighed, I know, but this matter is based on the personal experiences of your sister-in-law, your second brother, and a sister-in-law, and their family as witnesses. Surely, we can't all be hearing things? Collective hallucination? Ru Anji found it unlikely. Aside from their late grandfather's questionable conduct, he had a good impression of the Su family. They wouldn't be using any illicit substances that could induce hallucinations, which is why he wouldn't recognize them. If it wasn't due to drugs, could it be some other high-tech product? As for non-scientific explanations, Ru Anji was skeptical. However, seeing the united expressions of the three, he did not rush to refute and decided to enter the house first to assess the situation. Preparations still needed to be made. She flipped the pages, and not only had Xiao Lingxuan's details changed, but also the details of the eldest and eldest daughter-in-law had shifted. They would both die a few years later, either in an accident or from poisoning, occurring almost simultaneously. The identity of the murderer, however, was not specified. Currently, the only apparent enemy was the eldest brother. Additionally, there was Bing Qinxue, who, failing to win over a husband, might resort to extreme measures out of spite. Mother is right. We must be wary of these two. I'll discuss it with my husband later. Mom, look who has arrived. When Ruan Yaoyao heard Su Lianghan's voice, she turned her head and saw a figure at the door that seemed familiar, yet somewhat strange. A smile crept across her lips as she prepared to greet him, only to freeze momentarily upon spotting a familiar label hovering above Ru Anji's head. Villain? No, Anji is clearly a soldier. How did he become the villain? Everyone present, one after another, turned to gaze at Ru Anji. A villain? Is it true? He is a soldier. Can he really engage in illegal activities? Ru Anji thought, is it really so? Is there truly such a phenomenon as hallucinations? Right now, she simply wished to understand how her perfectly fine son had turned into an arch-villain. Dinner would still take some time, so Ruan Yaoyao prepared an array of fruits and snacks, laying out everything she thought Ru Anji might enjoy. She wasn't worried about leftovers. If they had too much, they could always share with the servants later. What she feared was not having enough of Ru Anji's favorite foods. There is no way around it. Anj seldom visits. Although she inquired about his preferences from the R family, his tastes are remarkably undemanding. He relishes any type of meat. As she stuffed morsels into her Anz's hands, she perused his profile page. The stark revelation struck her. His biological father passed away early, and his mother shows favoritism towards her adopted son. Ruan Y. Oi O found herself momentarily stunned. I being partial? Are Anz mused. Does he truly think this way? Surely not. He enjoys spicy food, but it is not an absolute necessity. Moreover, he does not dine here frequently, so an occasional lighter meal should not pose an issue. However, I insisted on a lighter fare for health reasons. When Anz comes to dine, There are children in the house, making it even less likely to prepare numerous spicy dishes. Yet, I noticed he eats quite well without the spice. It was precisely because our Anne's fared well that Ruin Y Oi O did not dwell on it further. Exley NGHN and XCH Ingy and glanced at our Anne's, seemingly eager to inquire. What do you think? If you wish. He owns interjected. No. Thank you. I do not wish to. R. Anne's added. Thank you, for I genuinely cherish it. He encountered his destined love simply because he was pitiful. The crux of the matter emerged. Exley NGHN and XCH Ingy N's eyes gleamed in unison. Our Anne's, who was not particularly curious, questioned, wait, why is there a plural here? Ruin Y Oi O appear perplexed. Why would our Anne's S beloved be referred to in the plural form? A variety of vengeful women, including a sorceress, an assassin, and even a reborn villainess. Upon their rebirth, they immediately pursued our Anne's, luring him into love before manipulating his affections for cruel retribution, inflicting upon him the tribulations he endured in his previous life. This included his family. Surely, those family members do not encompass them, do they? A chill ran down the spines of Exley NGHN, XCH Ingy N, and YShienkyo. YNJ Nexi N initially believed it did not pertain to her until she witnessed her own tragic demise, confirming that she perished in the role of someone's second sister-in-law. What happened to the pretense of playing the girlfriend? Could it be that these two have truly become entwined? Her fondness for XCH Ingy N left her pondering the possibilities. Chapter 040. The villainess's profound scorpion skills. While she felt joy at the prospect of finally uniting with XCH Ingy N, did her death not come too swiftly? ENG Enixi and contemplated. She need not be bound to this second sister-in-law role. She could forego marriage altogether, raising a child independently, for she was certainly capable of providing. Achi. XCH Ingy N sneezed, sensing someone was disparaging him. Who could it be? Perhaps EKIHO. He had long warned him that LTNGT Ing was not mentally sound, but he refused to heed the advice and insisted on entangling with her. Now he found himself unable to extricate himself. If a friend must perish, may the path of the monk remain unscathed. He has brought this upon himself. Ruin Y Oi O remarked. Well, not only do I now know how the eldest S family perished, but I also understand how our entire family met their end. The third brother's destructive capabilities are rather formidable. Not a single one can withstand it, and he still claims to be them. Ruin Y Oi O stared at the plural form, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Perhaps it would be best to expel our Anne's from their home. What does it matter if he is biological or not, when the entire family is nearly wiped out? Since marrying, I have never experienced peace. I was the one deceived into marriage, yet I am labeled as the wicked one, unable to tolerate a mere child. Damn, I am left to raise another son, only for him to turn against me as he grows. It is enough to drive one to madness. Though I did not perish from rage, I became the wicked mother-in-law, the tool for thwarting couples, ultimately drained of all vitality before my demise. After my death, I shall concern myself not with the floods. All I desire now is to live. Ruin Y Oi O's gaze towards our Anne's turned fierce, even at a distance. Our Anne's felt the chill in her eyes. She truly contemplated these matters deeply, observing the expressions of the ex-family directed at him. Our Anne sensed that it was not solely his mother who held such thoughts. Others likely shared the sentiment as well. Suddenly, he perceived the entire family to be gravely ill, and he could not leave. He needed to uncover the root of their afflictions. The house was readily available. He had a room to occupy regardless, but Ruin Y Oi O could not concede this, and promptly declared, you are staying overnight. While it would not be a problem under normal circumstances, her second brother had a girlfriend, so his room was conveniently vacant for her to stay in. She even signaled to YNJ Nexi N to align with her narrative. YNJ Nexi N feigned ignorance, focusing on peeling an orange. No worries. I can share the floor with the second brother later. Arens turned his gaze towards XCH Ingy N. Under our Anne's scrutiny, XCH Ingy N felt slightly uneasy. Yet as a mama's boy, he could hardly act in a manner that displeased his mother. Thus, he stiffly replied, it may be somewhat inconvenient. I am not accustomed to sharing a bed with others. It is quite all right. I can sleep on the floor. I am not used to having someone in my room. Our Anne suggested, either I can sleep on the floor in your room, or let the second sister-in-law share with you while I take my own room. XCH-ing-en exclaimed. You are ruthless? With no alternative, XCH-ing-en could only beseech Ru-en-y-oi-o for assistance. Mom. Ru-en-y-oi-o shot a glare at XCH-ing-en, deeming him utterly useless. She feigned recollection and stated, Oh, it just occurred to me. Later, your second brother's girlfriend found it inconvenient to sleep in your room. So I had someone prepare a guest room for her. You should just sleep in your own room. How can I not navigate this? What should I do? Regardless, he has this script. I can perform my part as well. Ru-en-y-oi-o resolved to implement her plan. Where shall I begin? She scrutinized our Anne's from head to toe, feeling somewhat disheartened. At a height of 6 feet 3 inches, he was a natural model, looking splendid in any attire. Look at this ensemble of black clothing. How elegant it appears. Indeed, he is undoubtedly my offspring. He is handsome. Wait, why am I praising him? I'm supposed to be critical, but how shall I critique him? Ru-en-y-oi-o fixed her gaze on our Anne's and suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. Aha! Wearing all black is typically associated with mourning attire. I shall chastise him for attempting to mourn me to death. Clearing her throat, Ru-en-y-oi-o coughed twice, then, feigning a newfound realization, frowned and pretended to be irate. Our Anne's, why are you dressed in all black? Is it not customary to wear black only for mourning? You do not intend to mourn me to death, do you? Our Anne's lips twitched as he glanced at Ru-en-y-oi-o's own black knitted dress, reminding her, Mom, your dress is also black. Ru-en-y-oi-o looked down at herself, filled with chagrin. Ah, why am I also in black? Can I not wear white? Well, this dress was specifically chosen. I thought black is slimming and exudes elegance, leaving a refined impression of propriety on my son. At that moment, Ru-en-y-oi-o deeply regretted her choice. Had she known, she would not have worn this dress. Any other would have sufficed. But apart from this, what else can I say? Ru-en-y-oi-o's gaze fell upon our Anne's head, fixating on his hat, and she suddenly brightened. Oh, right. There's also the hat. Our Anne's. The next moment, he heard Ru-en-y-oi-o's voice, tinged with nearly palpable excitement. Why wear a hat indoors? Do you think it resembles me, thus bringing shame upon yourself? My face is the most beautiful. Indeed, that's right. He must be infuriated, faced with such a capricious mother. Ruanji felt utterly helpless. He could only respond, No, it's because of my work. I'm not accustomed to being watched. My face tends to attract attention. Is that a subtle compliment about my looks? In her heart, Ruan Yao Yao felt a flicker of delight. Yet she also felt somewhat awkward due to the lack of a sharp retort. We've discussed the clothing, we've talked about the hat. What else is there to say? Oh, he's sitting too straight, Ruan Yao Yao remarked. Just look at you, what kind of posture is that? Sitting so upright. Do you not consider this your home? Look at your older brother and second brother. None of them sit as straight as you do. Is this really something to criticize? Ruanji's back stiffened instantly, feeling as though he could do nothing right. His mother was not even old yet, but he felt as if he were confronting a stubborn child, which was both exasperating and amusing. She exerted herself to find fault with him, hoping to make him dislike her, yet it only put her in a difficult position. He had to pretend he couldn't hear her, playing along with her act. If not for his naturally cold demeanor, he might have revealed his amusement. Ruanji said, Mom, this is how soldiers behave. I've grown accustomed to it. If you find it displeasing, just look away. Why should I not look? Such a handsome soldier is my son, my own flesh and blood. If I don't look, who will? Ruan Yao Yao, feeling defiant, declared, I will look. Even if you tell me not to, I still will. What, are you dissatisfied? If you are, come at me. Those who couldn't contain their laughter burst out. And Ruan Yao Yao turned away, glaring in indignation. What is so funny? What is amusing about this? Mom, I'm sorry, I lost my composure, Yu Xiangxiao apologized, covering her mouth. Mom, Ruanji isn't a dog. He won't bite anyone, no matter what. Then perhaps you should choose a different word. You're the one who belongs to the dogs, your entire family. After her outburst, Ruan Yao Yao immediately regretted it, realizing that Yu Xiangxiao was her daughter-in-law. By insulting her, she had inadvertently insulted herself. More and more people could not hold back their laughter. Even Ruanji couldn't help but smile, finding his mother's antics akin to those of a young girl, which was utterly delightful. Ruan Yao Yao became even angrier. These people, I'm trying to save you, and you all refuse to appreciate it, instead mocking me. How outrageous. Chapter 41. Feeling like a clown, Ruan Yao Yao angrily stormed upstairs. Soon, Only Su Lianghan and the other four remained in the living room. With Ruan Yaoyao absent, Ru Anji lost all motivation to continue the charade, saying, "Is this how you usually deceive my mother? What deception?" Su Chengyin immediately grasped the situation. "No, you can't possibly still doubt this. You heard it with your own ears. How can you still not believe?" "How can I believe?" Ru Anji replied. "Rather than convincing me this is some supernatural event, why not simply tell me what high-tech product your Su family has developed that allows others to hear the wearer's thoughts? Is it really that hard for you to believe? What have we done to make you distrust us?" Su Qingyin found it hard to fathom. He and Ru Anji had exchanged very few words, and he hadn't caused any unpleasantness between them. He wanted to ask what the Su family had done to warrant such mistrust from Ru Anji. Ru Anji responded, "Normal people wouldn't believe such things." The four present, Su Lianghan, Su Qingyin, Yu Xiangxiao, and Yun Jingxian, were all taken aback. Were they not normal? How would I know? It's not like I'm the one saying you're abnormal. The four of them suddenly felt that Ru Anji was somewhat infuriating. "What must we do for you to believe us?" Su Lianghan asked, raising an eyebrow. "I didn't expect my elder brother to engage in such trivial matters." Su Lianghan replied, "What do you mean? Is this amusing? I can see through it. Hurry up and show us. Stop playing around." "Who is playing around? It's you who has been messing with us." Su Qingyin was somewhat irritated. Why was Ru Anji so unreasonable? They had insisted that everything they said was true, yet he refused to listen and doubted them. He didn't want to waste more words on Ru Anji and turned to leave the living room. Yun Jingxian said, "I'll go check on him." In truth, she wanted to make a swift exit. She wasn't a member of the Su family and was merely here to enjoy the spectacle, not to get involved in any disputes. Thus, the living room was left with only Ru Anji and the couple, Su Lianghan and Yu Xiangxiao. "Since you don't believe, just watch. I can only say that I have a clear conscience regarding this matter." Yu Xiangxiao suddenly remarked, "I just remembered I need to feed Ling Xian." She stood up to leave. "I'll go help your sister-in-law." Soon after, they both exited as well. Ru Anji thought, was it really necessary for everyone to flee so hastily? Are they afraid of something? As night deepened, Ru Anji guessed that they must have gone to sleep. Suddenly, he sprang up from bed, skillfully searching the room. Surprisingly, he found nothing that should not exist, such as cameras. Could it be that he was merely overthinking? There were indeed cameras, but he had discovered them during his last visit. Their positions had not changed. The Su family was large and prosperous, so it was impossible that there were no surveillance perspectives. However, what Ru Anji was looking for was not these. Suddenly, he looked up and met the wide-eyed gaze of Ruan Yaoyao, who was wearing pajamas. She was startled, having merely gotten up in the middle of the night for a glass of water, yet she stumbled upon her precious son stealing things from their home. "Should I pretend I didn't see or truly not see?" "Mom, Before Ru Anji could finish, he saw Ruan Yaoyao walk past him with a vacant expression, singing, "I'm going to school, never late." "Sleepwalking." "Yes, I can sleepwalk." Ru Anji watched in disbelief as his mother walked past him, singing a nursery rhyme while heading to the kitchen in search of food. She picked up what was clearly water, but claimed it was milk, happily declaring that drinking milk would help her grow taller. "Perfect. I'm truly a genius." Following behind, Ru Anji felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He could only confirm one thing. His mother had quite the imagination. Moreover, the item he sought was likely not in the living room, but had a wide radiation range. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone upstairs while he could still hear her thoughts. This matter was truly beyond anything he could have anticipated. The next day, Ru Anji woke up early to find Ruan Yaoyao throwing a fit in the living room, claiming that something had gone missing and instructing the housekeeper to search for it. She was adamant that the missing item was from the living room and had no idea which thief had stolen it. Ru Anji remarked, "Didn't you just happily allow someone to steal things yesterday? Why are you suddenly acting like you don't recognize anyone? I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be false. Once the housekeeper catches the thief, I can justifiably throw them out. I am truly too clever. I'm a genius." Who stole something? Su Qingyin, just waking up, was startled. Who had the audacity to steal from their home? Where was their security? "Mother, what has gone missing at home?" He hastily descended the stairs, narrowly bypassing our Anza's shoulder, and rushed towards Ru Nyo. "When did it disappear? Have the authorities been notified?" "It was lost last night. I am uncertain of what it was, but I am quite sure it was something from the living room." Ru Nyo's expression was grave as she declared, "You must trust a woman's intuition." "I believe it. Mother's intuition is undoubtedly accurate. Of course. She witnessed it firsthand. How could it be wrong?" XCH Ingi N instructed the housekeeper to send him a list, and he assisted in verifying the items in the living room. The monetary value was insignificant. What mattered was the reputation of the X family. Xli NGHN, YShi Inkio, and YNJ Nexien were also startled and inquired about the situation as they descended the stairs. Upon hearing that there was a thief in the house, everyone became exceedingly concerned. It seemed no one contemplated if Ruin Y Oi O had seen the thief clearly. Why did she not alert anyone last night? Our Anne sat in the living room, speechless, observing the performance of the group. He was uncertain whether to admire his mother's acting skills or to commend the family's apparent devotion in supporting her. Unexpectedly, Ruin Y Oi O was taken aback upon witnessing the scene. Wait, he is far too composed, isn't he? Is this the legendary lesson that appearances can be deceiving? He has done such a thing, yet remains seated, as if nothing has transpired. My heavens! Impressive. Could it be that he dons that uniform merely due to his audacity? Such a disgrace to the military. Wait, who is mother referring to? Having skipped breakfast and preoccupied with the list, XCH Ingi In looked up, startled. He sensed something was amiss. After making his annotations, he found an excuse to address our Anns. I suddenly recalled you asking me yesterday if there were any outcomes regarding that matter. Shall we speak privately? That matter? Yes, precisely that. Our Anns raised an eyebrow, unable to contain himself. He stood up, indicating for XCH Ingi In to lead the way. Chapter 42. The female assassin has arrived. Everyone was curious about what XCH Ingi In was about to disclose to our Anns, including Ruin Y Oi O. Could it be that the second son has discovered what was stolen, realized it was the third son's doing, and intends to cover for him? Xli NGHN. Ion Sengyo. What? Aran stole something? Absolutely not. I have finally found a reason to expel him from the household. And now the second son wants to smooth things over? How will I manage that? Why Yankee O inquired with her gaze towards Xli NGHN. Should we intervene? Xli Nejahash ne responded. Iamunchertain. YNJ Nexien added. Stop exchanging glances. Mother has already left. I went out to search for something, and mother saw me, Aran stated. You should know what I'm looking for. Come on, are you out of your mind? We have all clarified that this is genuine, not fabricated. Do you not comprehend? If we possessed such abilities, why would we hide it? We would have reported it long ago. Who knows? Not everyone possesses such lofty ideals. As XCH Ingi In was about to speak, he heard a familiar voice. Found them. They're over here. What do you want with them? XCH Ingi In turned, but saw no one. That scared me. I thought I was discovered. Wait, why would I hide? I am here to prevent the second son from assisting the third son in fabricating evidence. Oh, I will wait until the second son aids him in creating false testimony. Then I will leap out and catch him red-handed. The effect will be the same. I am indeed clever. XCH Ingi In asked. Did you hear that? It is quite distant. Our Anns understood what he meant, implying that yesterday's conversation could be heard from the living room to upstairs. And now even the courtyard could hear it. XCH Ingi In, speechless, remarked, If you do not believe me, you may drive mother out yourself. That suits me perfectly. Wait, is this not about fabricating evidence? Why has it turned into taking me out? Why would you want to take me out? XCH Ingi In replied. You should tell mother yourself. Do not forget our previous agreement. Rest assured, that is my mother. Concerned for XCH Ingi In, our Anns' allies hurried over, witnessing the two discussing taking Ruin Y Oyo out for a drive. Xli NGH In and the others sighed in relief, glad that they were not overheard. Ruin Y Oyo was still waiting to catch our Anns in a misstep, so she was unwilling. However, after consulting with the housekeeper, it was confirmed that nothing was missing from the living room. Everything remained intact. They even reviewed the surveillance footage and found no anomalies. Ruin Y Oyo protested. What do you mean there is no anomaly? My video from last night is missing. Xli NGH In and the others turned their gazes toward our Anns. Our Anns maintained a calm demeanor. Naturally, he had emerged to search for something, not to be caught, so he had to allow the surveillance to take a break. Unable to secure any evidence, Ruin Y Oyo felt frustrated. She could not expose her own shortcomings by admitting that her sleepwalking last night was a fabrication, for that would be utterly embarrassing. With no other options, Ruin Y Oyo could only glare at our Anns, convinced that this son was purposefully vexing her. Certainly, XCH Ingi In and our Anns remarked. My mother is indeed furious. Once again, he evaded capture. Now what shall we do? If only I had known. I would have agreed to let him take me for a drive earlier. At least that would have provided us with an opportunity for interaction, and I could have seized some leverage over him. Mother, since Ans has a rare day off, why not accompany him out? My brother and I still need to attend to company matters, and it would be dull for you to remain alone at home. Upon hearing Ruin Y Oyo's thoughts, XCH Ingi and immediately offered a way out. Ruin Y Oyo feigned reluctance, saying, "How could there be no one? Isn't your sister-in-law home?" Y Shienki O quickly interjected, "Mother, I also wish to go for a drive. Why not take me along?" In truth, she desired to continue eavesdropping on the gossip. "Indeed, mother, look, even sister-in-law wishes to join. You and she can go together. What about El Ing Su En?" Only then did Ruin Y Oyo relent. "Very well, since you all have said so, what else can I say? I shall heed your wishes." As they were about to depart, our An switched to a different vehicle. He opted for his own car rather than one from the X family. He had temporarily requested a vehicle from above to accommodate the three of them perfectly. Xli NGHN, XCH INGEN, and YNJ Nexi N would have liked to accompany them, but as business people, they could not neglect their companies for the sake of gossip. They could only regretfully part ways and make their way to the office. However, they did not forget to message why she Inky O in the group, instructing her to keep them updated. As the car engine roared to life, Ruin Y Oyo noted that her son was quite adept at driving. The only regret was that she was playing the role of the wicked stepmother. Otherwise, she would have praised him wholeheartedly. What a pity. With such striking looks and driving skills, it is a shame I cannot commend him. The feeling of regret lingered, echoing for 3 days without respite. Why she Enkyo messaged the ex-brothers. It appears that mother truly adores her son. She has been singing his praises throughout the journey. She mischievously queried them. "Are you feeling envious?" Exley NGHN replied, "Haha." At that moment, a red sports car sped towards them. Aran swiftly turned the steering wheel and hit the brakes, yet they were still struck. In the passenger seat, Ruin Y Oyo was so frightened that she clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and screamed. Sitting in the back seat alongside her daughter, Yu Xiangxiao was startled by a piercing scream, accompanied by the frightened wails of an infant. The specially designed baby stroller, secured in the rear of the car, toppled over, sending Xiao Lingxian into a frenzy of cries. "Oh no, let us get out." Both women felt weak, struggling to open the car doors multiple times to no avail. Assuming it was their fault, they were startled when Ru Anji remarked, "It won't open. This vehicle is customized to automatically lock in emergencies. It can only be unlocked from the inside once it is deemed safe. You haven't gotten yourself entangled with someone you shouldn't, have you?" The thought of Ru Anji's troubles sent a chill down Ruan Yao Yao's spine. "Goodness," exclaimed Yu Xiangxiao, "is it really that serious? We merely came out for a breath of fresh air. Could it be?" Yu Xiangxiao began to regret her decision to encourage this escapade, wondering if they truly had provoked that so-called reborn girl. The woman, clad in a fire engine red dress, revealed long, exquisitely straight legs, as pale as porcelain, complemented by a pair of striking red high heels that exuded allure. Chapter 43. The Fiery Long Dress. She seemed injured, one hand pressing a cloth against her bleeding forehead while the other closed the car door, peering out to assess the situation. Sighing with relief upon realizing Ru Anji's vehicle had merely been grazed, she approached, tapping on the window, urgently inquiring, "Hey, is anyone awake? What is happening inside?" "Open the door." Ruan Yao Yao's pupils dilated in shock. What on earth? The reborn girl has truly arrived. Just as Yu Xiangxiao had managed to calm her daughter with a pacifier, she was taken aback. "No way, Mom. Don't scare me." Ru Anji interjected. The cold and elegant female assassin. She kills ruthlessly, always adorned in red, believing it the best color to conceal blood. Her favorite saying is, "Death is not the end. I merely send them down to meet their ancestors sooner." Ruan Yao Yao couldn't help but glance at Ru Anji, curious about how such a fierce assassin had captured his heart. Ru Anji, in turn, pondered why his mother possessed such a vivid imagination. Did he even know this individual? Her name was Song Na, born into affluence, raised with minimal discipline and educated privately at home, learning finance and investment, with a father perpetually busy and a mother who departed early in her life. She spent her lonely childhood in the company of tutors and nannies, developing a slight Oedipus complex. He encountered her on a rainy day, beneath the soft glow of orange streetlights, where she sat in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably, drenched and resembling a drowned rat. As a soldier, Ru Juanji's training compelled him to extend a hand to those in need. Approaching her, he asked if she required assistance or a call to a friend. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her inebriation. "What took you so long?" She lifted her head, her bleary eyes locking onto his, and collapsed into his arms, weeping profusely. She questioned why he treated her this way, professing her affection and unwavering loyalty, despite his apparent indifference. Ah, a broken heart, he thought. He attempted to clarify that she had mistaken him for someone else, but she paid no heed, clinging to him, insisting that she wouldn't interfere with his wife or children, merely requesting a small corner in his life for herself. At that moment, Ru Anji nearly shattered his worldview. "Wait, you realize you are the other woman, yet you cling to such a scoundrel? If she were unattractive and unable to find a partner, it would be one thing, but from a straight male perspective, Song Na was not only beautiful, but strikingly tall and exquisitely lovely, a rarity among beauties. How could such a woman fear loneliness? Ru Anji couldn't comprehend it. Yet, regardless of her flawed perspective, he could not abandon a drunken soul on the road. She possessed no identification, not even a lost phone. With no other option, he took her to a hotel. Song Na flushed crimson, unable to meet his gaze. "Look, this woman could be a killer?" Ru Anji accepted a firearm. Addressing Ruan Yao Yao and Yu Xiangxiao, "She is my friend, Song Na, a model for an online store. She is unaware of my true identity, believing me to be an ordinary person. So please do not let anything slip." "Ah, a model can drive a sports car?" Yu Xiangxiao remarked, her eyes wide. A vehicle worth millions was hardly the domain of an ordinary person. Her ex-boyfriend bought it for her. Yu Xiangxiao blinked in surprise. That ex must be quite generous. "I want one too. I thought ENT crossed paths with her, but it seems he has." "Good heavens. No, that is absolutely out of the question." Seated in the front passenger seat, Ruan Yaoyao grasped Ru Anji's hand, fervently shaking her head. "No, you cannot open the door. It's still unsafe. If you do, she'll know we're your family. At that point, we are all doomed. I don't want to become someone else's target for revenge. An elusive assassin is terrifying." "Mom, what are you doing?" Ru Anji lamented. "I've told you. I know her. She is merely a somewhat attractive model. You need to be anxious. Just because you say she is a model doesn't make it so. What if she is deceiving you? My instincts are reliable. They are far more dependable than your judgment. I've observed her for quite some time. I can't have misjudged her. I want to open the door. Not for anything." In contrast to Ru Anji's reassurances, Yu Xiangxiao placed more faith in her mother-in-law, Ruan Yaoyao, and quietly suggested, "Perhaps you should heed Mom's advice. There is wisdom in the saying that ignoring the counsel of the elderly leads to immediate hardship. Mom has certainly experienced more than we have." "Exactly. Look at your sister-in-law. She is far more sensible than you. How can you be so thoughtless?" Ruan Yaoyao retorted. "If even outsiders trust me, how can I not trust my own flesh and blood? Clearly, you were not raised by me. It shows. I can no longer place blind faith in blood relations. To survive, I cannot trust even my own kin lightly." Outside, Song Na grew increasingly anxious. Unable to see inside the vehicle, she knocked on the window, receiving no response. Could they truly be unconscious from the collision? This was problematic. She intended to take revenge on Ru Anji, but he must first fall in love with her and endure her torment before anything could happen to him. If anything were to occur, it should be after she had exacted her toll. "Hello, is anyone there? Speak up. If there is no response, I will call the police." Ru Anji, feeling helpless, conferred with Ruan Yaoyao and Yu Xiangxiao, suggesting he wouldn't expose their presence. Upon exiting the vehicle, he would promptly close the door. Surely, that would suffice. Otherwise, with such a conspicuous vehicle parked, they could not simply pretend nothing had happened. They could not remain in a stalemate indefinitely. Indeed, she cannot remain there forever. The car cannot move. Let's hope he keeps his word. Cautiously eyeing Ruan Anji, Ruan Yaoyao nodded. "All right, hand me the car keys. You shall exit the vehicle alone. And refrain from mentioning me or your sister-in-law. If you dare to utter a word, we shall sever our mother-son relationship. Indeed, I shall also sever ties with your sister-in-law and your younger uncle," Yu Xiangxiao added with a serious expression. She was indifferent to the consequences, as long as she could exert some pressure. Ruan Anji's lips twitched, resigned to the antics of these two women. It was evident that they were not of the same ilk. He pondered how his elder brother could tolerate a sister-in-law who relished creating chaos alongside their mother. But then again, his brother also enjoyed the tumult. Very well, all is forgiven. Rest assured, I shall not utter a word. Does my character not speak for itself, mother? A thief's character, you say? Allow me to remind you, nothing was stolen from your household last night. With that, Ruan Anji ceased further discourse, surrendered the car keys, and exited the vehicle. Ruan Yao reacted swiftly, shifting to his seat and locking the door from within. Chapter 044. Perhaps, let true love conquer hatred. This action was certainly not lost on Ruan Anji's ears, leaving him in a state of incredulity. His mother was rather amusing. Ruan Anji, Song Na exclaimed in shock. I can't believe I crashed in your car. Are you all right? I knocked on your window for ages, yet you showed no response. She released her grip, revealing a bloodied forehead, a clear indication of the impact she had endured. Even her sports car bore a crumpled front. However, Ruan Anji's vehicle, having undergone modifications and approved by the authorities, sustained only a minor scrape at the rear, essentially unscathed. Ruan Yao and Yu Xiangxiao merely experienced a fright, with no physical harm, showcasing the car's quality. Naturally, Ruan Anji would not disclose this. Feigning dizziness, he remarked, I'm fine, just a bit dazed from the bump. It took me a moment to register what happened. But you, with such a severe injury, should see a doctor immediately. Song Na shook her head. I'm all right. Just a small cut. I'm so sorry. I lost focus while driving. Thank goodness you weren't hurt. If you had been, I wouldn't know how to cope. As she spoke, her eyes grew moist. You've helped me so much, and I've done nothing for you. I almost caused your death. I feel utterly useless. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Ruan Anji panicked and hurried to console her. It's nothing. I was just startled. Please don't cry. Those who have comforted others before should possess some experience. If one does not console, the tears flow even more profusely. Song Na, who had merely glistened with tears before, now wept like pearls cascading down her exquisite face, embodying a heart-wrenching beauty. Although Ruan Yao was aware that Ruan Anji's car had exceptional sound insulation and that once the security lock was activated, sound from within were not easily transmitted outside, she was not entirely familiar with Ruan Anji's vehicle. After he exited, she hesitated to speak, mentally exclaiming, "Oh dear, here it comes, the beauty weeping." What man could remain unmoved? No wonder the third son couldn't resist. He fell so swiftly. Yu Xiangxiao, peering through the car window, concurred that the visibility from the vehicle was superb, nearly capturing the image of Song Na's tears. Her mother was right. Song Na indeed possessed the allure to employ such tactics. It was only natural that the younger uncle succumbed. Song Na then leaned into Ruan Anji's embrace. As he instinctively reached to pat her back, he hesitated and gently shifted her to the side. He had forgotten that this modified vehicle not only had soundproofing, only isolating the inside but allowing external sounds, but also an expansive view. To avoid being the subject of scrutiny, it was wise to maintain some distance. Before long, a tow truck arrived, one for Song Na's car and another for Ruan Anji's. Ruan Anji called for another vehicle to take her to the hospital. Of course, he did not accompany her, as his thoughts lingered on Ruan Yao and Yu Xiangxiao. Unbeknownst to him, once he had assisted Song Na into the vehicle, her expression turned cold. She had not anticipated her injury to be so severe, nor did she expect his concern to extend only to this point, leaving her to go to the hospital alone. Clearly, she had overestimated her influence over him. No wonder he had been able to infiltrate their organization in his previous life and eliminate it cleanly. He was indeed heartless, able to maintain composure even with a beauty like her. In her inebriated state, heartbroken and lying in his arms, she felt he should have done something. It was utterly unmanly of him. Aki, Ruan Anji sneezed. Had he known Song Na's thoughts, he would have asserted, this has nothing to do with masculinity. It is a matter of principle. When Ruan Anji arrived at the designated repair location, Ruan Yao and Yu Xiangxiao had already disembarked with the child, and Yu Xiangxiao had taken her daughter to the nursing room. Ruan Anji breathed a sigh of relief, initially fearing his mother would be foolish enough to remain in the car. Wait, weren't you accompanying that venomous beauty to the hospital? By travel time? You shouldn't have returned so soon. Did you abandon her midway? Ruan Yao gasped. Good heavens, if that were the case, Song Na would be furious. No wonder she was so harsh later. Perhaps it was because my son is too straightforward and angered her? Silence fell as they pondered who was truly tormenting whom. Ruan Anji mused. Now that we are in familiar territory, how can I still hear my mother's thoughts? Wait, could that be the source of his mother's musings? Mother, She is not my girlfriend. If she isn't your girlfriend, why did she cling to you and cry like that? I'm not blind. Ruan Yaoyao retorted disapprovingly. If you wish to be with her, then do it properly. Make her happy. Perhaps if you charm her, she may not seek revenge and might even be content with you. Isn't that how the stories go? The heroine falls for the son of her enemy, ultimately letting go of her hatred for a blissful ending. With this thought, Ruan Yaoyao's spirits lifted. Indeed, since they have already met, avoidance is not a solution. Perhaps we should facilitate their union and let true love vanquish hatred. Long live true love. The more Ruan Yaoyao contemplated her idea, the more she felt it was brilliant. Transforming into a modern-day sage, earnestly instructing Ruan Onji on how to please a girlfriend. Women, after all, appreciate being cherished by their partners. One must check in when out, inquire about meals 3 times a day, and send greetings for morning, noon, and night. Even in the absence of conversation, one should seek topics to discuss, ensuring that the other feels your presence and is aware of your whereabouts. Ruan Onji felt overwhelmed. He had already stated that his relationship with Song Na was not of that nature. Why could his mother not believe him? Not only did she remain skeptical, but she also took on the role of a mentor, instructing him on how to win a girlfriend's affection. Mother, do you even know what kind of person Song Na is? You just mentioned she is an assassin. You want your son to win over an assassin? Are you out of your mind? When dealing with such lawbreakers, shouldn't the first course of action be to call the authorities? Mother, I assure you, my relationship with Song Na is not what you think. I understand, but just because she isn't doesn't mean you can't learn. Listen to me. There's a saying, if she is inexperienced in the world, show her the wonders of life. If she bears the scars of experience, take her on a carousel ride. If she is blossoming in love, you should be more open. If she has seen many, then you must be steadfast. Thoughtfully remarked, much like Miss Song. Do you believe she is weary from the vicissitudes of life or merely well acquainted with people? If that is the case, you should take her for a ride on the carousel or perhaps to the hearth. Surely, it would move her heart. So, has it now transformed into the notion that he may not have successfully pursued Song Na? Ruan Ji replied, Mother, she has someone she fancies. She prefers men of a more mature age. To which came the retort, if you have not pursued her earnestly, how can you ascertain that you cannot win her over? It is not merely a question of pursuit. The man she admires and the one I admire are entirely different in style, rendering any possibility between us utterly impossible. She is already showing interest in you. What is there that is not feasible? Ruan Ji rolled his eyes, finding his son's naivety exasperating. I have articulated this for quite some time. Why can you not comprehend? Forget it. It shall be as it is. When the time comes, he will learn through his own missteps. Until he has fully severed ties with that woman, I shall never acknowledge him as my son. Chapter 045. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the sea. Ruan Ji exclaimed, Mother, you need not reiterate, after so many repetitions. My ears are growing weary. If it truly did not matter, you would not incessantly harp on it. The very act of repeating signifies a genuine concern, an inability to let go. Look at you, declaring you would disregard him, yet here you are, still concerned. A woman's heart is indeed as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Initially, when he first heard her words, Ruan Ji felt a twinge of anxiety. But as time wore on, he grew rather numb to it. Regarding his somewhat childish mother, he was at a loss. He had closely observed her and sought excuses to conduct some inquiries, yet he could not discern anything amiss. The question arose, how was he able to hear his mother's innermost thoughts? Suddenly, the words of Su Cheng Yen emerged in his mind. We have not deceived you. What benefit would there be in lying to you? Why do you not believe? Such matters, could one truly believe them? It was utterly bewildering. Strangely, Ruan Ji felt a chill run down his spine. If his mother's condition were indeed true, how much more was there in this world of which he remained unaware? Was his mother's ability truly a golden finger and not merely a ticking time bomb? He nearly reported it immediately, but considering he lacked concrete evidence, he refrained and called Su Chengyan to confirm his mother's situation. Su Chengjian, who had been lounging, suddenly straightened up and said, What's this? Have you finally come to believe? You have quite the knack. You can even encounter an accident while out with her. Thankfully, mother and your sister-in-law were unharmed, or else your brother would have had words with you. Have you discerned the extent of what your mother can hear? Ruan Ji recalled that Su Chengyan had previously mentioned that not everyone could hear, which is why he felt at ease letting him take Ruan Yao out. I am uncertain. For now, I can confirm that aside from our family, only those related to the Su family, such as your sister-in-law and her family, can hear. As for Yun Jinxian, since their connection is fabricated, I have yet to dare take her along. Su Changyin continued. However, it is certain that those who can hear are typically the victims, while the perpetrators cannot. Ruin Ji exhaled slightly in relief. If only the victims could hear and not the aggressors, then in the event of any situation, both the victims and his mother's safety would be ensured. He instructed Su Changyin to enhance security measures at home, particularly around his mother, and suggested arranging for bodyguards to be at her side at all times. He would refrain from undertaking missions for the time being to observe whether his mother's situation was unique or if similar occurrences were happening across the country. Depending on circumstances, he would evaluate whether to report it. Is it possible to avoid arrangements? Ruin Ji had already made the acquaintance of a cold and formidable female assassin who knew what direction things would take. What if he accidentally let something slip? Or if they discovered it themselves and came after them? With such thoughts swirling, Ruin Ji found sleep elusive and meals unappealing. Within a few days, he instructed Su Lianghan to contact a security firm to bolster home security measures, insisting on assigning 2 bodyguards to each family member. Mother, have you lost your mind? Su Hongyi shouted into the phone. As a student, if I am seen coming and going with 2 bodyguards, people will think I am unhinged. Unhinged, you say? This is for your safety. Ruin Ji retorted. Do you not realize that many deranged individuals are inclined to kidnap naive, sweet individuals like you? One abduction is a certainty. If you wish to avoid the misfortune of being kidnapped and harmed, you will take them with you. Do you hear? I refuse. Su Hongyi protested. If you were not my biological mother, do you think I would care? Your eldest and second brothers have no objections. Why must you be so troublesome? Su Hongyi was irate. Is this a trivial matter? Eldest brother and second brother are company presidents. They can have 10 or 8 bodyguard without raising eyebrows, and they would only be seen as imposing. But I am a student. Mother, do you hear me? I am a student. Which student goes to school with bodyguards? If nothing is amiss, what happens if I bring a bodyguard and something does occur? In his anger, he hung up the phone and called his eldest brother, Su Lianghan, to complain, urging him to rein in their mother, Ruin Ji, who was clearly too idle to concoct such absurd ideas. You are at school and may not be aware of the happenings at home. Here is the deal. Su Lianghan sighed. I will have those 2 bodyguards stationed at your school as security. They want to be looming over you like pillars, and that should suffice, correct? Su Hongyi felt a tightening in his chest. Is something happening at home? Do not concern yourself with family matters. Focus on your studies. Prioritize your safety. Avoid wandering outside alone, and do not carelessly enter other campuses. You have me, your second brother, and your third brother. If previously Su Hongyi had been fuming after hanging up on his mother, after speaking with his eldest brother, the anger dissipated, replaced with concern for his family. Just then his good friend, Ma Ao Tian, approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "What's wrong? Was that a call from home? You look rather troubled." Tian Yi, something has happened at home. Ma Ao Tian paused. Did your family go bankrupt? No. After all the effort to cultivate a relationship with a wealthy heir. Did they go bankrupt? Su Hongyi replied, bewildered. I don't know. My mother wants to assign bodyguards to me, and my brother is concerned about my safety. But they want to say what's wrong. Tian Ge, don't you know many people? Can you find out about my family discreetly? Ma Ao Tian, however, did not know anyone from that circle. He was merely a lowly individual who had just managed to recruit a few small-time thugs, presenting himself as somewhat of a big brother, though he was truly inconsequential. He could only manage to deceive Su Hongyi, whose eyes were innocent and naive. Of course, Ma Ao Tian could not reveal this, instead donning a troubled expression and saying, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, this is your family matter. If I, an outsider, were to let your family know, they would be upset, as family shame should not be aired. Tian Ge, I implore you, please assist me. I hardly know anyone of significance, and if you do not help, I am at a loss. Rest assured, I will ensure your subordinates do not work in vain. I shall not skimp on the remuneration due for their efforts." Upon hearing of the reward, Ma Ao Tian's eyes lit up, and he reluctantly agreed to assist Su Hongyi. Su Hongyi was immensely pleased and promptly treated Ma Outyin and his brothers to a sumptuous meal. However, Ma Outyin's brothers did not think highly of Su Hongyi. They merely regarded him as a sheep ripe for the shearing. believing that Ma Outyin had skillfully ensnared this plump target to extract more benefits. Indeed, Su Hongye was quite affluent. He not only possessed a sum of pocket money from the Su family's communal account, but also held 3 cards, each bestowed by his mother Ruan Yaoyao, elder brother Su Lianghan, and second brother Su Chengyan. One had inherited a considerable fortune from a deceased husband, while the other 2 were company presidents, both wealthy in their own right. In addition, although third brother Ru Anji and fourth sister Su Nanan did not provide him with cards, they occasionally sent him money to ensure he took care of himself while away from home. From a young age, Su Hongye had never lacked for funds, which rendered him utterly oblivious to the value of money. He was as generous as a sieve. Anyone who was nice to him could expect financial gifts. Almost everyone in his class was aware of his reputation as a big spender. His entanglement with Ma Outyin was orchestrated by a classmate, involving a hidden scheme. Su Hongye was blissfully unaware, believing Ma Outyin to be his savior and a dear brother, treating him as if he were family. As for his actual brother Ruanji, he was not particularly generous, and there were hardly any heartfelt conversations between them. Merely a casual address as brother sufficed. Ruanji remarked, "There is nothing to discuss. We're not particularly close." Su Lianghan and Su Qingyan echoed this sentiment, expressing frustration at Su Hongye's navet. Ruan Yaoyao wholeheartedly agreed, emphasizing the importance of one's own life over familial ties. She felt invigorated since acquiring her newfound advantages, akin to an awakening. In the past, if Su Hongye had dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have been furious and sought him out at school to confront him. But now, she thought, I have fulfilled my responsibilities. If he refuses to cooperate, he cannot blame me for being heartless. She entrusted Su Lianghan and Su Qingyan to take care of him. If they could not manage, then Su Hongye was free to fend for himself. Ruan Yaoyao angrily called her daughter Su Nanan. Su Nanan, more accommodating, explained that she was traveling with the 3 sons of her elder brother, intending to distance herself from her mother's incessant marriage pressures. At merely 22, the prime of her youth, she was not ready to settle down. She assured her mother, "Do not worry, my brother and sister-in-law have arranged everything for me, and the children are well cared for. I will not let them go hungry." On the other end of the line, Su Nanan rolled her eyes, sensing that her mother was not genuinely concerned for her safety, but rather anxious about her managing 3 children alone. However, with her brother's arrangements in place, she felt secure. Ruan Yaoyao's frustration eased upon hearing Su Nanan's accommodating tone, leading her to reflect on the notion that sons often bring burdens while daughters are nurturing. She considered past grievances with Su Nanan as mere youthful folly that had since been rectified. Su Nanan was now a responsible daughter, helping her brother and sister-in-law with the children while avoiding the chaos that had accompanied her own childbirth experience. Unlike her own time, when she had to juggle multiple responsibilities, she believed her daughter-in-law was wise to relish her circumstances and resolved to learn from her. Yu Xiangxiao felt somewhat awkward and refrained from explaining to Ruan Yaoyao that Su Nanan would be away during her childbirth, as they were concerned about potential conflicts between Ruan Yaoyao and Su Nanan. Isolating potential sources of conflict seemed prudent. Nonetheless, this predicament hindered their ability to ascertain whether other members of the Su family could perceive Ruan Yaoyao's thoughts. However, it was a relief that they were currently away, indicating their safety. Indeed, Ru Anji's girlfriend posed a complication. Before Su Qingyan could elaborate, Ru Anji interrupted him via video, asserting, "I have stated it clearly. She is not my girlfriend, and my relationship with Song Na is not that kind." Su Lianghan acknowledged Ru Anji's struggles, while Yu Xiangxiao reassured him that her efforts were for their children. The couple exchanged tender glances, a moment of warmth between them. Ru Anji asserted, "These are 2 separate issues." However, Su Qingyan contended that once Song Na's identity was confirmed, or their mother's abilities were verified, both issues would be resolved simultaneously. Ru Anji, feeling cornered, muttered that he had nothing further to say. He had previously advised Su Qingyan to place more trust in them. While he acknowledged taking his identity, he clarified that it was not an act of theft, as he was merely an infant at the time. "Are you willing to return our mother to me?" he asked. "I am not here to tear you apart. I wish to join you." Ru Anji's lips trembled slightly as he resisted engaging further with Su Qingyan. Initially, he had perceived Su Qingyan's aloofness as arrogance, but familiarity revealed a complex character, proud yet insecure. He thought to himself, "Why should I yield my mother to anyone else?" If others covet her, I should stake my claim. He could not be so foolish as to let her slip away. Ruan Yaoyao sneezed, sensing someone criticizing her. Likely her fifth child. She had insisted on arranging bodyguards for his well-being, but he remained obstinate, destined to face the consequences of his choices. Yet, how could she report on Song Na without concrete evidence? A sudden call to the authorities would likely be dismissed. Headache. Yu Xiangxiao overheard Ruan Yaoyao's exclamation and approached her with concern. Mother, are you unwell? She inquired. No, why do you ask? Ruan Yaoyao replied. Yu Xiangxiao noted. You seem a bit off today, prompting Ruan Yaoyao to self-reflect and attribute her feelings to the antics of her fifth child, whom she described as unruly and troublesome. I have already explained that assigning him 2 bodyguards is for his own good, yet he refuses to listen and even lashes out at me, hanging up the phone. Mother, the bodyguards were arranged by Liang Han, so you needn't worry. Moreover, he is currently at school. Who would dare to cause a scene there? Yu Xiangxiao remarked that the 5th son has just come of age and is particularly concerned about his reputation. None of his classmates have bodyguards, and should he suddenly appear with them, it would only invite gossip. His self-esteem is quite strong, so his displeasure is understandable. We shouldn't have anyone follow him too closely, making it too obvious. A school is an ivory tower, not a fortress. How many incidents involving students at school have been reported? Ruan Yaoyao disagreed, asserting that if schools were truly that safe, such incidents would not proliferate online. Mother, what circulates online is not necessarily true. Much of it is merely hearsay, sensationalized to attract attention. Just like with our family matters, you witnessed it firsthand, did you not? What about Fang Xinxiu's situation? Has it not yet been resolved? Yu Xiangxiao sighed, stating that the news had been suppressed, but Fang Xinxiu refuses to believe it, insisting that our family bribed the judge and the testing agency to fabricate evidence. She even formed a small group to discuss this daily, presenting her claims as if she had witnessed them herself. Never mind, it will be suppressed, and let her make a fuss. It won't amount to much. We must keep an eye on your father and ensure he doesn't soften and end up giving her money or connections. Impossible, my elder brother is watching closely. Whatever little resources father has are already divided among us siblings. Such a significant incident has been concealed for years. None of them can remain at ease, especially with her mother exerting pressure to exhaust whatever little resources her father has. Initially, her father disagreed, thinking they were being excessive, merely a victim of deceit. Was it really necessary to escalate matters? Yu Xiangxiao directly questioned him. Is it not so? If it were not for my mother-in-law's capabilities, you might have been kept in the dark until your demise. What would happen when that wretched woman comes with a paternity test between Fang Xinxiu and you, demanding a share of the inheritance? At that point, no amount of explanation would suffice. Yu Xing was left speechless. Father, are you more concerned about our filial piety or about mother absconding with your possessions? Zhong Wenmei glared at Yu Xing, threatening him with an unending confrontation should he dare to speak such words. For so many years, he had concealed such a significant matter from her, and she had yet to settle the score with him. Yu Xing dared not retort, fearing that in doing so, he would not only lose his children, but also his wife. It could be said that Yu Xing signed with great reluctance and unwillingness. However, Yu Xiangxiao was indifferent to her father's willingness or unwillingness. The matter was settled, regardless of any future revelations of illegitimate children. The pre-allocated assets would have no bearing on them. Ruan Yaoyao was unconcerned. The trifles of the Yu family would not be divided in her favor. Previously, before her awakening, she might have harbored desires for greater gains, but now, enlightened and equipped with her own advantages, she felt no such need. Wealth is transient. One cannot bring it into life, nor take it away in death. Her own dowry, along with what her late husband left her, and the annual dividends, sufficed for her to live lavishly. Why ponder over what is beyond her reach? She could not fathom taking from her own kin. What would that be for? For the 3rd, 4th, or 5th? Enough of that. One has their own ambitions, another has a career plan, and one is still studying. Who knows if they will even become heirs? In contrast, the eldest and the second are actively pursuing careers, one inheriting the family business and the other venturing into entrepreneurship, both thriving and flourishing, clearly cut out for such endeavors. Why would she, like a hen that lays golden eggs, wait idly for dividends while squandering her own fortune? Ruan Yaoyao was quite self-aware regarding her capabilities. She understood well that she was not suited for such pursuits. Since she was not cut from that cloth, it was best to patiently await the fruits of her labor. Though the returns may seem modest at first, they would accumulate over time. Eventually, whatever assets her father possesses will inevitably fall into the hands of their siblings, whether sooner or later, as long as they have no objections. Yu Xiangqiao asked, what objections could there be? My brother is a mere heir, not even comparable to the second. If he desired to establish his own career like the second, my brother would have already provided him with seed funding. As for my sister, she only dreams of my brother sharing more dividends with her. Some matters cannot be compared. Once compared, one's head would surely ache. Her brother is infatuated with romance, while her sister wishes to be idle, relying entirely on their brother's support. Is it possible that your parents intentionally squandered the potential of the younger ones? Yu Xiangqiao pondered. That seems unlikely. The Su family is not of a single mother's lineage and has not raised any failures. How could they have done so? Wan Yaoyao replied. This is also beneficial. They will not contest with your elder brother, allowing him some respite. I am curious. How is your sister-in-law faring? After all this time, she should have recovered considerably. No? Much improved. Though her spirits are still low and she needs proper care, Yu Xiangqiao sighed, unsure of what more to say. That incident has passed, yet the scars left by that woman remain, likely taking time to heal. There is no remedy for this. Only time can mend such wounds. Even doctors find it challenging to address psychological issues. All that can be done is for your brother to show more concern for your sister-in-law. Whoever encounters such matters would surely be affected. The more genuine the love, the more it weighs on the heart. Fortunately, she and your brother have children. Otherwise, the situation would only become more complex, Yu Xiangqiao mused. Ruan Yaoyao imagined the scenario and found it quite frightening. Indeed, while the child is theirs by blood, it was born of another woman. Yes, apart from offering concern, there seems to be no alternative, she thought. Perhaps she could use this situation to provide her sister-in-law with some psychological comfort, for indeed, hers is the most tragic of circumstances. Sister-in-law, are you certain this is your way of comforting me? Yu Xiangqiao asked earnestly. Do you not think this is the most tragic scenario? Imagine if the adopted daughter were not adopted, but was instead the child she bore with my brother. Gongminhui shuddered. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot feel the pain. Many things are revealed through contrast, Yu Xiangqiao declared as she deftly peeled an orange. Gong Minhui scoffed. Until the knife falls upon you, you cannot know the pain. Certainly. If I were in your position, I would surely confront that woman. But what would that achieve? Would I abandon my 4 children? Yu Xiangqiao replied. You have borne but 1 child. I have 4. Would I forsake my own children for a woman who has usurped my body? Gong Minhui countered. Even if Su Lianhan would let me go, do you believe he would abandon his own child to let me take them all? Moreover, such a scenario is so absurd that no rational person would even contemplate it. However, I am luckier than you. I encountered a reliable mother-in-law. You must accept your misfortune. Your mother-in-law does not compare to mine. My mother is the best, and my mother-in-law is as well, Yu Xiangqiao retorted, seeing she could not win the argument. Gong Minhui chose to ignore her. Do you feel resentful, believing that I am more fortunate than you? Is that not the case? Do you realize what I endured before my mother-in-law awakened? According to the original plot, Ji Ingam Nu was taken aback. Is it true that the X family is that unfortunate? She exclaimed. But that is not the worst of it. The most dreadful part is that my mother-in-law has altered everyone's names, and we may very well meet our demise even sooner. She then recounted the tale of the 3rd son of the X family, our Ans, and the lethal assassin, S. Ing N, indicating that this was merely the beginning, with more calamities to follow. We have yet to resolve this single issue, and there are more to come? My goodness. Has the X family offended someone's ancestors? Does your brother know about this? Why Xianqi shook her head. How could I dare to speak of it? If my brother were to find out, he would certainly insist that I divorce Xli Nghn. Such a perilous situation is to be avoided at all costs. Any rational person would understand the need to steer clear of danger. Given the X family's precarious circumstances, how could one remain there? Ji Ingm Nu momentarily set aside her own issues with YYN, as she had developed a decent rapport with her sister-in-law and did not wish for her to fall into peril. She urged her sister-in-law that even if she were reluctant to part with Xli Nghn, a temporary divorce could be an option. Once this turmoil passed, they could remarry. Wai Xiankio replied, divorce is not an option. Consider it. They wish to extinguish the entire X lineage. Even if I were to divorce Xli Nghn, what would become of the many children we share? Those children are of the X bloodline. They would surely not be spared. If anything were to happen to them, what meaning would my life hold? In that case, as you suggest, your sister-in-law alone raising the children outside may not guarantee their safety either. Therefore, I must implore you and your elder brother. Why Shi Enkyo's countenance was solemn as she revealed her intentions to Ji Ing-im knew. If it became absolutely necessary, she would arrange for an accident to befall the children. At that point, they would become orphans severed from any ties to the X family, allowing her elder brother and sister-in-law to quietly care for them. The Y family is her natal family, providing a legitimate means of adoption, yet she feared for her children's safety. If the Y family merely extended their benevolence by donating to orphanages, it should not raise any suspicions. Ji Ing-im Nu's eyes welled with tears. As a mother herself, she understood why Shi Enkyo's intentions all too well. It was evident that she was preparing to navigate treacherous waters to secure a glimmer of hope for her children. To err on the side of caution, she advised Ji Ing-im Nu to devise a contingency plan. At that moment, Ji Ing-im Nu truly had no time to harbor resentment towards her brother, as their responsibilities were far from over. YYN was oblivious to the conversation between Shi Enkyo and his wife, only aware that the two had quarreled and parted on unfriendly terms. He remained uncertain whether the disagreement stemmed from a falling out between the sisters-in-law or something else. However, his relationship with his wife had improved. YYN pondered, is my wife upset with my sister? Admiring her cleverness for not only securing an escape route for herself, but also mending the rift between her elder brother and sister-in-law. Ruin Y Oyo turned to Aran's. Her curiosity piqued. How did you discern that something was amiss with her? It was not my observation, but that of my comrade. They uncovered a mysterious individual at a crime scene, whose profile bore a striking resemblance to hers. So you suspected her? Ruin Y Oyo was taken aback. What about your true love? Is that all? Your affection seems rather cheap. Anshe replied. She may be entangled with an international organization. A spy? Ruin Y Oyo straightened in her seat, realizing the gravity of the situation. If it pertained to something else, she might have overlooked it, but if it involved a lucrative figure, that was an entirely different matter. Even she could not afford to ignore a potential threat of such magnitude. How did I not notice? Perhaps I overlooked something. Do you have any leads? Aran's replied, there are a few, but not many. Seriously? You've identified her as a potential threat, yet lack concrete evidence? This is rather inadequate. Aran's brow twitched slightly. The effectiveness of patriotic education was indeed remarkable. No wonder when he reported this. He was given such a rational explanation from above, which was guaranteed to be effective. Additionally, there was no need to worry about exposure. Regardless of whether there was evidence or not, as long as it was a suspicion, they would certainly assist. Indeed, the next moment, he heard his mother's thoughts. No, I must lend them my support. Is there truly not a single lead? Perhaps we should investigate whom she has been in contact with to ascertain any potential confidential connections. Chapter 49. The Lucrative Figure. Mother, rest assured, I have not disclosed any specific information. What I have shared is permitted by the higher-ups. Furthermore, this matter may require your cooperation, Aran stated rigidly. She is acquainted with me, and I may very well be one of her targets. If I do not clarify this with you, it could lead to misunderstandings, which would be troublesome. I had previously intended to play matchmaker for the two of you. Wouldn't that be awkward? Ruin Y Oyo gasped in surprise, relieved that Aran's had not acted on her suggestion, as it could have led to a complicated predicament. Indeed, that would be troublesome. Thankfully, you clarified. Otherwise, I would have still been considering playing matchmaker. You are both attractive, and you complement each other splendidly. Mother, let us refrain from such comments. All right, I want to mention it. We shan't involve ourselves with that lucrative figure. This is a matter of principle. We cannot afford any complications. Ruin Y Oyo inquired. What will you do now? Will you feign pursuit or start as friends? Do you plan to bring her home? What do we need to do to assist you? With Dad's intervention, what do I have to fear? No matter how many cold-blooded assassins appear, if they confront me, it will only take a furrowed brow for me to claim victory. The confidence and cooperative tone of Ruin Y Oyo made the others from the X family want to facepalm. Mother, have you forgotten that you nearly forsook your own son for this person? If Ruin Y Oyo were aware, she would certainly say, of course. He is my father. Aran's continued. As for family matters, I will arrange to meet her outside, perhaps for coffee or a meal. I should join? Ruin Y Oi O eagerly offered, as she needed to provide insight into the situation. How could she warn them without encountering Essing in person? That would be acceptable. The other members of the X family interjected, but our Anns interrupted. You all should refrain. Ruin Y Oi O smirked. Did you see that? This is my son. What concern is it of yours? Are we really not going? Why not? They can enjoy coffee and meals, but we cannot. If fate brings us together, it is beyond our control. Could it be too dangerous? Why she Enki O felt a twinge of hesitation, but could not shake her worries. As the woman's threat level remained high. ISNT, there's safety in numbers with Dad around? Do you think my brother would allow the third son to report and then let him confront her alone? That is true, but what has the third son discovered? Why the sudden shift in belief? Wasn't he previously skeptical? Wiley NGHN remarked, it may not necessarily be belief. It could also be a test. There is nothing shameful about this matter. The third son has no other clues, and with the plethora of inexplicable occurrences outside, when faced with our mother-S situation, a test is certainly warranted. It's a process of elimination, one step at a time. Surely, mother will not be subjected to experimental scrutiny, though there have been friction with her mother-in-law upon hearing her true thoughts. Why she Enki O recognized her as a person devoid of malice and genuinely hoped for her safety. What do you regard your father as? Moreover, she is the mother of Lao San. How could Lao San harm his own mother? Indeed, before long, Ruanji successfully arranged a meeting with Song Na. Yu Xiao pondered that Song Na had nearly brought ruin to their entire family, while their mother-in-law sought to save them, which indeed made her an adversary. Not only did she refrain from obstructing them, but she also assisted by suggesting that Ruan Yao enhance her appearance. Am I being overly extravagant? Placing too much value on her? After preparing, Ruan Yao hesitated slightly. Yu Xiao remarked, how could that be? Mother, consider this. You are about to meet your future daughter-in-law. Or rather, you owe a significant debt to your son. Would you not treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves? The more splendidly you dress, the more you demonstrate the importance you place on this occasion. Ruan Yao nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. I'm certainly not concerned that she might outshine me with her beauty. How could I, at my age, hold a grudge against a young girl? In my heyday, I was unparalleled. She would not have even been in the picture. Standing before the mirror, Ruan Yao admired her well-maintained appearance, perceiving herself as a stunningly beautiful and affluent woman. Aside from the fact that the scoundrel met an early demise, what pleased her most was his generous spirit, his ability to earn money, and the substantial inheritance he left behind. All those years of enduring him were not in vain. Let us go. I shall meet her. Ruan Yao donned her sunglasses and instructed Ru Anji to lead the way. Ru Anji's lips twitched. His adoptive mother was a woman of modest means, leading a simple lifestyle, and Ruan Yao's demeanor was a bit overwhelming for him. He felt a strange sense of familiarity with the style before him, and upon turning his head, he spotted Su Qingyan in dark blue attire, seemingly understated yet somewhat ostentatious, complemented by a brightly colored tie, and felt he had found the answer. To be honest, at times, Su Qingyan, who grew up beside his mother, resembled her more than he did. Although his mother was not as fastidious as Su Qingyan when she did fuss, it could be quite aggravating. Ruanji did not realize that he had grown more familiar with his mother and the Su family, even beginning to jest. He was not like this before. He had always been cold and taciturn, viewing them as mere tasks to complete. Well, aside from the earnest Ruan Yao and the Zhu family parents, Ruanji and the others from the Su family might genuinely have considered the acknowledgement of kinship as a task to fulfill. It pertained to their own interests, necessitating caution and vigilance against each other. Ruanji thought, does this mean they regard me as a thief? The Su family was affluent and influential, but he had no intention of coveting what they possessed. Su Yanghan remarked, I am a son born out of wedlock, lacking legitimacy. Should I still yield? It was no matter if he yielded. He questioned whether that person could manage well, for his mother was accustomed to a lavish lifestyle. He worried she might not even be able to sustain herself. Yu Xiao exclaimed, I feel my husband is quite unfortunate. After all that hard work, it seems he may end up with nothing. Su Qingyan added, if the elder brother lacks qualifications, then, as an interloper, I should not even dream of it. I pity those who kindly offer assistance only to be treated with ingratitude. Perhaps I will have to support my mother in the future. If that were the case, it would be even better. No one would compete with me for her affection. Ruanji exclaimed, That is my mother. Upon entering, the first sight that caught their eye was a resplendent red dress, cascading waves of hair resembling seaweed, paired with her signature sunglasses and red lips. Without needing to glance at the label atop her head, Ruan Yao Yao immediately recognized her. It is her, indeed, our striking Song Na. I must admit, I sing rather well. Ruan Yao Yao boasted as she approached Ruanji, striding directly towards Song Na. This captivating lady, if I'm not mistaken, you are Song Na, the one my son has mentioned, correct? She lifted her chin, adopting an air of superiority. Song Na raised an eyebrow, gently lowering her sunglasses to reveal her enchanting almond-shaped eyes. You are. Ruan Yao Yao felt a wave of intimidation wash over her. Had it not been for her pride, she would have nearly retreated behind Ruanji. Her smile, though seemingly light, emanates a potent aura. Ah, how frightening. I wish to flee. No, my dear, do not fear. I have your father. I shall be brave. Chapter 050. The baby stands tall. Ruanji instinctively turned to Song Na, genuinely believing something was amiss with her. But upon raising his head, he was met with a lovely visage, those expressive eyes seemingly asking, "Who is this?" Song Na was indeed perplexed, as she had never encountered this woman in her previous life. "This is my mother," Ruanji emphasized, "my biological mother." Song Na questioned, "Is there such a thing as a non-biological mother?" Although she did not fully comprehend, out of respect for Ruanji, she removed her sunglasses and smiled at Ruan Yao Yao. "Hello, Auntie, I am Song Na, a friend of Ruanji. You may call me Nana. Just right, a perfect opportunity. Indeed, a perfect opportunity." Ruan Yao Yao could not shake off her trepidation, but stood her ground, striving to raise her chin, emitting a nasal sound. In truth, she feared that speaking might betray her anxiety, particularly emphasizing the word non-biological. Ruan Yao Yao wore a displeased expression, casting several glares. "What do you mean non-biological? I risked my life to save you, and you dare say we are not close? What an ungrateful wretch." While Ruanji conversed with Song Na, he internally lamented, "You could disregard our relationship for the sake of your life. What else could be termed non-biological? Had it not been for your father standing behind you, you would have fled long ago." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ruanji finally escorted the two into the private room. He handed the menu to Song Na, urging her to order. Ruan Yao Yao interjected, "TSK, TSK, TSK," and she claims she does not truly love him. Look how eager she is to take charge of the menu. "I, your biological mother, am still here, and I do not receive such treatment. Indeed, those not raised by you are truly not close." Ruanji thought, "I shall endure." Song Na, still smiling, insisted that as a younger person, it was more appropriate for the elders to handle the ordering. Ruan Yao Yao felt a surge of pride. "Did you see that? This is true understanding." She cast a glance at Ruanji, urging him to take note. Ruanji pretended not to see. With Ruanji positioned between them, Song Na was able to stretch her neck, cheerfully introducing the dishes on the menu while politely inquiring if Ruan Yao Yao had any dietary restrictions. "I have many restrictions," she listed. "This I cannot eat, and that I cannot eat," revealing her spoiled nature, leading others to believe she was being treated to a meal. Ruanji felt a wave of embarrassment, genuinely wanting to ask, "Mother, have you forgotten why you are here?" Ruan Yao Yao had certainly not forgotten. Observing Song Na's enthusiastic introduction of the menu items piqued her curiosity. "You seem quite knowledgeable. You must visit often. Do you come alone, or do you bring friends along? I hope they are not all male friends." "Auntie, are you curious about this?" Song Na smiled, explaining that she did not visit often but was simply interested in local delicacies. This trendy restaurant had garnered much acclaim, and many had recommended it. Thus she had taken the time to learn more about it. In a moment of clarity, eagerly pushed the menu towards Song Na, eagerly flipping through its pages. In no time, she had perused the entire menu and exclaimed, "Please introduce these dishes to me. I am quite eager to try them." Song Na confirmed her suspicions about the woman's antagonism towards her. With a smile, she replied, "Of course, as long as Annie enjoys it, I am more than willing." She then proceeded to earnestly describe the dishes too, her expression devoid of any hint of grievance. "How splendid I am," she thought. "I have managed to handle such a formidable assassin. I must be a genius." She then recalled that she had yet to examine the details concerning Song Na. While listening, enthusiastically began to explore the information. "Wait, are you no longer afraid now?" However, his attention was swiftly diverted as gasped in astonishment, "My heavens!" She has killed so many people. She gazed at Song Na's fair hands, struggling to comprehend. Since the dawn of her memories, she has been entrenched in the organization, undergoing a series of brutal training sessions, including the execution of her dearest friends. Only 1 out of 100 children survives. Shuddered. How young was Song Na when she became 1 in 100? This was the epitome of being the best, as only one could emerge alive. Annie, are you cold? Would you like me to increase the air conditioning? Upon noticing the slight chill, Song Na assumed it was her murderous aura that had leaked out and quickly sought to provide a plausible excuse to. How absurd. Who was she? She was the foremost assassin of Huaxia, having claimed countless lives, when had it become her role to present a menu like a mere waiter. Oof. Were it not for the sake of Ruinji, she would have thought to herself, just wait. One day, when I have wholly captured Ruinji's heart, I shall ensure he witnesses the demise of his loved ones one by one, trapped in a fate of despair. When glanced back at her, she quickly nodded. Indeed, this is not merely a chill, it penetrates to the bone. Previously, when I reviewed the records of the third assassin, I only knew her to be a cold and alluring killer. Now, having seen her in person, I understand what true ruthlessness and ferocity entail. A family of 3 was exterminated simply because they crossed paths with her after she had taken a life in an elevator. That little girl, merely 3 years old, had sweetly smiled and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful," and gifted her a balloon. And what happened next? With a heavy heart, Song Na, without hesitation, wiped them out completely. Found it incomprehensible, she felt a pang of sympathy for the girl. Why could Song Na strike without a moment's hesitation? Was it merely because the girl had seen her face? How absurd. There were so many people in that building. It wasn't just that little girl who had glimpsed her visage. Simply put, it was jealousy. Jealousy that, despite being girls, others were cherished by their parents while she was left wanting. What was even more terrifying was that this was not her first time. In any endeavor, the initial act may evoke feelings, but over time, one becomes desensitized. Silently calculated that the number of young girl Song Na had eliminated must be no less than 100, and eventually, it extended to boys as well, regardless of gender. Ruinji exhaled deeply. Though, as a soldier, he knew he should not harbor such thoughts. Being a Huaxiao person meant he was not immune to selfishness. After all, one often prioritizes their own survival over others. Continuing her exploration, reached the end of the list and lost interest in the specific names of those who had perished. After skimming through a few key details, she quickly sought evidence of her being a walking 500,000. To her delight, she actually found it. A surge of exhilaration coursed through her. Ah, I found it. A walking 500,000. Ruinji's brow furrowed. Is it truly so? Did she approach me purely to avenge a past life? Having been bound to the organization for so many years, Song Na had longed to escape. Yet, as one of the top assassins of the organization, young and beautiful, capable of seducing targets with her allure and decisively taking lives, how could they possibly allow her to leave? Initially, she was oblivious, believing her inability to depart was due to unfinished missions. However, as she completed increasingly perilous tasks and witnessed a devoted teammate perish on assignment, Song Na suddenly realized the organization would never let her go. Isn't that obvious? With her beauty and skill, along with knowledge of their secrets, they would never permit her to flee. Ruinji interjected, "Mom, what dangerous thoughts are you entertaining?" Thus, Song Na began to secretly investigate the organization. She intentionally befriended other prominent figures within it, probing and offering mutual protection. And then, she fell in love. S. eyes widened in surprise. Such a fierce and callous woman capable of love? Was it not her son she adored? Looking back at Ruinji, she suddenly found him somewhat lacking. Oh wait, was this person merely a facade of the third assassin, dying in front of Song Na, becoming her idealized figure? Hence, when she encountered the third assassin, she would mistake him for her lost love, ultimately falling for him again. But the third assassin exploited her, annihilating the entire organization and shattering her aspirations to seize control and dominate the underworld. Wore a puzzled expression. She could not fathom how. After investigating the organization with intent to undermine it and seek rebirth, she later aspired to take over and rule the dark world. No wonder her memories were flawed during her rebirth. Perhaps her mind was fragmented? Ruinji prompted, "Mom, focus. What about the evidence of the walking 500,000? Regrettably, had not finished her examination, for Song Na parched and exhausted, had completed her presentation of the menu and inquired which dishes preferred. Song Na's question was laced with irritation. Meanwhile, still lost in thought about the details, replied, "I am unsure. Could you please repeat your recommendations?" Song Na erupted in frustration. "Are you jesting with me?" She was not naturally ill-tempered. She merely donned a fade for the sake of her mission. At that moment, her disguise faltered, and she could no longer maintain it. Ruinji was nearly pushed into Song Na as he realized that her voice indeed sounded peculiar, prompting him to intervene. Meanwhile, he could hear audacious inner thoughts. How quickly the fierce tiger transforms into a sickly cat. Such acting is a waste if not pursued in the entertainment industry. Her tears are quite the spectacle. If only they could cascade like pearls. Ruinji wished to suggest, "Mom, perhaps you should step out from behind me to voice your thoughts." Unfortunately, he could not reveal to his mother that someone could hear her inner musings. One sought to coax the truth about the evidence of the walking 500,000, while the other aimed to win over the heart of the other. Although their intentions diverged, they ultimately converged toward a common goal. Before long, the atmosphere had brightened once again. RNs gestured for Ruin Y-Oi-O to take a seat and quickly ordered several dishes favored by Essing In. "How impressive that you even know what she enjoys. How can you claim it is not true love?" Anschremarkt. "Isn't that what you said, Mom?" He retorted. "As your real mother, I have yet to receive such treatment." RNs countered. "So, are the dishes I order meant for dogs? By the way, would I just see that? It seems that reincarnation truly muddles the mind. I no longer envy her." RNs inquired, "No, Mom, what did you see?" "The best way to retaliate against my son is to make him fall for her, and then abandon him. Right? Didn't you just mention exterminating an entire family?" After her rebirth, she reconnected with the Organization 3, but this time, she successfully subdued the entire group and encountered the true investors behind it. BSHMDK praised her beauty and desired her, yet she declined, finding his fondness for copper distasteful. He even established a copper island. Ruin Y-Oi-O was instantly filled with rage, for S's visit to Hu 11 was not solely aimed at avenging our aunts. She had another objective. Under the guise of the CYBSHN Foundation, she intended to gather orphans to present as gifts to BSHMDK. She transformed her past sins into present-day offerings. It was only at this moment that Ruin Y-Oi-O realized why she felt something was amiss while perusing the details. Her memories had been fragmented into two parts, one from her past life and one from this current existence. Meanwhile, Essing In remained oblivious to this fact, resulting in some confusion regarding certain memories. The meal left Ruin Y-Oi-O feeling despondent. Although she was pleased to have found Essing In as proof amounting to 500,000, the nature of this evidence was rather grotesque. The notion of not touching anything yet choosing to harm a group of children was utterly demonic. In her eyes, Essing In had become all the more terrifying. She felt compelled to report her and ensure she was apprehended. Such a dreadful individual must not roam freely. The reasoning was simple. When Ruin Y-Oi-O encountered Essing In, several individuals had been arranged to pass by, yet none captured her attention, nor could anyone hear her innermost thoughts. Therefore, the information our Ans reported was suspect and required further validation. When our Ans received this news, he was not the least bit surprised, as his elder brothers had previously tested the situation. It was evident that not everyone could hear their mother's thoughts, nor could she view everyone's details. I possess intelligence. In contrast, our Ans believed that the information he obtained through his mother was the most substantial testament to her abilities. During the days Ruin Y-Oi-O was organizing data, the household maintained a hushed silence, fearful of disrupting her. Once completed, she placed the printed documents into a file and anonymously dispatched them via courier. Do not inquire why others must use their real names to send packages while she could remain anonymous. Simply accept that it was her skill. I truly am clever. Employing the most ordinary print. Who could possibly deduce it was I who typed it? After finishing, I disposed of the printer. Good luck finding any trace of me. That courier was rather foolish. I didn't even write my name, and he took it without a second thought. The X family silently acknowledged. The oblivious courier was a comrade of the third son. While Ruin Y-Oi-O dispatched her package, the authorities commenced their operations, preparing to net all the fish in the online sea. Even those abroad, though temporarily out of reach, would be monitored. They would not set foot into 11's territory. Once they did, they would have nowhere to escape. Thanks to Ruin Oyo, she gleaned information far clearer than what our Anns had described. Time, place, individuals, and events were all vividly detailed. Little did Ruin Oyo realize. She believed she had performed exceptionally well, accomplishing a monumental task. The authorities receiving the data expressed a desire for additional reports of such quality. Anschquipped. Am I being taken for granted? After submitting the information, Ruin Oyo frequently hovered around our Anns, inquiring whether his 500,000 walking girlfriend had been apprehended. Upon learning that she was under surveillance and that they were employing a long-line strategy to catch a big fish, Ruin Oyo speculated that her anonymous submission had played a role, filling her with immense joy. She felt like singing in celebration. However, it was undeniable that when the X family learned that the cold-faced assassin destined to eliminate them was now ensnared in Guji's web, they felt a sense of relief. After all, her capture ensured their safety. XCH-ing-en, eager to celebrate, discreetly arranged a meeting with Exley NGHN and our Anns, only to unexpectedly encounter his inebriated comrade WIKIHO at the venue. Had he not seen WIKIHO, he might have forgotten about the half of the criminal law hanging over his head. Upon spotting him, WIKIHO burst into tears, exclaiming, "How terrifying! Li Tianjiti-ing is truly sinister." As he wept, he recounted how, after escorting Li Tianjiti-ing to the hospital, she had fallen for her attending physician. "Isn't that splendid? She has moved on to someone else, and you can finally break free from her. Don't tell me you still doubt me, after everything I've shared. The problem isn't that. It's that her attending physician is my brother-in-law, G. Ingzh Ngming. What? G. Nungzi Ngmnung? XCH-Ing's eyes widened in shock. Knowing well the lengths his sister had gone to pursue this academic prodigy, trailing him for years, had he not relented, she would have remained forever unrequited. Yet, G. Ngming was indeed exceptional, completing his Master-S in doctoral studies in one go, and upon graduation, hospitals abroad had vied for his expertise. XCH-Ing sensed the predicament. He understood just how formidable Li Tianjiti-ing could be, having experienced it firsthand. He remarked, "Are you certain your sister won't kill you? My sister intends to kill me, severing our sibling bond isn't even the worst part. The most terrifying thing is that he seems to be under her spell. When he distances himself from Li Tianjiti-ing, everything is fine. But the moment he contemplates breaking free, or if she requires him, he becomes a puppet, utterly compliant." As they conversed, WIKIHO revealed his shirt, displaying the bruises on his chest, a ghastly array of blue and purple marks. XCH-Ing commented, "Your sister certainly strikes hard. It seems she is intent on beating you to death. It was my sister who did this." "Then who?" "My brother-in-law." XCH-Ing's expression turned incredulous. Could it be that in mere days, his brother-in-law had succumbed to a passionate romance with Li Tianjiti-ing, leading to jealousy? I don't know. I just know I've been severely beaten. My brother-in-law is a doctor, choosing only those places that won't kill me but will cause the most pain. VKIHO lamented, "Do you know? I called you several times, but your line was perpetually busy and I couldn't get through. Do you truly despise me so much that you want help?" XCH-Ing's expression was one of profound exasperation. Is it possible that it's not my phone that's unreachable, but rather someone doesn't want you to connect? Remember, I couldn't even get a taxi before. WIKIHO's pupils dilated in realization. Are you implying that you never received my calls from the start? Not even a record of the calls. XCH-Ing and Noded Gavli. The sensation he experienced was profound, as if he were the sole inhabitant of the world, performing a solitary act before an audience that remained unresponsive. What should I do now? Su Qingyan cast a glance at him, uncertain whether to offer assistance. Wei Kaiho was on the verge of kneeling before him, pleading for aid. It was not that he was unwilling to help. After all, he was not the biological son, for there lay the genuine offspring. Implicitly, he suggested that Wei Kaiho should direct his requests towards the rightful heir rather than him. Without further contemplation, Wei Kaiho promptly sought the assistance of Su Lianghan and Ru Anji, urgently requesting their help, for he felt he was on the brink of collapse. His sister and brother-in-law were embroiled in a divorce, and if his parents were to discover the situation, he feared for his life. Soon after, Ruan Yaoyao received a call from the club, informing her that her 3 sons had indulged in excessive drinking and requested her presence to escort them home. Could there be a mistake? How could the youngest be there? Isn't he a soldier? How could he possibly frequent such places? An elderly lady on the subway, engrossed in her phone, brought a smile to Ruan Yaoyao's face, reflecting on the increasingly absurd nature of contemporary scams. Without hesitation, she hung up the phone. Yu Xiangxiao was about to speak when her phone rang, delivering similar news. Her husband, Su Yonghan, was intoxicated at the club, requesting her to bring additional help. As there were 4 of them, then Yin Jingxian hurried down from upstairs. Is the world of fraud this organized now? If it is organized, then so be it. My 5th son is still at school, and there are only 3 brothers. Where does the 4th come from? Could it be? Ruan Yaoyao hesitated, casting a worried glance at Yu Xiangxiao and Yun Jingxian. Could it be that someone among them got drunk and is now with a woman? One is a current daughter-in-law, the other a prospective daughter-in-law. Either scenario would be distressing. Perhaps we should sacrifice the youngest. Although he is a soldier, should word get out, the repercussions could be significant. Throughout the journey, Ruan Yaoyao's mind was awash with chaotic thoughts. Initially, Yu Xiangxiao and Yun Jingxian were concerned, but upon hearing Ruan Yaoyao's musings, they couldn't help but chuckle. If Ruanji were to learn of this, he might very well be driven to fury. Is this truly his mother, or is she simply siding with the adversary? Upon their arrival, they found not just 4 individuals, but a 5th as well. The girl, resembling a youthful maiden adorned with silver accessories and dressed in exotic attire, exuded a striking beauty. Her fair arms and legs embodying the current trend that was both adored and criticized by many. Yet, one could not deny her allure. Her large eyes and long, fluttering eyelashes radiated a childlike innocence. Her round face, when she smiled, revealed a pair of adorable little fangs that melted hearts. Unbeknownst to others, Ruan Yaoyao's heart softened upon sight. Oh my, how adorable! If all girls were this charming, I believe I could manage. Ruanji, having heard his mother's voice, was about to speak when he suddenly turned to observe the girl beside him. She greeted him with a radiant smile, a black scorpion sticker adorning her left cheek. Her voice soft and youthful, akin to a little sister playfully coaxing her older brother. Is that all right, big brother? The trio of Su Yonghan, Su Qingyan, and Wei Kaiho also caught wind of Ruan Yaoyao's sentiments, internally exclaiming, not good at all. Previously, they had teased Ruanji about his blossoming romantic prospects, but now they felt no envy whatsoever. Oh, the reality of this so-called goddess was indeed terrifying. Who would desire such a fate? Eru anzistifend, em sore. But I cannot befriend minors. Yes, that was the case. Under no circumstances would he entertain any association with someone so young. She is of age. Indeed. The next moment, Bai Ling blinked her innocent eyes and stated, but I am already an adult. If I weren't, they wouldn't let me in. Would you like to see my ID? Seemingly producing it from thin air, Bai Ling presented her identification to Ru Anji as proof of her age. See, I told you. She is of age. I apologize, but I prefer mature women. Ru Anji hastily conjured another excuse to reject her. Bai Ling's expression fell, her cherubic face reflecting disappointment, reminiscent of a child whose candy had been snatched away, evoking an irresistible pang of sympathy in those who beheld her. Ruan Yaoyao's heart was thoroughly softened. Had it not been for the glaring 4 golden characters atop Bai Ling's head proclaiming lowly Gunu, she might have willingly placed her son's hand in hers. Alas, while adorable, it is best admired from a distance and not trifled with. Gunu is still quite formidable. Ruan Yaoyao pondered Bai Ling's details, and with that reflection, fell silent. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances. Fortunately, I did not act impulsively. Otherwise, I would have been ensnared. This girl can effortlessly ensnare others without them realizing. Wait, she takes orders too. Having just dealt with Song Na, now another Bai Ling. What a fate for the youngest. Ruan Yaoyao cast another glance at the label hovering above Ru Anji's head, acknowledging that he was indeed a master of identifying venomous beauties, as they seemed to appear before him, eager for his appraisal. In a past life, he pursued her as she fled, from the springtime of the southern lands to the wintry landscapes of the north. She implored him, "What must I do for you to let me go?" He replied, "In this life, the next, and the one thereafter, it will never be possible." Oh, did you think this was a romantic tale? It is not. Rather, it is because she has taken a life. Those who tread by the riverbank inevitably get their shoes wet. Bai Ling, once invulnerable, reached out to the official father figure, having acted against the wrong people, which immediately drew attention from above. The individuals dispatched were swiftly dealt with by Bai Ling until the youngest. In essence, Ru Anji had, in a previous life, completed a mission that brought Bai Ling to justice. In this life, upon her rebirth, she was not eager to fulfill her mission, but sought to eliminate Ru Anji. The thorn in her side, Ruan Yao Yao and the Su family, along with Wei Kaiho, mused, when did such femme fatale become so devoid of intellect? Or perhaps, they only appeared to possess wit when confronted by others, but faltered when faced with Ru Anji. Perhaps, considering that there was already a Li Tingting, having a few more like the youngest would pose no issue. Only that, unlike Li Tingting's protagonist arc, the youngest follows an antagonist path. Though he is a soldier, to those women who have fallen under his hand, he embodies the villain who has inflicted heartache and devastation upon them. Take Song Na, for instance. She eradicated the entire organization. Even if Song Na harbored deep-seated resentment towards the organization, she could not deny that it had raised her. She could destroy it herself, but could not bear to see it perish at the hands of another. Ru Anji declared, "You have violated national laws. The ramifications are significant, potentially jeopardizing the stability of the nation. If I do not apprehend you, who shall I capture?" The righteous hero had become a mere pawn in another's domain, persistently marginalized. Su Yanghan, Su Chengyan, and Wei Kaiho perceived Ruan Yaoyao's description as remarkably accurate. Indeed, having just dealt with the Song Na, now another Bai Ling arose, they suddenly yearned to distance themselves from Ru Anji. Beautiful assassins cloaked in the guise of love, each more ruthless than the last, were simply terrifying. He was unscathed. After all, he was the villain destined to meet his end last, while we, the minor characters, were fated to be mere cannon fodder. What a joke. She was indeed destined to be cannon fodder, viewed as a wicked mother-in-law by her eldest son, a malevolent stepmother by her second, and to her third son, she lamented, "My life is not so resilient. Perhaps I should retreat." Upon hearing this, Ru Anji realized the gravity of the situation. His mother was about to flee again. He quickly feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Mother, what brings you here?" Bai Ling, following Ru Anji's gaze, spotted Yuan Yao Yao standing under the light, half in shadow, a woman of exquisite taste. "Auntie," Bai Ling swiftly changed her target to Yuan Yao Yao, rushing over and embracing her arm. "Hello, I am Bai Ling, your future daughter-in-law." The fragrance emanating from Bai Ling was captivating, unmistakably distinct even in a venue that favored scents. Once inhaled, it was unforgettable. Ah, could this be the enticing aroma derived from insects? Yuan Yao Yao recalled hastily flipping through something about extracts and perfumes. A chill ran down her spine. This scent was alluring not only to humans, but to insects as well. Anyone who bore this fragrance could easily become a target for insect attacks. Bai Ling cleverly employed this method to create an alibi, luring insects to strike. "Help! I'm going to be bitten by insects." She hastily released Bai Ling's arm, retreating several paces. "Keep your distance from me." Her terrified demeanor resembled that of encountering a ferocious beast rather than a pleasant young woman. Bai Ling was taken aback, her eyes welling with tears as she plaintively asked, "Auntie, don't you like me? What nonsense! You are a witch swarming with insects. Who knows when you might unleash them upon me?" Yuan Yao Yao thought to herself, yet she dared not offend too severely. "No, it's not that I dislike you. I simply prefer not to be too close to others. And my relationship with your third brother may not be as harmonious as you assume. Indeed, I have a particular fondness for my second son, who grew up by my side. I lost track of the third son when he was little, and we share a little maternal bond. He even severed our relationship, sever the mother-son relationship." Yuan Yao Yao's inner resolve was as steadfast as a party member's. But before she could articulate her thoughts, Ru Anji covered her mouth, abruptly silencing her. "Don't listen to my mother. She is merely upset seeing me and my elder and second brothers out drinking. Our relationship is actually quite good." He emphasized that the other two were not biological, while he was indeed the true son. Yuan Yao Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly driven to madness. "You wicked child. Are you trying to bring about my demise? Had I known, I would never have birthed you. Giving birth to you was less desirable than birthing a char siu bun." Chapter 054. Script in progress. Ru Anji quickly provided his phone number, requesting by Linger to add him on WeChat, assuring her they would discuss matters later, as he needed to handle some family affairs. He emphasized family affairs with gravity, and by Linger quietly noted the individuals accompanying Ru Anji, offering a sweet smile to indicate she had taken note and would call him later. After her departure, Ru Anji immediately signaled Su Lianghan and Su Qingyan, followed closely by Wei Kaiho, as they relocated to a different venue. Once settled, Ru Anji released his grip and was promptly met with an interrogation from Yuan Yaoyao. Ru Anji, what do you mean? If you wish to pursue romance, pursue it. Why must you involve me? I am your son. If I seek a girlfriend, she is undoubtedly your future daughter-in-law. How can this not concern you? Not at all. Yuan Yaoyao asserted with unwavering conviction, declaring that severing their mother-son bond was all that mattered. Have you been brooding over this for so long, and yet you still haven't calmed down? Ru Anji was at a loss for how to appease her. His adoptive mother was exceedingly rational and required no comforting. So why was his biological mother so emotional and difficult to placate? Beside them, Su Qingyan leaned against Su Lianghan, laughing uncontrollably. Now you understand the power of a mother, right? Can you endure it? If not, perhaps you should return my mother to me. I am accustomed to her ways. Ru Anji shot Su Qingyan a glare. What are you laughing at? Mother hasn't threatened to sever her relationship with you, has she? She certainly won sever her bond with me. I'm not one to stir trouble. Su Qingyan wore a smug expression. My fiancée, Yun Jingxian, has received her approval, regardless of its authenticity, in Ru Anji's presence. The falsehood held weight. If your biological mother hadn't swapped us, I would have grown up beside her. What merit do you have to gloat? That was not my doing. If you were so clever, go find that woman. He adamantly refused to acknowledge her as his mother. The two exchanged barbs, but alas, Yuan Yaoyao, intent on severing ties, found no opportunity to interject. She even suspected that these two were intentionally provoking her. Whether biological or not, none are virtuous. Su Lianghan interjected, Mother, isn't biological. Surely I'm not included? Yuan Yaoyao sat back, allowing them to bicker. After all, she had resolved to sever her bond with Ru Anji today. Initially, Su Qingyan engaged in a quarrel with Ru Anji, but soon, he sought to redirect Yuan Yaoyao's attention. However, Yuan Yaoyao's determination remained steadfast, and she continued to wait, rendering further argument pointless. Ru Anji also felt awkward. At that moment, the long silent Wei Kaiho finally spoke up. Can we now address my issue? Right, Wei Kaiho. The minds of Su Qingyan and Ru Anji synchronously converged. Mother, do you recall Li Tingting? She is now involved with Wei Kaiho's brother-in-law, Jiang Chongming. You know him, right? The one with exceptional medical talent, whom our hospital once sought to recruit upon his return. Yuan Yaoyao was oblivious to hospital affairs. She only knew who the director was. So, Li Tingting has switched targets? Switching targets is excellent. It means she will no longer fixate on our family, ensuring safety for the second son. Truly a cause for celebration. Su Qingyan attempted to suppress his laughter, aware that Wei Kaiho was his good friend. He hurriedly relayed Wei Kaiho's recent predicaments to Yuan Yaoyao, seeking her analysis. Mother, you are wise and experienced. Please advise us on how to handle this situation. Yuan Yaoyao replied, How would I know? I have never encountered such a matter. Glancing at the label atop Wei Kaiho's head, she felt sympathy. In the realm of the second son, he is a supporting male character. How is it that he remains a supporting male character even in the presence of his brother-in-law? Is it merely a matter of possessing a supporting male character's face? Wei Kaiho nearly wept. Was this due to his visage? If so, he would promptly fly to the land of kimchi to exchange his face. Yet, upon witnessing Li Tingting's affection for his brother-in-law, he felt as if awakening from a slumber, utterly bewildered as to how he could have fallen for Li Tingting, engaging in such foolish actions. Indeed, one does not comprehend the pain until it befalls oneself. Aunt Su, I implore you. Wei Kaiho clasped his hands in prayer, beseeching. I heard Qingyan say that he was even worse off than I am. I merely face control without punishment, while he suffered a car accident for his noncompliance. Given his circumstances, he has managed to free himself from Li Tingting's grasp. Surely, I must possess greater hope. Do you not feel that you have been rather disappointing? Yuan Yaoyao remarked. You took the person away back then. Why did you not make her fall in love with you? It was a perfect match, as you love her too. No. Aunt Su, you misunderstand. I liked her before, but my feelings have changed. Have you moved on so swiftly? That is rather hasty, is it not? Your romantic endeavors seldom last beyond a year. Wait, Wei Kaiho suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be that his altercation with Su Qingyan, or perhaps Aunt Su's reprimand, was the cause? He hastily proposed, Aunt Su, how about I invite you to visit my brother-in-law's hospital? Ruan Yaoyao looked puzzled. What purpose would I have to visit your brother-in-law's hospital? I'm not ill. It would be quite inauspicious to frequent a hospital under such circumstances. I shall bestow upon you a generous red envelope. I swear it will be substantial. All you need to do is see my brother-in-law and give him a good scolding. Is he out his mind? As a dignified elder, how could I stoop to scolding like a shrew? This boy is intent on tarnishing my reputation. The three brothers of the Su family instantly grasped Wei Kaiho's intention, having seen their mother had awakened him. Could it be that their brother-in-law could elicit the same effect? Su Qingyan had experienced firsthand that with their mother present, even Li Tingting's influence would falter. The three of them promptly urged Ruan Yaoyao not to visit the hospital, but rather to have Wei Kaiho treat them to a meal, inviting his sister and brother-in-law to join. They merely needed to see Ruan Yaoyao. It was not essential for her to visit the hospital. Ruan Yaoyao refused, but it was to no avail. Each of them contributed a luxury item, except for Ruan Anji, to persuade her. Alas, they had offered too much. Chapter 055. Living in the world of pampered wise literature. Ruan Yaoyao expressed that she would welcome more of such red envelopes. She would never find them excessive. Though her children were typically dutiful, who could ever complain about having more in their possession? Such treasures could serve to impress on ordinary occasions, and could also be utilized in emergencies. On the day Ruan Yaoyao went to fetch someone, one needed to care for a child, and the other had a remote meeting. Thus Yu Xiangxiao and Yun Jingxian both missed the chance to witness the spectacle. Ruan Yaoyao's lips twitched. To witness the commotion, one truly disregards everything else. She cast a worried glance at Yu Xiangxiao. Under her mother's guidance, little Ling Xian won't become a gossip enthusiast, will she? Yu Xiangxiao feigned ignorance, wishing to reassure her, but anyone who could hear her thoughts would surely adore gossip. Alas, how could they resist when the gossip originated from her? Though they had come to resolve the issues between his sister Wei Puyu and brother-in-law Jiang Chongming, upon raising his head, Wei Kaiho found himself surrounded by the Su family, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Was this the cost of seeking assistance? Yet, considering the matters concerning his sister and brother-in-law, Wei Kaiho had no choice but to endure. After all, he found himself devoid of alternative solutions. As time drew nearer, Wei Kaiho received a call from his sister Wei Puyu, inquiring about his whereabouts, as she had already arrived. I will come out to greet you. Without hesitation, he stood up and headed towards the private room. Wei Puyu wore an expression of displeasure, and upon seeing his countenance, she grew cold. Speak. Why did you summon me? Were he not her own brother, she might have wished to strike him, to introduce his lover to her husband, allowing her to undermine her own position. He truly possessed remarkable audacity. Wei Kaiho, in a meek tone, replied, Sister, I acknowledge my fault. I am merely striving to rectify it. Huh, rectify? After the turmoil with your brother-in-law, you still believe you have merit? Do you have any idea how much effort I invested to win him over? The proud Wei Puyu refused to concede. Even with tears welling in her eyes, she held her head high. Everyone mocked me, calling me infatuated, a sycophant, a naive sweetheart. Why, as a beautiful and affluent woman, must I debase myself to be Jiang Chongming's dog? One day, I shall regret it. Yet, I remain steadfast. I believe Jiang Chongming was not that kind of person, that he would not toy with anyone's feelings. Liking someone meant liking them, and disliking them meant disliking them. If he did not like me, he would not have granted me the opportunity to be near him. He merely tended to be more passive, taking his time to open his heart. Before that woman appeared, Jiang Chongming had never allowed me to falter. Even if I trailed behind him, he demonstrated his worthiness to all. After they married, although their love story was not as grand as others, it was a gentle, steady flow, warm and fulfilling. He would remember her birthday, recall her discomfort during her confinement, and know that when she ordered pearl milk tea, she meant just the milk tea without pearls. Yet she insisted on having pearls for it to be perfect. She adored beauty and loved wearing high heels, though she often endured blisters from new shoes. He would disapprove, but still prepare band-aids for her. She adored taking photographs, showcasing their happiness to the world, even if he preferred not to be in the limelight. He would accommodate her, allowing her to capture their moments together and post them on social media. Yes, on his phone, she would share their life. beyond work matters. She knew all his passwords, and he harbored no secrets from her. He fulfilled all her fantasies while also indulging her little whims. As she spoke, tears streamed down Wei Puyu's exquisite face like pearls. She could even envision a future where they had a child resembling either of them, their hair silvering with age. Yet all of this shattered the moment Li Tingting appeared, like a fragile glass ornament, beautiful yet easily broken. The usually composed Jiang Chongming erupted with fervor, his gaze upon her radiating warmth, igniting a blaze that warmed others but scorched her. Wei Puyu had never realized Jiang Chongming possessed such a passionate side. "Sister, please do not cry." Seeing her in such distress, Wei Kaiho panicked, frantically retrieving a tissue for her to wipe her face. Wei Puyu, in a huff, contemplated throwing it away, yet felt that her tear-streaked visage was too embarrassing, begrudgingly using the tissue to dab her face. Observing her vigorous actions, Wei Kaiho feared she might inadvertently harm her delicate skin. "Sister, perhaps I should do it instead?" "Go away. I was wrong, sister. Leave." Sigh. Ruan Yaoyao let out a heavy sigh. Indeed, it was the case that she had initially been a pampered wife in a romantic narrative, only to be usurped by Li Tingting, becoming the tragic ex-wife. How could one not be vexed? If I were in her shoes, I would also be infuriated. With such a brother, it would be better to be rid of him. Who is speaking? Wei Puyu halted her tearful actions, glancing left and right. Ruan Yaoyao, feeling guilty, thought she might have discovered their group gathered here, quickly averted her gaze and shot a glare at the crowd behind her. "I merely said I was going out for a stroll. Why are they following me?" The Su family members averted their gazes one by one, pretending to be engrossed in the surroundings, as though they were merely passing by. It was only when Mother Su emerged that they feigned interest in the commotion. Wei Puyu, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, assumed it was natural for her and her brother to become the subject of ridicule at the door. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly pulled Wei Kaiho further inside. Realizing something was amiss, Wei Kaiho swiftly locked the door. Seizing the opportunity before the Su family could catch up, and quietly inquired of his sister if she had just heard any peculiar sounds. He expressed that having such a brother was hardly preferable to being dead. Wei Puyu shot him a glare, questioning if he was truly afraid she would resort to violence. In her heart, she indeed contemplated it. This was her inner voice, the unspoken truth. She instructed him to disregard the matter, emphasizing that if they heard anything else, they must pretend not to have heard it. Otherwise, Aunt Sue would become aware and their plan would be thwarted. Before she could inquire further, a knock reverberated on the private room door, demanding to know why Wei Kaiho had locked it. He told them to wait a moment and turned to insist that his sister agree to his plan, for it was the only means he had discovered to save her and her brother-in-law. He had once fallen under the spell of Li Tingting, and it was this very sound that had awakened him. Thus, he hoped she and her brother-in-law could hear it and break free from Li Tingting's grasp. Should her brother-in-law fail to perceive it, it would only indicate that he had harbored such thoughts long before, albeit without revealing them. Conversely, if he could hear it, then he too was a victim, and they would still have hope for redemption. Having conveyed his thoughts in haste, Wei Kaiho, irrespective of whether Wei Puyu comprehended his words, anxiously opened the door to welcome them in. Su Qingyin scrutinized him, questioning what he had been doing inside. Were it not for the fact that she was his sister, he might have suspected them of harboring some secret. Wei Kaiho retaliated playfully, reminding him that he knew she was his sister. Wei Puyu had heard of Su Qingyin's name through her brother, but had not encountered him for various reasons. She was taken aback to discover that the family she had just seen mocking her was indeed his. Gazing at the group gathered around the dining table, she felt as though she were the star of a grand performance. She wondered if her brother had divulged every detail of her relationship with her husband. This wretched Wei Kaiho, did he not understand the importance of keeping family matters private? As for the notion of sparing him, her family was not privy to that consideration. In a nearby corner, Ruan Yaoyao was engrossed in examining the details of Wei Puyu's life. "Is this plucking the high mountain flower referring to your husband, Jiang Chongming? It must be. After all, she is the cherished little sweetie, transitioning from campus to wedding attire. A tale too romantic to resist." "So imbibit, trudi imbibit." Wei Puyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Kaiho interjected, reminding her softly, "Sister, do not forget the promise you made to me." "What promise did I make?" Wei Puyu was about to retort when she noticed her brother gesturing towards Ruan Yaoyao. Realizing the implication, she reluctantly replied, "You only ever seek to ensnare me. Having a brother like you is truly my blessing." "I'm sorry, sister, it's my fault," Wei Kaiho admitted once more. After all, throughout their lives, he had never once denied his mistakes in her presence. Ruan Yaoyao remained oblivious, her attention solely fixated on Wei Puyu's narrative. From Wei Puyu's perspective, she could see how Jiang Chongming sparkled in Ruan Yaoyao's eyes, resembling a prince on stage, tall, handsome, and composed. She had witnessed his dedication to studying before dawn, his meticulously arranged study schedule, the sweat beading on his forehead during basketball games with classmates, and the late nights he spent poring over medical texts, striving to devise the best treatment for his patients. He was perpetually advancing, his goals clear and his steps resolute. Following him faithfully, Wei Puyu felt like a devoted shadow, content in her role. She resembled a sun-chasing bird, soaring swiftly and high, pursuing her son while he chased his, composing a beautiful melody of love together. One could not help but marvel at how sweet mutual affection could be. If only it weren't for Li Tingting. Ah, the wretched Li Tingting. Had it not been for her, I could have attained a blissful conclusion. Return my love, return my fairy tale. This sensation was akin to being engrossed in a youth idol drama, watching the main characters blossom into a blissful married life, only to be abruptly jolted when the script took a supernatural twist and the female lead was replaced. Ruan Yaoyao nearly felt nauseated. Yu Shangxiao and Yun Jingxian felt similarly. A transition from school uniforms to wedding gowns, the pampered daughter and her aloof academic icon. What a splendid combination. Why had it all fallen apart so suddenly? They were itching to rush in, to defend Wei Puyu, to vanquish that scoundrel and pen a new chapter for them, ensuring they would be together. Wei Puyu glared at Wei Kaiho in indignation. Do you see? Do you see how well I and Jiang Chongming got along? This is all you're doing. It was then that Wei Kaiho realized that his sister's previous assertions were indeed genuine. She had been enamored with her brother-in-law, and their feelings were reciprocated, a true love. This realization only deepened his guilt. What madness had possessed him to introduce the problematic Li Tingting to his brother-in-law? Did you not say you had arranged to meet your brother-in-law? How late is it now? And he still hasn't arrived. Wei Kaiho checked the time, noting that nearly 2 hours had elapsed since their agreed-upon meeting, yet Jiang Chongming remained absent. I will call him. As soon as he dialed, Jiang Chongming's call came through. Is your sister with you? Yes, we have been waiting for you for almost 2 hours. We agreed to dine together. Where are you now? Tingting is unwell. I just prepared a bowl of brown sugar water for her. Are you out of your mind? If she is feeling unwell, she should see a doctor, not have you fussing over her. We had a dinner arrangement. I am a doctor, but you're not a gynecologist. I am a general practitioner. Wei Kaiho exclaimed in frustration. So are you coming or not? Yes, perfect timing. I've already printed the divorce agreement. We will sign it shortly. Wei Kaiho was taken aback. What did you just say? Divorce agreement? Hello, can you hear me? Sitting nearby, Wei Puyu's eyes instantly filled with tears, having just relived their love story with Ruan Yaoyao's assistance. The next moment she was struck by the thunderous news of Jiang Chongming printing a divorce agreement. As if a bolt from the blue. How could he do this to me? Sister, don't cry. We haven't reached that point yet. How have we not reached that point? He has already prepared the divorce agreement. Wei Puyu's anger flared as she lifted her head, resembling an incensed lioness. What do you know? Jiang Chongming never enters a battle unprepared. He meticulously plans for everything. Once he makes a decision, he never looks back. After all these years, I have never seen him regret anything. The divorce agreement being prepared does not signify a divorce. Although Wei Puyu had previously shouted about wanting a divorce and had quarreled with Jiang Chongming, it had merely been empty threats without any real action. Jiang Chongming, however, was different. He had actually gone so far as to prepare the divorce agreement. With every mention, Wei Puyu's sobs only grew louder. Wei Kaiho gazed at her with a heavy heart, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. He chastised himself. I am sorry, Jia, it is all my fault. I should never have brought Li Tingting before him. Had I not done so, he would not have lost his mind. Yes, it was all Wei Kaiho's fault. Jia, if you're feeling distressed, you can strike him a few times. Su Qingyan exclaimed, eager for someone to vent her frustrations upon, asserting that since he had caused this trouble, he deserved to be punished. Yu Shangxiao and Yun Jingxian interjected, do not be hasty. He merely signed the divorce agreement. Yet it does not mean he is truly divorcing you. Whether or not the divorce occurs depends on whether you are willing to sign that document. Furthermore, we are here to resolve this issue. Does your brother have anything to do with you and Chengyan? I previously doubted Chengyan's situation, but having witnessed it with my own eyes, I can scarcely believe that such peculiar events exist in this world. Perhaps your husband is similarly afflicted. Indeed, my mother was present as well. At that time, we all witnessed it. The second son was able to free himself from that woman's grasp. And now that we are all here, he may yet escape again, although your husband may have to endure some hardships. Yes, once he sees us, perhaps your husband will regain his clarity. That lofty flower? Could this title be derived from the standards set above his head? One lofty flower and another titled plucking that lofty flower. It seems entirely possible. He is indeed quite handsome. It is no wonder that Wei Kaiho's sister is so infatuated with him, having pursued him for so many years. Ruan Yaoyao's voice pierced through the darkness like a ray of dawn, momentarily halting Jiang Chongming in his tracks. In the next moment, he remembered the purpose of his visit, and his entire being was engulfed in shock. How could this be? How could I possibly divorce Xiaoyu? I care for her far too deeply to even contemplate such a thing. Chapter 057. The male lead controlled by the female lead. Jiang Chongming stared at the items in his hand, struggling to comprehend the situation. His mind was filled with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Brother-in-law, over here. With Wei Kaiho's arrival, fragmented memories began to flash through Jiang Chongming's mind. Brother-in-law, this is Ting. Brother-in-law, how could you do such a thing? Brother-in-law, have you lost your mind? He had even argued with Wei Kaiho out of jealousy, resorting to physical confrontation over a woman. How could this be? Did he not cherish his own hands? He was always cautious even when using a small blade, let alone engaging in a brawl. His hands were meant for saving lives, not for inflicting harm. Why does he appear somewhat dazed? Could it be that he has just awakened? Is it possible that the power of the golden finger I possess is so immense that it can liberate someone from the constraints of the storyline? Jiang Chongming's gaze swiftly shifted to Ruan Yaoyao. Ruan Yaoyao, startled, thought to herself, why is he looking at me? Brother-in-law. Wei Kaiho quickly positioned himself in front of Jiang Chongming, pulling him forward. Do not speak just yet, come with me. The Su family members swiftly moved into action, with the men surrounding Jiang Chongming and the women encircling Ruan Yaoyao. When Ruan Yaoyao regained her freedom, Jiang Chongming had already vanished from view. I nearly lost my wits. I thought he was going to strike someone. Yu Xiaoxiao exclaimed dramatically. I was frightened as well. Yin Jingxian added. So was I, Ruan Yaoyao confessed. But our situations are not the same. In the room, Wei Kaiho spoke succinctly, summarizing the situation while calling upon Su Qingyan as a witness. Affirming that everything he said was true, she was the first victim. Wei Kaiho nodded. And you, Jiang Chongming turned his gaze to Su Qingyan. You are aware that you have been controlled, yet you find yourself unable to escape this feeling of being controlled, even encountering numerous bewildering events in your attempts to break free. Su Qingyan nodded in agreement. My situation may differ from both of yours. I do not recall much. What do you mean? I mean that I have little memory of the events that transpired while under control. Everyone was taken aback. How can this be? The circumstances surrounding the encounter with Li Tingting varied entirely for the three of them. They had previously believed that Su Qingyan and Wei Kaiho were different due to their roles as male lead and male supporting character. It was Jiang Chongming not also a male lead? Is there a distinction between male leads? They were uncertain. Regardless, when you meet my mother later, please do not reveal that you can hear her thoughts. If she discovers this, she will not be as at ease as she is now, and it will become difficult for us to learn anything in the future. Moreover, we are unsure whether the golden finger will continue to function if this information leaks. We cannot afford such a risk. Jiang Chongming, proving himself to be a diligent scholar, quickly grasped the situation and agreed to cooperate. Had he not experienced it himself, he would never have believed in such an unscientific occurrence. Yet, having lived through it, he resolved to prioritize self-preservation until a scientific explanation could be found. The validity of the method was of little consequence. After reaching an agreement, Jiang Chongming encountered the tearful Wei Puyu. Husband, sobs, she truly believed he had cheated on her, that he had developed affections for another. I am sorry. Jiang Chongming embraced her, gently kissing her forehead. I did not mean to worry you. I thought you no longer cared for me. How could that be? You are the one I have always cherished. Wei Puyu abruptly lifted her head, revealing a look of disbelief. What did you just say? You said you like me? Hadn't her husband always refrained from expressing love, opting instead to demonstrate it through actions? He believed that words held no weight compared to deeds. Although Wei Puyu felt a tinge of disappointment, she understood his nature and chose to suppress her feelings on the matter for the time being. Jiang Choming affirmed, "I said I like you." Tears once again streamed down Wei Puyu's cheeks, but this time they were tears of joy. "I thought you would never say that you liked me in this lifetime. I presumed you understood my feelings. Whether I expressed them or not was inconsequential. It does not matter, I understand. I know you're not fond of words. I do not mind," Wei Puyu said through her tears. "As long as you hold me in your heart, that is enough." Because of love, she could embrace all of his imperfections. These were not flaws, but rather integral aspects of who he was. As long as it was him, she would love him. Jiang Chongming, witnessing her expression, felt both a pang of sympathy and a quiet joy. Thankfully, he had voiced his feelings. Otherwise, he would never have realized how a simple declaration of affection could bring her such happiness. Had he known sooner, he would have surely expressed it. His silence did not indicate a lack of love. Rather, her affection was outward and vibrant, while his was deeply embedded within, etched into his very being. To him, she was as essential as his breath, and he had long grown accustomed to her presence surrounding him. He had never contemplated the possibility of her departure, for she loved him with a fervor and boldness that was never concealed. Her audacity allowed him to feel secure, as he immersed himself in the sea of her love while pursuing his dreams. However, the issue with Li Tingting struck him like a wake-up call, forcefully rousing him from his reverie. Suddenly, he realized that it was not impossible for her to leave him, even if she loved him deeply. When he himself attempted to push her away, she could not persist any longer. He had never expressed the depth of his love for her. The world perceived him merely as someone moved by her affection. Under such circumstances, how could she firmly believe in their true love? He had not provided her with sufficient assurance. "How could I ever leave you? You will. If it weren't for my sudden awakening, you would never know how much I love you, nor would you realize that my heart has not strayed, but rather succumbed to an enchantment. If I were to present you with a divorce agreement and compel you to sign, you certainly would." Wei Puyu cast a sidelong glance at the divorce agreement on the table, unable to refute him. Though she loved him and had never contemplated separation, what could she do if he truly forced her to sign that document? Could she simply refuse? Chapter 058. I love you so much, how could I possibly leave you? My love for you is instinctive, akin to breathing. Just as fish cannot survive without water, birds cannot exist without the sky, and grass cannot thrive without the earth. Must I even articulate this? No, for it is already fated that we are bound together. Beyond loving you, I have no other choice. Yet, I now realize that I was mistaken. If I do not vocalize my feelings, you shall never comprehend the extent of my love. You may love me, yet you do not trust me. Thus, when another person appears, you become anxious and feel inadequate, easily pushed aside. You have never considered that I could never leave you. Wei Puyu wept inconsolably, lamenting her own appearance, claiming she must look dreadful now. She had made an effort to be beautiful, only to have him ruin it. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." However, Jiang Chongming understood that these were tears of happiness for her, and he comforted her with a smile on his lips. While the two were enveloped in their emotional exchange, Ruan Yao Yao and the others from the Su family gathered at the door, eager to eavesdrop on the events unfolding within. Unfortunately, the soundproofing of such private rooms was exceptionally effective, rendering them unable to hear a single word. Ruan Yao Yao shot several displeased glances at Su Kai Hao, exclaiming, "This guy is simply a troublemaker. Couldn't we have booked a room with poorer soundproofing? With this level of insulation, we can't hear a thing. What a pity. I was hoping to witness something juicy. I wonder how Shi Shuo is doing." Due to the excessive soundproofing, when Jiang Chongming opened the door, he nearly collided with Ruan Yao Yao, who was leaning against it. With an embarrassed expression, she quickly offered a smile, saying, "I just want to check if you were hungry. We can order food now." Ah, how embarrassing. He didn't discover that I was eavesdropping, did he? What a waste. I didn't hear anything. The Su family members urged, "Mom, stop talking. You've already exposed us." Jiang Chongming and Wei Puyu held hands, displaying no unusual signs, although Wei Puyu's eyes were slightly red, clearly indicative of her recent tears. After ordering the food, Jiang Chongming followed the prearranged plan, seeking Ruan Yao Yao's assistance, hoping she could guide him and Wei Puyu on how to handle the situation. Ruan Yao Yao had no idea how to resolve it. Apart from her peculiar traits, what could she possibly say? Ironically, her unique attributes were not something she could disclose, leading her to adopt a confused demeanor as she replied. I'm not quite sure either how our second brother managed to break free from control. I'm still quite muddled about it. I only remember that they seem to have had a fight. Ruan Yao Yao gestured towards Su Changyin and Su Kaihao, continuing, if you don't believe me, you can ask everyone else. Or perhaps you two could have a fight. As for who the two referred to, that remained uncertain. In any case, I absolutely will not involve myself. I'm not foolish. Regardless of who fights whom, as long as it ends well, no one will suspect me. A fight? Jiang Chongming looked at Su Changyin and Su Kaihao, questioning, who am I meant to fight? In truth, he wished to ask if this confrontation was truly necessary. However, the hesitant Su Changyin and Su Kaihao nodded, confirming that they indeed had fought that day. Wouldn't it be better to stage a fight? Su Changyin and Su Kaihao, fully aware, yet Jiang Chongming, who was pulled into this, was oblivious. The onlookers and Wei Puyu herself. A fight? Why not? Eager for the spectacle, Ruan Yao Yao, holding a glass of juice that a waiter had brought earlier, looked on with anticipation. Su Chengdan, Su Kaihao, and Jiang Chongming exchanged awkward glances. Who will strike first? Ruan Yao Yao replied, anyone can strike first. The important part is that it happens. Shall I go first? Su Kaihao said helplessly. This was his idea after all. He might as well initiate. Regrettably, Su Kaihao completely forgot to remind the others not to strike for real, only to pretend. As a result, when he lunged forward, Su Chengyin and Jiang Chongming instinctively retaliated against him. Thus, what was supposed to be a mutual skirmish inexplicably turned into a one-sided assault on Su Kaihao by Su Chengyin and Jiang Chongming. Su Kaihao screamed, you two are violating the rules of combat. You're both ganging up on me. Be gentler, it hurts. Su Chengyin retorted, we're targeting you. You nearly got me killed. Jiang Chongming added, if I don't take this opportunity to hit you, will I ever have another chance? I'm afraid your sister will come looking for me. Only Su Kaihao suffered in this peculiar world. When the two finally ceased their assault, he bore the marks of their encounter, his face adorned with two dark circles on the verge of tears. Although Wei Puyu felt a pang of sympathy, she understood that this was not the moment for her to intervene, merely instructing a waiter to fetch ointment for his wounds, advising him to see a doctor later. Furthermore, she cautioned him to keep his distance from her brother-in-law if he fell under control again, fearing he might be beaten to death. Sniff, sniff, sister. Are you still my real sister? I wish you weren't. If you were my sister, you wouldn't have caused me such misery. After the skirmish, they anticipated finally enjoying their meal. But to their surprise, as soon as they sat down, Jiang Chongming received a phone call from Li Tingting, crying and asking where he was, lamenting that she could not find him at the hospital. Jiang Chongming felt a sudden pang of concern. What's wrong? Don't cry, speak slowly. Before he could finish, he realized that Li Tingting's affairs were not his concern. He quickly glanced at Wei Puyu, fearing her reaction. Although Wei Puyu felt somewhat unsettled, her predominant emotion was worry. She looked at Jiang Chongming, uncertain if he might fall under control again. Jiang Chongming gently shook his head, forming his lips to say, it's me. Wei Puyu sighed with relief. On the other end of the line, Li Tingting sobbed, my mother's seriously ill. Wasn't your mother always unwell? No, this time it's different. The doctor said she must undergo surgery. If not, she will only live for a few more months. Li Tingting wept bitterly, expressing how devastated she was, as her mother was her only family in this world, and she did not want to lose her. As a doctor, Jiang Chongming found himself unable to remain indifferent. During the time he was under control, he only remembered being concerned about Wei Puyu's divorce and his relationship with Li Tingting. But he was entirely unaware of Li Tingting's mother-esque situation. Now, without the memories from the time of control, he knew even less about Li Tingting's mother-esque condition. He cast a questioning glance at those present, searching for anyone who might possess relevant information. Su Chengyin, who was somewhat informed, quickly retrieved her phone and presented some data to Jiang Zhoming. She felt immensely relieved. Fortunately, she had not been idle, or would have been troublesome. What did the doctor say? Jiang Zhoming inquired, glancing at the information on Su Chengyin's phone while speaking to Li Tingting on the other end of the line. The doctor mentioned that Li Tingting has a heart condition, compounded by her rare blood type, which indeed poses a significant issue. Jiang Zhongming reassured her, urging her not to cry, promising to think of a solution. And after offering a few comforting words, he ended the call. Am I raising her suspicions? Everyone turned their gaze toward Ruan Yao Yao. Is this question directed at me? Ruan Yao Yao was bewildered. Was this inquiry meant for everyone? Yet, with so many eyes upon her, she could only respond, I suppose not. With her personality, once she fell in love, she would believe whatever was said to her. However, if she did not appear by her side immediately, it would likely cause her great distress. After all, she is the female lead. This is how it is written. Whenever the female lead encounters difficulties, the male lead always appears to comfort her. If you don't show up immediately, aren't you merely creating opportunities for others? Nevertheless, Ruan Yao Yao shot a glance at Wei Kaiho. The male supporting character is already here. There shouldn't be any further misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Li Tingting, having been cut off, sat sobbing at the hospital entrance, her sorrow evident. Onlookers might have mistaken her for a heartbroken individual, especially since her initial visit to the hospital had garnered considerable attention. Those young nurses, all seasoned internet surfers, had witnessed their fair share of gossip and possessed vivid imaginations. Hey, did you see that woman? She seems to be looking for Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang? Which Dr. Jiang are you referring to? The one from the nutrition department? Oh, please, that nutritionist is about to retire. How could it be him? I'm talking about the star of the internal medicine department, Jiang Zhongming. Shock ensued. Jiang Zhongming was the hospital's esteemed figure, stirring the hearts of countless young women. Even she had once harbored infatuation for him. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before news of his marriage circulated, confirmed by his own words. Sighing, she resigned herself to merely observing him from a distance. That's him, a nurse affirmed. Impossible. Dr. Jiang is so virtuous. How could he engage in an extramarital affair? If he were inclined, there are so many admirers in the hospital. He wouldn't need to look elsewhere. That woman didn't even compare to their hospital's beauties. A pair of polished leather shoes came to rest within Li Tingting's line of sight, followed by a hand adorned with a diamond-studded Rolex, holding a tissue. Li Tingting froze momentarily, raising her tear-stained eyes. Those eyes, freshly washed by tears, were as clear as a fawn's, innocent and endearing. Their gazes met, and an unspoken connection lingered. Her voice softened involuntarily. Are you all right? In Li Tingting's eyes, this gentleman was quite handsome, with wavy hair brushing his ears and a well-groomed beard, exuding an artistic aura. I'm fine, she stammered, yet tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls. It was evident to anyone that she was not being truthful. If you're facing any troubles, you can confide in me. Although I may not be able to assist, I believe I would make a good listener. Really? Absolutely. Wu Xiangyu nodded earnestly. Li Tingting pouted, gently admitting that she could not locate her boyfriend. How could that be? Did you call him? I did. But after only a few words, he hung up, sounding quite impatient. Has he grown tired of me? Li Tingting expressed her grievances. I know I'm not worthy. I have a mother who is gravely ill, and our family struggles financially. I simply don't deserve him, but I truly love him. I love him so much. What a scoundrel. Did he not know your situation when he began dating you? It's clear he took you for granted after securing your affection. Do not cry. Tell me who he is, and I will help you find him. His name is Jiang Zhongming. He is a doctor at this hospital. Jiang Zhongming. Wu Xiangyu exclaimed in shock, realizing that the individual he was assigned to interview was none other than Jiang Zhongming. He recalled reading in the materials that Jiang Zhongming was married. Are you certain? Jiang is the character for grass combined with general, and Zhongming means to see the light again. Correct? Yes, that's him. Do you know him? Wu Xiangyu felt a pang of compassion as he gazed at Li Tingting's innocent face, questioning if she had been deceived by this seemingly perfect yet flawed man. No matter how skilled he was in medicine, what good was it if his character was lacking? He is deceiving this young woman. Wu Xiangyu crouched down to help wipe her tears. Li Tingting felt a bit embarrassed, but did not refuse. She found his gentleness reminiscent of a father's touch. Having lost her father at a young age, she felt a warmth she had never experienced before. Glancing at Wei Puyu, Jiang Zhongming appeared reluctant. He stared at Li Tingting and the burly man beside her, dumbfounded. Although he had lost his memories during the period of control, he still remembered Li Tingting. After all, it was Wei Kaiho who had introduced her to him. He had perceived Wei Kaiho's interest in her at the time, even considering her as a potential sister-in-law, leading him to care for her a bit more. Little did he know that this mere kindness would be misconstrued by Li Tingting, leading her to mistakenly believe he had fallen in love with her. Indeed, He could not refute the formidable accusations posed by the man across from him. He had lost his memories, not his wits. The evidence presented by the man was sufficient to prove that Li Tingting had visited the hospital numerous times seeking him, and he had no proof to demonstrate their innocence. All he could assert was that Li Tingting had initially come to the hospital under the escort of his wife's brother, and he had always thought of her as a prospective sister-in-law. Huh, you still dare to argue? Wu Xiangyu scoffed. If what you say is true, then what do you say about the messages you sent to Tingting? Did your phone conjure them up by itself? The hospital director, upon examining the provocative contents of those messages, was equally astonished. Based on what he knew of Jiang Zhongming, such words did not seem characteristic of him. However, the profile picture indeed belonged to Jiang Zhongming, appearing genuine and not a mere impersonation. The director kindly urged Jiang Zhongming to explain, assuring him that the hospital believed in his innocence and would ensure justice was served. What could Jiang Zhongming say? His evidence was utterly insufficient. He simply gazed at Wu Xiangyu and suddenly asked, "Do you have feelings for her?" Wu Xiangyu's expression shifted slightly. He had indeed fallen for Li Tingting at first sight. Otherwise, he would not have gone out of his way to defend her. But today's events had nothing to do with that. He urged Jiang Zhongming not to divert the topic, asserting that he was merely doing his job as a journalist. He expressed his disappointment, having previously held Jiang Zhongming's medical skills in high esteem, believing him to be a rising star in the field. Today I have come to realize that while some individuals may possess exceptional medical skills, their character leaves much to be desired. The expression of disappointment on my face resembled that of Jiang Zhongming, as if he had committed some unspeakable atrocity. When asked, I could only respond that I was preoccupied today and nearly missed my update. In a narrative of 060, the male protagonist Jiang Zhongming finds himself at a loss for words. He grapples with whether to intervene in Li Tingting's shifting affections and protect the innocent from being dragged into her turmoil, or to allow events to unfold and seek his own escape. This choice proves to be quite arduous. Upon exiting the hospital, Wei Puyu noticed Jiang Zhongming's unusual demeanor and rushed towards him, though hesitantly keeping her distance, uncertain if he had fallen under another spell of control. Brother-in-law? Wei Kaiho called out to confirm. It's me. Wei Puyu sighed in relief, her eyes reddening as she exclaimed, Why didn't you speak? You nearly frightened me to death. Just as Jiang Zhongming was about to respond, he heard Ruan Yaoyao's voice. Isn't this the cremation of Zhang's pursuit of his wife? Wait, isn't his wife Wei Puyu? How did it become Li Tingting? Jiang Zhongming expressed his own confusion, mirrored by the others present. Ruan Yaoyao quickly scrolled down, revealing the text. She escapes, he pursues, neither can take flight. He is ensnared by her poison, stricken with an ailment beyond remedy. Jiang Zhongming, do not presume that possessing my heart grants you freedom to act as you please. You and I are through. He is so kind and warm, capable of accepting all my flaws. I wish to be with him. Xiangyu, do you agree? Unlocking a new character? Ruan Yaoyao glanced at Wei Kaiho and remarked, Congratulations. You can finally shed the identity of the supporting male role. How delightful. Really? Wei Kaiho rejoiced, nearly revealing too much, and quickly feigned a conversation with his sister. Sister this. Ruan Yaoyao, not paying close attention, assumed it was mere comforting remarks, while her curiosity was piqued by the newly introduced character and the forthcoming events. The narrative predominantly centers on Jiang Zhongming, detailing how he wounded Li Tingting's heart and witnessed her closeness with another man, Wu Xiangyu. Jiang Zhongming pondered, is Li Tingting truly so influential? Does she transmit her control to others? However, he questioned the logic, for Li Tingting interacts with numerous individuals daily, yet not all succumb to her influence. Perhaps there exists a hidden method unknown to them, or perhaps she only exerts control over those she finds intriguing. During a clandestine meeting, Su Qingyan shared his insights, noting that both he and Jiang Zhongming were evidently of interest to Li Tingting. Wei Kaiho interjected, but I am not someone she is interested in. Su Qingyan gao de. You may not be of her interest, yet you are my closest friend, and your influence on me is profound. As my mother has said, you are a supporting character. Once her focus shifts to your brother-in-law, another supporting character emerges. Wei Kaiho felt a moment of sympathy for Wu Xiangyu, but quickly recalled Wu Xiangyu's actions that led to his brother-in-law's reprimand. Thus, he felt Wu Xiangyu deserve his fate. As for whether Wu Xiangyu's behavior was a result of Li Tingting's influence, he felt indifferent. What should we do about warning Wu Xiangyu? Wei Kaiho asked. How do we alert him? Do you truly believe he would trust us? Just as I did not believe you when I was in the same situation with Qingyan, despite our close bond. Indeed, none of them knew Wu Xianyu well. And if even Su Qingyan and Wei Kaiho were doubtful, how could Wu Xianyu trust them? Did you not say that you broke free from her control upon seeing Su Ai? Otherwise, how could we comfort him? Su Ai does not know him, someone remarked. Passing by, will you take me shopping for clothes? Ruan Yao Yao, disinterested, waved her hand and declined. I do not need any new clothes. Yun Jingxian and Yu Xiangxiao exchanged glances. Their task for the day was to coax Ruan Yao Yao out of the house for a chance encounter with Wu Xianyu. How could they achieve that without going out? Mom, even if I don't buy for you, I must buy for Lingxian. Your granddaughter is so adorable. Don't you wish to handpick a few beautiful outfits for her? Yu Xiangxiao tempted. Ruan Yao Yao could hardly refuse, as Su Lingxian was her precious granddaughter. She quickly stood up, inquiring where they would shop. Before long, the three of them, grandmother, mother, and granddaughter, were pushing a stroller and happily exploring a shopping mall. Meanwhile, Wu Xianyu observed Jiang Chongming with an expression of disdain, believing him to be mentally unwell. He had assumed Jiang sought him for some serious matter, only to discover they were in a maternity store. Is this the entire floor? He questioned, puzzled by Jiang's intentions. Is that strange? My wife and I are preparing for a child. Naturally, we must come to explore. I cannot, as a father, be oblivious to what my child will require. Jiang Chongming responded candidly, seeing no issue with his actions. Wu Xianyu, however, scoffed. You play the part well. An outsider might genuinely believe you are a devoted father, deeply in love with your wife. I do love her, Jiang stated earnestly. How hypocritical. If you truly loved her, would you entertain Li Tingting? Jiang Chongming turned to face him, asserting, my relationship with Li Tingting is not as you perceive. It is indeed different. She is fresh to society, genuinely kind, seeking a sincere romance, while you exploit your status to deceive a Navi girl. Individuals like you are utterly repulsive. Jiang Chongming disregarded the insults, choosing not to engage in a debate. He glanced at his phone to confirm the location of Yun Jingxian and the others. Once he ascertained they were on their way, he devised a plan to stall for time, determined to orchestrate a meeting between Wu Xianyu and Ruan Yao Yao. That dress was lovely, wasn't it? Quite beautiful. I agree. Once Lingxian grows, she will look stunning in it. They continued their cheerful banter as they walked, smiles lighting their faces. Suddenly, Ruan Yao Yao's gaze caught two glowing labels amidst the rows of merchandise. Though she could not yet discern the figures, the labels floated in the air, one indicating the untouchable male lead and the other the infatuated supporting male. Ah, new gossip. Ruan Yao Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was noteworthy that her newfound ability to see labels had not allowed her to do so for just anyone. Thus far, it had only been her family and those connected to them. However, her exhilaration quickly waned as she realized her initial excitement was misplaced. Oh, it's just them. She recognized Jiang Chongming and had heard of Wu Xianyu, expecting to encounter new characters. What a letdown. Although she had not previously seen Wu Xianyu, Ruan Yao Yao found herself taking a closer look. Well, it is what it is. At least this supporting male is a new character I haven't encountered yet. Let me take a look. Yu Xiangxiao and Yun Jingxian perked up, pretending to browse while attentively listening to Ruan Yao Yao's thoughts. Jiang Chongming, too, divided his attention, listening to Ruan Yao Yao while monitoring Wu Xianyu's demeanor. Should he detect any signs of discomfort, he would promptly escort Wu Xianyu away. Ah, so this reporter is quite impressive. Having received so many awards, did he really win a Pulitzer Prize for journalism? Is that true? Just by casually playing the supporting role, he managed to earn such an impressive award? And what about the Hoso Award and the Hasselblad International Photography Award? Wait, he has received so many prestigious international accolades? Have his standards for supporting roles become this high? Compared to him, Wei Kaiho, besides being a wealthy heir, hardly stands out at all. In Chapter 61, that infatuated supporting actor who has garnered so many awards is indeed impressive when paired with Jiang Chongming. Ruan Yao Yao remarked, incredible, truly deserving of being favored by the heavens. With such a background, he could easily be the protagonist in any novel. In fact, relationships with older men can be quite appealing. Yu Xiangxiao and Yun Jingxian nodded in agreement. Jiang Chongming stared for quite a while and realized a significant truth. Wu Xianyu seemed completely oblivious to Ruan Yao Yao's inner thoughts. How could that be? Could it be that the crucial factor lies not with Ruan Yao Yao, but rather with the conflict that should be addressed. Jiang Chongming felt as though he was losing his mind. Wait, why do I feel something is amiss? Berthomatic, Ruan Yaoyao gasped, gripping the infant clothing tightly. The salesperson, who was in the midst of an introduction, assumed Ruan Yaoyao was dissatisfied and quickly inquired. Ruan Yaoyao waved her hand, indicating, I'll handle it myself. The salesperson then realized that after all her chatter, Ruan Yaoyao had simply grown weary. With a silent glance at the label on Ruan Yaoyao's clothing, she smiled and discreetly stepped aside. I have something to say. If you didn't wish to hear the introduction, you should have mentioned it upon entering. What a waste of my breath. Jiang Chongming had yet to process the significance of that name, but Yu Xiangxiao and Yun Jingxian immediately recalled. No way. Really? Perhaps Wu Xiangyu was merely fortunate, having been invited to assist with a photo. Ruan Yaoyao hurriedly flipped through and found various charitable events Wu Xiangyu had participated in, diligently noting down those names. Although I cannot confirm any connections, it's still worth investigating, just in case. Just in case? What if these charitable organizations are genuinely linked to Berthomatic? For all these years, has Wu Xiangyu been aiding orphans? Are they truly placed in welfare institutions? Or have they fallen into Berthomatic's hands? Who can say? I've heard that in the eyes of certain individuals with peculiar preferences, people with our skin tone are their favorites. Gentle, understanding, petite. I mustn't think about it. The more I ponder, the angrier I become. Ruan Yaoyao took mental notes, while Jiang Chongming felt somewhat bewildered. Was it merely his imagination, or did Aunt Sue's words carry a deeper meaning? To his knowledge, Berthomatic was the name of a wealthy individual, seemingly fond of philanthropy, with connections to numerous celebrities and a rich romantic history. The entertainment industry is a vast melting pot. A bit of chaos is only to be expected. Yet, could the implications of Ruan Yaoyao's words be too alarming? He hesitated to dwell on it. Jiang Chongming glanced at Wu Xiangyu again, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Could it be that he was cast as the supporting role due to a questionable background? To avoid raising suspicions, Ruan Yaoyao refrained from greeting Jiang Chongming. She conjured an excuse and, having finished her exploration, promptly left the store with Yun Jingxian and Yu Xiangxiao. At that moment, Wu Xiangyu had exhausted his patience. What do you want from me? I don't have time to play house. Nothing much, just wanted to clarify that I have no other intentions towards Li Tingting. I hope you won't misinterpret my relationship with her. Jiang Chongming expressed his prepared statement. Misunderstanding? Wu Xiangyu chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You still dare to call it a misunderstanding? Jiang Chongming, you realize you're rather shameless. Indeed, if he had any sense of shame, he wouldn't have married a rich beauty and reached the pinnacle of life. A man like you isn't even worthy to carry Li Tingting's shoes. With that, he stormed off in anger. Jiang Chongming appeared indifferent. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, switched it to silent mode, and spoke into it. Are you reassured now? You were the one who wanted me to listen. I didn't insist on it. Wei Puyu would never admit that she, too, was curious to hear. Moreover, through the phone, she couldn't grasp Aunt Sue's inner thoughts or what she had said. Your Aunt Sue, aside from matters concerning Berthomatic, Jiang Chongming has essentially revealed everything. Upon returning home, Ruan Yaoyao promptly ascended the stairs. She locked her door and opened her computer to investigate those charitable organizations online. Yun Jingxian and Yu Xiangxiao didn't possess Ruan Yaoyao's remarkable memory, but that was all right. Each remembered a portion. Although they hadn't captured every detail, it was sufficient to satisfy their curiosity. She was searching. They were also searching. From the online information, it appeared that Berthomatic had no direct ties to these charitable organizations. However, they all shared a common trait. They were international charitable organizations. The underlying network seemed to have some intersections with Berthomatic. Upon receiving the news, Ruanji felt quite anxious and collaborated with his teammates to investigate. They had access to much more information, such as the fact that many Asian children had indeed been adopted by Western nations through these charitable organizations. Most of those adopted children conform to the aesthetic standards of the respective countries. If this is true, I want to uproot their lair. Who wouldn't want that? But on their turf, it wasn't something one could just overturn. Disgusting. The more Ruan Yaoyao probed, the more unsettled she became. Even hiring a private investigator to delve into these charitable organizations, especially focusing on the real Wu Xiangyu. Since she had unearthed the clue from him, perhaps she could discover even more. Sorry for the trouble. Sister, leave it to me. You can trust that I will handle it beautifully. a comrade of Ru Anji had taken on the new identity of a private investigator. This way, they could prevent Ruan Yaoyao from leaking information and ensure her personal safety. Besides, they could earn some extra cash, right? Ruan Yaoyao was generous. Who wouldn't he profit from her? Ru Anji, are you sure I won't get a cut? Achio Ruan Yaoyao sneezed, sensing someone was talking about her. Who could it be? Surely not her sons? Ruan Yaoyao was still quite invested in the second fish Ru Anji had caught. She wondered how that person named by Linger was faring. Afterward, she had remained anonymous, unsure if it had garnered any attention. Oh, she hoped so. She had no evidence and wasn't clear if by Linger's recollections were accurate. If the provided clues were incorrect, the investigators might not uncover anything, greatly diminishing the effectiveness. Perhaps she should give the third brother a heads up? Ruan Yaoyao stroked her chin, contemplating. Wait, shouldn't you be taking your parents there? Ruan Yaoyao implied. Shouldn't you bring someone to your adoptive parents? Ru Anji fell silent. He had merely brought someone to confirm the identity. What use would taking them to his adoptive parents serve? It was imperative for his biological mother to verify. I want you to meet first. No need, thank you. They're already on the way. Ruan Yaoyao exclaimed, come on. Another case of acting first and reporting later. How I long to rid myself of this child. Clearly, there is a hint of gossip in the air. Ruan Yaoyao, with an expression of utter disbelief, retorts, what is it? Do you so eagerly wish to witness discord between mother and son? Yushan Xiao. No, mother. I merely wish to indulge in some gossip. Chapter 62. The friend brought back by the third brother Ruan Yaoyao's pupils constricted sharply, her gaze not landing on the girl, but rather on the man. Hunya de yang o chong shao shao ye ta fan gongle, mao yin dongvi. She only knew that Ruan Ji resembled the villain in the game, particularly susceptible to being manipulated, yet she never anticipated that not only women would be deceived, but men as well. How utterly exasperating. Ruanzi suddenly cast a glance at his friend, Lan Yuanzhong beside him, feeling as though he was on the brink of madness. This is indeed Lan Yuanzhong, the very same Lan Yuanzhong. He has known Lan Yuanzhong since their middle school days. How could he be oblivious to the fact that Lan Yuanzhong has an affinity for men? Moreover, this man is none other than himself. Did he allow his mother to see his girlfriend, Zhu Xia, from Lan Yuan? However, Ruan Yaoyao cast not a single glance at the alluring and seemingly unrefined Zhu Xia beside her, her gaze entirely fixated on Lan Yuanzhong. As for Lan Yuanzhong, he donned a casual ensemble of pristine white, his gently curled long hair cascading from his smooth forehead, partially concealing a pair of remarkably captivating peach blossom eyes. His high nose and delicate, rosy lips, coupled with his fair complexion, exuded an aura of refined beauty. Were it not for Ruan Yaoyao's ability to perceive the label above his head, one might truly believe that his striking appearance was accompanied by an equally immaculate character. His demeanor and attire possess a certain charm that captivates people effortlessly. When he greets you with a gentle smile, his politeness is both endearing and delightful, leaving a remarkably positive impression. Hello, Annie. I am Lnunzhing, and this is my girlfriend, Zh Shi. It is only then that Ru Nyo's gaze shifts to the girl beside him, who appears as flamboyant as a gaudy flower outside. However, the label she perceives above Zh Shi's head reads female cannon fodder. Upon further inspection of the details, it is simply stated that she received money to impersonate Nunzh's girlfriend, inadvertently developing feelings for Nzh, and subsequently attempted to pursue him, only to be discovered by Nunzh and met with dire consequences. Hello, Auntie. Friend. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, and I look forward to your guidance. Zhu Xia's radiant smile was accompanied by a deep bow. Upon seeing her, Ruan Yaoyao was struck as if confronted with a multitude of dismembered corpses, and suddenly she found no beauty in the other, only a sense of pity for a tragic demise. Beside them, Ru Anji nearly faltered. A friend was one thing, but to think that she might one day become a murderer? Ruan Yaoyao, I am not worthy of your guidance, but dear young lady, I implore you to be more vigilant in the future. Zhu Xia had never before heard someone speak to her in such a manner. Typically, when she ventured out, others would regard her with suspicion, believing her to be a seductress, not a person of good character, advising others to keep their distance. To her astonishment, upon arriving at Aunt Sue's place, she was perceived as the simple-minded one. What on earth was going on? You have been dismembered by others. Is it not a sign of foolishness? Feeling a sense of trepidation in the presence of a murderer, merely greeted them before inviting the two to take a seat. She instructed the staff to serve fruit tea and similar refreshments, inquiring if they had any dietary restrictions. She indicated that she would have the kitchen prepare the meal if there were none. Both declined any restrictions and even shared his culinary preferences, which remarkably aligned with those of. Is there an absence of the term among the male populace? If there were any, of course, L-N-U-N-Z-H-ing would be subject to criticism. He clearly does not favor overly oily or salty foods. Yet he feels compelled to force himself to enjoy them simply because LOSN likes them. How arduous this must be for him. Our NZH, mother. Should it not be I who is enduring the hardship? The atmosphere during the meal was fraught with unease, affecting everyone present, including Ruan Yao Yao, who would relish the prospect of dining at the same table as a murderer. The ever-inquisitive Su family maintained a vigilant demeanor, their gaze focused inward, deliberately avoiding any direct confrontation with Ruanji, mindful to prevent any impulsive reactions that might lead to trouble for Ruanji later on. After considerable investigation, Ruan Yao Yao regrettably uncovered that the deadly game initiated by Lan Yuanzhong began with Zhu Xia. This implies that even if they were to report to the authorities now, there would be no grounds for doing so, unless they awaited the moment when Lan Yuanzhong took action, at which point they might possess the necessary evidence. Alas, this individual is exceedingly cautious. Even the cruelty towards animals is executed with utmost concealment, targeting merely creatures such as mice. After the torment, they are shattered and fed to the household cat. Who could possibly discern such acts? Who could fathom it? The so-called cat lover is, in fact, a sadist. The cat he keeps serves merely to eliminate evidence. He refrains from capturing videos or photographs, making it difficult to gather incriminating evidence. Most importantly, he is the closest friend of Lao San, a true confidant. Alas, they are bound to maintain frequent contact in the future. What shall we do about this predicament? Can I find a reason to prevent him from coming? The day I wish to sever the mother-son bond with LOSN is drawing near. Ruanji, this matter cannot be resolved, can it? The other members of the Su family, let us not utter mother any longer. We too desire to sever ties. How lamentable. The assassin's tale has concluded, yet the Gu woman persists, and now another murderer emerges. Ruanji, how many secrets do you harbor that remain unknown to us? For the sake of our personal safety, perhaps it would be best for you to sever ties with Ma Ai. If you two part ways, we shall find ourselves in a safer position. As she departed from the X family, the city lights began to shimmer. She, possessing a keen sense of propriety, realized that it was her moment to exit as LNUNZH-ing offered to hail a taxi for her. Under the guise of subtlety, she cast a flirtatious glance toward NRZH, and with a beaming smile, she entered the vehicle. LNUNZH-ing watched the departing taxi, his gaze somewhat icy. However, when he turned to look at NRZH, his expression softened, his lips curving into a gentle smile that radiated warmth. She is rather charming, is she not? Who? Xia. Recalling the words spoken by his mother, Ruanji felt a surge of vigilance. She is your girlfriend. I have not clearly seen what she looks like. Lan Yuanzhong chuckled softly, unsure whether he was genuinely amused by Ruanji's comment, and replied with a smile. Really? Is it that exaggerated? Is it truly necessary to avoid such matters? What era are we living in? Can one not even gaze upon the appearance of a good friend's girlfriend? If you do not pay attention, encountering someone on the street who greets you without recognition could lead to an awkward situation. Moreover, she is yet to marry you. If she were to marry me, would you then acknowledge her? She did not marry you. Who knows whether you will wed her in the future? If you do not take her as your bride, what significance does my acquaintance with her hold? Had it not been for you, she and I would have remained strangers. Indeed, that is the case. So cease your suspicions regarding our relationship. The constant doubts and fears that we may be involved have led to unfortunate consequences. As a good brother, he genuinely hopes that LNUNZH-ing will not tread that perilous path in the future. As for LNUNZH-ing's affection towards him, our NZH currently finds himself at a loss. He is quite certain that his heart belongs to women. Were it not for today's events, he would have never uncovered LNUNZH-ing's sexual orientation, nor would he have contemplated such matters. This clearly illustrates how adeptly LNUNZH-ing conceals his true self, as he hides well. Our NZH finds it challenging to express his own preference for women. In Chapter 63, L-N-U-N-Z-H-ing initially felt a twinge of annoyance, but upon hearing our NZH's words, that slight displeasure swiftly dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of lightness in his eyes. He remarked, "Very well. When the time comes for me to marry, I shall inform you of whom I cherish. I shall serve as your best man when the time comes. I would prefer that you take on the role of my groom." However, L-N-U-N-Z-H-ing did not articulate this sentiment. Instead, he spoke of his impressions of the X family. He expressed that he never anticipated he would become brothers with a second-generation rich individual. Our NZH remarked that one was studying while the other was studying abroad. In due time, they would naturally meet. Although the eldest and second brothers were not his mother's biological children, they treated her with utmost kindness, devoid of the chaotic notions one might think. L-N-U-N-Z-H-ing felt a sense of injustice for our NZH, believing that not only was that dove excessive, but his own biological mother was equally so. During dinner, he discerned that while those individuals appeared courteous, they regarded our NZH as an outsider. Our NZH pondered whether their politeness was a result of L-N-U-N-Z-H-ing's presence. However, he could not voice such thoughts. He was left to justify their behavior. Unfortunately, regardless of the reasoning he attempted to construct, L-N-U-N-Z-H-ing could always counter him. As their conversation progressed, our NZH began to feel that his justifications lacked validity. The more he spoke, the more erroneous he appeared, further tarnishing L-N-U-N-Z-H-ing's impression of the X family. Meanwhile, Ru-N-Y-O-I-O, who had long declared her intention to sever ties with her son, but had failed to do so, became restless after our NZH's departure. No matter how she contemplated it, she felt this matter could not be left unresolved. After all, he was her biological son. She could not allow such a significant bond to linger near him without raising an alarm. "Have you reached home?" Just as our NZH stepped through the door, he gestured to our F and our M before heading to the balcony to take a call. "I've arrived, Mom. What is wrong? Are you at home now? Is that person with you?" Our NZH was well aware of L-N-U-N-Z-H-ing's orientation. To avoid raising Ru-N-Y-O-I-O's suspicions, he feigned confusion, saying, "Mom, what are you talking about? If he were indeed like that, would he have a girlfriend? You saw his girlfriend, didn't you?" He went on with a lengthy discourse, asserting that despite her age, she was quite active on the internet. She was far more knowledgeable about such matters than our NZH. Furthermore, as someone who had experienced life, she could read people better than he could. Implicitly, she was hinting to our NZH, "Do you see? I suspect there is something amiss with your dear brother. You ought to be cautious." Additionally, she wanted to refrain from perpetually discussing severing their mother-son relationship. Those who knew her understood she was joking, while those who did not might assume she held disdain for him, which would not reflect well if it spread. "Who told you it was a joke? I am quite serious." Ru-N-Y-O-I-O immediately retorted, "We shall sever ties right now." Before she could finish, the call abruptly ended. Ru-N-Y-O-I-O glared at her phone, furious, her exclamations loud enough for both upstairs and downstairs to hear. Yshienkiyo had just finished feeding her child and was patting her to burp when she quietly asked Xli-NGHN, "What is going on with Mom? Is she scolding the third son again? Well, has she ever seen him without scolding?" Indeed, there was much to criticize about him. Any one of his issues could be alarming. Particularly this one, which was yet to unfold, was hard to guard against. While the previous two were frightening, they had already committed crimes, and as long as evidence was found, they could be incarcerated. However, this forthcoming issue was more challenging. The first victim was still alive. At this juncture, Xli-NGHN hesitated, pondering, is it too immoral for us to hope for a victim? Perhaps a little. But one cannot allow our own family to bear the brunt, can we? Not to that extent. We can hear our mother's concerns. We can bring her along to meet him. Should anything arise, we would have time to react. But if there are no lives at stake, it would merely be an attempted crime. How long could one be imprisoned for that? All right, that indeed poses a problem. Perhaps I should call our NZH and inquire how they handle such situations over there. Otherwise, do not blame them for being ruthless in supporting mother in severing ties. Our NZH twitched his lips, reassuring Xli-NGH and that he would certainly guard against L-N-U-N-Z-H-ing and prevent any such incidents from occurring. If such events were perpetually averted, would that mean he remained outside indefinitely? In our nation, we are governed by law. Apprehending individuals also requires evidence. How long can one be imprisoned for attempted crimes? Turning around, he happened to find Minister QNSHB staring at him. Minister? You possess something of significance. QNSHB, I remarked with recognition. I believe I understand why your mother's friends refer to you as the villain in the game. It's no wonder many wish to curry favor with you. They need not even exert effort. Opportunities simply present themselves, akin to a tool for accruing merit. Indeed, you are correct. Those individuals regard our NZH as a villain to be exploited, while in the eyes of Minister QN and his comrades, he is undoubtedly a first-rate achievement, second-rate achievement, and third-rate achievement. As long as they follow him, they need not fear a lack of merit. Our NZH's lips twitched. Minister, did you not previously express skepticism? You have conducted tests. Aside from those of us present, others cannot hear my mother's thoughts. There are doubts regarding this matter. Chapter 64. The exploited these tests have been conducted more than once. Once when they brought his mother to meet S-ing N, and once while he was at a bar with Exley NGHN and XCHNEN, and yet again when they were later invited to dine with WIKIHO, they had performed several tests. It could be said that whenever his mother ventured out, comrades would be present before her, and thus far, none had succeeded. Had it not been for his mother's prophecies coming true, the addition of G-ing, Zh, NGM-ing, and his spouse, who could also hear her thoughts, made it difficult to explain this matter. QNSHB, I cleared his throat lightly, feeling somewhat awkward as he said. Initially, the situation was unclear. However, after accumulating ample evidence, everyone began to believe. Perhaps they have simply accrued too much merit? Our NZH understood them all too well. Each one desired to accrue more merit, given the inherent dangers of their usual tasks. Comrades had to risk their lives to earn accolades. Yet this time was different. They were dealing with dangerous figures, but due to their prior acquisition of precise evidence, apprehending them became significantly easier. Had it not been for the desire to catch bigger fish, S-ing N and B-IL-ing R would have long since been apprehended. Let us not speak of it that way. Everyone is merely concerned for your safety and that of your family. Then I thank you all. It is often said that birds of a feather flock together. Subsequently, when our NZH's teammates investigated LNUNZHing, they indeed uncovered issues. The problem did not lie with LNUNZHing himself, but rather with the friends he associated with. Considering our NZH's identity, he was aware of our NZH's enlistment, albeit unaware of his specific unit. LNUNZHing wished to avoid inciting our NZH's aversion and thus appeared particularly earnest, but his acquaintances were far less so. While they did not engage in animal cruelty, the chaos surrounding their romantic entanglements was quite astonishing. I think you should heed your mother's advice in the future. Our NZH wore a puzzled expression. Never mind. You ought to see for yourself. I cannot articulate it. His comrade tossed the investigative materials onto our NZH's desk. He lowered his head to peruse them and felt increasingly unsettled. His comrade was correct. His mother had previously mentioned instances of marriage fraud, and it seemed there was indeed a pattern. They would insist on finding a girlfriend, marrying her, and once a child was conceived, they would subject her to emotional neglect, compelling her to initiate divorce proceedings. She must learn the truth. Otherwise, she may be driven to despair. Ruan Anji gazed at the child depicted in the documents and inquired, "What about this child? Is he simply awarded to the male party? What'll be done? The male party has a stable job and is already a father. They married primarily for the child, so how could they possibly grant custody to the female party?" Shortly after their marriage, he persuaded her to resign from her job, compelling her into the role of a housewife. Over time, wouldn't he that leave her without any financial support? Without financial means, how could a judge ever award custody to her? Ruan Anji felt a sense of frustration. What was most infuriating was that we were powerless to speak out. Ruan Anji opened his mouth, intending to argue that there must be a way to voice their grievances. What is the harm in suffering? Enduring pain while remaining lucid is far preferable to living in ignorance. Ruan Yao Yao, filled with indignation, believed Ruan Anji had lost his senses since they had uncovered this information. It was imperative to speak up. Yu Xiangxiao, however, dared not interject. Despite having known her mother-in-law for a lifetime, she sometimes felt her mother-in-law was even more naive than herself. "We must speak up," Ruan Yao Yao asserted with conviction. "If you are too embarrassed to say it, I will do it for you. Isn't it merely a case of marriage fraud? I shall make him pay." Ruan Anji replied, "Mother, murder is a crime. I was using a metaphor, a mere descriptor." Ruan Yao Yao gritted her teeth, glaring at him. Now you suddenly care about the law? Your friend's acquaintance has committed such disgraceful acts, yet you haven't deemed it a crime? Indeed, it was a crime, but the nature of this crime differed. One is a criminal offense, which leads to arrest upon discovery. The other is a civil matter, where the law does not pursue unless reported. Ruan Anji felt ill-equipped to argue, lacking the strength to confront his mother, and could only emphasize that Lan Yuanzhong was indeed his friend, but those other men were not. He had merely asked a comrade to investigate Lan Yuanzhong, only to stumble upon such scoundrels. Mother, if you find this matter too troublesome, let it be. Before Ruan Anji could finish, Ruan Yaoyao retorted angrily, what is so difficult about it? It's not difficult at all. It merely requires subtly revealing information to those individuals, without them noticing, allowing them to decide whether to confront those men. Rest assured, I will assist them in finding jobs and recommend lawyers for this case. I will ensure they emerge victorious. She also cautioned Ruan Anji to keep his distance from Lan Yuanzhong, asserting that his friends were not of good character, and he himself was not necessarily virtuous. She harbored no prejudice. Had they engaged in a legitimate relationship, mutually consenting, that would have sufficed. However, to resort to marriage fraud, deceit in relationships, and manipulation concerning children was utterly excessive. With their background, what could they possibly inherit? Have some dignity, will you? Suddenly, Su Zhiman stood up, feeling that the woman before her was delusional for making such claims about her ex-husband. Yes, she had divorced him amicably, but that didn't invalidate their past. I understand you may not believe it. Many did not believe it before I presented the evidence to them, but once they saw it, they understood. Ruan Yaoyao stated, do not be hasty. If I dared to invite you out, it is because I possess evidence. I feared you would be too agitated to receive it directly, which is why I have spoken so much to prepare you mentally. Then show it to me. You don't have heart disease or any other ailments, do you? You're the one with issues. Will you show it or not? If you don't, and continue to babble nonsense, I will report you. Hearing this, Ruan Yaoyao wasted no time and signaled to the bodyguard beside her to bring forth the items. It was a large, brown envelope, devoid of any markings or seals, thick and substantial as it was placed on the table in front of Su Zhiman. An inexplicable tension gripped Su Zhiman as she imagined the devastation if what this woman claimed were true. What would become of everything she had shared with Chao Yang? Taking a deep breath, Su Zhiman reached for the envelope and withdrew its contents. As photographs of him with other men surfaced before her eyes, her mind exploded with disbelief. She cried out, impossible! Yet she recognized the individuals in the photographs. Some signs had been present, but she had never considered them in this light until now. Su Zhiman had once jested, I think you resemble a virtuous wife and mother. You have more patience with the child than I do. When she and Chao Liang divorced, she had contemplated granting custody to the male protagonist, not only due to his superior financial standing, but also because he and his brother were particularly loving, exhibiting more patience with the child than she could. She thought, like attracts like, Chao Yang was inherently good-natured, and with a brother like that, the child would surely thrive under his care. Yet, if what this woman said were true, the irony of it all became painfully evident. Were they truly a couple? Yes. They were together in school, but after entering the workforce, they separated due to parental pressure. Later, Chao Yang met you through blind dates and married you. That man even attended our wedding. Silent tears cascaded down Su Zhiman's cheeks, unnoticed by her. Ruan Yaoyao handed her a tissue and remarked, indeed, they can still remain friends after a breakup. After all, it was true love, so how could they bear to ignore each other's lives? Chao Yang's parents were not overly insistent. They merely desired a grandchild to provide him with a safety net. A safety net for him? What about me? What might it be? And that child, what does he signify? Su Zhiman could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. After years of marriage without work, she had struggled to secure a job that accepted her lack of experience, enduring rebukes from her supervisor for her clumsiness. Yet she continually reassured herself, it's all right. Su Zhiman, you simply lack experience. With time, you will improve. She had divorced, but unlike others, she didn't possess a supportive family to rely on. Her parents had separated when she was very young, and she had become a burden, shuffled around between them. Thus, she found no escape. She had to carve out a path for herself and sustain her own livelihood. Why? Why must I be treated this way? All I wanted was to have a normal relationship, to date, marry, and have children. What wrong have I committed? I simply wished for a home. Seeing her in such distress, Ruan Yaoyao felt a pang of sympathy. for she understood that the reason Chao Liang chose Su Zhenman was precisely because she lacked a family background. Even if trouble arose, as a fragile woman, no one would advocate for her. As long as he did not go too far, everything would eventually fade away. But how infuriating! You engage in marriage fraud, deceive feelings, and manipulate lives, yet you claim it is not excessive. How dare you? A woman of pristine marital status reduced to a second marriage, enduring the trials of pregnancy and teetering on the brink of death to deliver such a child. Does he think he is merely selecting vegetables at a market, able to pick and choose at will? The bystander, Yu Xiao, nearly choked, finding the situation both heartbreaking and infuriating. Just then, she heard a voice. "Oh, isn't this miss you?" Yu Xiao quickly looked up, placing a finger to her lips to signal for silence. She had sneaked out, and if her mother-in-law discovered her, it would raise suspicions about her well-being. However, upon seeing who had arrived, she internally panicked, for it was none other than her arch-rival, Xie Zining. If it were someone else, she might have the confidence to persuade the other party to remain silent and enjoy the gossip together. However, when it comes to Xie Zining, her sworn rival, it simply does not work that way. The more she tries to prevent Xie Zining from doing something, the more determined Xie Zining becomes. "Oh, why do you have your finger on your lips? Engaging in some clandestine activity? Are you secretly meeting someone behind your husband's back?" Xie Zining plopped down in front of Yu Xiao, exuding an air of determination not to leave today. "Did you not say that your relationship with your husband is great? Is this your idea of a good relationship? Sneaking around behind his back? She'll keep it down." Xie Zining's voice rose instantly. "What? You can sneak around behind your husband, but I can't say anything?" Yu Xiao, who did not recognize the woman, understood her words perfectly. "Still hiding? Planning to crawl under the table? Yu Xiao, what you're doing must be too shameful to be seen. Don't drag me into this. I am not you. I conduct myself with dignity and have nothing to fear." Amidst the commotion, Ruan Yao stood up, vaguely spotting a familiar figure. She was somewhat speechless and uncertain about why her daughter-in-law was here, but if there were infidelities involved. Didn't he see it? Her information wasn't updated. Perhaps it's lagged? But I haven't seen her arguing with the boss. The couple seems fine. She couldn't afford to worry about Su Zhenman's matters. If her daughter-in-law truly strayed, that would be another matter altogether. Ruan Yao handed a few business cards to Su Zhenman. "If you need a job, contact this person. She can recommend you. If you need a lawyer, consult her. She's exceptional in divorce cases and child custody disputes. If you're concerned about your safety, reach out to him. He runs a security company primarily staffed by veterans." After speaking, she hurriedly made her way towards Yu Xiao. "Su Zhenman, weeping, had thieves." Watch her run off and grab the woman next to her. "Let go. What are you doing? How dare you bully my daughter-in-law in front of me?" "My daughter-in-law? Only I can bully her." Yu Xiao was touched. She hadn't expected Ruan Yao to defend her so fiercely in front of outsiders. She quickly stood beside Ruan Yao. "Mom, this is Xie Zining, the second miss of the Xie family." "The Xie family? The one I went to school with?" Ruan Yao had no idea which school Yu Xiao attended, but since she mentioned it, she regarded them as classmates and decided to give her face. "Oh, so she is your classmate? I thought all your classmates were refined. It seems that is not entirely the case." She knew a bit about the Xie family, but they were not in the same social circle and were not particularly familiar. "You are Yu Xiao's mother-in-law?" Xie Zining had met Yu Xiao's mother, who was evidently younger than the woman before her. "If she calls you mom, then you must be a mother-in-law, not just a mother." "Yes, I am. What is the matter?" Ruan Yao raised her chin slightly, assuming an air of pride. "So it is you, Andy. I thought you looked so young and beautiful. You could easily pass for one of my friends," Xie Zining exclaimed. "Andy, how do you maintain such youthfulness?" Flattered by the compliment, Ruan Yao couldn't help but smile. "Is that so? I haven't done much. Perhaps it's just natural beauty. Who would have thought this girl had such a sweet tongue? It seems she is not as detestable as I thought. Why was she so chatty just now?" Yu Xiao wanted to cover her face in disbelief. "Mom, you changed your tune too quickly. Just a moment ago, you were calling her all sorts of names." Chapter 66. A Rival's Downfall, No Wonder. "Annie, let me be your daughter. I want to be as naturally beautiful as you. All right, I, Xie Zining, have always enjoyed acting sweet in front of my elders," she replied without hesitation, suddenly feeling lost. "Wait, I came here to cause trouble for Yu Xiao, and now I'm dismissed by Annie?" Suddenly regretting her compliance, Xie Zining thought she should have been less agreeable. However, the show had already begun, so she had no choice but to awkwardly bid farewell to Ruan Yao Yao, casting a glare at Yu Xiangxiao as a silent threat. You'd better wait. Once the other party had left, Ruan Yao Yao ordered another cup of coffee and invited Yu Xiangxiao to sit down. Yu Xiangxiao obediently settled in. I was just curious. Curious? Are you joking? You and the boss didn't argue or have a falling out, yet you sneak out to meet other men behind his back? Don't you fear he'll find out and confront you? Ruan Yao Yao displayed an incredulous expression. This golden finger is rather unreliable. Isn't it? Such a significant event. And there's no record at all? Could it be that it only records plot-related matters and ignores the irrelevant ones? Or perhaps Yu Xiangxiao died once before, and the person living now isn't the one in the plot, so it doesn't concern it? Ruan Yao Yao was uncertain. Flipping through the details above Yu Xiangxiao's head again. No, it has been updated. What could possibly be wrong? Yu Xiangxiao twitched her lips, wanting to say, is it possible you misheard? Fearing Ruan Yao Yao would misunderstand further, she quickly clarified, Mom, what are you talking about? Meeting other men behind his back? That's just a fabrication by that Xie girl. She and I have never gotten along since school and would do anything to tarnish my reputation. My curiosity was solely about what you were up to. I just wanted gossip. What I was up to? You mean you came out with me? Yes. Yu Xiangxiao nodded weakly. Ruan Yao Yao was at a loss for words. Are you saying you learned to nurse just to gossip and abandon your child? Mom, don't worry. I only left after nursing, and I made sure she had enough to drink. I would never let my dear granddaughter go hungry. Kiden. I need this daughter to maintain my status. So how could I mistreat Xiao Lingxian? Before leaving, she definitely arranged everything. You really aren't sneaking out to date him? Yu Xiangxiao raised a hand, looking earnest, I swear. If you don't believe me, you can come with me. Huh. Isn't that exactly what you want? Yu Xiangxiao laughed. Don't be coy. I'm not your real mother. A mother-in-law is still a mother. I'll be taking care of you in your old age. So you might as well be my real mother. Get lost. Mom. Yu Xiangxiao pushed her luck, inching closer to Ruan Yao Yao, clinging to her arm while acting cute. Hey, when I sat down earlier, I specifically chose this sofa to wait for this moment. Ruan Yao Yao pretended to be stern, but inside, she was quite pleased. She playfully tugged at her hand a few times, but didn't manage to free herself and let Yu Xiangxiao be. Listening to Yu Xiangxiao's incessant chatter brought her immense joy. See, I knew it. My mom has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She's just a paper tiger. As long as you assert yourself, she won't resist. Yu Xiangxiao no longer needed to hide, happily trailing behind Ruan Yao Yao, dutifully carrying her bag and belongings. It's truly an eyesore. Yu Xiangxiao laughed. How did I end up with such a daughter-in-law? Oh, whatever happened to her face? Where's her face? Mother, is it this way? Yu Xiangxiao pretended not to hear and focused on the map, confirming their location. If it's not this way, then where else can we go? There's only this one intersection. So, should I speak or will you? Ruan Yao Yao rolled her eyes. Isn't that a redundant question? Am I going to let you take the spotlight in such matters? Let Mother handle it. After all, she's the one in charge, while I am merely a bystander. A mere bag carrier. Upon entering, they discovered that a young woman was already seated at the booth. Dressed in a black top, her hair was elegantly styled into a bun, adorned simply with a white peony, while white pearls dangled from her ears, presenting a look that was both understated and appealing. Miss Tang Liwen, I presume? Tang Liwen looked up, revealing a pair of delicate almond-shaped eyes. Yes, and you must be Ms. Ruan Yao Yao? Indeed, this is my daughter-in-law, Yu Xiangxiao. She insisted on accompanying me because she was worried about me being alone. Ruan Yao Yao took a seat across from her and remarked, honestly, I am not a child anymore. Do you really think I would get lost? Although she complained, her tone carried an undertone of pride. Yu Xiangxiao greeted her softly and settled beside Ruan Yao Yao, while their bodyguard took a seat nearby. Tang Liwen observed quietly, noting the attire of the mother-in-law duo and the well-dressed bodyguard, confidently concluding that they were likely the wealthy individuals she had only heard about in tales. However, given her social circle, she never imagined she would encounter such affluent people. It seems your daughter-in-law is quite concerned about you. It's clear that you have a solid relationship. Well, it's all right. We used to bicker frequently, but mostly, I would be the one talking while she listened. She has a good temperament and rarely argues back, Ruan Yao Yao replied. Now, she has improved. She doesn't argue with me, but follows me around like a little tail, which can be quite bothersome. Is that the only reason you invited me out today? To show off? Tang Liwen thought to herself. feeling that they were not well acquainted. Although she was eager to network, she struggled to comprehend what could possibly merit their attention enough to invite her here. If it were not for the potential connections, she would have hesitated to attend. No, it concerns your husband. My husband? Tang Liwen's expression shifted to one of surprise and wariness. Is he in debt to you? We are currently negotiating a divorce. If he owes you money, you should approach him. Ruan Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. I don't know him. I merely stumbled upon his secret while investigating certain matters. I cannot bear to see someone deceiving others, especially women like us. So, you understand, right? I have evidence that could aid you in winning your divorce case, and even securing child custody. No ulterior motives? Like having an interest in your husband? What motive could I possibly have? I neither lack money nor desire for filial piety. Ruan Yaoyao gestured for Yu Xiangxiao to retrieve a folder and address Tang Liwen. Consider it my daily act of kindness, a way to pass the time. You may choose to view the contents or not. I worry you might find it overwhelming. The last person in your situation wept bitterly upon discovering they had been deceived. Is that so? Besides that matter, what else could possibly lead to her breakdown? A hint of sarcasm welled up within Tang Liwen as she quietly accepted the folder. Upon seeing its contents, she felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Her expression remained calm as she set down the photos and looked up at Ruan Yaoyao, stating, I was already aware of this. If you came to discuss this matter, I fear you may be disappointed. My influence on him is negligible. He does not care about me at all. If it were not for the need to provide his parents with an heir, he would never have married me. Even the child, in his eyes, is merely a tool to appease his parents. You knew. How is that possible? Ruan Yaoyao was astonished. The information provided by Lao Sand did not mention this. I only learned of it recently. That is the reason for our divorce. You are much stronger than the previous ones. They cried uncontrollably, feeling sorry for themselves for being deceived by men. Yet, the same wives wish they could tear those men apart. Unfortunately, in this world, murder is a crime, and they have no idea how to proceed. Tang Liwen stated flatly, what choice do I have but to be strong? I am an orphan. No one speaks for me. Ruan Yaoyao was well aware of her status as an orphan. These deceitful individuals sought out those who were easily manipulated. She produced 2 business cards and handed them to Tang Liwen, saying, I cannot assist you in other matters, but if you wish to change jobs or your mood, you may contact this person who runs a headhunting company. They might be able to help. This lawyer can offer you an internal rate. If finances are tight, we can arrange an interest-free loan to be repaid slowly. Tang Liwen was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the cards on the table. Why are you helping me? Did I not just say? An act of kindness to alleviate my boredom. All right, consider me curious. But it's not you I wish to observe. I want to see those despicable scoundrels face their comeuppance. I cannot bear to see them prosper. Tang Liwen's eyes glistened slightly. Thank you. She was unfamiliar with the headhunting company, but she had previously encountered the law firm while researching online and contemplated whether to engage their services. However, considering her financial situation, she ultimately decided against it. If you truly wish to thank me, heed my advice. Do not allow these scoundrels to live comfortably. It would be best to ensure they suffer public disgrace and social death, rendering them unable to show their faces again. If I cannot deal with Lan Yuanzhong, how can I handle these scoundrels? For several consecutive days, the mother-in-law duo encountered various individuals, each reacting differently. Most, like Su Zhimon, wept sorrowfully, as if struck by lightning. Only a few, like Tang Liwen, seemed to have an inkling and were preparing for divorce. However, Ruan Yaoyao and the Su family were taken aback when Tang Liwen chose to divorce and divide the assets, yet did not seek custody of the child. Why would I want the child? He was not born out of my desire. If I kept him, it would be akin to seeing his biological father. I cannot fathom living with such a man. Furthermore, with a father like that, what if he grows up to be just like him? Just the thought of it makes it impossible for me to face that child, let alone raise him properly. Ruan Yaoyao listened, unsure of what to say. Everyone claimed that maternal love is a woman's instinct, that no mother could fail to love her child, as if the mere presence of a child within a woman's womb were an unbreakable bond. Thus, even in this highly civilized modern society, some men behaved like primitive creatures, believing that to bind a woman, one only needed to make her bear a child. If she disobeyed, they would simply have her bear more. The more children, the less likely she would dare to disobey, as escape would become impossible. How utterly ironic. Yu Xiangxiao cautiously observed Ruan Yaoyao's expression and gently called out, Mother. The word widow was uttered with an unusual emphasis, as if it were something to be proud of. While Yu Xiangxiao, a woman with a husband and children, had somehow become the one to be scorned and deemed unworthy. Mother, although it is often said that all crows are black, not all men are the same. Your sons have proven to be quite reliable, she insisted. Look at how well they have been raised by you. They possess a strong sense of responsibility and exceptional work capabilities. They would never treat women as mere vessels for reproduction. Yu Xiangxiao spoke well of the men in the Su family, anxious that Ruan Yaoyao might be affected by recent events, as she not only wished to sever her relationship with her son, but her other sons contemplated doing the same. With no one to constrain her, her mother-in-law was on the verge of madness, yet no one could stop her. Ruan Yaoyao remained silent, reflecting. No wonder you had 4 children. You truly are quite infatuated with love. Mother, this is not infatuation. It is mutual pursuit. If your son did not love me, I would not have married him. I choose my husband. I am not rummaging through a trash bin. I certainly aim for the best, Yu Xiangxiao replied with a smile. In the end, it is you who knows how to raise sons well. Just look which son is not willing to acknowledge you as their mother, regardless of whether they came from your womb. Now consider other families. Not only illegitimate children, but even biological siblings often squabble over trivial matters. It is truly disheartening. Luckily, I did not marry into such a family. Had I done so, I would have suffered greatly. You're not referring to the CF family, are you? Ruan Yaoyao asked. Recent rumors about sisters contending for a husband had circulated, and aside from the CF family, she could not recall others. Isn't it too early for you and the eldest to be thinking about retirement? Ruan Yaoyao exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could someone under 30 discuss retirement with a woman nearing 50? Surely, one must reach at least 40 before contemplating such matters. Well, the youngest is not that young anymore. He graduated from university over 20, and his elder brother has already been a manager in the company for years. Even if he is a little slower, 10 years should suffice, Yu Xiangxiao responded. By that time, we will be approaching 40 and indeed nearing retirement. Ruan Yaoyao scrutinized Yu Xiangxiao, suspicion etched on her face. Are you trying to prevent me from suspecting that you wish to seize the Su family fortune? Why the rush to retire? What if the youngest proves to be unworthy? Look at him. He resembles a spoiled young man. Does he appear capable of continuing the family business? What if you abandon it all, and he squanders it in no time, leaving us to suffer the consequences? Absolutely not, Ruan Yaoyao asserted firmly, contemplating whether she should hastily arrange a division of assets to secure her own retirement funds. She feared that if the youngest squandered the family wealth, her annual dividends would vanish, leaving her in dire straits. Yu Xiangxiao's lips twitched. She wished to convey to her mother-in-law that they truly harbored no intentions of coveting the family fortune. However, Ruan Yaoyao seemed indifferent, her focus solely on whether she would receive her end-of-year dividends. Who does not navigate such waters? Although he may appear unsteady now, he might mature once he begins working. Ruan Yaoyao remained unconvinced. As the saying goes, you can see a person's character at 3 years old. If he was a certain way as a child, he likely remains unchanged as an adult. Your words may deceive others, but not me. Rather than this, why not encourage your husband to earn more so that I may receive a larger share at the year's end? Ruan Yaoyao never considered herself a virtuous person, nor did she expect her children to be particularly filial. Her sole aim was to gather wealth, ensuring she would not be left without care in her old age. Yu Xiangxiao struggled to comprehend Ruan Yaoyao's perspective. Before hearing her mother-in-law's thoughts, she had often regarded Ruan Yaoyao as selfish and self-serving, indifferent to her children's well-being, solely seeking her own comfort. However, after hearing her more frequently, she began to understand her better. Perhaps Ruan Yaoyao remained self-centered, yet she was not devoid of compassion or kindness. She simply bore too many wounds, donning a prickly exterior to shield herself. Her straightforward nature prevented her from feigning emotions. She possessed cunning but lacked malice. Such a mother-in-law could indeed be quite endearing. Yu Xiangxiao's expression brightened as she exclaimed, Mother, Paris House has recently released several exquisite pieces of jewelry. I believe one particular emerald would suit you beautifully. Would you like to take a look? If you like it, I shall purchase it for you. Such generosity? Ruan Yaoyao questioned, her brow furrowed. What do you want from me? Or is it true that you met another man and wish to silence me? Whether you meet another man is of no concern, but you must not act recklessly, especially with Xiao Lingxian still so young. Even if you were to act recklessly, it should wait until she matures. Yu Xiangxiao chuckled, wrapping her arms around Wan Yaoyao. Is it wrong to be dutiful to my mother? You adore Xiao Lingxian, which brings me joy as her mother. I was worried that giving birth to a daughter might displease you, but seeing how fond you are of her now allows me to breathe easy. Mother, with your keen eyes and vast experience, I shall rely on you to guide me when Xiao Lingxian grows up and is ready for marriage, ensuring she does not choose the wrong partner. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yaoyao grew displeased and retorted, at such a young age, you are already planning for a marriage? Are you suggesting that having a daughter is solely for the purpose of marrying her off? She cannot remain at home as a pampered young lady for her entire life. Being a young lady is quite comfortable. She would not have to endure the whims of her in-laws or worry about being deceived by men. If she desires children, she can simply find a suitable man for assistance. Our family is certainly capable of providing for her. Oh dear, your mother-in-law's thinking has advanced a century beyond yours. Yu Xiangxiao felt a surge of happiness. Isn't this a reflection of her father's romantic inclinations? Worried she would follow in our footsteps? This is indeed a concern. Ruan Yaoyao suddenly realized the reason Xiao Lingxian suffered so grievously in her past life was not only due to her biological parents' negligence, but also because she inherited a flawed mindset. Why must she inherit such a romantic folly, fixating on a man as if under a spell, ignoring everything else? I must keep a close watch to ensure they do not cross paths. I cannot allow a repeat of the situation with Li Tingting, where one encounter leads to obsession. Yu Xiangxiao's heart raced. Mother, I plan to enroll Xiao Lingxian in the same kindergarten her brother attended, and I will share the life plan I have devised for her with you, to see if any adjustments are necessary. Indeed, while her fate had changed, the protagonist remained, and it was possible that the male lead might be the next Li Tingting. Upon hearing one of the names mentioned, Ruan Yaoyao immediately countered, that school is unsuitable. Let's choose another. She offered herself a justification, asserting that her sister should not necessarily attend the same school as her brother. A change would bring freshness. I believe that other school is quite good. Besides, we have a car, so the driver can take her there. Very well, since mother approves of that school. We shall proceed with it. Should Lin follow in her aunt's footsteps and acquire several talents? Su Linchuan's aunt, Su Nannan, who is the daughter of Ruan Yaoyao, initially learned dancing, singing, and playing the violin, ultimately pursuing a career in the arts and becoming a painter. Those unaware might think highly of Su Nannan, but only their close kin understand that her reputation as a renowned artist and the numerous exhibitions she held were merely fabricated through their own financial backing. Amidifad, before her awakening, Ruan Yaoyao thought, learning that would be splendid, allowing her to become an ethereal being with an artistic flair. After her awakening, Ruan Yaoyao pondered, what purpose do such pursuits serve? If she must learn, it would be wiser to train alongside her brothers in taekwondo, kendo, and basketball, immersing herself in physical activities for her future well-being, to build strength to confront scoundrels. Additionally, she should be enrolled in courses on economics, business, philosophy, and history. It would be prudent to study topics like the intricacies of human nature and psychology, enabling her to discern the intentions of others and avoid being easily deceived. Acquiring knowledge in economics would instill an understanding of the significance of wealth. Studying history would provide insight into human relations. The courses previously taken by the men of the Su family would be the foundation for Su Linchuan's education. She must not be allowed to follow in her aunt Su Nannan's footsteps, indulging in trivial pursuits like tea art and flower arrangement, embodying the archetype of a devoted wife and mother. After all the effort they invested in raising their daughter, why should she be treated like a delicate flower, plucked at will by men? If they are to nurture her, let it be as a carnivorous flower, admired from a distance, not trifled with. In the presence of a genuine admirer, she may blossom. Yet, should she encounter insincerity, she would reveal her fangs and devour the deceitful. Chapter 69. We shall cultivate a carnivorous flower. Do you understand? In raising a daughter, one must treat her as an heir, instilling in her a competitive spirit and the capability to stand out. Ruan Yaoyao stressed that she must not be raised like her aunt, consumed by flowers and paintings, akin to a parasitic plant. If the Su family were to falter, she would be left with nothing. Ruan Yaoyao resolved that the Su family must remain intact. Yu Xiangxiao silently vowed, Mother, rest assured, we shall safeguard the Su family together. The thoughts of the mother and daughter-in-law aligned in that moment, and to gather wisdom. They turned their attention to the Xie family, hoping to glean lessons from their experiences. They would never admit that, in truth, they were eager for gossip. Xie Zining had a sister, and Yu Xiangxiao, while shelling sunflower seeds, recounted what she knew to Ruan Yaoyao. They had once attended the same school, despite having many siblings. Their family was harmonious, and their parents doted on them. Xie Zining often envied her, seeking to provoke her. They had even been summoned to the principal's office for fighting. You fought. Ruan Yaoyao expressed her surprise. I would never have guessed. Xiangxiao appeared so well-behaved upon entering the family. Ruan Yaoyao scrutinized Yu Xiangxiao, unable to reconcile the demure woman before her with the notion of having fought. Yu Xiangxiao chuckled and replied, I was quite mischievous as a child, and my older brother always protected me, which instilled a bit of boldness in me. Even after the arrival of younger siblings, I remained undeterred. My father was busy with work and paid little attention. My mother aimed for fairness and refrained from intervening in sibling disputes. Thus the younger ones were often beaten, and reporting to her proved futile. Eventually, they fell under my influence. My elder sister's commands were absolute. When I fought with Xie Zining, my mother didn't mind, only concerned that I wasn't being taken advantage of at school. Xie Zining's situation was different. Her stepmother would apologize on her behalf, claiming Xie Zining was troublesome. From that moment, Xie Zining's disdain for her grew. It wasn't until they both attended different universities that their relationship began to improve. Later, when Yu Xiangxiao married, Xie Zining mocked her for entering a business alliance. However, not long after, Xie Zining herself was wed into a business marriage, one that was less favorable than Yu Xiangxiao's, being married off to the notorious playboy Ran Hao. Mother, you remember Ran Hao, right? The one who made headlines for his escapades. Although Ruan Yaoyao couldn't recall his name, the mention of the scandalous headlines brought back memories. At that time, the scoundrel was still alive, and she had sternly warned him that should he ever attempt to marry her daughter to such a second-generation rich man, she would take drastic measures. The man, fearing for his life, assured her he would never do so, for Su Nannan was his daughter, and he could not commit such an act. Ruan Yaoyao held little faith in him, remaining vigilant as Su Nannan grew. Unexpectedly, before Su Nannan could graduate from university, that man passed away, alleviating one of Ruan Yaoyao's concerns. It was unclear whether it was due to Xie's father's youthful misdeeds, but despite his persistent pleas for sons, he was blessed only with Xie Zi and Xie Zining. In contrast, his elder brother's family welcomed 3 sons. Many in their circles speculated about whom Xie's father would bequeath his fortune. I believe he will certainly favor his own nephew. After all, no matter how exemplary an adopted son may be, he lacks the bond of blood, while a nephew is of his own brother's bloodline, undeniably closer. His second son-in-law is ineffectual, but the eldest son-in-law seems capable. Why not allow his eldest daughter and son-in-law to have a child to inherit the Xie name? After all, one wouldn't want their wealth to flow to outsiders. Do you think the He family would be agreeable to such an arrangement? Xie Daijie has borne 3 children, yet only 1 son. Otherwise, why do you think she is so eager to have children at a young age? It is simply to secure another son to compete for the family fortune. What about Xie Erji? You must know who she married, right? Ran Hao, the one notorious for his conquests, rumored to have health issues. Despite being married for so long, they have yet to have a child. Typically, Ruan Yaoyao was not fond of attending social gatherings in the affluent circle, yet this time, driven by curiosity about the Xie family's gossip, she insisted on bringing Yu Xiangxiao along. As soon as they settled, the tales shared were far more riveting than those recounted by Yu Xiangxiao. Before long, the conversation turned to Xie Zining's entanglement with her brother-in-law He Tao, which her sister, Xie Zi, had caught her in the act of. At our family's hotel, you understand. Madame Zhou exchanged knowing glances with the others, who understood the implications. A chorus of amused gasps filled the air, their expressions revealing intrigue. Some turned to Yu Xiangxiao and her mother-in-law, surprised that Yu Xiangxiao, who typically kept a low profile, had ventured out today. After all, it was merely a chance for her to breathe fresh air after confinement. Ruan Yaoyao would never admit that her motive was merely to indulge in gossip. Being of the younger generation, Yu Xiangxiao offered a polite smile to the esteemed lady. Madame's surname is Ma, and her name is Hu Xiaoyan. She married shortly after Ruan Yaoyao. She has always harbored disdain for Ruan Yaoyao, considering her nothing more than a pushover. one who not only tolerates her husband's infidelities, but also raises an illegitimate child. Truly, she is a saint, unlike herself, who, despite her husband's indiscretions, has never allowed an illegitimate child to be brought before her. If Ma Gaoi dared to cause a scene, Hu Xiaoyan would not hesitate to retaliate, ensuring he would lose face within the affluent circles. Ma Gaoi, being quite concerned about his reputation, refrained from acting out, yet he would still speak disparagingly, often citing Ruan Yao Yao as an example of a virtuous wife. In ancient times, a woman like Ruan Yao Yao would have been revered in the ancestral temple, and Hu Xiaoyan could only scoff at the idea of emulating her. She mockingly remarked, "Oh, who would have thought you not only embody the role of a virtuous wife, but also excel as a good mother-in-law? Some individuals are simply not cut from the same cloth as us. They adhere to the doctrine of obedience to their fathers at home, submission to their husbands in marriage, and loyalty to their sons after their husbands pass. If a daughter-in-law is displeased, she can whisper sweet nothings into her son's ear, leaving others in disarray, unable to eat or find peace." Ruan Yao Yao, choosing to remain unperturbed, recalled her determination to endure the torment of Su Xiaoxiao, that contemptible man. And now she could easily dismiss Hu Xiaoyan's words as mere background noise. Hu Xiaoyan's ability to feign ignorance was quite impressive. When confronted, she dared not utter a word. Madame Zhou intervened to smooth over the tension, reminding everyone that this was a gathering for merriment, not for settling scores. Although Ruan Yao Yao had lost her husband, her son was no pushover, for the Su family held considerable influence within their social circle. Should Ruan Yao Yao be humiliated at Madame Zhou's gathering, it could reflect poorly on her, given that the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family was present. Hu Xiaoyan, albeit reluctantly, gave Madame Zhou some face, snorting disdainfully and turning her head away. Madame Zhou promptly offered exquisite desserts to lighten the mood, and the guests, swayed by the delicacies, shifted the conversation, masking the tension with laughter and joy. Initially, Ruan Yao Yao felt a twinge of regret for missing out on a more genuine encounter with Madame Xie Wan Yuegue. If only she could meet the two daughters of the Xie family and their son-in-law, the gossip would surely be even more riveting. Just as the gathering was about to conclude, Ruan Yao Yao's attention was caught by a dazzling label, cannon fodder stepmother. She quickly urged Yu Xiangxiao to follow suit. Understanding her intent, Yu Xiangxiao complied, eager not to miss out on the opportunity. Thus, the two women indulged in the latest gossip together. This cannon fodder stepmother was none other than Wan Yuegue, the stepmother of Xie Zining, whom Yu Xiangxiao had been eagerly thinking about. It turned out she had also attended the gathering, but was in a neighboring group of ladies. Upon exiting, she encountered Hu Xiaoyan, who made a few derogatory remarks, leading to a heated exchange. Ruan Yao Yao was unconcerned with the cause of their quarrel. Her primary interest lay in unraveling the details of Wan Yuegue's life. Standing within 5 meters, she flipped through pages of information feverishly. Given her current standing, she could not stray too far without losing sight of her target. Oh my, she is actually Xie Zining's biological mother. No, isn't she the stepmother? Yu Xiangxiao gasped. What? Biological mother? Xie Zining herself confirmed it. How could there be any mistake? Is that so? Yu Xiangxiao pressed. We mean. Years ago, Xie's father encountered a pair of twin sisters. He mistakenly believed he was with the elder sister, Wan Yuanmei, when in reality, he was with Wan Yuegue, Ruan Yao Yao explained. Then Wan Yuegue gave birth to Xie Zining. Xie Zi is also Wan Yuegue's biological child. However, at that time, Wan Yuegue was genuinely in love with her first husband, while her sister married an abusive man. To save her sister, she allowed her sister to bring Xie Zining to marry Xie's father. Ruan Yao Yao pieced together the story, nearly becoming dizzy from the revelations. Both Xie Zi and Xie Zining were indeed her biological daughters, albeit with different fathers. Xie Zi was born to Wan Yuegue and her first husband, while Xie Zining was the product of her union with Xie's father. However, during that period, Wan Yuegue was masquerading as her twin sister, which left both men oblivious to the truth. Xie's father, believing himself a hero rescuing a victim of domestic abuse, remained unaware that he had been deceived by the two sisters, while Wan Yuegue's first husband remained ignorant of his wife's secret, thinking her unfaithfulness was merely due to his inadequacies. Coincidentally, when Wan Yuegue's twin sister passed away, she moved into the villa under the pretense of caring for her sister's child, doting on Xie Zining as if she were her own, thus winning Xie's father's affection. Though Xie's father was indeed a scoundrel, he treated his own flesh and blood well. Hence, for the sake of Xie Zining, he remarried Wan Yuegui, the twin sister of his late wife. Truly remarkable, Wan Yaoyao exclaimed. Indeed, Yu Xianxiao affirmed. This woman has everyone dancing to her tune. Yet, she likely never anticipated that her two biological daughters would, in the future, become embroiled in a scandal over a shared husband. Well, it seems to be a case of daughters following in their mother's footsteps. Quite so. Yet, it remains uncertain whether Xie Zining's disdain for Wan Yuegui stems from resentment over her mother's identity or simply a desire to distance herself from Ranhao. If it is for revenge, that would indeed be a case of chaos within the family, with one not recognizing the other. Yu Xianxiao mused, considering Xie Zining's character. It was difficult to ascertain her true motivations. It was possible that revenge was at play, especially given Xie Zining's long-standing animosity toward the mother-daughter duo. Wan Yaoyao and Yu Xianxiao's gossip session came to an end just as Wan Yuegui and Hu Xiaoyan had finished their quarrel, and feeling satisfied, they prepared to leave. However, they were unaware that this entire scene had been observed by Xie Zining, who had been lurking nearby. Xie Zining clearly witnessed the expressions on Yu Xianxiao's face, which only fueled her anger. She was certain that Yu Xianxiao, that wretched woman, was laughing at her. The audacity, the gall. Clad in high heels, she pursued them. Just as Yu Xianxiao opened the car door, she heard someone call her a wretched woman, demanding she halt. Turning around, she found Xie Zining behind her, extending her hands and forcefully pushing her to the ground. Yu Xianxiao screamed. Wan Yaoyao, entering the vehicle from the other side, was startled and quickly exited again. The bodyguard in the passenger seat also disembarked, promptly intervening to prevent Xie Zining from getting any closer. Seeing that she could no longer harm Yu Xianxiao, Xie Zining lashed out at the bodyguard, shouting, "Get away! I harbor a deep-seated desire to obliterate that scoundrel who revels in my misfortune." The unfortunate Yu Xianxiao, beset by an unwarranted calamity, was unexpectedly assisted by Wan Yaoyao, who inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right? Does anything hurt?" "I am fine, merely a bit dazed." Uncertain of where I have offended Xie Zining, prompting her to push me like that. Upon rising, Yu Xianxiao urged Xie Zining to regain her composure and cease her erratic behavior, asserting that it was she, Xie Zining, who had inexplicably charged forward to shove her. If anyone ought to be frantic, it should be her. Seeing herself treated as a lunatic by her former nemesis left Zining momentarily speechless before she burst into tears. Exclaiming, "Woo-woo, even you mock me. Even you mock me." Yu Xianxiao retorted, "You pushed me, and you have the audacity to argue? Do not think that you're the only one capable of shedding tears. I can too." In front of Xie Zining, Yu Xianxiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, adopting a sorrowful expression akin to that of a delicate lotus flower. "How can you turn the tables on me? It was indeed you who pushed me. How can you be so unreasonable?" Xie Zining, taken aback, almost forgot her tears as she pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Xianxiao, stammering, Yu Xianxiao, feigning innocence, responded, "Did I speak incorrectly?" "Indeed, you acted too convincingly, frightening the other party." Wan Yaoyao looked at Xie Zining with a fleeting moment of sympathy. However, she did not believe Yu Xianxiao's behavior warranted any reproach. Regardless of the circumstances, Xie Zining should not have resorted to violence. Yu Xianxiao's chastisement was well-deserved. Instantly, Yu Xianxiao felt liberated, thinking, "Indeed, my mother still stands by me. Were it not for Xie Zining's presence, she would have almost abandoned her act. You push me, and I fell painfully. Your behavior is utterly excessive." With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Xie Zining as if the latter had committed an unspeakable atrocity. Xie Zining, infuriated to the brink of madness yet unable to counter, hastily admitted, "I concede that I did push you, but, you see, you have already admitted it. What more is there to say?" Yu Xianxiao interrupted, wearing an expression that implied, "Clearly, you are in the wrong. Yet you laughed at me." Yu Xianxiao, perplexed, countered, "What did I ever mock you? Had you not jumped out, I would have remained oblivious to your presence. I saw you. You were snickering. When that wretched woman quarreled with Madame Ma, you were lurking nearby, and I observed it clearly. To think you actually witnessed that?" Yu Xianxiao's face displayed astonishment, exaggeratedly covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "Your mother was arguing with someone else, and you merely stood by without intervening?" Xie Zining, "I never imagined you to be such a person. What do you mean, such a person? That woman is not my mother. I have never acknowledged her as such. She is a vile person, the one who caused my mother's demise, usurping her place. Xie Zining shrieked, frantically denouncing that woman. Yu Xiao found herself inexplicably unable to continue her performance, especially upon witnessing Xie Zining crouched on the ground, weeping inconsolably, as though she had suffered an immense injustice. Her own grievances were feigned, while Xie Zining's were genuine. Reflecting on what Ruan Yaoyao had observed, she sighed softly, retrieving a tissue from her bag and offering it to Xie Zining. Cry. It will be better once you let it out. For a fleeting moment, Yu Xiao contemplated revealing the truth to disclose that the woman in question was, in fact, Xie Zining's biological mother. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that her knowledge stemmed from Ruan Yaoyao's insights, leaving her without evidence to substantiate her claims. She opened her mouth, only to close it again. Truly tragic. Yu Xiao remarked, indeed, it is quite lamentable. It is utterly heartbreaking. In her quest for vengeance against that mother-daughter duo, she sacrificed herself to entangle with He Tao, intending to humiliate them. Who could have anticipated the subsequent complications? Yu Xiao mused, but mother? What you refer to as tragic is not the same thing. At this moment, she should already be with child, conceived by her brother-in-law, no less. Ruan Yaoyao's gaze drifted down Xie Zining's waist, unable to ascertain whether she was indeed pregnant. Yet, contemplating the future where this child might cost her life, she found herself at a loss for words. Revenge, revenge. Not only did she sacrifice herself, but this child will also be handed over to Xie Zi, claimed to be born of her. She has misidentified her biological mother, and in the future, this child too will repeat her fate of misidentifying her own mother. It seems her entire life has been but a farce, born outside the expectations of her true mother, only to be treated as a mere tool. She ultimately assists another woman in ascending to the position of Madame Xie. Later, her biological mother exploits her once more, using her as a pawn to elevate another to the throne of Madame Xie. Having experienced the care of two mothers, not a single one truly loved her. In contrast, her half-sister is far more fortunate. Although her biological father is lacking, she at least possesses a mother who loves her. Ruan Yaoyao, despite not fully grasping Wan Yuegui's intentions, could surmise she likely believes that her second daughter, born into a life of luxury, lacks for nothing, which is why she has always favored her eldest daughter. After all, the eldest daughter was born of her aspirations, a product of her love with her former husband, Bai Yueguan. Xie Zining, on the other hand, is merely a testament to infidelity, a blemish, while she acknowledges another woman as her mother, regarding her as an enemy. Human hearts are inherently soft. When faced with a sister who shares her sentiments, encountering the cold-hearted Xie Zining, it is no wonder Wan Yuegui feels discomfort and chooses to ignore her. Yet, it seems Wan Yuegui has forgotten that it was she who entrusted Xie Zining to her sister. Both she and her sister owe their positions as Madame Xie to Xie Zining's efforts. Initially filled with only a modicum of sympathy, after hearing Ruan Yaoyao's heartfelt reflections, Yu Xiao's empathy for Xie Zining blossomed into profound compassion, recognizing her overwhelming plight. Born without the hope of expectation, reduced to a mere tool, she would ultimately serve only to bring forth a child for her sister. How pitiful! Inadvertently, Yu Xiao had unwittingly bestowed her entire sympathy upon Xie Zining. After a prolonged struggle, Xie Zining finally composed herself, only to lift her gaze and find Yu Xiao's face adorned with a look of sympathy, akin to a startled chick. What is that expression? Are you pitying me? What do you have to feel sorry for me about? Have you not also been ensnared in a commercial marriage? Even if you bear a son, are you not still regarded as a mere vessel for procreation, giving birth time and again? And your father, he has fathered an illegitimate child outside, and the news of that abandoned love child has already gone viral. And your siblings, none of them are without their own issues. They have all turned against each other in pursuit of that meager inheritance. Do you think no one knows? Your family's affairs have long been the talk of the town. Is it truly being discussed? Yu Xiao had anticipated this, yet hearing it from Xie Zining's lips left her both amused and incredulous. What vessel for procreation? That was entirely my choice. I adore children and have always yearned for a daughter. Su Yanghan had no choice but to indulge me, resulting in one pregnancy after another. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of ill fortune, as I have borne 3 sons before finally welcoming a daughter, who nearly led to the downfall of our family. Thankfully, my mother-in-law, Ruan Yao Yao, had the foresight to prevent the exchange of children, safeguarding our biological daughter. As for my maternal family, it was also my mother-in-law's intuition that saved us, uncovering the truth ahead of time and averting future calamity. Why is it that no one is discussing this? As rumors proliferated, it was suggested that your father had more than one illegitimate child, but only this one had come to light. Otherwise, your mother would not have been so enraged as to demand that your father relinquish all his assets. Was it not out of fear that he might father other illegitimate children to vie for the family fortune? Yu Xiangxiao acknowledged the concern, but clarified that her father had consented. The primary issue was their newfound awareness of his mental decline, fearing he might be easily deceived once more. Their apprehension stemmed not from the possibility of a genuine illegitimate child emerging, but rather from the dread that a child not of his blood might be falsely claimed as such, leading to chaos among them. Family disgrace should not be aired publicly. There were matters Yu Xiangxiao could not elucidate to Xie Zining, only able to convey that certain issues may differ from her perceptions. Chapter 072. A person destined not to live until next year. Xie Zining was indifferent to the truth. What mattered was her desire to suppress Yu Xiangxiao. She aimed to triumph over her. She brought forth all the absurd rumors circulating outside, regardless of their outrageousness, as long as they could be wielded against Yu Xiangxiao. The earlier remarks had some relevance, but by the end, Yu Xiangxiao felt disinclined to engage, sensing a dissonance in their discourse. Sigh, she thought. Why bother with someone destined not to see the next year? She regarded Xie Zining with an expression of tolerance. The more she maintained this demeanor, the more irked Xie Zining became. After all her declarations, why did Yu Xiangxiao show no reaction? Was she truly the only one losing her mind in this world? Xie Zining exclaimed in disbelief, questioning if Yu Xiangxiao was truly unaffected by her husband's affair with her best friend, even to the point of having a child together. If you are speaking of Ming Qingxue, you are mistaken. I have long since severed ties with her, Yu Xiangxiao stated with conviction. My falling out with her was precisely because she sought to seduce my husband, which led to my husband informing me to be cautious in my friendships. She even cited examples of her husband, father-in-law, and brother-in-law, having long perceived that no man in this world was trustworthy. Remember when He Tao married Xie Zi? He proclaimed she was his only love. Huh, did he not end up with me? Xie Zining retorted, asserting her awareness of how others disparaged her, accusing her of shamelessness for even enticing her brother-in-law. Only Xie Zi, with her kind-heartedness, cried and insisted I was her sister, claiming she held me blameless, blaming only the enchanting beauty of that night when we drank too much. What nonsense! Xie Zi was merely putting on an act. I shared a bed with her man, and yet she pretended to be so magnanimous, as if she were some virtuous wife. What magnanimity! She refrained from causing a scene purely because she could not bear a son, and he is not even my father's biological child. Had he been my father's son, or if she had borne a son, I assure you she would not hesitate to trample me underfoot. This reveals the depths of Xie Zining's disdain for that mother-daughter duo. Are you not perhaps entangled with your brother-in-law out of revenge against them? Yu Xiangxiao carefully inquired, probing. Have you considered what would happen if you were to become pregnant? What else is there to consider? If I were to become pregnant, she would have to make way for me. He Tao is desperate for a son. My father has only me as a daughter. If I could bear a son or daughter, he would be overjoyed. With that son, He Tao could inherit my father's fortune. And what a Rand family. Are you not concerned they might cause you trouble? Trouble? I would rather they focus on getting the Rand family the medical attention they need. After all these years of marriage, I have yet to bear a child, and he still dares to confront me? If he dares to create a scene, I will ensure the world knows he is impotent. Do you perhaps underestimate your husband? You are aware that the Rand family is not of good stock, yet you dare to betray him? The entire circle is mocking him for his impotence. It is no wonder he has gone mad and resorted to domestic violence. You may even face complications in childbirth, and he would share in that consequence. Yu Xiangxiao perceived that Xie Zining was recklessly bold, throwing caution to the wind. She reminded her that Ran Hao was no gentleman and would not hesitate to resort to violence if provoked. He dares, Xie Zining retorted fiercely. Yet, Yu Xiangxiao discerned a hint of bravado in her tone and replied, Are you certain? This affair has escalated significantly, and given Ran Hao's pride, can he truly endure the ridicule from so many? If he were the type to endure, he would not have become a second-generation heir. His family holds no expectations of him. They merely require he does not cause trouble. After all, he is not creating chaos outside, only within the confines of your home. Do you truly believe your father would intervene on your behalf? If you were to become pregnant, can you envision yourself, a pregnant woman, standing against Ran Hao? Xie Zining shuddered at the thought. No, my father would undoubtedly protect me. Regardless, I am his only flesh and blood. The child I carry is his grandchild. Surely, he cannot abandon his own grandchild. Your father has an adopted son and several nephews. As the saying goes, a stepmother comes before a stepfather. Have you considered that if your singular bloodline were indeed valuable, why was it not you who married Yitao, but rather Xie? If your father truly valued that bloodline, he would not have knowingly married you off to someone like Ran Hao. The tales of Ran Hao's reckless behavior have circulated for quite some time, potentially affecting future generations. If your father genuinely desired his own progeny, he could easily have sought a surrogate or allowed you to bring in a husband. At that time, my father claimed the company faced difficulties and required assistance from the Ran family. Xie Zining felt a flicker of uncertainty, but endeavored to reassure herself, and at that moment, we were unaware of the severity of Ran Hao's situation. The rumors were concerning, but did not equate to his inability to conceive. My health is robust, and I am of an easily conceiving disposition. The chances remain high. So, is it not true that the Ran family chose you precisely because of your fertility? Xie Zining fell silent. Yu Xiangxiao understood, remarking that while Xie Zining was indeed attractive, her temperament was notorious in their circle. Why would the Ran family select her instead of a more demure girl? It seemed they were also willing to take a gamble. One could only wonder what price the Ran family paid to persuade Xie's father to agree to the marriage. Indeed, I wish to escalate this matter. I want to divorce Ran Hao. I have been married to him for quite some time, and after 4 children, it is clear that the issue lies with him. If this drags on, I'll be 30. After 30, I will be classified as a high-risk pregnancy. I cannot afford to wait. Xie Zining did not deny her intentions, stating that she also desired to thwart that mother-daughter duo, ensuring they suffered as she did. Chapter 073. Arranging our archenemy into our family hospital, Yu Xiangqiao's expression was indescribable. Xie Zining's intentions, while admirable, indeed seemed to bear the risk of causing harm to herself. Had she not faced complications in childbirth, the ensuing events could have unfolded quite differently. What if you were to become pregnant? If the child were to belong to our NHO, it might be manageable. However, if it were your brother-in-laws, do you truly believe they would allow you to emerge alive from the delivery room? Why Xianqi feigned concern for Shi Zining, inquiring about her thoughts. Your biological father offers you no protection. Your stepmother and stepsister lurk nearby with predatory gazes. You have already made enemies of the RN family. Lying on the delivery bed with a burgeoning belly, you would have one foot in the realm of the dead, surrendering your fate to others. When you were well, no one stood by your side. In such a vulnerable state, who would still offer their protection? How impressive. Did my daughter-in-law truly guess this? Why Xiankio responded, "Thank you. It is all due to my mother's excellent teaching." A chill crept down Shi Zi and Eng's spine. They would dare. You harbor suspicions that they were responsible for your mother's demise. Do you think they would hesitate? Why Xiankio continued, "Moreover, once your child is born, as you said, your brother-in-law will inherit the entirety of your father's estate through the son born from your womb. What need would he have for you then? Does your stepsister not fear your survival, as it might threaten her position? Should you pass away, would she not find it more convenient to raise your child? The delivery room offers many opportunities for harm. Excessive blood loss, an overdose of anesthesia, or a less than capable doctor could easily claim your life. If not, they could ensure you are reduced to a vegetative state, leaving you helpless for the rest of your days. Shi Zining had never contemplated this grave reality before. Her thoughts were solely focused on the potential benefits of bearing HTO's child. It would liberate her from the RN family, discussed that mother-daughter duo, and ultimately, this child would be her father's only descendant, ensuring his attention and safeguarding her inheritance. The child's inheritance would be indistinguishable from her own, allowing her to maintain the lofty status of the Shi family's eldest daughter. In that scenario, she could even use the child to evict those detestable women from their lives. If it were not for Wai Shi Enkyo's words, she would remain blissfully unaware of the severity of her situation. She had only considered the positive outcomes, never the significant risks involved. What should I do then? Shi Zining panicked and exclaimed, "I've already slept with my brother-in-law. I might be pregnant." Should I terminate this child? Why she Enki was momentarily speechless. How can you think of aborting the child when you do not even know if you're pregnant? Shouldn't you first check to see if you are with child? Additionally, consult your father to ascertain his stance. If he is willing to protect you, he could arrange for you to give birth abroad. If he is unwilling, you might still seek assistance from the RN family. Offer them half of the estate. I refuse to believe they wouldn't be tempted. As for Shizi and Eng's biological mother, why she Enki deemed her unreliable. She had always viewed Shizi and Eng as a mere tool. Even if there were some maternal affection, it would likely falter in the face of overwhelming self-interest. Moreover, she had a beloved elder daughter. One could glean her bias from the suitors chosen for her firstborn. Unexpectedly, upon why she Enkio's utterance, Shizi and Eng's reaction was, I will give you half of the estate. Will you ensure my child's and my safety? Me. We are sworn adversaries. Shizi and Eng's eyes welled with tears as she bit her lip. Just tell me whether you will help or not. Half of the estate is up for grabs. Who would refuse such an offer unless they were a fool? Your husband may not be reliable either. I advise you to be wise and secure more assets. Should anything happen and you are expelled from the X family, you would at least have means to survive. Is this how you approach someone for help? Even when seeking assistance, one must maintain a proper demeanor. Just say it. Will you help or not? Why she Enki was certainly reluctant to assist, but upon hearing Ru In Why Oyo say, help? Why not? You and Shienki are old classmates. You have known each other for years. Surely there is some sentiment there. Seeing you in trouble, is only right to lend a hand. She exchanged glances with Why Shienki urging her to cooperate. Half of the estate. Only a fool would turn that down. Shienki do not be foolish. Wait, is your mother planning to confront the Shi family? Does she not fear the combined wrath of the Shi, RN, and H families against the XS? Why Shienki fell silent, her lips sealed. Husband, I have done all I can. This is your biological mother. I am powerless. You must resolve this on your own. Why, you are truly wonderful. Did you just realize? I am the most benevolent person. If you do not believe me, you can ask Shienki. I have no other hobbies except to help others. Recently, I have aided several women who were deceived by scoundrels concerning money, affection, and children. She recounted her recent exploits in rescuing several women from their plight to Shizi and Ing. She assured her that the X family possessed its own hospital, where she would give birth. Why Shienki had also delivered there, successfully having 4 children. Just look at her now. She is in excellent condition, showing no signs of her many deliveries. So, my mother arranged for your sworn enemy to be admitted to our hospital. That night, Exley NGH and learned the entire story from Why Shienki. He had heard some rumors about the Shi family, but nothing of this magnitude. Their family was a genuine heiress, while others were mere pretenders. Why Shienki nodded, affirming indeed, Mother has her sights set on half of the Shi family's estate, which remains under your father's name. Whether Shizi and Ing will inherit it is still uncertain. Mother is impatient to seize it, unafraid of the possibility of futile efforts. Do you believe that, with Mother's golden touch, she could plan ahead and still fail to grasp it? Would the RN family allow her to leave unscathed? Shizi and Ing's marriage into the RN family must have benefited the Shi family in some way. Now that she has not given birth, and instead carries her brother-in-law as child, what incentive would the RN family have to let her go so easily? Furthermore, our NHO, as Mother has mentioned, was involved in Shizi and Ing's difficulties during childbirth. Though she did not explicitly state it, it is likely someone tampered with her circumstances, and it could very well involve that mother-daughter duo. I can understand why Shizi would take action, but could WNUGU really go that far? Regardless, Shizi and Ing is still her biological daughter. Why Shienki scrutinized him and said, if your biological mother were alive, would you choose her over me? Exley NGHN replied, indeed, while blood relations wield significant influence, they are not infallible. Even if WNUGU could not bring herself to harm her own child, what if Shizi were to persuade her? Or if Shizi acted in secret, could WNUGU bear to send one daughter to prison while losing another? Ion se no orimarkt, regardless. Mother has uncovered many details about that mother-daughter duo. Shizi and Ing ultimately perished in the delivery room, and her mother later faced retribution, dying in a car accident. Should the opportunity arise, I will ensure Mother examines the remaining ones as well. Since she has set her sights on half of the Shi family's estate, she will undoubtedly seek her chance, and I will follow her lead. You must be cautious, mother. Do not act impulsively. Understood. Chapter 074. Oh heavens. Send something to save me. This was not the first encounter between her and Shizi and Ing. Why had she been unable to perceive the details surrounding Shizi and Ing during their initial meeting? Yet now, on their second encounter, she could see them so clearly. It was quite perplexing. Had she overlooked something? Only later, upon seeing our NHO, did she suddenly grasp the situation. A mere supporting male character. The female protagonist be Ing's admirer, a love at first sight, fervently pursuing her with gifts of cars, money, and resources. Now makes sense. It was our NHO who encountered the female, lead B, Ingr. That is why I could suddenly perceive Shizi and Ing's details. It was a trigger event. Because the trigger has been activated, I can see Xie Zining and consequently her entire family's downfall. Indeed, they serve as mere background characters in the narrative of In, Zhu, Chong, Sheng, Ho, Ta, Sha, Feng, two Sierra Leonean Leones. The essence of the story revolves around Bai Ling, the protagonist, who, upon her rebirth, embarks on a rampage of destruction. In this context, Ranhao emerges as one of her generous suitors, whose role is to provide an array of resources. When the Ran family lacks, they turn to relatives for assistance, including Xie Zining's family, who deceived him emotionally and betrayed him. Their family fortune first fell into He Tao's hands, subsequently into the Ran family's possession, and ultimately into Bai Linger's grasp. Yuan Yaoyao muses, I was wondering how Bai Linger became so wealthy. It turns out it wasn't solely due to her murderous exploits, but also because various factions contributed resources. She initially thought that after the anonymous report, Bai Linger would have been apprehended, but was surprised to find her still roaming freely. Ruan Ji sneezed, feeling somewhat helpless about the task assigned to him. He was instructed to maintain contact with the criminally inclined Bai Linger, to keep a long line out, and see what considerable catch he could reel in. It was imperative for him to monitor her closely and not allow this bait to escape. Bai Linger certainly wouldn't flee. She was eager to elevate his villainous charm, persistently pursuing him. His role was to present himself as a paragon of virtue, while intermittently wavering to provide her with opportunities. Bai Linger was indeed busy, as aside from courting him, she had other potential partners. Her comrades would occasionally tease Ruanji, saying, hey, you're the main consort. No need to bother with those lesser suitors. She's just seeking variety. Her heart still belongs to you. Ruanji retorted, get lost. Does this mean I will need a trigger point to view other people's details in the future? Yuan Yaoyao analyzed while recording her observations. The connections between victims and perpetrators seem to be reliant on these three conditions. Whether this is accurate can only be determined by activating more triggers. Ranhao proved to be quite despicable. Yuan Yaoyao discovered through his profile that this young man, not yet 30, had committed numerous abhorrent acts of exploitation. In contrast, her elder brother had already entered university and begun interning at a company, while Ranhao squandered his days racing luxury cars, eventually causing a fatal accident. His profile indicated that he was so frightened at the time that he didn't even exit the vehicle, fleeing instead. His mother noticed his unusual expression and, after much questioning, he finally admitted to her the truth of his actions. She comforted him, saying, don't worry, dear, your father is wealthy. Ranhao was not entirely clear on the subsequent events, only knowing that someone took the fall for him, and the matter was swept under the rug. Yuan Yaoyao exclaimed, how can you be so heartless? You killed someone, and their family must be devastated. Your son is too afraid to drive, and yet you feel sorry for yourself? Her indignation nearly caused her to abandon the gathering. She realized for the first time that there could exist such repugnant individuals. The Su family, listening in fear, noticed that Yu Xiangxiao stayed close to Yuan Yaoyao, wary of her losing her temper and inadvertently revealing their presence. Fortunately, while Yuan Yaoyao was indeed furious, she retained her composure, understanding that this matter could not be disclosed. Overwhelmed with frustration, she placed her glass firmly on the table. I'm stepping out for a moment. Mom, I'll accompany you. Yu Xiangxiao signaled to the other members of the Su family to stay alert, quickly following Yuan Yaoyao out of the hall. Su Lianghang, Su Jiandian, and Yun Jingxian sighed in relief. Today was not a grand gathering, merely a private event hosted by the Ran family, inviting a few close acquaintances. The Su family was not part of this circle, yet Su Yanghan had leveraged connections to secure an invitation, allowing them to attend. Yuan Yaoyao, upon exiting, vented her frustrations by striking a low shrub, the small leaves clapping in the wind. Yu Xiangxiao trailed behind, unsure of how to speak until Yuan Yaoyao had sufficiently vented her anger. "Mom, are you all right?" Yuan Yaoyao jumped in surprise. "When did you arrive? You scared me." Yu Xiangxiao, unable to admit she had followed her, replied softly, "It was a bit dark, and I couldn't see clearly, so I came looking for you." "Why were you looking for me?" "Oh, nothing really. I just realized you were missing from the hall and was worried something might have happened. After all, this is someone else's home, and we are unfamiliar with the place. It would be troublesome if we wandered into the wrong area." Yuan Yaoyao rolled her eyes, the dim lighting making it hard to see. "What could happen? This place is so vast. Just ask someone for directions. I'm not a 3-year-old child. It's not that I'm worried about you. I'm just concerned that someone might be inconsiderate and offend you." Just as Yuan Yaoyao was about to respond, she heard some rustling noises. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she turned to see a pair of gleaming labels indicating the presence of the scoundrel Ran Hao. Could it be? She thought, hearing a woman's coy voice pleading with Ran how to stop. Yet he was relentless, insisting on proceeding. "What's there to fear? This is my home. Your wife is still here. If she sees this, it would be quite scandalous. Her? What does she have to be afraid of? A woman who dared to betray me doesn't deserve my consideration," Ran Hao scoffed. The more the woman resisted, the more exhilarated he became, forcefully pinning her against a tree and tearing her clothing. "Wait, I still need to wear this later. Don't worry, I have plenty of clothes at home. I'll have someone bring you a prettier outfit afterward." Yu Xiangxiao felt her cheeks flush. Despite her curiosity, she was acutely aware of her mother-in-law's presence. She tugged at Yuan Yaoyao's sleeve, asking if they should leave. Yuan Yaoyao had no interest in such sordid affairs, especially those involving such a cad. Just as she was about to depart with Yu Xiangxiao, they were halted by more commotion from the other side. "Seriously? Do I have to endure this sordid spectacle? Dear heavens, someone, please save me." Fortunately, the disturbance behind them dissipated quickly. Before the scene could properly unfold, the individuals had already retreated. At that moment, Yuan Yaoyao finally discerned the identities of the couple in the shadows, Xie Zining and He Tao. What on earth? How did they end up together? Didn't Ti Xiangxiao clearly warn Xie Zining to keep her distance from her brother-in-law He Tao until the baby was born? Why is she with him now? Is she not afraid of the repercussions? Yu Xiangxiao was equally astonished. They had communicated so explicitly. Surely Xie Zining was not foolish enough to ignore the warning. If so, her mother-in-law's schemes would be in vain. "This one do. I must investigate." Yuan Yaoyao instructed Yu Xiangxiao to be silent, keeping her eyes fixed on the glowing labels of the couple as she stealthily followed He Tao and Xie Zining. Soon after, the two of them meandered to a more secluded spot. "You pulled me here just to show me this?" This was He Tao's voice. Xie Zining replied, "Yes. Now do you understand why I harbor such resentment toward your wife? Clearly, I am my father's biological child, yet he bestowed upon her a husband as exceptional as you, while I was left with something so repulsive that any sensible person would be incensed." He Tao fell silent for a moment. "You sharing this with me is futile. I cannot assist you. I do not require your help. I merely need you to refrain from hating me. I realize that I may have been excessively cruel to you last time, but I was merely uncomfortable and sought retribution against her and her mother. I wanted them to experience the taste of betrayal. If my life is miserable, they shouldn't expect to fare any better." He Tao sighed softly. "I am not angry with you. That incident cannot be entirely blamed on you. I was also inebriated that day." In truth, He Tao was not merely intoxicated. He was aware that Xie Zining was indeed Xie's biological daughter, and this was intentional, was it not? Furthermore, it was quite peculiar that he would marry the stepdaughter while disregarding the biological daughter. Given his ambitions, one would think he would be delighted. It is commendable that he played the role of a romantic hero to appease the Xie family. He Tao was indeed a skilled actor, feigning a deep affection for Xie Zi. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to marry a stepdaughter over the biological daughter. However, the reality was that his family was not as affluent as the Xie family, making it challenging for him to marry Xie Zining. But marrying the stepdaughter, Xie Zi, was a different matter altogether. Although she was not his biological daughter, her mother was Xie's wife. Having maintained her position for so many years without faltering, she must possess considerable capability. If she were not adept at influencing her surroundings, Xie Zi could not have secured her place as the Xie family's young lady. Were it not for the whispers of others, many would remain unaware that Xie Zi was a stepdaughter, believing her to be Xie's biological child. Even He Tao had once believed the rumors that Xie Zi was Xie's illegitimate daughter before marrying her. The notion of an illegitimate daughter wielding influence gave He Tao a sense of confidence. Thus, he took an active role in the marriage arrangements between Xie Zining and Ran Hao. However, he was taken aback when, during Xie Zi's childbirth, nearly resulting in her demise, he discovered discrepancies through blood type analysis. Before he could shield Xie Zi, he learned that the blood in the bank had been prearranged by Xie, indicating that Xie was aware of Xie Zi's blood type and knew that this child was not his biological offspring. Damn, I have been deceived. When he later confronted Xie Zi, she appeared bewildered. I was never his biological child. Who told you that I was? Everyone knows I came from my mother's remarriage. He Tao felt frustrated. But isn't it rumored that you are his illegitimate child? Do you believe rumors? That was Xie Zining venting her frustration at her mother for treating me like a biological daughter. Both our parents are aware of this. From that moment onward, He Tao's attitude towards Xie Zi seemed unchanged, yet he was no longer as enthusiastic. And now, I do not require you to take responsibility. Xie Zining's eyes glistened with defiance as she proclaimed, I, Xie Zining, have never regretted my actions. I slept with you, and I will not repent. I like you, and I shall not regret it. I know you desire my father's fortune. I can assist you, but I have one condition. I want a child that belongs to you and me. You needn't worry. I will not disclose to anyone that this child is yours. I am my father's only flesh and blood, and whatever emerges from my womb will undoubtedly be my father's biological grandson. Even if he dotes on Xie Zi, he cannot allow her child to inherit his fortune. It will surely be passed down to my child. Xie Zining continued, what you must do is simple. Until this child matures, do not allow my father's inheritance to be seized by his adopted son. Your father has several nephews. Came the pointed reminder, you are quite shrewd. You even remember to caution Xie Zining about them. Xie Zining scoffed, not one of them is worth worrying about. They are either indulging in vices or misappropriating funds. Do you think my father would entrust the company to them? He'd be fearful they would squander it too quickly. After all, they're your father's biological nephews. He can be quite patriarchal at times. Otherwise, he would have nurtured you properly to inherit his legacy. He Tao feigned sincerity. Although you are a girl, you are his biological child. What difference does it make if you inherit it compared to his future biological grandson? While a father can be replaced, a mother cannot. You are the one who brings forth life. Indeed, my father has grown quite senile. He is foolish enough to neglect his own daughter in favor of a stepdaughter with no blood ties. Otherwise, I would have been the one marrying you, and we wouldn't have had to take such a convoluted path. Xie Zining vented her frustrations again, stating, so what do you think? My request is not too difficult, is it? He Tao sighed once more, conceding, are you not putting me in a difficult position? You are well aware that your sister has had several daughters, and during the last childbirth, she even suffered uterine damage, leaving uncertainty about her ability to conceive again. Zining, I'm not a saint. The implications were clear. He was not a saint and did not wish to be tested by her. It was evident that he had considered this long before, otherwise. He would not have feigned drunkenness when Xie Zining had approached him. He had taken her to bed, and now to speak of such matters felt a trifle late. What? Do you wish to continue your dalliance with me behind your wife's back, even while pursuing Ran Hao? If Xie Zining were genuinely willing to bear his child, regardless of whether he divorced or not, both her and Xie Zi's children would be his. As long as Xie did not will his fortune to an adopted son or those nephews, irrespective of whose hands it fell into, it would ultimately come back to him. Clever. Then do not feign sanctity, Xie Zining insisted. This matter is known only to you, me, the heavens, and the earth. At most, my father will know, while outsiders will remain oblivious. What are you afraid of? I'm not worried about you withholding your fortune from my son. Why do you fear? He Tao was not genuinely fearful. He merely wished to project an air of reluctance. He wanted Xie Zining to perceive that he was hesitant. Yet due to her incessant pleading, he had no choice but to acquiesce. I am not afraid. I am merely concerned about doing you an injustice. I cannot take full responsibility for you. I've already stated, you need not take responsibility. I only desire this child. You need only say yes. If you refuse, I shall seek someone else. Do not dawdle and act unmanly. Do not provoke me. Before He Tao could finish, Xie Zining turned to leave. Yet, after only a few steps, He Tao grasped her arm, as though compelled, and said, is it not acceptable for me to agree? You know I cannot entirely disregard you. Xie Zining, like a victorious general, lifted her chin with pride, and declared, I knew you would agree. In light of your compliance, I shall generously share some good news. You're going to be a father. He Tao was momentarily stunned. What? Are you not overjoyed? According to experts, this child is likely to be a son. He Tao's eyes widened, disbelief washing over him. Impossible, I possess a high fertility rate. Otherwise, why do you think my temperament is so irritable? The Rand family sought to marry me precisely because of my ability to conceive. Xie Zining extended her hand to pat her not-so-obvious belly, the sound startling He Tao, who quickly grasped her hand, urging her to be gentle. Rest assured, my child is strong and will be fine. Still, one must exercise caution. Your sister had to remain bedridden for her pregnancy, receiving numerous injections to sustain it. That is her situation, not mine. Had I not agreed earlier, would you have kept this matter from me? Indeed, if you had refused, I would have sought another father for the child. What is it? My temperament has never been mild. Do not impose your sister Xiezi's standards upon me, for I am not her. He Tao, in a mix of surrender and affectionate exasperation, shared various tips for maintaining her pregnancy and reassured her that he would devise a way to divert Ran Hao's attention, allowing her to nurture the baby in peace. The potential consequences if the Ran family discovered the child were left unspoken. After parting with He Tao, a wry smile crept onto Xie Zining's lips. Men are indeed not to be trusted. Then why do you still harbor feelings for him? Xie Zining was taken aback and turned to see Ruan Yao Yao and Yu Xiangxiao in the shadows, sighing in relief. Oh, it's just you two. You nearly frightened me to death. What did you arrive without a word? If we had spoken, we would have missed your splendid performance with that man, Ruan Yao Yao remarked. It seems you are still love-struck, genuinely considering giving your brother-in-law a son. Are you truly serious about sharing half your inheritance with me, or merely jesting? Yu Xiangxiao chimed in, Mother, you finally remembered your half of the inheritance. I thought you were too engrossed in gossip to recall. I have not forgotten, Xie Zining replied. Didn't you both say to cultivate all potential allies? I am merely making connections. With an unreliable father, an equally unreliable stepmother, and the Rand family proving even less dependable, she needed to find some supporters quickly. If she were to give birth, would it not be perilous? No matter how formidable the Su family was, they could only oversee her delivery, not manage the Xie family's affairs. Xie Zining declared her intention to have He Tao assist her until the child matured. Xie Zi could not bear a son, and the child within her was the only son of He Tao, regardless of his motivations for marrying Xie Zi or their entanglement. Everything would ultimately belong to his sole heir. Though my father favors sons, he is no different. Otherwise, he would not have allowed that vile woman, Xie Zi, to bear child after child. Does he not realize that childbirth is fraught with peril, and the more one bears, the more one suffers? Xie Zining stated. He must know. But what of it? He professes love for Xie Zi, yet he continues to demand she give birth endlessly. Yu Xiangxiao, unable to see Xie Zining at ease, insisted. Not necessarily. Your sister may be incapable of bearing children, but there are plenty of women outside. If he truly desires a child, he can find someone else to bear it, just like your father, who is not always so resolute. If he had been more resolute earlier, he would not have had so many mistresses. Yet, strangely enough, regardless of how many women he has outside, none seem to have given birth. Xie Zining privately suspected that it was the doing of Wan Yuegui, but alas, she had no evidence. Then I shall ensure he cannot father any children. Just like my father. Are you implying that you had a part in your father's situation? Yu Xiangxiao exclaimed in shock. Does Xie Zining possess such cunning? Ruan Yao Yao remarked. Isn't it Wan Yuegui who is responsible? What do you mean by also? I have never intervened, but I can learn if they can prevent my father from having more children. I can ensure He Tao cannot either. Yu Xiangxiao offered her a thumbs up. Your thinking is commendable, but whether you can actually pull it off remains a question. He Tao is not your father. I believe he is far more astute. Aren't you afraid he might suspect you? Xie Zining blinked. Why would he suspect me? It would be more plausible for him to believe that vile woman, Xie Zi, has done something. She has failed to bear a son and fears He Tao might seek another woman. Thus she might resort to extreme measures, following in my father's footsteps. No, you have already walked that path. No wonder you are your mother's daughter. Your thoughts are alike. Xie Zining then inquired, by the way, why have you come to the Rand family's gathering? It is quite chaotic here. Aren't you afraid of getting caught in the turmoil? Yu Xiangxiao replied. I simply could not bear to leave you unattended, wanting to see if you needed protection. After all, we are old classmates. It is reasonable to look out for each other. A rivalry's camaraderie? If that is how you wish to frame it, so be it. We can continue as rivals. Sure enough, as soon as Xie and her companions appeared, they attracted the attention of the Ran family. Ran's mother approached to greet them, and Xie introduced them with visible displeasure. "Oh, so your daughter-in-law is a classmate of my daughter-in-law? I had no idea," Ran's mother exclaimed, astonished. Ruan Yaoyao smiled. "I just learned of it myself. To indulge a son into such a state, she must possess some talent." Having regained her composure, Ruan Yaoyao casually browsed through Ran's mother's profile. There was nothing particularly shocking about Ran's mother herself, as Ruan Yaoyao had heard much about her in their circle. For instance, she had coerced her husband, pressured a mistress into abortion, used money to pave the way, and bribed those she wished to control, displaying duplicity. She either cleaned up after her husband or managed her son. The eldest son, Ran Hao, was relatively better off due to strict family upbringing, leaving Ruan Yaoyao with fewer concerns, while the focus was on the youngest son, Ran Hao, and Ran's father's illegitimate child. Ruan Yaoyao was taken aback. Chapter 077. The best vase. I am indeed the most beautiful. Yes, precisely. Although it is said that the Ran couple are a model pair, they have always pursued their own pleasures. Ran's mother was better off. After giving birth to Ran Hao, she underwent sterilization, even if she secretly supported 2 young models. It did not result in any fatalities, as everything was settled amicably through financial means. However, Ran's father was a different story, due to his status. He often encountered those with ulterior motives who attempted to use children to manipulate him. What they did not know was that the Ran couple operated differently from other wealthy families. They worked together rather than behind each other's backs. Ruan Yaoyao exclaimed, "I am truly enlightened. I never knew it could be played this way. Had I known, I would have engaged in my own affairs when Su Xiaoxiao was still alive. Only I was foolish. While he played around, I remained at home like a widow." Well, perhaps not entirely a widow. Ruan Yaoyao had high standards, and ordinary individuals did not catch her eye. Moreover, her aspirations were not tied to romantic entanglements. She merely wished to be wealthy, living freely and finding joy in solitude. She channeled her spiritual needs into play. Her leisure pursuits demanded high material standards. Traveling required luxury cars, flying first class, and bespoke travel arrangements. In short, she was a delicate flower raised in wealth. Without these, she could not thrive. Therefore, she could do without a man, could do without love, but absolutely could not forego the security of a material life. This was the true reason she tolerated her family's attempts to arrange a marriage and accepted Su Xiaoxiao's flirtations. Regardless of the circumstances, she had never been deprived materially. When Su Xiaoxiao was alive, he once mocked her, saying, "You are merely a beautiful vase." To which Ruan Yaoyao retorted, "What a vase! I'm the most exquisite one, encased in the finest box, cushioned with luxurious silk, meticulously maintained, and incapable of enduring even the slightest blemish. Such a vase, should she be tasked with caring for some pretty boys, would find them unworthy, suspecting that it is not she who toys with others, but rather they who toy with her." Ruan Yaoyao's obsession with spiritual purity surpasses even her obsession with physical cleanliness. If there is no purity, then it is better never to have it at all. This was true of her father and mother, and it remains true for the eldest son of the Ruan family as well. He and his wife entered into a marriage of convenience, having agreed beforehand to uphold their virtue until an heir is produced, ensuring their lineage remains untainted. Once an heir is secured, they would each take measures to prevent further offspring, indulging in whatever pleasures they desired. Ruan Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced between the eldest son of the Ruan family and his wife, unable to fathom that such a tradition existed in the Ruan household. If that is the case, why does this not continue with Xie? They all wait until the heir is born before indulging, yet he indulges directly, even to the detriment of his own body, preventing the birth of an heir. Ruan Yaoyao perused the details of Ruan Hao and was left in awe of his colorful romantic history. Indeed, it is a feast of beauty and variety. There is no man he refrains from, and with multiple partners in one night, it is no wonder his body has deteriorated so quickly. If it can be born, it will. If not, it simply will not. Given Ruan Hao's unreasonable temperament, he would not perceive Xie inability to conceive as his fault, but rather deem her useless, akin to a hen that lays no eggs. He truly believes Xie is merely a purchased bride for their family. Yet, One cannot entirely blame Ruan Hao. Such is the nature of their family, where he stirs trouble and the family cleans up after him. When he causes a fatal accident, his father pays to resolve it. When he coerces a woman, his mother intervenes with money to settle it. When he injures someone, his brother pays to remedy the situation. When he damages someone's business, it is his mother who pays to make amends. Ruan Yaoyao meticulously counted, noting that over the span of a mere decade, Ruan Hao seemed to create a scandal each year. It was as though something was amiss in the year he did not. After he met Bai Ling, he became her enforcer and cash machine, providing whatever she desired. When matters could not be resolved, he dragged the entire family into the fray. By the time his family realized what had occurred, the situation had already escalated, leading to either imprisonment or suicide. Ruan Hao wept bitterly, and in a final act of desperation, handed his last sum to Bai Ling, departing in a manner befitting a tragic lover. Ruan Yaoyao thought, how surprising. This fellow truly harbors deep affection for Bai Ling. Indeed, the distinction between love and indifference is quite pronounced. Initially, I was troubled about how to deal with the Ruan family, but now it seems there is no need for concern. Upon returning, Ruan Yaoyao organized her findings and reported Ruan Hao's actions, while also implicating his father and brother for their coercive dealings and the deaths resulting from forced relocations. Whether they had engaged in tax evasion was uncertain. Yet she felt they were far from clean, prompting her to report them collectively and let the authorities investigate. Overhearing this, the Su family members chimed in, rest assured, we will testify that they have been stealing. Ruan Yaoyao, confused by the term testify, noted that as high-ranking executives, Su Lianghan, Su Qingyan, and Yun Jingxian were undoubtedly elite, capable of deducing from even the smallest fragments whether the Ruan father and son had indeed committed tax evasion. Yun Jingxian remarked, it is glaringly obvious. The accounts are fabricated. Su Lianghan added, absolutely astounding. I was previously contemplating how to shield our mother from being deceived by the Ruan family, but it appears there is no need for concern. While Ruan Yaoyao prepared her documents, the Su family compiled the information they had gathered and presented it to Ruanji. Ruanji commented, so you all conspired to enjoy the spectacle behind my back, did you? It seems I am the only one laboring here. Su Qingyan blinked innocently. Well, they were aiming for you. We had no choice. Don't worry. We have already severed a significant connection with Bai Ling, and you will soon be free. Ruanji wore a look of lament. This connection was indeed substantial, but Bai Ling was akin to an octopus with many tentacles. Would you like to take our mother along to see? Su Qingyan hesitated, aware that while they were keen on the gossip, their mother's safety was paramount. Regardless of the Ruan family's nature, they were still business people. The intentions of others remained uncertain. The Ruan family's issues were easily resolvable, either through tax audits or by investigating Ruan Hao's past transgressions, without provoking Bai Ling's poisonous influence or inciting any dark forces. However, should they awaken any hidden dangers, their family's safety would become a precarious matter. Bai Ling's mere presence could invoke fear. Chapter 078. It is better to give birth to a Char Siu Bao than to bear a child. You wouldn't want anything to happen to our mother, would you? Ruanji's lips twitched. I was merely speaking. Do you really need to be this fearful? Su Qingyan responded. Who wouldn't fear an octopus with 8 legs? Only you would have the audacity to provoke her. Ruanji countered. Was it my intention to provoke her? Su Qingyan shot back, but you did. Ruanji insisted. That was a mission. Su Qingyan declared. I do not care. You provoked her regardless. Ruanji, increasingly agitated, exclaimed, I am so frustrated I could strike someone. Su Qingyan quipped, if you cannot argue, does that mean you will resort to violence? I will inform our mother. Mother, your son. Ruanji became more irate. Get lost. The sudden troubles within the Ruan family were entirely unforeseen by Xie Zining. Your father-in-law, along with your husband as elder brother, has committed transgressions. Though your mother-in-law's issues are minor, she has sheltered her son and husband. Xie Zining calmly sipped her milk, her current task being to nurture the child within her, ensuring a safe delivery. She inquired, did you all do this? Ruan Yaoyao feigned innocence. We did not compel anyone into illegal activities. I merely hinted at some matters. And who knew that someone would emerge as an unsung hero, dragging your in-laws into the mire? This way, you need not fear retaliation from the Ruan family. However, she cautioned, be wary of your sister-in-law. Her schemes run too deep for you to contend with her. Xie Zining concluded that the Su family was indeed behind these developments. It could be said that apart from the 2 youngest naive ones, The earlier members of the Su family were all formidable individuals. Xie Zining speculated that perhaps the trio had collaborated in this endeavor. The Su family members bearing the brunt of blame, Su Yanghan, Su Qingyan, and Ru Anji, simultaneously sneezed, suspecting someone was cursing them. Who could it be? Most likely their mother. No one else would randomly berate them. Fine, if you say it isn't, then it isn't. Regardless, the Ruan family's affairs are of no concern to me. Long before confirming her pregnancy, Xie Zining had begun transferring her assets. Although she and Ruan Hao were married, they shared no marital property, and given that he was the one committing crimes, not she would not be implicated, leaving Xie Zining in a position of safety. Yet, she was entirely uninformed. When her father inquired, she had nothing to say. Father, are you joking with me? Do you not know what kind of person Ruan Hao is? Xie Zining replied with sarcasm. Given his disposition, do you really think his father and brother would allow him to meddle in company affairs? If he is oblivious, what could I possibly know? Xie Hongda frowned deeply. He too has been seeking remedies for his ailments. Indeed, his daughter is just like the youngest of the Ran family, utterly spoiled and incapable of understanding anything. She idles away her time at home, avoiding unnecessary outings. Xie Zining cast a sidelong glance at one Yuegawei and Xie Zi, questioning. What? Are you not afraid I might entice my brother-in-law while at home? Child, has that matter not passed? Not necessarily. Now that Ran Hao is incarcerated, I am left without a husband. With such a large man wandering about before me, I cannot guarantee that my heart remains untouched. Xie Zi's expression tightened, looking pitifully at Xie Hongda, who appeared overwhelmed. After the troubles befell the Ran family, every company associated with them was in a frenzy, inquiring about the situation and conducting self-examinations, fearful of attracting the attention of Guijia's father. How can you say such things? What is wrong with my words? I stated from the beginning that I had feelings for He Tao and intended to marry him. Yet what happened? You chose to ignore my desires and insisted on marrying that woman to him, while marrying your only biological daughter to a second-generation heir. What could I do? If I resisted, you would confine me and withhold my allowance. Go ahead, do it now. The husband you selected for me is now in prison, and who knows when he will return. Go ahead and punish me. Xie Hongda gazed at Xie Zining, who was filled with rage and resentment, his lips quivering, struggling to find words. What could he say? He had chosen her husband. He merely thought that Xie Zining had been spoiled to the point of being unable to support the family business, and that marrying into a wealthy family to become a lifelong lady of leisure was acceptable. After all, although Ran Hao was ineffectual, his parents dote on him, and his brother is willing to indulge him. As long as he lives comfortably as the young master of the Ran family, his brother would support him forever. Supporting his brother means supporting Xie Zining for a lifetime. However, Xie Hongda never anticipated that Ran Hao would prove so inept as to get himself into legal trouble. He felt remorse for his daughter, yet could not utter the words of apology. Wan Yuegawei observed that Xie Zining's words were excessive and hurt Xie Hongda's feelings. She contemplated interjecting, but was met with Xie Zining's retort. Is this any of your business? As a stepmother, do you even have the audacity to speak? Wan Yuegawei's expression soured. She felt that Xie Zining was utterly disrespectful, wishing she had never given birth to her. After venting her anger at her father, Xie Zining grabbed her bag and left, impervious to any attempts to keep her. Xie Zi felt a slight sense of relief upon witnessing her departure. No one wishes to share a roof with a woman who seeks to usurp her husband. After all, she remains a stepdaughter. No matter how much her stepfather dotes on her, he cannot favor her over his biological daughter. Unlike Xie Zining, who, regardless of her caprices and colossal blunders, is shielded by her father. Just like this time, even when she caught Xie Zining in bed with her husband, her father merely provided her with some money and sent her on her way. Xie Zi lowered her gaze, harboring secret resentment. Yet, she felt somewhat pleased. After all, the more misfortune befalls Xie Zining, the better her mood becomes. As the Ran family crumbles, Xie Hongda is left frazzled. While both his stepson Xie Sunju and son-in-law He Tao have gained his favor, Xie Zi noticed her husband gaining prominence within the Xie group, which brought her clandestine joy. She understood that her share of the inheritance depended on her husband's importance in the company. Her ambition swelled, wishing for her husband to oust Xie Sunju, thus rendering the entire company his. If it belongs to him, it belongs to her. At that moment, Xie Sunju approached her, wearing a sardonic expression, You do not think your husband is always at the company, do you? I know nothing of men's affairs. Huh, you are quite amusing. To cling to the CF family, you would even sacrifice your husband to your sister. CSZ's expression shifted dramatically. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever give my husband to my sister? You are unaware? Siet Sunju was well aware that CSZ was in the dark. If she had truly been willing to part with him, he would have respected her as a person of substance. Unfortunately, CSZing is infatuated, and so is CSZ. They both believed their adoptive father would intervene, but he merely played the peacemaker. Siet Sunju scrutinized CSZ, clicking his tongue in sympathy. It seems you truly do not know, and rightfully so. If you did, you would not be so composed. He smirked, adopting the demeanor of a villain. Your husband, He Tao, has been visiting CSZing frequently. Impossible. What is impossible about it? Surely you do not believe your husband is a paragon of virtue? For what I understand, he married you under the impression you were the illegitimate daughter of our father. Siet Suinju remarked, illegitimate daughter. Do you comprehend? You are the illegitimate daughter of our father, who has since married your mother. What distinguishes you from a legitimate daughter? Coupled with your mother's influence, TSK. I know you're trying to sow discord between me and He Tao, but I will not fall for it. I know you do not believe me, but I possess evidence. Siet Sinju pulled out his phone. Look, I have taken photos from different dates and locations. Siezi leaned forward to take a glance. It was a picture of Siezining at an external villa, a birthday gift from her father for her 18th birthday. At that time, Siezi had seen the photo and felt an overwhelming pang of jealousy. If only she were the biological daughter of Xie Hongda. Alas, she was not. Thus, her 18th birthday gift was merely a beautiful dress, a mere token of her coming of age, effectively pushing her into the marriage market, announcing that their family had a daughter ready for marriage, inviting potential suitors to come forth. In essence, she was nothing more than a pawn in her father's marriage negotiations. However, she was luckier than Xie Zining, as she had encountered He Tao. No matter the reasons He Tao initially approached her, he married her, and that was sufficient. He wed her, and regardless of Xie Zining's upheaval, she could only assume the role of the mistress. Xie Zi stated calmly, "You came all this way just to tell me this? He is my husband. It is only right for him to check on my sister, who is alone outside." Check on her? You pretend to be magnanimous? Xie Zi, is this all the courage you possess? Your husband is entangled with another woman, and you still feign ignorance? I'm not pretending. It is the truth. I worry for her well-being, especially since Ranhao has gone in. I fear Xie Zining might be in despair. Xie Zi, you are impressive. I underestimated you. Your ability to fabricate lies with a straight face is truly remarkable. Siet Suinju, frustrated by his failure to provoke Xie Zi, stormed off. Once he left, Xie Zi felt deflated, as if she were a deflated balloon, her shoulders slumping and her eyes reflecting previous pain. He turned on the light, startled to find Xie Zi sitting on the edge of the bed. Why are you not turning on the light? Is it because you are busy seeing someone? What? Xie Zining. Xie Zi turned her head, locking eyes with him. You went to see Xie Zining, didn't you? He Tao paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. Did someone gossip to you? You are aware of how busy the company has been lately. You know I'm swamped at work. Barely having time to drink water, and yet you listen to idle chatter? They sent me a photo. The evidence is irrefutable. He Tao chuckled. I must have crossed paths with someone who took a picture. I refrained from sharing with you the incident involving Xie Zining, as I feared it might lead to unnecessary speculation. I had consumed too much alcohol, and from a medical standpoint, it is known that men often struggle to perform under such circumstances. Xie Zi interrupted him, denying him any chance to mislead her. Her prior silence was not due to Navet. Rather, she still cherished their family and wished to avoid a confrontation. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears as she questioned whether he no longer loved her, for how could he meet Xie Zining behind her back? She had already forgiven him once and pretended to be oblivious. But what more did he expect from her? Tears cascaded down her cheeks, embodying her sorrow and anguish. How had they arrived at this juncture? He began to hide the truth while she succumbed to doubt. Was this still the essence of their initial bond? She played the role of a love-stricken woman, having caught him in a lie, yet unable to sever ties with her affection. She longed to understand his intentions and her significance in his life. He softened, contemplating the past. Perhaps he had ambitions, but he had once genuinely loved her. Yet, that affection paled in comparison to his desires for gain. He stepped forward, embracing Xie, softly apologizing and explaining that his meeting with Xie was for reasons unrelated to romance. Though unspoken, his words implied that he held no feelings for her and was merely utilizing her. While he could not guarantee anything else, he assured her that she alone would be his wife, Xie, though she found it hard to believe his words. The assertion that he would only ever choose her offered her a modicum of relief. Her greatest fear was that he would divorce her for Xie. She was acutely aware of his ambitions and understood that if he were merely entangled with Xie for personal gain, she could endure it. As long as she remained his wife, she would not fear Xie, for no matter her outbursts, she could not overturn their status. Xie sneezed, questioning whether she had caught a chill. Yu Xiangxiao rolled her eyes, remarking on the improbability of falling ill in such warm weather, and urged her to focus on her prenatal checkup. To maintain discretion, Xie could not visit a hospital and instead resorted to the private villa of the Su family, which housed its own medical facilities, thus facilitating the doctor's visit. Xie's pregnancy had progressed to 5 or 6 months, and though her belly was noticeably round, she cleverly donned loose athletic wear, presenting herself as someone newly devoted to fitness, thereby creating a deceptive appearance. With her slender arms and legs, the only visible weight gain was in her abdomen, making it difficult to discern her condition at a casual glance. Ruan Yaoyao was also present. Once the doctor completed the examination, she approached Xie to inquire about the status of her unborn child. Upon learning that the pregnancy was thriving, Ruan Yaoyao was elated, feeling as though half of the Su family fortune was beckoning her. The money that comes so easily is always welcomed, after all. Are you ready to discuss this with your father? I am prepared. Regardless of his agreement, I am determined to carry this child. Xie sole confirmation was that she was expecting a boy. She believed that if it were a son, Hitao would undoubtedly side with her. Ruan Yaoyao observed the shift above Xie's head, commenting on her swift actions toward Hitao. Yu Xiangxiao's ears perked up. What do you mean by swift? What actions? Never mind, mother, please continue. Ruan Yaoyao's gaze was drawn to a cluster of roses in the garden visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows, particularly captivated by the young gardener tending to them. Clad in a simple white work uniform, his shirt fluttered gently in the breeze, exuding both professionalism and charm. His long, strong hands, dusted with the earth's fragrance, delicately plucked the vibrant blooms as if caressing a lover's face, suffused with affection and reverence. Who could resist a handsome figure? Yet Ruan Yaoyao's fixation was not merely due to his looks. Her admiration was not so superficial as to neglect her guests. The male lead of a passionate obsession. How striking. I have seen so many, yet finally I encounter a living embodiment of obsession. How can he be so handsome? I wonder from which novel he originates and what his story entails. I wish to know more. Yu Xiangxiao widened her eyes. What obsession? Initially swallowing hard, she too silently wished to learn more, but quickly realized the implications. Wait, this is our home. If he is indeed obsessed, what does that imply? After glancing at the youthful matriarch and the pregnant Xie, she was reluctant to make any connections. However, with only 3 people present, the likelihood of her being involved was all too significant. Observing others' gossip might be entertaining, but if it were to turn on her, it would not be mere amusement, but a tragedy. A cold sweat broke out on Yu Xiangxiao's back. Moments later, she overheard Ruan Yaoyao calling for the housekeeper, inquiring about the gardener's name, the company he hailed from, and the duration of his employment. His name is Du Huaqing. He has only recently joined us. The housekeeper carefully assessed Ruan Yaoyao's expression and added, Madam, do you find him unsuitable in any way? Although he is new, I have observed his work to be quite meticulous. He speaks little and does not wander aimlessly. After years of service, the housekeeper understood that wealthy individuals could tolerate minor deficiencies in professional skills, granting opportunities for improvement. But any sign of prying curiosity or excessive talkativeness would be met with zero tolerance. No affluent person wished for their privacy to be scrutinized. The housekeeper's remarks were meant to gauge Ruan Yaoyao's intentions, to correct any issues if present, or to proceed with caution if not. Very well, madam. The housekeeper breathed a sigh of relief, relieved there were no concerns, as no one wished to assume the role of the villain. Armed with Ruan Yaoyao's comments, the housekeeper set off to locate Du Huaqing. It was best to keep encounters with the obsessive type to a minimum. She feared for her own heart. Why are you so concerned? Did you not leave milk for Lingxian? Ruan Yaoyao queried, puzzled by the fuss. I did, but I miss my daughter, Yu Xiangxiao replied softly. Ruan Yaoyao dismissed her concerns, eager to partake in the drama at hand, not feeling responsible for it. She even instructed Yu Xiangxiao to escort Xie Zining out. Xie Zining exited with a flirtatious smile, only to quietly ask Yu Xiangxiao, surely, your mother is not infatuated with that pretty boy? Yu Xiangxiao's eyes widened. How would you think that? He is an obsessive type, someone with a troubled mind. My mother would never fall for him. It seems obvious, doesn't it? That pretty boy is quite appealing. Even from afar, his physique is commendable, nearly 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted. You misunderstand. My mother does not feel that way. You are not her. How could you be so certain? I can hear my mother's thoughts. Yet Xie Zining misinterpreted her, disdain evident in her expression. Surely not. Are you still such a traditionalist, wishing for your mother to remain loyal to that deceased man? How old is your mother? She is not even 50 yet. Still so youthful. Why should she be expected to remain loyal to that man? It would be one thing if he treated her well, but I have not observed such kindness from him towards her. If he truly cared, there wouldn't be such a significant, illegitimate child involved. I have heard that when your mother married into the family, she was completely unaware of your husband's existence. This is clearly a case of deception in marriage. Do you realize that? As a woman, you ought to consider your mother's feelings instead of siding with your husband. No matter how well he treats you, he has caused harm to your mother in the past. His mere existence is a source of pain. He is thriving now, having inherited the Su group. And Yu Xiangxiao cannot deny that her father-in-law indeed had suspicions of fraudulent marriage. Even her husband has mentioned this. Otherwise, he would not feel so humble and guilty towards your mother. Yet, she claims her mother does not mean it towards that obsessive individual, asserting that it has nothing to do with this situation. Just as Yu Xiangxiao was about to explain, she noticed a car approaching. With a parting remark urging her to think carefully, Xie Zining entered the vehicle and departed. Yu Xiangxiao pondered whether rumors would circulate about them mistreating their mother-in-law or forbidding her from seeking a second chance at love. Had she forgotten something? With the family issues resolved, she contemplated staying with her mother. Ruan Yaoyao wore a puzzled expression, wondering what was occurring. Not in a hurry. Not at all. Then she sat beside Ruan Yaoyao, instructing the bodyguard to stand at a distance, as if preparing to share a secret. Ruan Yaoyao thought to herself, is she afraid I might strike her? Yu Xiangxiao questioned, what is it? There is nothing significant lately, she replied softly. Mother, do you know what Xie Zining just told me? What did she say? She asked me if you have a crush on that young man outside. Ruan Yaoyao's face reflected shock. Who do you think I am? A young man? Turning to glance at the young man by the floor-to-ceiling window, whose head was adorned with sparkling lettering. He was still there, seemingly more diligent in his work after speaking with the butler. His shoulders, waistline, and legs led Ruan Yaoyao to suspect he might be employing charm to win her over. Otherwise, how could she have heard such absurd remarks? Chapter 081. Am I out of my mind? I have already explained that you cannot possibly be interested in such a young man. However, Xie Zining did not believe me, calling me old-fashioned and claiming that as a woman, I should not take sides against you. She remarked that your mother is still young, and it is reasonable for her to have several young admirers. While saying this, she scrutinized Ruan Yaoyao's expression. Yu Xiangxiao later reflected and found merit in her words. Regardless of whether your mother is infatuated with that young man, she is indeed still quite young and does not need to remain faithful to that man. If she is interested, she should be allowed to explore those feelings. Others may not know, but Liang Huan would certainly have no objections. In fact, he would be pleased if she has found something she enjoys. He would not only have no objections, but might even assist in the selection process. As long as Ruan Yaoyao is satisfied, he would be agreeable to anything. In front of Ruan Yaoyao, her husband was akin to a fervently wagging puppy. Ruan Yaoyao displayed an incredulous expression. Am I out of my mind? Mother, I did not say that. If you did not say that, why would you think I would keep several young men? Ruan Yaoyao retorted. Do you believe men are such wonderful beings? Are they the secret to health or longevity? Why would I pursue men when there are so many fascinating things in the world? Do I wish to complicate my life? She cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiangxiao, asserting that she was merely fortunate to have encountered a relatively decent man. Were the roles reversed, and she faced a scoundrel like her husband, Yu Xiangxiao would surely drive herself to despair. Yu Xiangxiao fell silent. If she were to encounter a scoundrel like her father-in-law, she would be beside herself. People are different. While you view men as treasures, I do not share that sentiment. Just as heroes are often surrounded by beautiful women, must a woman have a man by her side to be deemed successful? Ruan Yao Yao rolled her eyes, stating that the more one associates with men, the shorter their lifespan may become. She was unsure who established such misguided standards for success between genders. She has never believed that a woman's allure is contingent upon the presence of men, but does she think a woman's success is defined by men? After living for so many years, she has come to understand that as long as one finds joy in life, it is worthwhile. Though many speak highly of her husband, she has also criticized him in the past. Yet deep down, Ruan Yao Yao knows that he has indeed made a valuable contribution. He built the Sioux group from the ground up. In his youth, he reveled in romantic pursuits and pleasures. As he aged, he established a family, raising several children who are well-educated and capable of continuing the family legacy. What more could he desire? Aside from having passed too soon, he brought that upon himself. In his youth, he believed that a life without romantic escapades was not worth living, expending his energy on work by day and women by night. Ultimately, he ended up exhausting himself. Ruan Yao Yao gazed at Yu Xiao and remarked meaningfully that one must tread carefully when it comes to matters of the heart. Such pursuits can be quite perilous. Yu Xiao's lips twitched as she recalled how the previous misunderstanding had been clarified, yet her mother still seemed to hold on to it. I was merely speaking out loud. Rest assured, I will not disclose this matter to the eldest. Yu Xiao interjected. Why does it seem as though she is the one wanting to keep young admirers? However, Ruan Yao Yao waved her hand, completely uninterested in hearing the explanation, asserting that everyone has their own way of living, and she would not impose her views. As long as they, as a couple, had no objections, she held no particular opinions. Indeed, her mother had misinterpreted the situation, believing she was projecting her own desires. With a clear conscience, she genuinely never contemplated the idea of keeping young male companions. Her relationship with Su Yanghuan was too strong for that to be conceivable. Seeing that this matter could not be clarified, Yu Xiao felt quite helpless. However, her attention quickly shifted when Du Huaqing entered, carrying a large basket and cradling a bouquet of roses in his arms. His figure appeared particularly striking amidst the interplay of light and shadow, accentuating his handsome and extraordinary features, making the vibrant roses appear merely as a backdrop. He pursues her relentlessly, leaving no avenue unexplored, as if fate were conspiring against him. She wanted to compliment his appearance, but suddenly felt a chill run down her back. Just look at that waist and those legs. How could she not find him appealing? Yu Xiao remarked, a rational person would never be attracted to a lunatic, would they? This is reality, not a fantasy. Her gaze wandered, as she dared not look directly at Du Huaqing, fearing a collision of eyes. She subtly shifted her body towards her two bodyguards, seeking comfort in their presence. But then again, who will be drawn to an obsessive person? She is not out her mind. Yu Xiao's inner self fervently agreed. Exactly. I'm not out of my mind. What does it mean to be obsessive? That is chronic paranoia, which is far more complex than mere suspicion. Terms like nymphomaniac, jealous lunatic, or megalomaniac merely represent different facets of this condition, particularly the unwavering belief that one's partner is unfaithful. It is evident that this woman must have initially been enamored, drawn to a man who is both handsome and devoted, willing to do anything for her. Who wouldn't be captivated by such affection? However, the distinction lies in the fact that paranoia diverges from infatuation. The latter is characterized by love and trust, while the former is marked by a steadfast conviction of betrayal. When you love him, yet he remains distrustful, constantly second-guessing and surveilling you, it inevitably leads to unbearable strain over time. Yu Xiao exclaimed, "How could that be? I am a married woman. How could I possibly entertain thoughts of infidelity?" Her gaze shifted suspiciously to Ruan Yao Yao, suspecting slander. This is not my type. I prefer my husband's deep voice, especially in intimate moments. It sends shivers down my spine. Ruan Yao Yao, undeterred by the floral arrangement, directed Du Huaqing to assist her in selecting a few stems, instructing him to trim the thorns and leaves for easier transport. Very well, madam. Du Huaqing, without a hint of doubt, proceeded to gather roses by the window, requesting scissors from the steward to prepare them. As he worked, he inquired whether Ruan Yao Yao preferred fully bloomed flowers or those still in bud. Yu Xiao subtly assessed the distance between herself and Du Huaqing. Feeling a small sense of relief, he was not overly close. It appeared he understood the boundaries, especially in broad daylight with many witnesses around. At that moment, Du Huaqing suddenly turned to her and asked, "Madam, what kind of roses do you prefer?" Yu Xiangxiao froze in panic, thinking, "Oh no, I have caught the attention of a paranoid. I do not like roses," she stammered. Indeed, she disliked roses from anyone but her husband. Du Huaqing expressed surprise. Is it possible for someone to dislike roses? They are so beautiful, like exquisite works of art crafted by nature, each petal bursting with vitality, akin to gemstones nestled among green leaves. How could anyone not admire them? Was it appropriate to express such sentiments in front of my mother-in-law? Yu Xiangxiao silently wished to silence him. She quickly glanced at Ruan Yaoyao, fearing misunderstanding, only to find her engrossed in her phone. How could they shift from conversation to scrolling so abruptly? Then she heard Ruan Yaoyao's voice, "TSK, TSK, TSK. I knew it. How can a normal person attract a paranoid?" "So it's her," Yu Xiangxiao retorted. "I'm not a normal person?" Du Huaqing had long harbored this notion, fixating on the woman who had usurped his identity, basking in the glory of a wealthy heir. "Ah, so he's also a bastard child," Ruan Yaoyao remarked dismissively, holding no fondness for such individuals. Although the two in her family were somewhat endearing, that was due to her guidance, not their biological motheress influence. Poor Du Huaqing was so close to becoming the Du family's eldest son, yet his father had married a formidable woman who could not accept him. Children are easily appeased, especially when they are yet to face hardships. From the time he was in his mother's womb, Du Yuanming had eagerly anticipated his arrival, bestowing upon him and his mother the finest of care. After his birth, to ensure a steady supply of breast milk and a healthy upbringing, he lived with his biological mother for several years. Given the Du family's resources, could they not afford a nanny? How absurd! Even human traffickers understand that the older a child grows, the harder they are to abduct. If one desires to snatch a child, they should target the very young and innocent. Why did the Du family wait until Du Huaqing was 7 before taking him, under the pretense of stability? Does his family have a throne to inherit? Is he afraid of his wife? He dares not procreate. If he is not fearful, why the delay until that age? Ruan Yaoyao was uncertain whether Du Huaqing's mother's demise was related to the formidable Mrs. Du, but the timing was indeed suspicious. Whether it was Mrs. Du's doing or the consequence of Du Yuanming's own actions remained unclear. If it were Mrs. Du, it would validate Du Huaqing's hatred. Otherwise, one can only say he has indeed suffered greatly. "Oh, how I am the one truly suffering," Yu Xiangxiao lamented silently. She had never realized that a paranoid could be so loquacious. Even as she grew impatient and sought to escape conversation, Du Huaqing persisted in his attempts to engage her. Was her allure so potent that he could not resist? It was no wonder he clung to the female protagonist, after enduring such hardships. The only light in his darkness was the girl he encountered in his youth. Upon their reunion, it was only natural for him to fall for her and become entangled in an unyielding bond. She ought not to have been so kind. They truly make a naive pair, one acting without moral compass, driven by whims, the other consumed by obsession, loving deeply yet hating fiercely, creating a peculiar compatibility. Wait a moment. Mother, how am I compatible with him? Yu Xiangxiao was taken aback. Was this how she was perceived in her mother's eyes? Such a pity the protagonist does not love him. She loves my son. Third son is indeed wretched, not only being dismissed by others, but also treated as a pawn by admirers. We suffer more, remaining oblivious and becoming targets. Another day of wanting to sever our mother-son bond. Mother, what did you just say? Third son. Yu Xiangxiao suddenly realized that this paranoid was not infatuated with her, but rather someone else. If it was someone else, it was acceptable. She could partake in this gossip. Had the third son been cast as the antagonist again? Who was this female protagonist? A new character? Yu Xiangxiao pulled out her phone, eager to share with all who could hear Ruan Yaoyao's thoughts. Breaking news. The third son has been dismissed again. The group chat was silent. Evidently, the executives were too preoccupied to respond. Perhaps I should sever ties with the third son? This paranoid is indeed terrifying. Should he spiral into madness, it could prove disastrous. Ruan Yaoyao discreetly glanced at the bodyguard beside Yu Xiangxiao, suddenly feeling some regret. How could I have neglected to bring my bodyguard for convenience? Now I must confront the perpetrator directly. How fortunate that Xiangxiao brought hers. Alone, he faces 4 of us. We should be fine. Upon noticing Yu Xiangxiao, who was still engrossed in her phone, Ruan Yaoyao felt a headache coming on, concluding that this daughter-in-law was unsuitable. In such a critical moment, still distracted by her phone, she risks becoming a target. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. I find myself envious of her. Yu Xiao, frozen in her messaging, thought, wait, is it possible that I can actually hear your thoughts, mother? Because I can hear your innermost thoughts, I decided to bring the bodyguard along. However, she mistakenly believed the situation was about her own interests, only to discover it pertained to others. Yet, what was even more surprising was that regardless of whose interests were at stake, the bodyguard was still employed. Where are you and mother? Is there any danger? Where's the bodyguard? If the situation seems off, hurry and flee. Do not be preoccupied with mere gossip. Your and mother's safety is paramount. Chapter 083, A Rival Appears. The identity of the female protagonist remains unclear for now. All I know is that mother is contemplating severing our mother-son relationship again. Su Lianghan and Su Qingyan are vehemently demanding that Ru and Ji step forward, as they wish to renounce their brotherhood with him. What is happening day by day? The previous matter is unresolved, and now another has surfaced. I must remain vigilant. Xiang Xiao is completely unaware. What if she falls prey to deception? This fellow is quite handsome and imposing, being the school as heartthrob. Should he employ his charm, it would be effortless to ensnare Xiang Xiao. Ruan Yaoyao glanced at Yu Xiao and then at Du Huaqing, feeling that placing them in the same room was somewhat precarious. She resolved that, in the future, she would come alone, without bringing Xiang Xiao. Xiang Xiao exclaimed, Mother, no. It's far too dangerous for you to come alone. My friends will scold me. Especially when she observed Du Huaqing frequently engaging with Yu Xiao. His charming demeanor only heightened Ruan Yaoyao's anxiety. Initially, she had not considered this angle. But today Xiang Xiao had mentioned a pretty boy in matters of second spring, coupled with her previous discovery of Xiang Xiao's rendezvous with an outsider, only deepened her concern. She hastily instructed Du Huaqing to tidy up the roses and declared her intention to leave, swiftly escorting Xiang Xiao away. Xiang Xiao, as someone who has lived through much, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Trust me, my judgment on people is unfailingly accurate. Ruan Yaoyao said earnestly, the gardener I called in today. Did you notice how handsome he is? Yet his gaze is unsettling, and his intentions are dubious. He is not a good person. If you encounter him again, make sure to keep your distance, understood? Yu Xiao nodded yes. I understand, mother. You can rest assured, I will certainly keep my distance. A delusional person seeking revenge. Approaching him must be an act of madness, for she is merely an ordinary individual. She must maintain her distance. Ruan Yaoyao appeared somewhat unconvinced, glancing around to ensure the bodyguard and servants were far enough away to not overhear, before adding, if you find yourself truly tempted by a little puppy, just let me know, and I will assist you in selecting one that is clean and safe. I will provide cover to ensure the eldest does not learn of it. As long as you are content. Retribution comes swiftly. She had just mentioned finding a match for her mother, and immediately, her mother claimed to have found one. Yu Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment. Mother, I am doing well with Liang Han. I have no such intentions. The incident with Ziqing was truly a misunderstanding. She spoke out of turn. All right, I understand. Just remember to tell me if you ever have such thoughts in the future. Before Yu Xiao could finish, Ruan Yaoyao had departed. From afar, she could still hear her thoughts. I am not a feudal relic. Why deny it so quickly? In this era, is it uncommon for couples to engage in their own pursuits? Yu Xiao felt like crying. Why did it seem that the more she tried to clarify, the worse it became? She hoped fervently that Su Lianghan would not misunderstand upon hearing this. Su Lianghan remarked, You cannot possibly believe that, can you? Yu Xiao cautiously observed his expression. If her mother's misunderstanding was one thing, but if he also misconstrued her explanations, she would have to confront him. Su Lianghan gazed at her with a somewhat helpless expression. When have I ever doubted you? We have children together. If you truly wish to play around, you would have made that clear long ago, rather than waiting until now. Your mother's misunderstandings stem from her experiences, having witnessed various situations over the years. As for Xie Ziqing, you have acknowledged she is your adversary. What good words could you expect from your enemy? Yu Xiao sighed in relief. You scared me. I thought you might be like mother and misunderstand me too. Su Lianghan gently embraced her, kissing her forehead. What your mother said was out of concern for your happiness. With someone like my father around, she fears, since I am his child, I might follow in his footsteps. Yet, do you not know who I truly am? After all these years of marriage, have you ever seen me stray or misbehave? This was indeed undeniable. Yu Xiao could not refute this. After their marriage, Su Yanghan had been exemplary, prioritizing family and always keeping her informed. He expressed a desire to avoid his father's fate, dying alone and unloved. He aspired to provide their children with a normal upbringing, allowing them to grow up joyfully. While I cannot guarantee I will be a perfect husband or father, I will strive to learn. Will you trust me and grant me this opportunity? I do. Just like the promises made years ago, Yu Xiao had always believed in him. The couple embraced warmly for a long time. Outside, in the living room, as Ruan Yaoyao poured water, she suddenly looked up, nearly dropping the glass in her hand. The maid before her was startled and quickly halted, inquiring, "Madam, what is the matter?" Ruan Yaoyao took a deep breath, replying, "You startled me. You moved so silently." In truth, she had been fixated on the maid's name tag, feeling a sense of dread. For love, one can become infatuated. For him, she is willing to sacrifice everything, even resorting to poisoning. Rin Xuelan, a pitiful soul, even devoid of a proper name. Because she is an orphan, she became a target for the deceitful Du Huaqing, ensnared by emotional manipulation. Upon reaching this point, one could not help but feel exasperated. Who is the pitiful soul? Who is? It is I. I am the one. All right? In the eyes of the eldest, I am the wicked stepmother, the malevolent mother-in-law, and here with the third, I am still the cruel mother, the wicked mother-in-law. How frustrating. Ruan Yaoyao was infuriated, her tone mirroring Ren Xuelan's malicious portrayal of her as the unpredictable and irate matriarch. Ren Xuelan bowed her head in apology. Ruan Yaoyao disregarded it, reprimanding her for her lack of discernment and urging her to study more, warning against being swayed by flattery to the point of losing her sense of direction. Ren Xuelan wept, feeling unjustly wronged. She merely wished to check the kitchen to ensure it was tidy, yet found herself embroiled in such chaos. This woman must have suffered elsewhere and was now venting her frustrations on her. How can someone who's been in my household for 3 or 4 years still be so naive? They presented you with poison, and yet you believed it was harmless, merely a means to vent your frustrations and teach that family a lesson. What the training you were supposed to undergo? Oh, that was merely skills training. That's all right. In the future, let us also incorporate emotional sentiments. I wonder if you all will still dare to be so infatuated with love. Chapter 084, The Unnamed Cannon Fodder. However, it is indeed a bit late for the matter at hand. Ruan Yaoyao wished to enlighten her, but there was no time left. She could only speak earnestly, hoping to rouse her from her stupor. As a result, it was uncertain whether Ren Xuelan was awakened by her scolding, but it certainly drew the attention of the son and daughter-in-law upstairs, who hurried down to assess the situation. Seeing this, Ruan Yaoyao felt it inappropriate to continue her reprimand, for she was a person who valued her reputation. Yet, unbeknownst to Ruan Yaoyao, Su Yanghan and Su Qingyan had already heard her inner thoughts. Casting uncertain glances at Ren Xuelan, Ruan Yaoyao exclaimed, "What kind of gaze is that? Am I truly such a troublesome person?" The Su family members replied, "No, Mom. We are not looking at you." Unfortunately, while they could hear Ruan Yaoyao's thoughts, she remained oblivious to theirs. She left without drinking any water, clutching her cup in indignation. The Su family members reached out, exclaiming, "Mom, don't go. Please continue." Back in her room, Ruan Yaoyao was seething with rage, her demeanor explosive and filled with expletives. The Su family, unable to see her, could not hear her thoughts either, and they reluctantly took their leave. As for Ren Xuelan, the household's method of handling her was quite simple. Without needing to see her face, they informed the butler that she would not be needed the following day. What? Ren Xuelan shot up in shock. She inquired of the butler why, as she believed she had been performing well. Was it simply because the matriarch had lost her temper that she was dismissed? What right did they have? She had served the Su family for so many years without issue, yet they decided to cast her aside. What had she done wrong? Facing Ren Xuelan's inquiries, the butler calmly replied, "There is no reason. You are in the service industry, and if the employer no longer desires your service, it signifies dissatisfaction. Skills are one aspect, but emotions are another. If such an issue had not arisen before, it simply indicates that the employer had not noticed it until now." Ren Xuelan disagreed. However, the butler was indifferent to her opinion. The employer had made their decision, and that was final. "It's late now. You should rest. I will come by tomorrow to help you pack your things." Ren Xuelan broke down in tears. As an orphan, where could she go after leaving the Su family? At that moment, She thought of Du Huaqing and hesitated before sending him a message. Logically speaking, Ren Xuelan should not have left the Su residence at such an hour. But sometimes, the plot unfolds in irrational ways. A call from Du Huaqing prompted her to slip out of the Su family undetected. Outside, the night was deepening. The man had arrived by car, leaning against the vehicle with one hand on his hip and a cigarette in the other. The smoke danced in the darkness, rendering him strikingly handsome in Ren Xuelan's eyes. Upon seeing him, she could no longer contain herself and rushed towards him. Du Huaqing es Buddhiste defend momentarily. But he quickly embraced her waist and softly reassured her, if you wish to cry, then cry. I am here. Pain Suilen Soblefridi. Now you can tell me what happened. Through her tears, she recounted the events to Du Huaqing. In her narrative, she transformed into a devoted and diligent employee, even sacrificing her own rest to check on kitchen duties, only to encounter the irritable matriarch, which ultimately led to her dismissal. I don't understand. I was doing so well. Why did they let me go? She cried. Is this how the upper class operates? Du Huaqing responded. Haven't you been in their household long enough to see their true nature? I've heard that in the past, someone even developed a romantic involvement with a maid, only to disdain her later and cast her aside while spreading rumors about her character. You're not referring to Li Tingting, are you? Ren Xuelan recalled a beautiful young maid who had come and gone quickly, entangled with Su Eri, and later appeared at Su Urshao's company. Du Huaqing smirked. How would I know? At that time, I hadn't even applied to be the gardener for the Su family. I merely heard rumors. It was said that she was later slandered for seducing someone else's good brother, leading to a rift between the two men, who eventually reconciled. But the woman mysteriously vanished. Li Tingting, I've been heartbroken again. If it weren't for Uncle Wu by my side, I would have completely fallen apart. Wu Xiangyu handed her a tissue, patiently comforting Li Tingting, assuring her not to be disheartened. He would find a way regarding her mother's situation. He knew many people, and if it couldn't be treated domestically, they would seek help abroad. Really? Li Tingting suddenly lifted her head, hope evident on her face. Are there really doctors abroad who can help my mother? Wu Xiangyu affirmed, I swear. Everything I say is true. Doctors abroad are far superior to those here. As long as you have the means, you can find any doctor you desire. Even wealthy fear illness, so they employ numerous physicians. I believe you. Li Tingting nodded, her eyes glistening, gazing at him as if he were a heroic figure. This greatly satisfied Wu Xiangyu's pride. He found the girl remarkable, as if she were perfectly suited to his heart. Only someone like Jiang Zhongming would be foolish enough to overlook such a jewel. Achio, Jiang Zhongming sneezed. His wife, Wei Puyu, was scrolling through her phone and immediately glanced at the time, walking over to say, It's quite late. Perhaps you should stop and rest early? Jiang Zhongming checked the time and realized it was indeed late. Apologetically, he replied, You should sleep. I'll finish reviewing these materials shortly. Tomorrow's surgery is crucial, and I need to confirm everything. Wei Puyu sighed. For you, is there any surgery that isn't important? To me, it may just be a procedure. But for the patient lying in bed, it could be the most critical juncture of their lives. The more thoroughly I prepare, the greater their chances of recovery. I know, but I worry about you. Jiang Zhongming took her hand, warmth flooding through him. He felt fortunate to have encountered the Su family's matriarch. Otherwise, he might have missed out on his beloved wife. Many deemed her delicate, merely a privileged young lady, claiming she wouldn't be worthy without her father's status. Yet, he understood that she was not only a warm harbor, but also a refueling station for him to regain strength for his journey ahead. I want to sleep with you. Wei Puyu playfully clung to his arm. Jiang Zhongming replied, Be good, sleep first. I wish for you to awaken every day looking radiant. Go on, don't miss your beauty sleep. I'll join you shortly. Chapter 085. The poisoning, though it was termed a date. Wei Puyu did not meet Yu Xiang Xiao outside, considering the latter still needed to care for her child. After all, one cannot wander out every day. Coincidentally, she wished to see the beloved granddaughter of her benefactor, Su Ling Xian, and thus arranged to meet at home. Upon entering, she found her benefactor joyfully basking in the sun, with Su Ling Xian in the yard, a picture of delight. Wei Puyu hurried to greet them. Ruan Yao Yao was equally pleased, warmly welcoming this exquisite beauty who had captured the heart of her precious granddaughter. She believed that if her beloved Su Ling Xian could live as happily as Wei Puyu, it would be nothing short of perfect. There is a saying that children who are close to certain individuals are more likely to resemble them in the future. Ruan Yao Yao was eager for Wei Puyu and Su Lingxian to grow close. As soon as she saw Wei Puyu approach, she playfully pushed her granddaughter into her arms, claiming it would bring good fortune and perhaps result in a lovely child just like Su Lingxian. How wonderful it would be if we could have a daughter as adorable as Xiao Lingxian. Both Zhongming and I would be overjoyed. Wei Puyu expressed with enthusiasm. We have always wanted a daughter. We just hope we have such luck. Aren't you already trying to conceive? It won't be long before you receive good news, Wei Puyu replied. With your kind words, we too hope for good fortune soon. When the time comes, we must prepare a generous red envelope for Xiao Lingxian to thank her for being such a blessing. Oh dear, did you hear that, my little darling? Your Aunt Wei is praising you, Ruan Yao Yao said, gently tapping Su Lingxian on the nose with a look of affection. The few-month-old Su Lingxian revealed a toothless grin, a smile so innocent and pure that it melted hearts. Wei Puyu felt even more determined to have a precious daughter of her own someday. As guests arrived, it was customary to serve tea. This was a routine matter. But when Yu Xiang Qiao glanced up and saw Ren Shuelan, the situation became problematic. What are you still doing here? Haven't you been dismissed? Immediately, Ren Shuelan's eyes turned red, and she sank to her knees before Ruan Yao Yao. Though addressing her, her gaze was firmly fixed on Wei Puyu as she cried, "Old madam, please do not cast me away. This job is all I have. I came here right after graduating from university. If you dismiss me, where'll I find work? I will starve." Wei Puyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had not anticipated such a scene upon her arrival. Either you perish or I do. It must surely be you. If I do not dismiss you, you will obey that man and poison our entire family. Wei Puyu was instantly no longer embarrassed. What? Poison? How could this be? She gazed in shock at Ren Shuelan, unable to fathom that this seemingly delicate woman could engage in such nefarious deeds. Not only Ruan Yao Yao, but even she would have to act promptly to dismiss someone under such circumstances. However, Ren Shuelan misinterpreted Wei Puyu's shock as dismay over Ruan Yao Yao's unjust dismissal. Thus, she began recounting her misfortunes as taught by Du Huaqing, sharing her story of growing up in an orphanage, unacquainted with the harshness of society, and how she had been diligent in her duties at the Su household for many years without error. Until yesterday, she had no idea what she had done wrong. After Ruan Yao Yao had scolded her, she suddenly found herself unwanted. She sincerely apologized to Ruan Yao Yao, pleading for her to overlook a minor transgression, insisting that she had not intended to frighten her. At that moment, she had not expected Ruan Yao Yao to come down for water, nor did she realize that merely walking quietly as per house rules could startle her. Had she known, she would have refrained from checking on her duties and taken a rest instead. Her words painted her as the innocent party, making Ruan Yao Yao appear unreasonable. Yet, Wei Puyu, understanding the gravity of the situation, thought, how could one not be frightened? To discover that a household servant intends to poison one's family would terrify anyone. Unfortunately, lacking evidence, reporting it to the authorities was not an option. Is it possible that the poison has already been administered? Ruan Yao Yao held her cup of water, her body stiffening. I only saw details indicating that such an event could occur yesterday. To prevent it, I remained silent regarding the matter of Ren Shuelan's dismissal. Yet she left prematurely. Could it be that I'm also at fault here? After setting down the tea, Ren Shuelan grew anxious. Old madam, why have you stopped drinking? This tea is freshly brewed, your favorite Dahong Pao, made with the right water temperature and appropriate cup. Yet there is something added to it that makes me hesitant to drink. I am a human, not a deity. Wei Puyu and Yu Xiang Qiao chimed in. Isn't it coincidental? We are human too. No thanks, I am not thirsty at the moment. Ruan Yao Yao turned and called out, Butler, butler. The butler hurried over. Old madam, what is the matter? Why is she still here? Wasn't she dismissed? Her wages have been paid. Why allow her to continue working? The butler appeared awkward, attempting to explain Ren Shuelan's situation, stating that she had expressed a desire to stay on for one last day after having formed attachments to the Su family after many years. Seeing her sincerity, he allowed her to remain, though he had cautioned her not to appear before Ruan Yao Yao. In other words, he had permitted Ren Shuelan to work her last day, but had not approved her serving tea, nor appearing in Ruan Yao Yao's presence. Ruan Yao Yao was incensed. Is this how you serve the Su family? My late husband selected you for your diligence and responsibility, never causing us concern. And now, my husband's words seem to hold no weight anymore. Do you intend for me to assert my authority as a new head and dispose of you as well? The butler hastily apologized. I am sorry, old madam. It is all my fault. Please grant me one last chance. I promise not to make such mistakes again. It would be best if that were the case. Remember, I am the head of this household, and it is we who pay your wages, not your colleagues. Please prioritize our wishes. Ruan Yao Yao held a high regard for the butler's capabilities, having never had to worry about domestic matters throughout her long marriage. This incident was not particularly significant, but the issue lay with the person involved, showing leniency towards Ren Shuelan, who was perceived as a potential threat to their family. Will be detrimental. To teach the butler a lesson, Ruan Yao Yao commanded her bodyguards to seize Ren Shuelan and promptly contacted the authorities. Ren Shuelan, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let me go. Private punishment is illegal. We live in a society governed by law." Ruan Yao Yao gazed at her in disbelief. "You are aware we live in a society governed by law? If so, how could you commit such acts?" "What have I done? I merely poured you a pot of tea." "Indeed, just a pot of tea. But that tea could poison me. That is absurd. How could I poison you? I am merely a poor orphan. How could I possibly do harm to anyone?" Chapter 086. The butler's terror regardless of Ren Shuelan's plight. When the butler heard Ruan Yao Yao express doubts about the possibility of Ren Shuelan poisoning her, he realized the gravity of the situation. Dismissing a mere employee was one thing, but if that dismissed individual had indeed poisoned the head of the household, my goodness, what was I just doing? He kept Ren Shuelan for an extra day, instructing her to work and even compelling her to prepare tea for Ruan Yao Yao. The butler hastily interjected, "Is there a misunderstanding in this matter?" Wei Puyu and Yu Xiangxiao responded in unison, No, there is no misunderstanding. We heard it with our own ears. If there is any misunderstanding, won't the police clarify it?" Ruan Yao Yao remained composed on the sofa, stating, "I am only responsible for reporting the incident. It is not my duty to investigate." Shortly thereafter, the police arrived. After ascertaining the situation, they proceeded to package the tea set. Other items that Ren Shuelan had touched were temporarily sealed, pending the investigation's conclusion. The fact remained that the individual had been taken away in the morning, and by afternoon, the authorities had come to retrieve the sealed items. The butler internally screamed, "What sin have I committed to encounter such a situation?" Not only him, but all the servants of the Su family were in a state of panic. Was this madness? The master merely intended to dismiss her, and had not done anything further. Could it be that the master had discovered her issues long ago, which prompted her dismissal? Are you suggesting that they found her to be problematic? Indeed, if merely being dismissed could lead to poisoning, then who knows what conflicts might have arisen among those colleagues who worked with Ren Shuelan for so long. You did a bit more, I did a bit less. You earn a higher salary. Surely there has been some envy. They exchanged glances. They should be thankful that the master discovered this person. Otherwise, they might have been the unfortunate ones. Su Qingyan thought, "This Du Huaqing is too dangerous. I must devise a plan to deal with him swiftly." Su Qingyan called out, "Ruanji, are you there? Did you see this? Hello, where are you? Do you believe I could have my mother sever ties with you, Ruanji?" Su Yanghan replied, "I just inquired with a friend." Ren Shuelan admitted that the poison was supplied by Du Huaqing, and they have already apprehended him. Su Yanghan continued, "It seems Ren Shuelan was unaware that what Du Huaqing gave her was poison, the kind that could kill a cow with a single drop." Su Chang'an et blim, dam. A drop could kill a cow? No wonder mother scolded her for being brainless. She truly is without sense. She believes everything she hears and ends up getting sold while giving money to those who deceive her. Thankfully, it was us. Had she caused someone's death, serving time in prison for several lifetimes would be of no use. Yu Xiangxiao asked, "By the way, has anyone seen Mother?" Su Yanghan replied, "Aren't you at home?" "Mother isn't at home." Yu Xiangxiao responded, "I just took Xiao Lingxian to find her, but we couldn't locate her." Su Yanghan said, "Don't scare me." Yin Jingxian added, "Did Aunt leave alone?" Yu Xiangxiao insisted, "Impossible. I have her precious granddaughter in my hands. She would definitely inform Xiao Lingxian if she went out." Su Yanghan remarked, "To help Mother develop the habit of reporting her whereabouts, we specifically told her to inform Xiao Lingxian whenever we go anywhere, cultivating Xiao Lingshuan's sense of independence." Su Changyin teased, "You really use Xiao Lingxian as a prop, pushing everything onto her." Su Yanghan retorted, "What can we do? Mother just adores Xiao Lingxian. If you have the ability, go have one yourself." Ruan Yao Yao remained silent. She was aware that her home was not safe, but she never imagined it would be in such peril. Even taking a stroll in her own backyard could lead to abduction. At that moment, her hands were bound behind her, her mouth gagged with a cloth, and she curled up, lying sideways in the trunk of a car. Why am I in such a miserable state? Someone please, save me. Help me. I have been kidnapped by a psychopath. When Liang Shishir heard this voice, she paused, momentarily believing she was hallucinating. How could she possibly hear such a strange sound while merely waiting at a traffic light? She glanced around, finding nothing unusual, except for a dark sedan parked next to her with a handsome driver. Perhaps she lingered too long, or perhaps it was just fate. The handsome driver turned to look at her, his gaze unfriendly. Liang Shishir thought, if it weren't for your good looks, who would want to keep staring at you? She rolled her eyes and shifted her gaze. As luck would have it, they encountered each other again at the next intersection, once more halted by a red light. Ouch! My head! Damn it! Can he not drive a bit slower? My head feels like it might burst. It must be broken. It hurts so much. How unfortunate that I'm only in my 40s, young and beautiful. I might meet my end like this. Liang Shishir almost laughed, finding the voice amusing. Someone in their 40s claiming to be beautiful? However, as she chuckled, her laughter faded when she heard the voice angrily exclaim, "It's all that damn Ruanji's fault." Wait a minute, Ruanji? Wasn't he your comrade? Liang Shishir, vacationing, suddenly became alert. If it were merely ordinary post-traumatic stress, she could manage it with some rest. But what if this was not just her imagination? What if she truly possessed some extraordinary ability to hear others' voices? Liang Shishir's gaze slid back to the nearby car, once again meeting the driver's fierce gaze. It feels like he wants to stab me. So, this was not just a figment of my imagination. Liang Shishir felt uncertain. Her psychologist had assured her that her situation was not severe, that some time off and relaxation would suffice. Privately, she had even researched the psychological issues stemming from post-traumatic stress for self-reflection. Everything had been fine until this moment. But now she was experiencing auditory hallucinations and paranoid delusions. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Was her condition truly not severe? The light turned green, and the nearby car sped off like a bullet. Liang Shishir instinctively pressed the accelerator to follow. Why am I following? Am I truly not unwell? Soon, Liang Shishir realized that there was no need for her to assess whether she was sick as the car took her further and further into secluded areas, eventually leading her to an alley devoid of passers-by. Had she not followed him, Liang Shishir would never have known that such a place existed amidst the bustling city. After winding through several turns, she almost lost her way. At the end of the alley, she spotted a familiar sedan, checking the license plate. It was indeed the same one. It was parked there. At the end stood a wall. Had she entered a dead end? Sitting in the car, Liang Shishir remained motionless. Based on her years of combat experience, something was clearly amiss. Initially suspecting, she now firmly believed there was a problem. Chapter 087. It is said that I have psychological issues. Why has it been so long, and there's still no movement? Could it be that they have already arrived? It's over. It's over. With my old limbs, how could I possibly match up to them? Oh, Ruanji, you scoundrel. I said I would sever ties with you, and you were unwilling. Now look, I am about to be killed because of you. Do not wait for me to go out. The first thing I shall do upon exiting is to sever our mother-son relationship. Liang Shishir mused, astonished by the seemingly aloof demeanor of Ruanji, contrasted sharply by the lively nature of his mother. Could it be that he resembled his father? If so, how did his father manage to court his mother? Her mind raced, her gaze fixed outside as one hand gripped the steering wheel while the other rested anxiously on her wristwatch. Prepare to send a distress signal at the slightest hint of danger. A knock on the car window startled her, prompting Liang Shishir to turn swiftly. To her surprise, the man had exited his vehicle and approached hers without her noticing. Well, had he arrived? She rolled down the window, her expression one of confusion, and asked, "Is there something you need?" Du Huaqing fixed his gaze upon her, questioning, "Why are you following me?" "Following you? No, I'm trailing my friend's car," Liang Shishir replied, pointing to a black sedan parked at the end of a cul-de-sac. "See? That one, the black Bentley. That is an Aston Martin," he corrected her. "Impossible. I know my Bentleys. They have wings," she insisted with unwavering conviction. Her friend's car was indeed adorned with wings in black, leaving no room for doubt. Not all black cars with wings belong to your friend. This is an Aston Martin. If you doubt my words, feel free to step out and see for yourself if the person you seek is inside. Du Huaqing challenged, urging her to exit the vehicle. Feeling uneasy about stepping out, Liang Shishir replied, There's no need for that. I'll just make a phone call. She retrieved her phone, feigning a casual demeanor. Clearly, Du Huaqing had no intention of allowing her to make that call. He continued to stare at her, pressing, "Did you not claim that car was your friend's? We were so close. Why not simply ask him directly?" Despite his insistence, Liang Shishir pressed the call button and activated the speakerphone. "Lao Lu, get up and join the fun. The sun is already high. Where have you taken the car? I've been following your Bentley for ages, and now I've ended up in a dead end. This person claims I've followed the wrong car. His is a Martin. By the way, what is the name of your car?" She glanced at Du Huaqing, feigning ignorance. "An Aston Martin." Du Huaqing interjected. "So, you ran off in the wrong direction, chasing someone else's vehicle?" A rugged male voice responded on the other end, sounding somewhat embarrassed. "Why did you follow an Aston Martin? Where are you now?" Feigning anger, Liang Shishir retorted. "How could you say that? Did you not tell me your car was black with a winged emblem, instructing me to follow it? So, I did just that. How was I to know you couldn't distinguish between a Bentley and an Aston Martin, while both brands feature wings? Surely you can recognize the distinct letters on my car?" The two began to bicker animatedly over the phone. Du Huaqing stood by, observing the exchange without intervening. Liang Shishir was taken aback by the man's patience as she prepared to send her location to Lao Lu for assistance when he suddenly reached for her phone. Anticipating his move, she loosened her grip, allowing the phone to tumble into the car. Panic etched across her face. "What are you doing? Why are you snatching my phone?" "I merely misread the emblem and mistook the vehicle." "Is that really necessary?" Failing to seize the phone, Du Huaqing grasped her arm, attempting to pull her out of the vehicle through the window. However, Liang Shishir was not easily subdued. She had previously been a soldier in a special operations unit, having excelled in numerous perilous missions. Had it not been for this particular assignment's inherent dangers and the leadership's concern over potential post-traumatic stress syndrome, she would not have been forced into leave. Reacting swiftly, she not only evaded his grasp, but also managed to trap him half inside the window. As she pressed the button to open the storage compartment, she retrieved a rope to bind his arms while simultaneously using her foot to press the door switch. Wedging his body against the window lacked any pinch protection and was purely mechanical. A firm press could easily injure him. In pain, Du Huaqing realized that this woman was not only formidable in appearance, but truly formidable in skill. As Liang Shishir secured his wrist to the seat, rendering him immobile, she retrieved another rope and a self-defense baton, exiting the vehicle to bind his legs and knees directly to the baton. Now, Du Huaqing was utterly powerless, forced to watch as Liang Shishir dashed toward his car. "Stop, you ruffian. What are you planning? This is illegal kidnapping. I will call the police," he shouted. Without sparing him a glance, Liang Shishir spoke in her phone, addressing Lao Lu. "I've captured the individual. The situation is unclear, but I've only discovered one thing. Be cautious. We are en route. If things seem off, wait for us." "Understood. Rest assured, I'm aware of the situation," he replied. In the car's trunk, Ruan Yaoyao sensed something was amiss, though uncertainty lingered. She wriggled her body like a caterpillar, trying to press against the trunk to listen to the commotion outside, wondering if perhaps someone was coming to rescue her. Could it be that someone is here to save me? She pondered, though skepticism crept in. Unlikely, I was just kidnapped. It can't be that quick. Before she could finish her thought, the trunk lock clicked open, and a melodious voice announced, "I am about to open the trunk. It is dark inside, so if anyone is there, please close your eyes." 3, 2, 1. Ruan Yaoyao shut her eyes, hearing the trunk open and feeling an intense beam of light even through her closed eyelids. Her breath quickened. Am I being rescued? Liang Shishir's pupils dilated in disbelief. Wait, do I truly possess some extraordinary power? Am I really being hailed as a savior? Yet, when Ruan Yaoyao's eyes adjusted to the light and she opened them, she froze in shock. What on earth? A shining rose? Ruan Yaoyao stared incredulously at the glimmering 4 characters above Liang Shishir's head, unable to fathom the situation. This can't be true. Am I so unfortunate as to escape the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair? Chapter 088. Is she the white moonlight? Why must I encounter the heroine wherever I go? Lao San, you treacherous scoundrel. Wait, not the heroine, but the supporting character. Ruan Yaoyao paused momentarily before hastily skimming through Liang Shishir's details. Gradually, she exhaled in relief. Oh, so she's merely the female supporting character. She suffered from post-traumatic stress syndrome due to her mission and, tragically, perished in another assignment. A figure who has lingered in Lao San's memories. Whether in after the heroine's rebirth. She went crazy, or after the heroine's rebirth. She went crazy too. She holds significant importance in Lao San's recollections, leading to jealousy among the two heroines due to their rivalry. Wan Yaoyao was momentarily dazed, so this is Lao San's white moonlight. The pupils dilated, fixating intently on Liang Shirshir, struggling to comprehend how such a remarkable individual could simply vanish. After all, she had become a resilient rose, clearly embodying the archetype of a strong female lead. If she were to survive, how could she possibly become the cherished muse of the third male lead, or incite jealousy in the subsequent female protagonist? If she were alive, there would be no room for the newcomers. Liang Shirshir's lips twitched slightly. She acknowledged that she knew Ruanji, yet their acquaintance was merely superficial, consisting of a few nods and hardly any conversation. How had she suddenly become his muse? If Ruanji were to discover this, it would surely lead to an awkward situation. Moreover, why did this aunt believe she was deceased? Liang Shirshir did not consider that a mere case of post-war trauma could defeat her if she were to perish on a mission. It would likely be due to its perilous nature. If that were the case, she would also be a martyr, which was something to take pride in, not to lament. What a pity. Such a wonderful young woman. How could she be gone so soon? Wan Yaoyao pondered whether, if she could find a way to safeguard Liang Shirshir and prevent her from undertaking this mission, she might alter the fate of the third male lead. Just as the second male lead had escaped the clutches of the original female lead, Li Tingting, upon meeting Yun Jingxian. If the third male lead were to become involved with Liang Shirshir, perhaps no more inexplicable female leads would emerge. Those female leads were terrifying, either assassins or witch-like figures. If more were to appear, she feared for her longevity. Wan Yaoyao muttered to herself, while Liang Shirshir listened attentively, assisting her in rising and untying her bonds. She feigned ignorance of Wan Yaoyao's identity, inquiring about her name and whether she should inform her family. Upon hearing the mention of notifying her family, Wan Yaoyao became exhilarated, exclaiming, "My son is named Ruanji. Please inform him." "Ah, my dear son, I have created an opportunity for you. If you cannot seize it, do not blame your mother." Liang Shirshir froze, then expressed her astonishment, saying, "Ruanji? I know someone by that name. Could it be the same person?" Wan Yaoyao replied with a smile, "Perhaps. If you truly know him, I shall offer you my son as a token of gratitude for saving my life." "Aunt, that's not gratitude. It's vengeance. I assent it." Liang Shirshir laughed. "How can you offer your son so readily? Aren't you worried he might be upset? Besides, what if I am someone who does not believe in marriage? Oh, that's fine. If he dares to be displeased, I shall sever our mother-son relationship. I would gladly do so. That rascal is so obstinate, with a thick skin. I wonder who he resembles. He must take after his father. He is not a good man either, with an exceptionally thick skin. Aunt, you are quite amusing. If you find me entertaining, you shall never have to worry about mother-in-law issues in the future. Let me tell you, I have an excellent relationship with my eldest daughter-in-law. She is quite chatty. She once had a strained relationship with Yu Xiangxiao, but that is in the past. Now, they get along splendidly and can even serve as examples. With such a harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo ahead of us, Wan Yaoyao believed that Liang Shirshir would surely appreciate having such an open-minded and accommodating mother-in-law. I refuse to believe that despite my amiability, I could become a wicked mother-in-law. If anyone dares to label me as a wicked mother-in-law, I shall confront them. Liang Shirshir could hardly contain her laughter. Her initial intent was merely to divert Wan Yaoyao's attention from her abduction, fearing she might still be troubled by it. To her surprise, Wan Yaoyao seemed entirely unconcerned, more worried about being labeled a wicked mother-in-law. When Lao Lu and the others arrived, they were greeted by the sight of Liang Shirshir and a youthful mother-in-law engaged in cheerful conversation. To be precise, it was a one-sided delight. Liang Shirshir appeared both helpless and puzzled, enduring the interaction without exhibiting a trace of negativity. Their comrades, accustomed to Liang Shirshir's demeanor, nearly rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning if they were mistaken. Why had the fierce tigress become so amiable? Typically, if anyone attempted to introduce her to potential suitors, she would react with irritation and dismissiveness. While Wan Yaoyao went to provide her statement, Liang Shirshir confided her peculiar feelings to Lao Lu, suspecting she had awakened some remarkable courage. Lao Lu's expression was difficult to decipher. "Is it possible that you are experiencing auditory hallucinations?" I consider that too, but I just tested her. And she is indeed Ru Anji's mother. I knew beforehand, even before she told me. Moreover, she was kidnapped and placed in the vehicle. I discovered that through my abilities. Lao Lu remarked, could it be your intuition? Consider this. Who are you? You are the most formidable warrior in our team. It is entirely normal for you to track subtle clues and observe certain situations. However, given your current circumstances, there may be other illusions at play, leading you to form these somewhat unrealistic notions. He then inquired, did you take your medication today? Liang Shishir replied, I desperately want to hit someone. What should I do? Just then, Ru Anji hurriedly approached, anxious to inquire about his mother-esque condition and whether she was injured. Your mother is fine. She has some scrapes. But I've already treated her wounds. She is currently providing her statement. Ru Anji breathed a sigh of relief and promptly expressed his gratitude to Liang Shishir, stating that if it weren't for her, his mother would have been in serious trouble. Unbeknownst to him, his mother had been missing for quite a while, and both his elder brothers were nearly frantic with worry. Ru Anji failed to notice Liang Shishir's discomfort during their interaction. She was still preoccupied with Ruan Yaoyao's comment about being his muse. Observing Ru Anji silently, she noted the resemblance to his mother, Ruan Yaoyao. But he exuded a distinct vigor and was undeniably handsome. However, it was unclear whether Ru Anji was exceptionally adept at concealing his feelings or if Liang Shishir simply lacked the discernment. She genuinely could not perceive any hint of affection from Ru Anji towards her, interpreting his gaze as similar to that of their other comrades, merely tinged with camaraderie. Liang Shishir mused that if it were true, he certainly possessed remarkable acting skills, which would explain his status as the ace of the special forces. It appeared she still had ample room for improvement. Chapter 089. The awkward inner voice, a Chiu Liang Shishir's superior, Chao Wenrui, sneezed, feeling that the individual before him was up to no good. What did he mean by saying his subordinates were capable and that he merely wanted to borrow someone temporarily? What was he getting at? Did he not already possess the ace Ru Anji? Did he wish to poach from him? How naive. Chao Wenrui expressed his disdain. You'd best leave. Don't annoy me with your presence. Hey, I'm serious. Look, the tasks on your end are perilous. Liang Shishir nearly encountered a mishap. She is just a girl. How can you subject her to such dangerous missions? Chao Wenrui interrupted. Qin Shibai, spare me the nonsense. You can say that here. But if you dare voice such sentiments in front of Liang Shishir, I would respect you. Since when did our military differentiate between men and women? Those with capability should rise to the occasion. Those lacking should step aside. We earn our keep based on our abilities. We cannot blame anyone else. That's not the case. I merely thought that we could use a little more manpower, and since Liang Shishir is on leave, I wanted to have her join us to accumulate some merit. As he spoke, he stood up, pushing Qin Shibai out the door and shutting it behind him. Qin Shibai stood outside, feeling somewhat speechless. He genuinely had come to offer merit. Why was he met with such disbelief? Is it possible that you have asked too many times for favors, causing others to wish to avoid you? The teammates accompanying him sought to remind him that many of them had borrowed from that person, and as time went on, those borrowed items became theirs. It is no surprise that the lender would feel displeased. Qin Shibai remarked, can I be blamed for this? Who instructed the one surnamed Chao to have connections? If he does not borrow from him, whom else should he approach? Just as Liang Shishir was about to speak, she received a call from Minister Chao Wenrui, who urged her to take a proper vacation and strictly prohibited her from taking leave while on duty. Liang Shishir had intended to share her experience of rescuing a hostage, but upon hearing the minister's admonition, decided to remain silent. After ending the call, Ruan Yaoyao emerged from the room. She mused to herself about her increasingly intertwined fate with the police department, first reporting a false alarm, then calling the authorities to apprehend a poisoner, and now being kidnapped. Her life was becoming ever more thrilling. Upon spotting Ru Anji, Ruan Yaoyao exploded with anger, exclaiming, Old 3, why did you arrive so late? Do you realize that I almost lost my life because of you? The reason that surnamed Du kidnapped me is due to the trouble you stirred with that troublesome romantic interest. She lamented, oh, I didn't perish at the hands of those cursed insects. I will eventually meet my demise at the hands of these male pawns. Frustrated, she shouted, this is utterly ridiculous. My son causes trouble for the heroine. Why must you seek me out? If you want to pick on someone, at least choose someone weak. I wish to sever our mother-son relationship. Ru Anji looked helpless, responding, Mom, please refrain from calling me that. I am not your mother. You are not raised by me. Go find your biological mother. He insisted. From this day forth, you shall not call me mom. There are so many people watching. Do not make a fool of us. She retorted. Who is laughing? Who cares to watch? Ruan Yao replied, while turning to see many people peeking, curious about the unfolding drama. Among them was Liang Shirshir, who looked on with intrigue. Oh right, I possess a secret weapon. Upon seeing Liang Shirshir, Ruan Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She promptly seized Ru Anji's hand and dragged him toward Liang Shirshir, proclaiming, She is the one who saved your mother. A life-saving grace deserves a reciprocation. But since I am a woman, I cannot offer myself. Thus, I shall offer you instead. Henceforth, she shall be your girlfriend. Perfect. She can ward off those troublesome, romantic interests. If you cannot express gratitude, Ruan Yao threatened, displaying a fierce demeanor, you better be wise. This is your ideal partner, and I have arranged it for you. If you fail to seize this opportunity, do not blame me for turning against you. The onlookers, including Lao Lu and others, were astonished. Ruan Yao is incredibly bold, daring to play matchmaker in front of everyone. Does she not fear the wrath of the female tyrant? Liang Shirshir, however, was unfazed. She had sensed Ruan Yao's intentions long before, especially since it was now in front of Ruanji and their comrades. She was merely relieved that this telepathy was audible only to her, lest the others overheard. Liang Shirshir quickly asserted, Auntie, there is no need for that. I am also a soldier, and saving lives is what I ought to do. Even if it were not you, I would have acted similarly. For a fleeting moment, Ruanji felt genuinely stirred. Who would not desire a shield against those troublesome romantic pursuits? Observing Su Qingyin's situation, he realized that after feigning a relationship with Yun Jingxian, he had entirely liberated himself from Li Tingting and embraced freedom. He too yearned for such an escape. Ruanji could not help but glance at Liang Shirshir, contemplating whether to discreetly discuss the matter with her and make it happen. Noticing Ruanji's gaze, Liang Shirshir panicked. Wait, are you serious? What about your acting skills? Did we not agree that this white moonlight affair would remain between us? Surely, you do not intend to confess, do you? Initially unperturbed, Liang Shirshir now felt awkward. Sensing her discomfort, Ruanji sighed internally, regretting his missed opportunity. Mom, please stop joking. Liang Shirshir and I are comrades. We will be undertaking missions together. Your interference makes things uncomfortable. You are aware of your missions? Ruan Yao emphasized the words take on missions, questioning. Have you forgotten how your assignment came about? Do you not wish to regain your freedom like your second brother? Wait, do not tell me you find pleasure in those troublesome romantic interests. If those flowers were merely emotional debts, it would be one thing, but they are all venomous. They strike without warning, and I cannot endure it. I implore you, please relent. Isn't it just a girlfriend? Moreover, your ideal partner. How splendid. This is your salvation from those troublesome pursuits. Otherwise, if she perishes early, you'll have no chance to regret it. Upon hearing Liang Shirshir might meet an early demise, Ruanji found himself at a loss for words. Is my mother jesting? Liang Shirshir seems perfectly fine. How could she die prematurely? He looked at Liang Shirshir, uncertain of how to explain. How about we pretend? After all, he did not wish for her to meet an early end. Ruan Yao interjected, I am sorry, but I must take decisive action. Those troublesome romantic interests must go. My life is at stake. Desiring freedom was one thing, but respecting personal wishes was paramount. If she was unwilling, one could not force it. Liang Shirshir exclaimed, Wait, are you serious? Lao Lu and the others gasped, What? This situation has a twist. They were astonished that Ruanji genuinely favored their female tyrant. They gazed at him with disbelief and admiration. Their female tyrant was indeed beautiful, yet she was also a heartless figure, capable of crushing anyone in her path. Would he dare to engage? Before even making a move, he might already be defeated. Liang Shirshir turned, glaring at Lao Lu and the others. What are you staring at? The group averted their eyes, looking up at the ceiling or down at the floor, unwilling to meet the gaze of the female tyrant. Although she was fearsome, the gossip surrounding her was undeniably tantalizing. They were eager to learn how Ruanji managed to capture the heart of their female tyrant right under their noses. How is this coercion? If you have feelings for her, pursue her. Ruan Yao insisted. I have brought her here. As a grown man, you should take the initiative. Are you expecting me to chase her for you? What? When did I ever express interest in Liang Shirshir? He protested, bewildered. What do you mean? Should I confess on your behalf? Ru Anji felt utterly embarrassed, realizing that his mother seemed to have misconstrued the situation. Under Ru Anji's gaze, Liang Shirshir, already awkward, found it even harder to stand her ground. She quickly stammered, I just remembered. I have something to attend to. Perhaps we can discuss this another time. Without considering whether Ru Anji would provide her an escape route, she turned and fled, her retreat resembling that of someone escaping a terrifying ordeal. Lao Lu and the officers were left bewildered. What's the rush? It was merely a confession. Ruan Yaoyao urged, why are you still standing there? Go after her. Ru Anji questioned, pursue whom? Liang Shirshir, of course. Isn't that obvious? If you do not chase after her, your girlfriend will surely run away. Foolish son, hurry up. Whether you can change your fate with her depends entirely on you. With that, Ruan Anji, who initially intended to let the matter pass, was immediately stirred upon hearing the word fate, and he hurriedly chased after her. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not bear to see Liang Shirshir suffer an early demise. Could he? Upon seeing Ruan Anji pursue, Ruan Yaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, wonderful. This foolish son has finally taken action. Surely it will yield results, right? Look at the commotion. What was once a perfectly good situation now seems rather farcical. She added, I hope my good intentions do not backfire and ruin everything. Liang Shirshir did not anticipate Ruan Anji would follow her out, so she quickly concealed herself behind a wall to avoid being seen. Ruan Anji chased outside the police station but could not find Liang Shirshir. He inquired with the security guard whether any vehicles had departed recently. Confirming that none had, he deduced that Liang Shirshir must still be inside the station, though he was unsure of her hiding place. He was acutely aware that the previous situation had been quite awkward. She could not hear her mother's true thoughts, nor did she understand what had transpired. All she sensed was her mother's intention, leading her to believe he had feelings for her, making it difficult for her to refuse in front of so many onlookers, hence her escape. After pondering, Ruan Anji dialed Liang Shirshir's number. Consequently, her phone rang while she was huddled behind the wall. Liang Shirshir hastily silenced it. Unfortunately, Ruan Anji had already heard the sound and, with phone in hand, rounded the wall to find her standing there. Liang Shirshir, feeling embarrassed, asked, How did you find me? She casually brushed her short hair behind her ear, feeling somewhat uneasy. My mother urged me to come out. Please don't misunderstand. She mistakenly believes I have feelings for you, which is why she is so eager to bring us together. I will clarify this with her later. Oh, so it was a misunderstanding. It seems your mother is quite convinced, calling me a white moonlight. Regarding Ruan Yaoyao's comment about her early death, Liang Shirshir thought it must have been a figment of her imagination. She understood the old wives' tales about twitching eyes. I'm not sure how my mother came to that misunderstanding, so I was anxious to explain things to you, fearing you might misinterpret. Rest assured, I will not misunderstand. As long as you are not truly confessing, I am perfectly fine with everything. The slight discomfort in her heart was promptly disregarded by Liang Shirshir. After all, she was a warrior. Why would she be concerned about a man's confession? Her allure did not stem from such trivialities, and she was acutely aware of her own worth. It is good to know you are not misunderstanding. If you are not, then I have something to discuss with you. Ruan Anji explained that he had a recent assignment involving a public relationship, though it was not a genuine romance. It was merely to provide the other party an opportunity to pursue him. To increase the challenge, he wished for Liang Shirshir to pretend to be his girlfriend, though it could be somewhat perilous, as the women who approached him were notably fierce. They were either assassins or sorceresses, which was indeed quite terrifying. This was also the reason his mother wished to sever their mother-son relationship. Is that so? Liang Shirshir exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Just moments ago, with the help of Lao Lu and the others, she had defined her peculiar ability as mere auditory hallucinations. Yet now Ruan Anji presented her with an entirely different confirmation. Could it be that she truly possessed special abilities? That sorceress you mentioned. Her name Wen Ti happened to be bilingual, would it? How did you know? This time, it was Ruan Anji who was astonished, but he quickly regained his composure, asking, Did you hear it from my mother? This implied either she had overheard her mother inadvertently or had received her mother's thoughts directly. I have post-traumatic stress disorder, you know? I am unaware. However, now that you mention it, I do understand. I cannot be certain if I was hallucinating, but I did hear your mother's voice, albeit not from her lips. But through another means, you understand? Liang Shirshir probed. Did my mother mention what label you have above your head? Mine is Scorpio expert villain. What about you? In a flash of inspiration, Liang Shirshir responded, a resounding rose? My mother said you would die young. It seems I suffered a mission-related sacrifice after developing post-traumatic stress disorder. Ah, this is why I chased after you. I feared your mother's words might come true. Many have already manifested. Bai Lingyer is the second woman I encountered. There was another before her, a female assassin, whose name was not disclosed. The first was the White Moonlight. It seems both of them mistakenly believed I was your White Moonlight, leading to conflicts and jealousy. In truth, they aimed to eliminate me and my entire family. Their intention was to make me fall in love with them first, only to then take away those I hold dear, torturing me both emotionally and physically, ultimately taking my life. Chapter 91. Awkwardly. It turns out the one with special abilities is not me. After a lengthy exchange of cryptic signals, the two finally confirmed that they could both hear a voice. Liang Shirshir remarked, "So, this is not my unique ability? No, it is my mother's special ability. She seems to have the capacity to perceive certain things and murmurs about them internally. Some specific individuals can hear her musings," Ruan Anji explained. "As of now, you are the first among my comrades." Liang Shirshir was taken aback. Ruan Anji elaborated that because of this, a special department had been established, and numerous individuals have been assigned to conduct experiments with his mother. It was evidenced that, apart from him, none of the comrades had been able to hear her. Until now, you're the only other person to emerge. This matter must be reported. I understand. I will cooperate. Thank you. Minister Chao Wenrui was utterly frustrated. He had just sent Qin Shibai away, fearing he would encroach upon his beloved, only for a notification to arrive, indicating that his cherished one was to be reassigned to Qin Shibai. His anger surged as he stormed to Qin Shibai, demanding to know what good deed he had done to warrant his personnel, who were supposed to be on leave, to end up with him. Qin Shibai felt a sense of triumph, thinking, see, what is mine will remain mine. It cannot escape. Naturally, he was cautious of provoking Chao Wenrui's displeasure, as they would still need to interact in the future. Honestly, it wasn't my intention to poach your personnel. It was merely a coincidence that Liang Shirshir encountered Ruan Anji during her leave. You understand, Ruan Anji is currently on a mission. Some matters are best left unsaid. But upon hearing this, Chao Wenrui realized that Liang Shirshir had inadvertently stumbled into Ruan Anji's assignment and could not be extricated easily. He recalled that when he had called Liang Shirshir to remind her to take her leave properly, she had hesitated, clearly indicating something was amiss. She had been waiting for him. Chao Wenrui seethed with frustration. The issue of assignments was not to be taken lightly. If Liang Shirshir was tangled in it, she could not be casually removed. Qin Shibai remarked, "This is hard to say. It primarily depends on whether there are subsequent missions." What do you mean? This is a continuous assignment, which could be significant or minor. If no issues arise, a swift resolution is anticipated. However, should complications ensue, it may lead to a cascade of problems. This is not my intention to trouble you. The situation involving Liang Shirshir is purely coincidental. How could he have known? With so many individuals under his command, how could Ru Anji's mother's sentiments be overlooked while Liang Shirshir perceives them? Liang Shirshir, being a character in this unfolding narrative, cannot control the circumstances surrounding her. His only recourse is to reassure Chao Wenrui, ensuring Liang Shirshir is utilized effectively, as her presence here is to showcase her capabilities. It is akin to casually gathering cabbages. She may choose as she pleases. While the situation is undoubtedly perilous, it presents a different kind of danger than what she has previously encountered. After all, when a woman becomes envious, it becomes a complex matter to navigate. Qin Shibai is uncertain of the actions those viperous women may take, with Liang Shirshir likely being the first target. Yet, as a soldier, she stands resolutely in front, allowing the Su family to remain sheltered behind her. Such is her duty. Qin Shibai can only vow to safeguard Liang Shirshir, ensuring she does not lead the charge. With a sigh, Chao Wenrui explained, "My reluctance to lend you personnel is not to complicate matters for you, but rather due to Liang Shirshir's unique situation." He then informed Qin Shibai that Liang Shirshir may be suffering from post-war trauma, necessitating proper care, urging him to be vigilant and not allow a promising individual to be ruined. "Rest assured, I shall keep this in mind and will not permit your Liang Shirshir to falter at this juncture, even if she is to achieve extraordinary merit. It shall be for her survival," Qin Shibai assured him. According to the original narrative, had he not secured her, Liang Shirshi's accolades would have only been posthumous. Now, with the plot altered, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Though this hope carries its own risks, it is preferable to having none at all. Very well, I shall wait. So, she is now your girlfriend? Ruan Yaoyao inquired, astonished. She glanced at Ruanji and then at Liang Shirshir, sensing something amiss. Wasn't everything fine when you chased her that day? How could they have become a couple and defined their relationship so swiftly? Surely, such things do not transpire with such rapidity. Is Lao San truly not deceiving me? Ruan Yaoyao expressed her doubts, urging Ruanji to attend to his own affairs, leaving Liang Shirshir behind to quietly question her. Be honest with me. Did Lao San bribe you to pose as his girlfriend? Liang Shirshir, observing Ruan Yaoyao's eager gaze, felt a tinge of helplessness. Auntie, since you already know, why do you still inquire? I knew it. Ruan Yaoyao responded with a crestfallen expression. Knowing is one thing, but I still wanted to ask, considering the possibility that you too might be genuine. If Lao Heir's pairing is false, it would be disappointing if yours were to be as well. I could have been envied by many, anticipating 3 daughters-in-law and the prospect of more grandchildren, only to find that only the eldest is real and the rest are mere fabrications. Well, it is what it is. If they are false, so be it. As long as it wards off unwanted suitors, I shall accept it. Who knows, perhaps one day this pretense might become reality. Ruan Yaoyao cast a glance at Liang Shirshir and remarked, I harbor no romantic interest in you. I merely find it regrettable that a girl as wonderful as you is deemed a mere illusion by Lao San. If it were I would cherish you dearly, ensuring such a splendid girl was not overlooked. Wouldn't you agree? Liang Shirshir smiled politely, responding, It is an honor to receive such affection from Annie. However, matters of fate cannot be orchestrated by anyone. They are orchestrated by the heavens. If we are destined, then there is no need for further discussion. We shall surely meet again in the future. If we are not fated, no amount of urgency will change that. Perhaps his true match will appear, and I may inadvertently become an obstacle. You must trust me. His true match is undoubtedly you. As for those insipid suitors, they are best avoided. Better to seek a soldierly sister. Though fierce, those in military attire provide a greater sense of security. Chapter 92. The clear yet foolish innocence unique to university students fearing that Liang Shirshir might have been deceived. Ruan Yaoyao questioned her regarding Ruanji's circumstances. Those insipid suitors can indeed be formidable. Annie, you need not worry. Ruanji has clarified everything with me. This is an assignment from above. I am fully aware. Just so long as you understand. This matter is perilous. Take care of yourself. I am genuinely frightened. Last time it was poisoning. This time it involves abduction. And who knows what next? Ruan Yaoyao lamented. I am but a delicate rich lady, utterly unskilled. If they target me, they will succeed without fail. Carrying a bodyguard, and still being kidnapped in my own home, I am at a loss. The delusional are indeed delusional. They possess both obsession and cunning. They know how to evade cameras and elude bodyguards. There's a saying, thieves may operate for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. I am at my wit's end. The Du family is truly unfortunate to have such a son. As if summoned by her thoughts, the Du family arrived at their door. To Ruan Yaoyao's surprise, it was none other than Du Hucking's half-brother, Du Hongyun. How could someone so gentlemanly and refined as his brother possibly engage in such actions? If he were in trouble or in need of funds, he could simply reach out for assistance. She would surely help. So, do you believe Du Hucking is in some predicament? Ruan Yaoyao questioned, glancing at the youth before her, who appeared to be of similar age to her son. Is that why he resorted to kidnapping me, perhaps in a bid for financial gain? Du Hongyun's eyes bore a clarity akin to her son's foolish innocence, evoking both affection and exasperation in Ruan Yaoyao. It is no wonder he is so gullible and easily deceived. Yes, I firmly believe my brother must be in some difficulty. Otherwise, he would not act in such a manner. My father refuses to intervene, and my mother dislikes him, making it even less likely for her to help. I am left with no choice but to seek assistance from a matron. Please, I implore you, reveal the truth to me, regardless of the circumstances. He remains my elder brother. Your eldest and second sons are also illegitimate. You have accepted them, so surely you can understand my sentiments. Ruan Yaoyao's expression was inscrutable as she fixed her gaze on Du Hongyun. Soda. I cannot comprehend. Her single utterance left Du Hongyun momentarily speechless, his expression one of disbelief. How can you not understand? Do you not have illegitimate children yourself? It is precisely because I also have illegitimate children that I can empathize with the pain of being an illegitimate child. Thus, I find it difficult to understand. As your mother's biological son, why do you not feel sympathy for her grievances and instead concern yourself with a child who has harmed her? What has he done to evoke such feelings in you that you would disregard your mother's suffering? But you also accepted illegitimate children? That is different. Ruan Yaoyao asserted. I am the victim. Whether I accept them is my prerogative. However, if my son were to knowingly associate with illegitimate children, despite my discontent, I would certainly be displeased. Du Hongyun was left speechless. You are being hypocritical. Indeed, I am hypocritical. Ruan Yaoyao raised her chin defiantly, unabashed, and even proud. I am hypocritical, and my son has no objections. I am pleased that he can interact with other illegitimate children. If I am displeased, he must refrain from such interactions. Have you not noticed they only associate with the eldest and the second, while the rest of the illegitimate children have not even shown their faces? Did you really think that Su Xiao, that philandering rascal, could only have these two offspring? To put it plainly, both the eldest and the second are fortunate to be in my presence. One was conceived before her marriage, and the other was a result of being swapped. Otherwise, how could there possibly be a second illegitimate child? Ruan Yaoyao is not that magnanimous. Therefore, she can fully comprehend Madame Du's intentions. Du Hongyun's lips quivered in shock. The Su family does not only have Su Lianghan and Su Qingyan as illegitimate children, but there are more? How come he had never heard of this? In an instant, he began to doubt his father, Du Yuanming. Could it be that he is more than just Du Huaqing as an illegitimate child, hiding another one outside, with only Du Huaqing surfacing now? If that were the case, if the old lady is unwilling to divulge the information, then I shall seek other means. Ruan Yaoyao rolled her eyes. How can this guy be so emotionally inept? It makes one want to strike him. Well, old lady, if the steward calls me that, I can tolerate it, but why should you, an outsider, call me that? Why not just address me as Su Ai or Ruan Ai? Such a brainless individual. What other methods are you contemplating? Are you going to inquire at the police station? The case is still unresolved. What can you possibly find out? Ruan Yaoyao employed an exceedingly crude term, stating, stop inquiring. Your brother indeed kidnapped me, but not for the hardships you mentioned, like lack of money. He fell in love with a woman, who in turn loves my son. Yet my son already has a girlfriend and refuses to be with her. Hence, your brother, in a fit of rage, came to kidnap me, intending to threaten my son. Do you understand? Your brother is a love-struck fool with a troubled mind, capable of anything for that woman. Her gaze towards Du Hongyun bore a trace of sympathy, for she had just seen on his details page that he regarded Du Huaqing as an elder brother, while Du Huaqing had never viewed him as a true younger brother. Du Huaqing had always been exploiting him. If it weren't for your mother's constant protection, you would either have been sold to human traffickers by your brother or drowned in the swimming pool. Poor fellow. Even now, he remains unaware that the reason he fell into the pool back then was due to Du Huaqing pouring water on the ground, causing him to slip. If not for someone passing by, Du Huaqing had no intention of rescuing him. The so-called cake made specially for him was merely a gift from Du Huaqing's admirer, which he deemed inedible, using Du Hongyun as a garbage bin. Furthermore, the reason the school beauty he fancied in high school later fell for his brother was that his brother took his belongings and altered them to bear his own name. He questioned Ruan Yaoyao, wondering if his mother had bribed her to speak thus. He informed her that he wouldn't believe her and that she should not think to succeed. Chapter 93. In a daze, what did I sign? Yu Xiangxiao and Liang Shishir were engrossed in the conversation when suddenly they were startled by Du Hongyun's shout. What was wrong with him? Wasn't he the one who wanted to hear the truth? Why was he displeased after Aniruan spoke? Du Hongyun abruptly stood up. Su Ai, you have truly disappointed me. I came to you full of trust and hope, only to discover you are this kind of person. Having said that, he turned and left, so enraged that he forsook all manners. Yu Xiangxiao and Liang Shishir exchanged glances, wondering why he suddenly reverted to calling her Su Ai. Could it be that their suspicions were correct? What kind of person am I? How utterly perplexing. It is precisely as I stated. I did not lie. Your brother is indeed a love-struck fool and a paranoid. If I hadn't sent him to the police, it would have been you and your mother who suffered the consequences. The matter concerning a few worms went unnoticed. As Du Hongyun reached the door, he initially felt that his lack of politeness was excessive. Yet he was infuriated to hear Ruan Yaoyao cursing him and his mother. Regardless, I will not say thank you. I will drive you mad. For a university student, failing to express gratitude is a grave offense. In Ruan Yaoyao's eyes, this lad runs quite fast. She felt quite helpless regarding this son. Despite being her own flesh and blood, he constantly opposes her, even forming a bond with an illegitimate child who nearly drove her to madness. How infuriating! What happened? Who has made you this upset? Is it not that wretched Su Ai? Ever since Ruan Yaoyao mocked his emotional intelligence, Du Hongyun remembered to call her Su Ai instead of old lady, even when angry, as her husband's surname is Su. Du Hongyun glared at Madame Du, questioning her. Was it you who did this? Madame Du was utterly baffled. What do you mean I did this? You still wish to hide it from me. It must be you. Otherwise, how would Su Ai speak such words to me, saying that if it weren't for your tight protection, I would have been sold to human traffickers by Hua Qing. That incident where I fell into the swimming pool and nearly drowned was not due to my own carelessness, but rather because Hua Qing poured water to harm me. Madame Du was taken aback, her expression turning serious. You heard what Su Ai said? Which Su Ai? Apart from Su Hongye's mother, who else could it be? Du Hongyun retorted angrily. Mother, stop pretending to be foolish. If you hadn't persuaded her, how could she have spoken to me in such a manner? Do you think I made her say those things? I had no idea she knew about the incident of me falling into the pool. However, regarding the human traffickers, she was completely unaware. If it weren't for hearing Du Hongyun's account, she would not have known that Du Huaqing was responsible for that incident. She had also turned a blind eye to Du Huaqing's actions after he had saved Du Hongyun. If it wasn't Tiu, then who could it be? The matter of my liking that school beauty is known only to you and Huaqing. Since Huaqing is already in trouble, it cannot possibly be him who disclosed it. Du Hongyun continued, with even more outrageous claims emerging, including that Huaqing would cast spells on our family to harm us. Do you think this is a web series? Even elementary school students wouldn't believe such things. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? He rambled on, voicing a multitude of grievances. Madame Du let him vent without rushing to defend herself. Instead, she inquired about various matters. After obtaining the information she sought from his ramblings, she could no longer remain seated and promptly instructed the steward to prepare items for a visit to the Su family. What a joke! How could an outsider like Ruan Yaoyao know such details that even I, as a mother, am unaware of? Yu Xiangxiao and Liang Shishir were still present, and at that moment, they suspected whether Du Hongyun had overheard something he shouldn't have. Thus, they instructed the steward to inform them if any other members of the Du family visited. Indeed, in the afternoon, they heard from the steward that Madame Du had arrived. Yu Xiangxiao and Liang Shishir exchanged glances, and after greeting Su Yonghan and Ru Anji in the group chat, they split up their tasks, with one remaining in the living room to await Ruan Yaoyao, while the other went ahead to intercept Madame Du. As Yu Xiangxiao had already entered the house as a daughter-in-law, it was naturally her role to intercept. Consequently, when Madame Du approached with her belongings, she encountered the hurriedly arriving Yu Xiangxiao before entering the Su family's foyer. Madame Du, please wait a moment. You have come regarding your son Du Hongyun, correct? Yes, I have come for my son Du Hongyun. I apologize for not even greeting you before entering. Madame Du, in her 50s, would typically not be so courteous to a younger individual like Yu Xiangxiao. Her behavior indicated that she was indeed seeking something. Yu Xiangxiao engaged in polite conversation, tentatively expressing her intentions. Madame Du, might you first share what your son has communicated to you? There are matters I am privy to as well, and I can provide you with some insights. Although Madame Du was somewhat perplexed, she inferred that since Yu Xiangxiao broached the subject, there must be aspects that were sensitive. Indeed, the remarks made by Ruan Yaoyao were so confidential that even she, as a mother, was unaware of them, highlighting the secrecy surrounding the matter. Madame Du speculated that the Su family might have inadvertently come to know of it. In her haste to arrive, she feared she might have been misunderstood, leading others to think she was seeking trouble. At this juncture, Yu Xiangxiao was certain that Du Hongyun could indeed hear his mother-in-law's thoughts, but she was uncertain whether Madame Du possessed the same ability. To err on the side of caution, she invoked the authority of official daddy and had Madame Du sign a confidentiality agreement before permitting her entry. Madame Du Bouillarded questioned why she was required to sign such a document, simply to inquire about matters. This concerns my family, she exclaimed. Was it possible that Du Huaqing had committed acts detrimental to the nation? Taking a sharp breath, she realized the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, he was a clandestine, illegitimate child. unknown to the public as a member of the Du family. Should his affairs come to light, what would become of the Du group? The stock market would likely plummet. Upon entering the living room, Madame Du noticed a young woman she did not recognize beside Ruan Yao Yao. Yu Xiangxiao introduced her, and Madame Du was informed that this was her third son's girlfriend, Liang Shishir. Instantly, Madame Du felt a pang of envy. Ruan Yao Yao was indeed fortunate, having birthed 2 sons and a daughter, despite her husband's notorious infidelity during his lifetime. Unlike her, who had only Du Hongyun as her sole heir, causing her constant anxiety over his well-being. In Chapter 94, a chilling realization dawned upon her. She was confronted with the disheartening reality of her son being ensnared by an illegitimate child, who viewed him as a brother, only to betray him and profit from his misfortune. Despite her relentless warnings and protective instincts, her son remained oblivious, ultimately turning against her due to this illegitimate child, even leading to his demise at the hands of the very one who had ensnared him. Madame Du was taken aback, just as Liang Shishir approached her with a smile. Offering a cup of tea, "Madame Du, please enjoy this tea." As she tapped the teacup, her delicate wrist revealed a string of wooden beads strung on a red cord. Of course, the beads were not the focal point. Rather, it was the tag among them, inscribed with the words confidentiality agreement, that caught Madame Du's attention. Her pupils dilated as she glanced at Liang Shishir, who winked at her. Madame Du's mouth fell shut as she accepted the teacup and took a large gulp, exclaiming, "Ah, my son is cursed, and yet I am expected to maintain secrecy? What have I signed?" However, the situation was far from resolved, as she soon discerned that Ruan Yao Yao presented one fa to her face and another behind her back. To her face, Ruan Yao Yao was polite, asserting that she had no ties to her son and merely relayed what he had asked concerning Du Huaqing. Yet, her son appeared quite enraged, seemingly struggling to accept the information. If Madame Du had come seeking clarification, Ruan Yao Yao was at a loss. Behind the scenes, however, she expressed, "Your son is just a naive fool. I told you Du Huaqing was love-struck. He fell for a woman who is enamored with my son, who has a girlfriend, and thus rejected her. Du Huaqing, in retaliation, resorted to kidnapping me. As soon as I mentioned this, your son became furious with me." She then expressed sympathy for Madame Du, lamenting her misfortunes, stating that raising a son was less rewarding than having a char siu bun. "I used to think my third son was inadequate, but compared to your Du Hongyun, he is a source of relief. Though he has had his share of romantic misadventures, at least he possesses some sense, unlike your son, who has been so thoroughly manipulated by Du Huaqing that he calls him brother with such familiarity. Ultimately, he even delivered the cursed item to you, ensuring your demise before your son. I wonder what it feels like to discover that it was your own son who led to your downfall, all while aiding the very perpetrator in counting the profits. If there were a coffin lid, it might just fly off in anger." Nevertheless, Ruan Yao Yao held a degree of admiration for Madame Du in her youth. When she wed Su Xiao Xiao, it was a carefully considered choice, although she later fell victim to betrayal. At least she managed to conceive, giving birth to her third child, Ruanji, followed by her fourth, Su Nanan, and fifth, Su Hongya. In contrast, Madame Du faced challenges. Her husband was 18 years her senior, and after many years of trying to conceive, there was still no news. Initially, both the Du and Xing families suspected it was Madame Du's fault, pressuring her to undergo medical examinations and take various fertility-enhancing medications, engaging in all sorts of peculiar practices. When Ruan Yao Yao discovered the lengths to which Madame Du had gone, she was nearly sickened. The rituals included positioning auspicious charms, specific bedroom orientations, and bizarre remedies involving tree vines and concoctions prepared for various unusual ingredients. Madame Du, clutching her teacup, felt a chill run down her spine at the thought of how Ruan Yao Yao knew so much, information even her husband was unaware of. Thankfully, Yu Xiangxiao and Liang Shishir were present, eagerly eavesdropping and chattering away, which quickly rekindled the atmosphere and diverted Ruan Yao Yao's attention. Engrossed in the gossip, Ruan Yao Yao remained oblivious to their subtle exchanges, even as their conversations meandered off topic without raising any suspicion. Madame Du, imagining herself undergoing such trials, felt a wave of cold sweat as she realized the lengths to which both the Du and Xing families had gone in their desperation for a child. Ultimately, it was of no avail. Madame Du resorted to hormone injections and in vitro fertilization. Particularly after Du Huaqing, her husband's illegitimate child, emerged, both families became frantic, even preparing several surrogates in anticipation of extracting Du Huaqing's sperm. This was due to her husband's traditional beliefs that only natural births ensured healthy and intelligent offspring. In a moment of clarity, Madame Du wept, feeling that the injustices she had endured could finally be vindicated. Naturally, this was done in secrecy, away from her husband's knowledge, and the matter remained unresolved. However, the Xing family discreetly questioned Du Huaqing's lineage, conducting a paternity test using his hair. The outcome reveals that they are indeed biological father and son. Xing Jia remarked, "This person is extraordinarily fortunate, isn't he?" This explains the reason behind the unexpected demise of Du Huaqing's mother. Had Du Fu been aware of his health condition and the fact that his wife conceived under such circumstances, she would undoubtedly have garnered his attention, which would have jeopardized the status of Madame Du to ensure safety. Du Huaqing's mother had to perish. Ruan Yaoyao interjected, "That's quite ruthless." Madame Du, trembling slightly, cast a pale glance towards Liang Shishir. She began to realize that Liang Shishir was likely more than just the girlfriend of Su Jia's third son. She was evidently an operative sent by the official father. However, Du Huaqing's mother was quite unfortunate, despite the malicious intent of the Xing family. She encountered an accident before their plans could unfold, resulting in her immediate death. Madame Du sighed in relief. I wonder what Du Huaqing will feel upon discovering this truth. Probably not much reaction. He is a paranoid individual, only believing in what he chooses to, and even when presented with evidence, he might still refuse to accept it. Later on, Madame Du and several surrogates underwent in vitro fertilization. Ultimately, only she and one of the women successfully conceived, resulting in a son and a daughter. Though their son, Du Hongyun, was born via surrogacy, he is indeed the flesh and blood of Madame Du and Du Fu. Chapter 95. This suggestion is excellent, but please refrain from suggesting further. While Du Fu would undoubtedly be displeased to learn of the in vitro process, Du Huaqing, being a paranoid individual, had already entered the fray, leaving only Du Hongyun and Xing Ruyan as his kin. What more could an elderly man of over 70 do? Could he possibly deny his own children? Madame Du remarked, "This might not be advisable. I fear it might upset the old man, who is already advanced in age. Despite appearing robust, his age is considerable. Were it not for Du Hongyun's youth and lack of ambition, he might have already considered retirement." Madame Du's greatest fear was that before Du Hongyun could establish himself, Du Fu might succumb first. If that were to happen, the Du family conglomerate would undoubtedly be at risk, and her maternal family could easily consume it, leaving nothing but bones for her son. Ruan Yaoyao's suggestion was not feasible. Fortunately, Ruan Yaoyao was merely indulging in idle gossip, not genuinely wishing to offer advice, seeking only her amusement. After her amusement, she lost interest and engaged in a brief conversation with Madame Du before taking her leave. As Madame Du departed, she exhaled deeply in relief, vowing never to return. Ruan Yaoyao was indeed terrifying. No wonder her son nearly perished from anger after a visit. Her own experience left her feeling stripped bare, devoid of both dignity and self-respect. Upon returning home, the sky had darkened. Madame Du shot Du Hongyun an intense glare, stating, "Isn't this all your Aunt Sue's doing? Did you confront her?" Du Hongyun was at a loss for words. "What do you mean by confronting her? Wasn't all your instructions? What instructions did I give?" Madame Du retorted through gritted teeth, "I am not even acquainted with her. I only approached her for confrontation after hearing you mention her. I want to know why she, an outsider, would speak ill of our family and sow discord between mother and son. And what did she say? Do you know? What did she say?" Madame Du settled beside Du Hongyun, commanding him to pour her some water, displaying an irate demeanor. What else could she say? Du Huaqing has already confessed. How could there be anything unclear? She was privy to some inside information simply because she is one of the involved parties. My apologies, Ruan Yaoyao, but I cannot disclose that your insight was my guiding hand. Though Du Hongyun was somewhat skeptical, his mother, being his mother, held more weight. With Ruan Yaoyao and his mother both affirming the situation, he could not dare to oppose her. The two brothers, united in purpose, would undoubtedly elevate the Du family conglomerate to new heights. Alas, it was regrettable that he had been deceived. Are you a friend of my brother? Du Onjian quailed, gazing quizzically at the young woman before him, uncertain. He was aware that his brother had entered due to a woman, but he did not anticipate that this woman would be so youthful. Had she even reached adulthood? Bai Ling'e, dressed in a youthful outfit, looked particularly young in her pink tutu, her small face adorned with large eyes and fluttery eyelashes resembling tiny fans. She pouted and, with a hint of annoyance, declared, "Of course, I am your brother's friend. I am Bai Ling'e. Hasn't he, your brother, mentioned me? I am his closest friend." "No," Duonjian exclaimed. "How can this be?" Bai Ling'e stamped her foot, her expression adorably vexed. "He deceived me." "My brother has deceived you?" Du Hongyun's expression turned peculiar. "Yes, your brother is quite the deceiver. He often tricks me. He even told me that he is a poor soul with a deceased mother and a father who does not acknowledge him, leaving only you, his brother, who cares for him secretly." Du Hongyun felt this did not resemble the words his brother would utter. He could not envision Du Huaqing, who appeared to be a paragon of virtue, yet was emotionally distant, lamenting to a young girl. Was this the treatment reserved for a beloved? "You are unaware, aren't you? My brother is in custody," Bai Ling'e stated, a puzzled expression on her face. "In custody? Where?" "In the police station. I heard that he, in a fit of rage for a woman, kidnapped the mother of a man she favored, leading to his girlfriend catching him red-handed, resulting in his arrest." Bai Ling'e found the situation somewhat convoluted, but she had caught one crucial detail. The girlfriend of whom? Ru Anji has a girlfriend? How did I not know of this? "So, you are the woman my brother fancies? Yet you claim to be his good friend. You are deceiving me." Du Hongyun was incensed, initially merely suspicious. Upon uncovering the truth, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront his brother at the police station. Did his brother lack common sense? This woman was clearly treating him as a backup, yet he willingly walked in her trap. Was he foolish? He was clever when deceiving himself. But how could he be so naive when it came to a woman? What was most infuriating was that while his brother was so gullible, he had also been deceived, making him the greater fool. Bai Ling'e showed no signs of embarrassment as she replied, "That is precisely the case. Your brother likes me, but I do not reciprocate. I consider your brother merely a friend, and he agrees. You are fully aware that my brother has feelings for you, yet you choose to befriend him. Are you not treating him as a mere backup? Who says that liking someone necessitates being together? Friendship is also a valid relationship. If you like Ruanji, why must you be with him? Why not support him with his girlfriend and simply be friends? When did Ruanji get a girlfriend? Who is she? I will not tell you." "Ah, how can you behave like this? You little rascal. You are the real rascal. Your entire family is." Du Hongyun immediately engaged in a quarrel with Bai Ling'e. The person assigned to surveil Bai Ling'e was taken aback, realizing that she was on the verge of exploding with anger, and quickly signaled to Ruanji. Indeed, the next moment, they observed Bai Ling'e's finger twitch, as if she were about to unleash something. However, just then, her specially designated ringtone for Ruanji rang, causing her to halt her action. She shot Du Hongyun an indignant glare and muttered, "Consider yourself lucky." Rising to her feet, she turned and left, answering Ruanji's call with a sweet voice, "Anji Gij." Du Hongyun was blissfully unaware of the calamity he had narrowly escaped. Seeing Bai Ling'e flee, he mistakenly believed he had triumphed in the argument, his expression brightening with joy. He felt somewhat clever in comparison to Du Huaqing. The observer could only facepalm. What a foolish character this was. Bai Ling'e was no ordinary girl. She was a Gu woman, capable of unleashing poisonous creatures at will. Despite her youthful appearance, her methods were ruthlessly effective. From their prolonged surveillance, it was clear that her actions were unpredictable, driven solely by her mood. Had they not possessed their own advantages and been prepared, they would never have noticed her subtle movements. Who could have imagined that with just a flick of her finger, a worm could be concealed within her small bag, nestled in her floral headpiece, or hidden among her accessories? Thankfully, these Gu creatures were not inexhaustible. They required time and effort to cultivate. Bai Ling'e would not use them indiscriminately. She only acted against those who displeased her. Otherwise, they would have found it difficult to intervene. Whenever she became incensed, producing the talisman that was Ruanji would generally suffice to avert a crisis and prevent another victim from emerging. However, to prevent Du Hongyun from foolishly provoking Bai Ling'e again, the official decided to inform his mother to keep a watchful eye on her son and prevent him from courting danger. Madame Du exclaimed, "What? My son nearly fell victim to a Gu curse." It was understandable, given that Ruan Yaoyao's advantages had already surfaced, and the appearance of a Gu woman was hardly surprising. Mr. Du remained oblivious, merely displeased that his son, who was excelling in his studies, was being whisked away abroad by his mother at such a critical time. To him, it seemed like a disruption. Madame Du, however, was resolute. Her and her son's safety was paramount. As for his education, did it truly matter? If he struggled academically, the Du group would provide a safety net. If necessary, Mr. Du could appoint a professional manager, allowing them to remain behind and reap the rewards. Ruan Yao Yao felt a twinge of regret. Although she had nearly exhausted her resources regarding the Du family, Mr. Du had yet to make an appearance. And now Madame Du had been frightened off by the Gu woman and taken her son abroad. Indeed, her son was rather dim-witted. She had warned him that the girl his brother fancied was a formidable character, advising him to steer clear. Yet, upon receiving her call, he had rushed over, displaying an audacity that was quite remarkable. Ruan Yao Yao had not anticipated this. Despite being forewarned of the dangers, he had willingly walked into them. Fortunately, they still had the talisman that was Ruanji. Just one phone call was enough to halt the impending crime. Otherwise, Du Hongyun would likely be in a hospital bed by now. It remained uncertain whether the official had located individuals to study the Gu creatures thoroughly. While the concept of Gu was indeed daunting, when wielded correctly, it could serve as a beneficial tool. Yu Xiangxiao remarked, "You dare to argue with her?" I heard from Sure that the followers were sweating profusely at that moment. Upon noticing Bai Ling Yu's change in demeanor, she hastily signaled to Lao San to make a call. Yet, Lao San was not always effective. Those who failed to heed warnings ended up in the hospital. Specifically, the hospital managed by the official. Only the official knew the exact circumstances of their admission, though publicly it was stated as a hospital visit. Bai Ling pondered whether she had indeed jinxed herself. After all, both of her prominent allies had ended up in trouble. Her first target had been Ran Hao. This fellow was quite the flirt, but his father and brother indulged him. He would never lack for money. With Ran Hao by her side, she had no worries about her finances. But then the Ran family collapsed, and Ran Hao was incarcerated. Next was Du Huaqing. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with him, merely a love child, lacking the prestige of Ru Anji's elder brothers, his looks were appealing, and she still harbored feelings for him due to his past life-saving favor. A handsome and devoted man was hard to resist. He was a potential asset. Should he overcome his half-brother and take charge of the Du group, he would become the domineering CEO. At that point, wouldn't she be able to wield a golden card at her leisure? Yet, he too ended up imprisoned. Ran Hao was incarcerated due to family matters, which was unavoidable. But Du Huaqing was imprisoned on her behalf, an act that left her feeling more exasperated than touched. He appeared to be intelligent, yet he had so easily fallen into a trap. A Chiu Ruan Yao Yao sneezed, suspecting someone was speaking of her. She had taken to having a bodyguard accompany her, whether she was outside or at home. The lesson from Du Huaqing was clear. Believing that home was safe had proven disastrous, whether through poisoning or kidnapping. Her fate as a mere pawn was lamentable. It seemed that every angle was fraught with vulnerabilities. Despite having over a dozen bodyguards patrolling her villa, the assailants seemed to infiltrate as if they could pass through walls, effortlessly breaching her defenses, much like the protagonist who, despite being a naive individual, easily navigated through layers of protection to reach foreign lands. With no financial means, she still managed to give birth and raise a child. It was indeed perplexing how such a character, portrayed as utterly inept in life, could thrive while carrying a child. The female bodyguard, Lin Zai, whispered, "Isn't their second male lead?" "Ah, yes, the second male lead." Ruan Yao Yao concluded that her survival was likely due to the support of this character. She mused, "It's a classic case of having an unremarkable presence during mundane times, yet becoming indispensable during crises." The second male lead, while serving as a mere tool, was nothing more than a benefactor, ultimately left with nothing. The most tragic fate awaited him. In a struggle for the heroine's affection, he might also lose his wealth or influence, becoming a stepping stone for the male lead's success. Lin Zai continued her commentary, and Ruan Yao Yao turned to her newly assigned bodyguard with great satisfaction. She noted that, like Liang Sure, this individual was a former military personnel, possessing both skill and integrity. Moreover, she was quick-witted and open to new experiences. Ruan Yao Yao, a woman in her 40s, found herself engrossed in tales of domineering CEOs, and her bodyguard not only engaged with her, but also provided companionship. It was essential to write the narrative this way. Otherwise, how could the male lead earn the heroine's true love? His capability and excellence were what made him worthy of her affections. Ruan Yaoyao declared that all plot developments must revolve around the protagonists, laying the groundwork for their romantic journey. Regardless of how absurd the plot introduction may be, as long as it involves the male and female protagonists, it must become reasonable and unfold naturally. Just like my younger brother, who fell head over heels for the female lead, Li Tingting, at first sight. His brother encountered her and was smitten instantly. Even his brother's brother-in-law met her and fell in love at first glance. A passing journalist came across her and also found himself enamored. I suspect that, as the plot demands, even a passing dog would inevitably fall in love with her, wouldn't it? Perhaps this dog is none other than a transformed, domineering CEO, Ruan Yaoyao. This is the power of the narrative. Even a passing dog must fall for her. Chapter 097. What? He really turned into a dog. Woof, woof, woof. A dog wagged its tail, fervently expressing love for Li Tingting. Surprisingly, Li Tingting felt neither strange nor astonished. Rather, she thought this golden retriever was extraordinarily handsome. Undeniably a canine prince. Therefore, she happily named the dog Nampengia. Boyfriend. No, I was just joking. Just an example. How did it turn into reality? When did I become such a jinx? Ruan Yaoyao said uncertainly. She merely adopted a dog. How could your comrades conclude that she is in a romantic relationship with it? Ruanji, helpless, handed the information to Ruan Yaoyao. Li Tingting quickly apologized, and upon lifting her gaze to see the striking appearance of Jie Xiaoming, she was momentarily captivated. The person assigned to surveil Li Tingting was also taken aback. Oh no, it would matter if it were someone else, but Jie's group is a military-industrial enterprise. If she crossed paths with Jie Xiaoming, that would be disastrous. Jie Xiaoming appeared unaffected by Li Tingting's presence, maintaining a calm demeanor and aloof manner. He merely said it was fine and instructed those around him before getting into his car. Li Tingting attempted to approach, but was stopped by his bodyguards and assistant, denying her the opportunity to introduce herself. Feeling slightly displeased, she muttered something under her breath. The surveillance team disregarded it, knowing that Jie Xiaoming had not been swayed by her, which was splendid news. In the subsequent days, they continued to observe, and Jie Xiaoming exhibited no unusual behavior. Just as they prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, Jie Xiaoming suddenly collapsed. Of course, he had to be taken to the hospital. There was no issue with that. At that moment, the surveillance personnel pondered whether Li Tingting would coincidentally run into him at the hospital. Hence, they arranged for Jie Xiaoming to be admitted to a military hospital, a place inaccessible to the average person, primarily to prevent Li Tingting from getting close. Then, Jie Xiaoming remained unconscious, while Li Tingting had discovered an exceptionally intelligent dog. Upon reading this, Ruan Yaoyao felt an ominous sensation. Ruanji nodded gravely. As expected, when Ruan Yaoyao continued reading, it detailed how Li Tingting had found a dog that could read the news, surf the internet, and even send messages to her via smartphone. Have you attempted to communicate with this dog? We did, but it ignored us. So now you are uncertain whether the soul within the dog is indeed Jie Xiaoming's? If it is, why can't it communicate? Has it been controlled? Ah, I was merely joking. What a jinx. Ruan Yaoyao wished to slap her own face. Had she known such an event would transpire, she certainly wouldn't have mentioned it to Lin Zai. Now, she had inadvertently entangled the president of a military enterprise with Li Tingting. Do you think I'm a jinx? Lin Zai immediately responded, impossible. If you possessed such abilities, you could directly curse the president of a hostile nation and have them step down, eliminating the need for war. While others dispatch troops, we could send you. Ruan Yaoyao's perspective suddenly broadened. All right, if I truly had the power of a jinx, I could curse the president of a rival nation. Without a moment's hesitation, Ruan Yaoyao pulled out her phone and began searching for those presidents she found unsavory, preparing to curse them one by one. Lin Zai's lips twitched as she hurriedly intervened. How about we start with smaller figures? If you truly have such abilities, we should allow for some preparation on our side. Shouldn't we? Ruan Yaoyao paused. Indeed, if a president were to suddenly disappear, it would be quite a significant matter. We should be ready. So who should I test this on? I can't just choose anyone at random. Can I? Just try it on a fugitive. Lin Zai sincerely suggested. Fine, let us go with a fugitive. Ruan Yaoyao asked Lin Zai which website to find fugitives, and opened it to begin cursing them one by one. She wished for them to choke on water, stumble and break a leg, and ideally, fall right in front of a police officer, delivering themselves straight to justice. She marked the individuals she cursed, taking screenshots to send to Ruanji. asking him to keep an eye on them to see if her curses bore any fruit. Ruanji, Mom, are you trying to develop your own supernatural abilities? Wan Yao Yao, one must try. What if I truly possess the power of words? Ruanji, all right, I'll keep watch. It was unnecessary for him to keep watch, as Lin Zai would meticulously report her mother-esque situation. Ruanji was at a loss. He couldn't discern whether he hoped this was true or not. The power of words. This was quite a significant matter. After sending the messages, Wan Yao Yao put the matter behind her and focused on waiting to see the dog that Li Tingting had adopted. Indeed, Li Tingting was quite remarkable. Originally, Wu Xiangyu had taken her abroad, yet she managed to encounter several handsome blondes, indifferent to their marital status, all of whom seemed to be enchanted by her. Soon after, a war broke out among the men. The attending physician Wu Xiangyu introduced to Li Tingting also took a liking to her, covering all expenses for her mother. Li Tingting, entangled in affectionate exchanges with one and then another, inevitably found herself amidst a hellish scene. Wu Xiangyu clashed with one of the men, resulting in a fierce altercation. Unable to intervene, Li Tingting fled in despair. Well, then she met this individual at the airport, who turned into a dog, though it remained uncertain if it truly was him. Yu Xiangxiao glanced at Liang Shishir, wanting to say that if it were uncertain, why involve her mother? There was certainly a 50% chance of it being true. Unfortunately, to avoid alerting the enemy, she wouldn't be able to savor the live version of this event. Ah, how wonderful it was before the days of female bodyguards. She would take her along everywhere. Now, however, she had to step back. Yu Xiangxiao occasionally checked her phone. Why hadn't there been any updates? Had they not arrived yet? Or had someone forgotten to send the information? Liang Shishir glanced at her and said, "Don't worry if there's news. Lin Zai will inform us. What if she forgets? You think she is like you?" Yu Xiangxiao. All right, so she is a soldier, while I remain an ordinary person. The car quickly arrived near Li Tingting's residence, and Ru Anji instructed Wan Yao Yao that he would disguise himself as a delivery person, accompanying Lin Zai to deliver packages to Li Tingting's home. Remember, you are merely passing by while walking your dog. Your dog is rather mischievous, and it will dash inside as I knock on Li Tingting's door. You need to hurry in to retrieve your dog and ask me to vouch for you. Wan Yao Yao nodded. Regarding the obedient dog, she deemed it unnecessary to concern herself with its behavior. After all, there was a little comrade walking the dog nearby. Wan Yao Yao stole several glances at him. With thick brows and large eyes, he was quite handsome. Indeed, those who possessed good looks seemed to be under the care of the official authorities. Thus, dressed in a courier uniform, Ru Anji walked ahead, while the little comrade played the role of Wan Yao Yao's servant, assisting with the dog in tow, with Wan Yao Yao and Lin Zai trailing behind. Chapter 98. Thankfully, I am a dog demon otherwise. The courier, Ru Anji, knocked on the door of Li Tingting's residence. Inside, the golden retriever, Nan Pengyu, lay bored on the floor, but upon hearing the commotion outside, it immediately stood up. It pawed at the door lock, peering outside. Just as it assumed the courier might have left the package on the ground for it to bring inside, a black-backed dog suddenly darted in. This was followed by a woman's startled exclamation. "Ah, my dog." The woman rushed in, and Nan Pengyu was unable to stop her. "Woof woof, get out." Nan Pengyu barked angrily. Wan Yao Yao felt a twinge of fear. Wow, this dog is so fierce. It won't bite me, will it? Woof woof. You are the one who bites. I am not a dog. Am I going in or not? Upon hearing Wan Yao Yao's voice, Ru Anji realized he had faltered at a critical moment and hastily stepped forward, saying, "Hey, how can you barge into someone else's home? Is the owner here?" While shouting, he cleverly positioned himself in front of Wan Yao Yao, shielding her from the frenzied golden retriever. "Owner, your dog is about to bite someone. It seems no one is home. I have called out several times, but no one is responding. You are acting quite convincingly, although it is a bit awkward." Wan Yao Yao glanced at Ru Anji and followed his lead. "Perhaps no one is home. How about you vouch for me while I go get my dog?" "All right." Ru Anji sighed in relief, seamlessly playing along. Acting? Nan Pengyu immediately grew wary, observing Ru Anji and Wan Yao Yao while casting a sidelong glance toward the door, pondering their identities. With a monthly salary of only 3,000 yuan, barely enough to cover rent, could she possibly be a hidden wealthy heiress? Were these individuals sent by her family, or were they adversaries come to confront her? Nan Pengyu felt no malice from Wan Yao Yao and Ru Anji. Otherwise, it would have barked. After the black-backed dog entered the room, it curled up in a corner, remaining still. Ruan Yaoyao deliberately called out a wrong name for the dog, pretending to search while focusing on Nan Pengyu to discern its breed. Oh dear, am I wild after being doted on by Mr. Jie? It turns out Li Tingting has opened another pet-centric story. Let me see what kind of extraordinary fool this is. Indeed, quite unfortunate. Originally, the Jie family had a prosperous legacy, relying on 3 generations of hard work. It was not too far-fetched to say they were among the wealthiest in Huagewa, ensuring a stable inheritance for the 4th generation. Unfortunately, he encountered Li Tingting, this extraordinary female protagonist, creating chaos and attracting admirers from every corner of the globe, from the beautiful country to the land of camels, from light to darkness. There was no one she did not entice. No matter how capable Jie Xiaoming was, he merely relied on the Jie family's military enterprise to thrive, basking in the glory of his ancestors. The woman he fell in love with was suspected to be associated with countless admirers, each bearing 50,000, entangled in this web. How could he escape? Thus, he was abandoned by the official authorities. Ruan Yaoyao's heart erupted with laughter, delighting in the spectacle. She believed the official authorities had executed their plan beautifully. Regardless of who you are, dare to cross the line, and they could elevate you to the heavens or cast you down to the depths of despair. So, when he and Li Tingting were passionately in love, gallivanting across the globe, flirting with this man and that, the official authorities quietly orchestrated their plan, without the protection of a father figure. The poor Jie family was swiftly dismantled by Li Tingting's numerous ill-fated romances, transforming the Grand Xiao into a mere lackey, igniting a lifelong tale of torment and affection. However, this time, it was he who suffered alone, watching her flirt with other men, utterly helpless in excruciating pain. Wait, isn't this book titled Wild after being doted on by Mr. Yet, how did it turn into a tale of suffering in the later chapters? Oh, they are torturing the male lead, while the female lead remains cherished by the second, third, and so on. Thus, it is still called a pet-centric tale. I'm misunderstood, thinking Jie Xiaoming was doting on Li Tingting, but it turns out she is truly the center of attention, and Jie Xiaoming is but one among many. However, Jie Xiaoming spoiled her, and she became wild, gathering an abundance of admirers. Oh, it seems this wildness can be interpreted in such a way. Ruan Yaoyao gazed at the golden retriever with deep sympathy. Having uncovered a terrifying truth, this story began and concluded with Jie Xiaoming's transformation into a dog. Oh, he must have been in so much pain, unwilling to witness her affection for other men as a human, preferring to be her dog, accompanying her as a pet for a lifetime. To be precise, the lifespan of a dog is only 15 years. After becoming a dog, he lived for just 15 years. Ruanji, Nan Pengyu, who is this Jie Xiaoming? So pitiful. Thankfully, I'm a dog demon otherwise. But wait, why are these two looking at me? Ahem, I suddenly recalled that usually little Mao takes care of the dog. Perhaps it would be quicker to have little Mao come find it. After finishing perusing the details and savoring the gossip, Ruan Yaoyao cleared her throat twice and promptly called out to the little comrade at the door, asking him to take the black-backed dog outside. Not forgetting to continue her act, she expressed her gratitude to Ru Anji for vouching for her, explaining that she was merely there to retrieve her dog. Ru Anji, feeling burdened, donned a displeased expression as he complied, leading everyone out of the house. However, regrettably, no one could comprehend Nan Pengyo's frantic barking. Its loud howls not only failed to halt their departure, but only urged them to hasten their pace, believing the golden retriever had reached its limit. The barking attracted the attention of the patrolling security. Ru Anji quickly stepped forward, using his courier identity to explain, while also lamenting, "Your community has so many dogs." The security guard was perplexed, feeling that the woman did not resemble a resident of their community. However, given her role as both a bodyguard and a dog walker, he dared not inquire further. Thus, Ruan Yaoyao and her companions successfully infiltrated and exited Li Tingting's community, with the dog remaining entirely oblivious to the events that had transpired. Once in the car, as the door shut, Ru Anji remarked, "Mom, what did you see just now?" It was him, right? Although he already knew the answer, he still felt compelled to ask. Ruan Yaoyao nodded, yes. It was him, but he has lost his memory and believes he is a dog demon. Therefore, when your people went to exchange signals with him, he had no idea what you were doing. Chapter 99. Placing hopes on miracles, lost his memory? Ru Anji exclaimed in surprise, for Ruan Yaoyao had not mentioned this when she perused the details. Indeed, One must ponder why he would engage in a romantic relationship with Li Tingting. He has long believed himself to be a canine spirit, and it appears that he merely entered the body of Jie Xiaoming, assuming his identity. This revelation elucidates the drastic transformation observed. They are, after all, the same individual. If Jie Xiaoming has suffered amnesia, perceiving himself as a dog while viewing Li Tingting as his savior, it is no wonder he would endure her fickleness, ultimately becoming a companion by her side. Clearly, he no longer regards himself as human, but rather as a canine. Thus, the question arises, how can they communicate with an amnesiac who believes himself to be a dog, conveying to him that he was once human and has merely transformed into a dog, hoping he might recognize the truth? Wan Yaoyao shrugged her shoulders, expressing, "I am not a doctor. I truly do not know." Although she felt sympathy and a desire to assist, she genuinely felt incapable of addressing this matter. If he were human, she could devise a means to communicate. However, as a dog, what could she possibly convey? At that moment, Ruanji found himself equally at a loss, his hopes resting solely on the possibility of a miracle. Initially, Wei Kaiho and his brother-in-law, Jiang Chongming, broke free from control only after encountering his mother. Now that Jie Xiaoming has seen her, surely he should be able to as well? Yet uncertainty lingered, for there was also Wu Xiangyu, who, despite having seen his mother, had yet to escape Li Tingting's grasp. Li Tingting's heart raced with anxiety. She hastened her steps. Upon opening the door and finding no trace of Nan Pengyu, her apprehension intensified, compelling her to call out his name and search for the dog. Hearing her distress, an inexplicable calm enveloped him. He had long since shed his earlier sense of panic. He exited the webpage and forcefully shut down the device. Rising to his feet, he shook his fur and let out a gentle bark before leisurely making his way outside. "Nan Pengyu? So you're home. You nearly frightened me to death." Upon seeing him, Li Tingting felt her eyes well up with emotion, crouching down to embrace him, resting his chin upon her shoulder. "The security guard just informed me that someone had intruded into the house this afternoon. I feared you had been stolen. As long as you are safe, everything else can be replaced, but you cannot be lost. You have no idea how much you mean to me." Nan Pengyu emitted a meaningless whine. What could he possibly say? Should he explain that they were not dog thieves, but merely came to visit him, followed by a barrage of nonsensical chatter? Reflecting on what he had seen online, he pondered why anyone would choose to forsake being human to become a dog. Thus, he wondered, had he truly transformed into a dog, or was he merely a human trapped in this canine form? The most disheartening aspect was the absence of any memories of being human. Everything was merely conjecture. Otherwise, the situation would not be so dire. Surely, they would not abandon him? As Nan Pengyu wrestled with his unease, he was led by Li Tingting to the park, where he caught a familiar scent. Lifting his gaze, he spotted a large black dog, soon followed by its owner, Xiao Mao. Suddenly, Nan Pengyu's eyes brightened. "Oh, they have not given up on me." He joyfully dashed toward the large black dog, causing Li Tingting to stumble in his wake. Nan Pengyu slowed down, yet he had no intention of slowing. He longed to reach the others, joyfully greeting the large black dog and its owner, Xiao Mao, nudging and wagging his tail, eager to convey, "Please, do not abandon me." Xiao Mao hesitated, his heart racing, fearing his identity had been discovered, and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Just then, Li Tingting approached with a smile, saying, "I apologize. My Nan Pengyu is particularly affectionate and loves to nuzzle everyone. You have a black dog, right? What is its name?" "Dahei." "Oh, that name seems rather casual," Li Tingting remarked, scrutinizing Xiao Mao, uncertain of his identity, yet noting his youth and good looks, as well as his well-groomed dog. She inferred he must be a compassionate dog lover. It made sense. One cannot care for a large breed like a black dog without some financial means. With keen interest, she engaged in conversation with Xiao Mao about dog care, even exchanging contact information to plan future walks together. Clearing her throat, she reassured herself that she was not drawn to him merely for his looks and wealth. Rather, it was a natural desire for beauty. More friends lead to more opportunities, she thought. In the days that followed, Li Tingting frequently reached out to Xiao Mao, their conversations growing increasingly lively. To an outsider, it would seem they were courting. "Wait, weren't you here to find me? Why are you chatting with her?" Nan Pengyu wondered. Li Tingting complained to Xiao Mao about Nan Pengyu's sudden reluctance to sleep with her, despite their former companionship. Additionally, he had developed an aversion to bathing. No matter how she coaxed him, he refused to enter the bathroom. Even when I try to hug him, he recoils as if I am trying to take advantage of him. Do you think he might be secretly seeing someone else behind my back? Nan Pingyo's peculiar behavior conveyed through Xiao Mao's phone reached Ru Anji and the others, leading them to speculate whether Ruan Yao Yao had visited, prompting Nan Pingyo's awakening. Otherwise, why would a dog previously so close to Li Tingting suddenly begin to shy away? Ruan Yao Yao suggested, why not give it a try? Ru Anji replied, very well, we shall attempt it. She initially believed Xiao Mao was there to meet her, especially upon noticing the attractive individual beside him, prompting her to self-consciously tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate swan-like neck. However, when Xiao Mao revealed they were there to find a dog, having stumbled upon a lost dog notice that resembled hers, Li Tingting's expression shifted dramatically. What? You suspect my dog is yours? Impossible. Nan Pingyu is clearly my dog. The man interjected, I possess a dog ownership certificate, and he has a microchip. If you doubt it, you may scan the chip for verification. While others may not comprehend the origins of this dog, Li Tingting was acutely aware and adamantly refused to comply. Yet, the man stood at the doorway, barring her entry and insisting she bring the dog outside for confirmation. Seeing Xiao Mao, who had always been affectionate towards her, aiding an outsider, infuriated Li Tingting, making her regret her kindness towards him. Had she known this would transpire, she would have treated him differently. With a fierce glare directed at Xiao Mao, she declared, if you do not leave, I shall summon security. She promptly dialed the security guard, reporting harassment of a resident. Xiao Mao and his companion found themselves defeated by Li Tingting. The group realized that Li Tingting's strong reaction indicated something amiss. Perhaps she was already aware of the dog's true identity. They were taken aback by the possibility, but recalling Jie Xiaoming's previous indifference towards Li Tingting, they could not dismiss the notion entirely. Given her demeanor, it was evident she wished to retain the dog. What should they do now? Ruan Yao Yao observed them, perplexed as to why she had been summoned for a meeting when her task was complete. Did they believe that having her present would facilitate the retrieval of the dog? For a fleeting moment, Ruan Yao Yao felt sympathy for the true owner of the golden retriever. Originally, it was someone else's dog, but now it has become Guo Jia Baba's. Ru Anji said, regardless of her willingness, as long as Jie Xiaoming is willing, we must find a way to claim the custody of the dog. Only then can we ensure Jie Xiaoming's safety and further rescue him. I am so miraculous. Those online Taoists and monks should reveal themselves, right? I wonder if there is an opportunity to witness it. They're still searching. In truth, they have yet to find someone truly capable. Ru Anji glanced at his mother. Except for his mother, they then discussed their next steps in their dog acquisition plan. Since Li Tingting was unwilling to negotiate amicably, they had to resort to more forceful measures. It was simple. They would seize the opportunity to steal the dog while Li Tingting was out walking it. Oh, it turns out Dad isn't so. Before Ruan Yao Yao could finish her internal monologue, Ru Anji, who understood her well, quickly called out, Mom, why are you shouting so loudly? You startled me. Ruan Yao Yao patted her chest, visibly displeased. What? You want me to take care of the dog for you? If it were an ordinary dog, that would be fine. Our yard is spacious. It can run freely. But this dog, Ruan Yao Yao said, it harbors a person inside. Are you sure that that's okay? Should I treat it as a person or as a dog? Should I feed it dog food or a proper meal? Ruan Yao Yao's expression was earnest, and Ru Anji could not dismiss her concerns. Then prepare it one meal and one portion of dog food, allowing it to choose. Keeping it at my mother's place, where the family is aware of the situation, is safer than leaving it outside. Thus, their plan to steal the dog commenced. It was uncertain whether it was fate playing tricks or if Li Tingting had sensed something amiss, but for the following days, she did not take the dog out at all. In fact, she skipped classes, remaining at home with the dog. Nan Pingyu was nearly driven mad. Day after day, facing someone who didn't gaze at you with affection, but rather with a melancholic demeanor, akin to a jilted lover, how could one not lose their mind? The key was, she would appear and disappear mysteriously, often weeping in front of him. A soft voice emerged from beside him, and upon turning, he saw the disheveled Li Tingting squatting before him like a ghost. Li Tingting sobbed, Woo-woo, I can't bear to part with you. Nan Pingyu felt numb. Look, here it comes again. You must save me, hurry, and rescue me. This half-hearted rescue, without follow-up, is tormenting. Send someone, please, anyone, to help me. Dogs have lives too. I'm sorry, but I truly cannot return you to your previous owner. I genuinely need you. Nan Pingyu, don't hate me. I truly adore you. You are like family to me, the most important person in my life. Without you, I cannot even fathom what my life would become. You know what? You are incredibly important to me. You've already said that countless times. Please, stop repeating it. Nan Pengyu barked a couple of times, pleading. However, those barks, to Li Tingting's ears, sounded like agreement. She broke into a radiant smile. Then, she produced a contract, intending for him to place his paw upon it, ensuring he would never leave her side. Strangely, Nan Pengyu felt an instinctive refusal. It seemed that signing would bind him to her forever. Thus, when Li Tingting turned to fetch the ink pad to imprint his paw, Nan Pengyu bolted. He dashed from the living room to the bedroom, locking the door behind him. Nan Pengyu, what's wrong? Why did you shut the door? Open it. Nan Pengyu, with a vigilant expression, fixed his gaze on the door, uncertain if Li Tingting had a spare key. She did not, but she called 119, explaining that Nan Pengyu had inexplicably locked himself in the bedroom and required assistance. What? Your boyfriend locked himself in and you can't get in? Yes. I knocked many times, but he ignored me. I don't know what's wrong. He seems in a bad state. Can you please hurry? I'm afraid something might happen. Please provide your address. Okay, our address is. Repeat that, please. Yes, that's the address. Does your phone have battery? Please keep the line open. I will connect you, and they will arrive shortly. They may contact you at any moment. Yes, my phone is charged. I will stay by the door. Please hurry. I'm really worried. Hearing Li Tingting's weeping voice, the kind operator comforted her, assuring her that everything would be all right. In the room, Nan Pengyu felt dreadfully uneasy. He barked a few times, attempting to intervene. However, instead of considering his plight, the firefighters believed Li Tingting had a dog and redirected her attention away from worry. No, it's not her who shouldn't think too much. It's me. I'm a dog, not a human, much less her boyfriend. At that moment, Nan Pengyu wished to eliminate the foolish version of himself that had just awakened, who, upon hearing Li Tingting call his name, felt elated and genuinely wanted to be her boyfriend. Was he an idiot? What normal person would refer to a dog as a boyfriend? Unfortunately, he could do nothing but listen as the fire truck approached. Hearing a group of firefighters in orange uniforms outside, calming him, urging him to open the door, and saying how wonderful his girlfriend was. Even if they had quarreled, he should not despair. Locking himself away, she was worried to tears. Outside, Li Tingting was indeed crying, but the issue was, look how good your girlfriend is to you. She truly loves you. Woof woof. See, your dog is anxious too. It has been barking for a while, probably hungry. Why not open the door and let it out? Woof woof. Mr. Nan, say something. If you don't respond, I will break down the door. Woof woof. Chapter 101. The boyfriend who committed suicide is a dog. The firefighters broke down the door, and what greeted them was a sleek golden retriever, glaring ferociously at them and barking loudly. Woof 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 woof. Ah, I'm a dog. Can't you understand? Woof woof. Help. I don't want to see that woman. The firefighters were searching for Li Tingting's boyfriend when she suddenly rushed out from behind them, embracing the golden retriever and sobbing, "Woo, you scared me. Do you know how terrified I was? How could you lock yourself in a room? Do you know how worried I was? What if something happened to you? How could I live? May I ask, where's your boyfriend?" Nan Pengyu, bewildered, barked. "Woof woof. I am." Li Tingting, with tear-filled eyes, exclaimed, "This is him. Thank you so much. If you hadn't opened the door, Nan Pengyu would have locked himself in and starved to death. You saved not just his life, but mine as well. Where's your boyfriend? We didn't see him." Nan Pengyu barked, "Woof woof. I told you I am." Li Tingting held Nan Pengyu even tighter and said, "Look here, can't you see? Such a big one. A big one." The firefighters were astonished. "That's a dog." "Indeed, my Nan Pengyu is just a dog. Your boyfriend is a dog. Are you out of your mind for dating a dog?" The world is vast and full of wonders. They had only seen on the internet people marrying houses, trees, or even characters from anime. But this was the first time they encountered someone in reality admitting that their boyfriend was a dog. They did not understand it, yet they respected it. They rushed in a hurry, leaving in a daze. It felt as though their worldview was about to be reshaped. Later, upon discovering the truth, the liaison officer mused, "So what was I so anxious about? Was it all for these oddities?" However, Li Tingting soon faced retribution, as someone reported her for dog theft. Ruan Yao Yao observed the crowd preparing to steal the dog and felt something was amiss. She timidly raised her hand. "I have a question. Since Li Tingting's dog isn't hers, why are we stealing it? Can't we just report her for dog theft?" All eyes turned to her. Indeed, if Li Tingting's dog wasn't hers, why steal it? Reporting her would suffice. Ruanji exclaimed, Why didn't you say this earlier? Ruan Yao Yao innocently replied, you didn't ask. I just thought of it. What could I do? But I want to tell you. I'm just that clever. Ru Anji disregarded her and consulted the others about the reporting matter. Thus, this scene unfolded, with the firefighters just leaving when another group in uniform blocked her door. I'm stealing a dog? Li Tingting instinctively attempted to hide Nanpenjia behind her, but Nanpenjia had no intention of hiding. It caught a whiff of Xiao Mao and abruptly broke free from her grasp, rushing to the man who eyed it suspiciously and wagging its tail furiously. Tong Tong, the man exclaimed joyfully, quickly embracing Nanpenjia and addressing the police. See, this is my Tong Tong. The moment I call, it wags its tail at me. If it were my Tong Tong, it wouldn't respond. No, I haven't. This is my dog. Is my Nanpenjia. If you don't believe me, I'll call it and it will respond. Li Tingting anxiously looked at Nanpenjia, mimicking the man's earlier call. Nanpenjia, come here, come. Unfortunately, regardless of her calls, Nanpenjia did not budge. Li Tingting could hardly believe her eyes. I have treated you so well. And this is how you repay me? Have you forgotten who rescued you from the trash, bought you food, bathed you, and played with you? But if it were Jie Xiaoming, the situation would indeed be different. Nanpenjia pondered, so this truly is my former owner? The man reluctantly departed, leaving Nanpenjia to meet Ruan Yao Yao, Ru Anji, and others. It realized it had caught the attention of the official authority. Now it only wished to know whether it was the dog demon Nanpenjia or the human Jie Xiaoming. How remarkable! A dog can actually use a computer. I wish I could capture this moment, but my son won't allow it. Sigh. While pressing the keyboard, Nanpenjia endured the woman's prying gaze, feeling an overwhelming urge to silence her. With that thought, it typed away. Ru Anji had anticipated this. The computer screen faced away from Ruan Yao Yao, who could only see Nanpenjia's keystrokes but missed the content on the screen, thus losing a chance to uncover the truth. Ru Anji calmly said, Mom, your milk tea seems to have arrived. Would you like to go get it? Has it arrived? I'll go fetch it. Without hesitation, Ruan Yao Yao stood up and exited to retrieve her milk tea. Outside, receiving the signal, Lin Jihe pulled out the already arrived milk tea bags from the cupboard, pretending it had just arrived. As she unwrapped it, she asked, do you need help inserting the straw? Thank you. Back in the room, Ru Anji addressed Nanpenjia. My mom is unaware that others can hear her thoughts. We are uncertain if she will still be aware afterward, so just to be safe, everyone who knows about this should pretend they don't. Nanpenjia responded, she doesn't know. No wonder she is so loud. If she knew, she probably wouldn't have been so verbose in her thoughts. Who normally has such thick skin? Nanpenjia questioned, are you certain I am Jie Xiaoming? Ru Anji affirmed, absolutely. Your body is in the hospital. The day you fell into a coma, Li Tingting found dog. The timing aligns perfectly. She briefly explained the peculiarities surrounding Li Tingting. Nanpenjia exclaimed, this is truly astonishing. Are you sure? Ru Anji replied, one was my brother, and the other was a friend of my brother's. It occurred right in front of me. What do you think? If there wasn't concrete evidence, we wouldn't be here. Indeed, they were officials, not mere street thugs or private security. Nanpenjia had merely lost its memory, not its intellect. Had Ru Anji not mentioned it, it wouldn't have realized that before meeting Ruan Yao Yao, it had never doubted its identity as a dog demon, and it had even fallen head over heels for Li Tingting. If not for the limited time, it might have disclosed its identity as a dog demon to Li Tingting.